I. The night sky brightened faintly in the east with the approach of dawn as the Chosen entered the Gardens of Life. Without, the elven city of Arborlawn lay sleeping, its people still wrapped in the warmth and solitude of their beds. But for the Chosen the day had already begun. Their trailing white robes billowing slightly with a rush of summer wind, they passed between the sentries of the Black Watch, who stood rigid and aloof as such sentries had stood for centuries gone before the arched, wrought-iron gateway inlaid with silver scroll and ivory chips. They passed quickly, and only their soft voices and the crunch their sandaled feet on the gravel pathway disturbed the silence of the new day as they slipped into the pine-shadowed dark beyond. The Chosen were the caretakers of the Ellcrys, the strange and wondrous tree that stood at the center of the gardens, the tree, as the legends told, that served as protector against a primordial evil that had very nearly destroyed the elves centuries ago, an evil that had been shut away from the earth since before the dawn of the old race of men. In all the time that had followed, there had been chosen to care for the Ellcrys. Theirs was a tradition handed down through generations of elves, a tradition of service that the elves regarded as both a coveted honor and a solemn duty. Yet there was little evidence of solemnity in the procession that passed through the gardens this morning. 230 days of the year of their service had gone by, and youthful spirits could no longer be easily subdued. The first sense of awe at the responsibility given them had long since passed, and the Chosen of the elves were now just 6 young men on their way to perform a task they had performed each day since the time of their choosing, a task grown old and familiar, the greeting of the tree at the first touch of sunrise. Only Lauren, youngest of this year's Chosen, was silent. He lagged a bit behind the others as they walked, taking no part in their idle chatter. His red head was bent in concentration, and there was a deep frown on his face. So wrapped up in his thoughts was he that he was aware when the noise ahead ceased, nor of the steps that fell back beside him, until a hand touched his arm. Then his troubled face jerked up abruptly to find Jace regarding him. "What's the matter, Lauren? Are you sick?" Jace asked. Because he was a few months older than the rest, Jace was the accepted leader of the Chosen. Lauren shook his head, but the frown did. "Leave his face entirely, I'm all right. Something is bothering you. You've been brooding all morning. Come to think of it, you were rather quiet last night, too." Jace's hand on his shoulder brought the younger elf about to face him. "Come on, out with it. Nobody expects you to serve if you're feeling well." Lauren hesitated, then sighed and nodded. "All right. It's the Ellcrys. Yesterday, at sunset, just before we left her, I thought I saw some spotting on her leaves. It looked like wilt." "Wilt? Are you sure? Hang like that ever happens to the Ellcrys, at least that's what we've always been told," Jace said doubtfully. "I could have been mistaken," Lauren admitted. "It was getting dark. I told myself then that it was probably just the way the shadows lay on the leaves. But the more I try to remember how it looked, the more I think it really was wilt." There was a disconcerted muttering from the others, and one of them spoke. "This is Ambrel's fault. I said before that something bad would come from having a girl picked as a Chosen. There were other girls among the Chosen, and Hing happened because of it," Lauren protested. He had always liked Ambrel. She had been easy to talk to, even if she was King of Entine Elesidil's granddaughter. "For 500 years, Lauren," the other said. "All right, that's enough," Jace interrupted. "We agreed to talk about Ambrel. You know that." He stood silently for a moment, pondering what Lauren had said. Then he shrugged. "It would be unfortunate if anything happened to the tree, especially while she was under our care. But after all, Hing lasts forever." Lauren was shocked. "But Jace, when the tree weakens, the forbidding will end and the demons within will be freed." "Do you really believe those old stories, Lauren?" Jace laughed. Lauren stared at the older elf. "How can you be a Chosen and believe?" "I don't remember being asked what I believed when I was chosen, Lauren." "Were you asked?" Lauren shook his head. Candidates for the honor of being chosen were never asked anything. They were simply brought before the three young Eves who had crossed over into manhood and womanhood in the prior year. At the dawn of the new year, they gathered to pass beneath her limbs, each pausing momentarily for acceptance. Those the tree touched upon the shoulders became the new Chosen, to serve until the year was done. Lauren could still remember the mix of ecstasy and pride he had felt at the moment a slender branch had bent to touch him and he'd heard her speak his name. And he remembered, too, the astonishment of all when Ambrel had been called. "It's just a tale to frighten children," Jace was saying. "The real function of the Ellcrys is to serve as a reminder to the elven people that they, like her, survived despite all the changes that have taken place in the history of the Four Lands. She is a symbol of our people's strength." Lauren Hing more. He motioned for them all to resume their walk into the gardens and turned away. Lauren lapsed back into thought. The older elf's casual disregard for the legend of the tree disturbed him. Of course Jace was from the city, and Lauren had observed that the people of Arborlawn seemed to take the old beliefs less seriously than did those of the little northern village from which he came. But the story of the Ellcrys and the forbidding wasn't just a story, it was the foundation of everything that was truly elven, the most important event in the history of his people. It had all taken place long ago, before the birth of the New World. There had been a great war between good and evil, a war that the elves had finally won by creating the Ellcrys, and a forbidding that had banished the evil demons into a timeless dark. And so long as the Ellcrys was kept well, so long would the evil be locked from the land. So long as the Ellcrys was kept well. He shook his head doubtfully. Maybe the wilt was but a trick of his imagination. Or a trick of the light. And if, they would simply have to find a cure. There was always a cure. Moments later, he stood with the others before the tree. Hesitantly, he looked up, then sighed in relief. It appeared as if the Ellcrys was unchanged. Perfectly formed, her silver-white trunk arched skyward in a symmetrically balanced network of tapered limbs clustered with broad, five-cornered leaves that were blood-red in color. At her base, strips of green moss grew in patchwork runners through the cracks and crevices of the smooth-skinned bark, like emerald streams flowing down a mountain hillside. There were no splits to mar the trunk's even lines, no branches cracked or broken. So beautiful, he thought. He looked again, but could see no signs of the sickness he had feared. The others went to gather the tools they would use in the feeding and grooming of the tree and in the general upkeep of the gardens. But Jace held Lauren back. "Would you like to greet her today, Lauren?" he asked. Lauren stammered his surprised thanks. Jace was giving up his turn for the most special of tasks, obviously in an effort to cheer him. He stepped forward under the spreading branches to lay his hands upon the smooth-skinned trunk, the others gathering about a few paces back to recite the morning greeting. He glanced upward expectantly, searching for the first beam of sunlight that would fall upon her form. Then abruptly he drew back. The leaves directly above him were dark with patches of wilt. His heart fell. There was spotting elsewhere as well, scattered throughout the tree. It was a trick of light and shadow. It was real. He motioned frantically for Jace, then pointed as the other came forward. As was their custom at this time, they did speak, but Jace gasped as he saw the extent of the damage already done. Slowly the two walked around the tree, discovering spots everywhere, some barely visible, others already darkening the leaves so badly that their blood-red color seemed drained away. Whatever his professed beliefs concerning the tree, Jace was badly shaken, and his face reflected his dismay as he went back to confer in whispers with the others. Lauren moved to join them, but Jace quickly shook his head, motioning to the top of the tree, where the dawn's light had almost reached the uppermost branches. Lauren knew his duty and he turned back again to the tree. Whatever else was to happen, the Chosen must greet the Ellcrys this day as they had greeted her each day since the beginning of their order. He placed his hands gently on the silver bark and the words of greeting were forming on his lips when a slender branch from the ancient tree dipped slightly to brush his shoulder. Lauren. The young elf jumped at the sound of his name. But no one had spoken. The sound had been in his mind, the voice little more than an image of his own face. It was the Ellcrys. He caught his breath, twisting his head to glimpse briefly the branch that rested on his shoulder before turning quickly back again. Confusion swept through him. Only once before had she spoken to him on the day of his choosing. She had spoken his name then, she had spoken all their names. It had been the last time. She had never spoken to any of them after that. Never except to Amberl, of course, and Amberl was no longer one of them. He looked hurriedly at the others. They were staring at him, curious as to why he had stopped. Then the branch that rested upon his shoulder slipped down to wrap about him loosely, and he flinched involuntarily with its touch. Lauren. Call the Chosen to me. The images appeared quickly and were gone. Hesitantly, Lauren beckoned to his comrades. They came forward, questions forming on their lips as they stared upward at the silver-limbed tree. Branches lowered to clasp each, and the voice of the Ellcrys whispered softly. Hear me. Remember what I tell you. Do. Fail me. A chill swept over them, and the gardens of life were shrouded in deep, hollow silence, as if in all the world only they were alive. Images filled their minds, flowing one after the other in rapid succession. There was horror contained in those images. Had they been able, the Chosen would have turned away, to flee and hide until the nightmare that possessed them had passed and been forgotten. But the tree held them fast, and the images continued to flow and the horror to mount, until they felt they could stand no more. Then at last it was finished, and the Ellcrys was silent once more, her limbs lifting from their shoulders and stretching wide to catch the warmth of the morning sun. Lauren stood frozen, tears streaming down his cheeks. Shattered, the six Chosen faced one daughter, and in each mind the truth whispered soundlessly. The legend was legend. The legend was life. Evil did indeed lie beyond a forbidding that the Ellcrys maintained. Only she kept the elven people safe. And now she was dying. 2. Far to the west of Arborlawn, beyond the break line, there was a stirring in the air. Something blacker than the darkness of the early dawn appeared, writhing and shuddering with the force of some blow that appeared to strike it. Momentarily, the veil of blackness held firm. Then it split wide, rent by the force from within it. Howls and shrieks of glee spilled forth from the impenetrable blackness beyond, as dozens of clawed limbs ripped and tore at the sudden breach, straining toward the light. Then red fire exploded all about and the hands fell away, twisted and burned. The Dagda appeared out of the dark, hissing with rage. His staff of power steamed hotly as he brushed aside the impatient ones and stepped boldly through the opening. An instant later, the dark forms of the Reaper and the Changeling followed him. Other bodies pushed forward in desperation, but the edges of the rent came together quickly, closing off the blackness and the things that lived within it. In moments, the opening had disappeared entirely and the strange trio stood alone. The Dagda looked about warily. They stood in the shadow of the breakline, the dawn which had already shattered the peace of the Chosen little more than a faint light in the eastern sky beyond the monstrous wall of mountains. The great, towering peaks knifed into the sky, casting pillars of darkness far out into the desolation of the hoar flats. The flats themselves stretched westward from the line of the mountains into emptiness, a hard, barren wasteland in which lifespans were measured in minutes and hours. Hing moved on its surface. No sound broke the stillness of the morning air. The Dagda smiled, his hooked teeth gleaming. His coming had gone uniced. After all these years, he was free. He was loose once more among those who had imprisoned him. At a distance, he might have passed for one of them. He was basically manlike in appearance. He walked upright on two legs, and his arms were only slightly longer than those of a man. He carried himself stooped over, his movements hampered by a peculiar hunching motion, but the dark robes that cloaked him made it difficult to tell the cause. It was only when close that one could see clearly the massive hump that crooked his spine almost double at the shoulders. Or the great tufts of greenish hair that protruded from all parts of his body like patches of saw grass. Or the scales that coated his forearms and lower legs. Or the hands and feet that ended in claws. Or the vaguely cat-like muzzle that was his face. Or the eyes, black and shining, deceptively placid on their surface, like twin pools of water that hid something evil and destructive. Once these were seen, there was no longer any question as to the Dagdamore's identity. What was revealed then was man, but demon. And the demon hated. He hated with an intensity that bordered on madness. Hundreds of years of imprisonment within the black hole that lay beyond the wall of the forbidding had given his hatred more than sufficient time to fester and grow. Now it consumed him. It was everything to him. It gave him his power, and he would use that power to crush the creatures who had caused him so much misery. The elves. All of the elves. And even that would be enough to satisfy him now. Now. After centuries of being shut from this world that had once been his hut into that formless, insentient limbo of endless dark and slow, wretched stagnation. No, the destruction of the elves would be enough to salve the indignity that he had suffered. The others must be destroyed as well. Men, dwarves, trolls, gnomes, all those who were a part of the humanity that he so detested, the races of humanity that lived upon his world and claimed it for their own. His vengeance would come, he thought, just as his freedom had come. He could feel it. He had waited centuries, posted at the wall of the forbidding, testing its strength, probing for weakness all the time, knowing that it must, one day, begin to fail. And now that day was here. The Ellcrys was dying. Ah, sweet words. He wanted to shout them aloud. She was dying. She was dying, and she could no longer maintain the forbidding. The staff of power glowed redly in his hands as the hatred flowed through him. The earth beneath its tip charred to ash. With an effort he calmed himself and the staff grew cool again. For a time, of course, the forbidding would still hold firm. Complete erosion would take place overnight, nor, quite possibly, for several weeks. Even the small breach that he had managed had required enormous power. But the Dagda possessed enormous power, more power than any of those still trapped behind the forbidding. He was chief among them, his word ruled them. A few had defied that word during the long years of banishment, only a few. He had broken them. He had made unpleasant examples of them. Now all obeyed him. They feared him. But they shared his hatred of what had been done to them. They, too, fed on that hatred. It had driven them into a frenzied need for revenge, and when at last they were set free again, that need would take a long, long time to be satisfied. But for now, they must wait. For now, they must be patient. It would be long. The forbidding would weaken a little more each day, decaying as the Ellcrys slowly failed. Only one thing could prevent this rebirth. The Dagda nodded to himself. He knew well the history of the Ellcrys. Had he been present when she had first seen life, when she had shut his brethren and himself from their world of light into their prison of dark? Had he seen the nature of the sorcery that had defeated them, a sorcery so powerful that it could transcend even death? And he knew that this freedom could still be taken from him. If one of the chosen were permitted to carry a seed of the tree to the source of her power, the Ellcrys might be reborn and the forbidding invoked again. He knew this, and it was because of this knowledge that he was here now. He had by no means been certain that he could breach the wall of the forbidding. It had been a dangerous gamble to expend so much power in the attempt, for, had he failed, he might have been left badly weakened. There were some behind the wall almost as powerful as he, they would have seized the opportunity to destroy him. But the gamble had been necessary. The Eves did realize the extent of their danger yet. For the moment, they believed themselves safe. They did think that any within the confines of the forbidding possessed sufficient power to break through. They would discover their error too late. By then, he would have made certain that the Ellcrys could never be reborn nor the forbidding restored. It was for that reason that he had brought the other two. He glanced about for them now. He found the changeling immediately, his body undergoing a steady transition of colors and shapes as he practiced duplicating the life he found here in the sky, a searching hawk and a small raven, on the earth, a groundhog, then a snake, a multi-legged insect with pincers, then onto something new, almost as quickly as the eye could follow. For the changeling could be anything. Shut away in the darkness with only his brethren to model after, he had been denied the full use of his powers. There, they had been virtually wasted. But here, in this world, the possibilities were endless. All things, whether human or animal, fish or fowl, no matter their size, shape, color or abilities, he could be any of them. He could assimilate their characteristics perfectly. Even the Dagda was certain of the changeling's true appearance. The creature was so prone to adapt to other lifeforms that he spent virtually all of his rhyme being something or someone other than what he really was. It was an extraordinary gift, but it was possessed by a creature whose capacity for evil was very nearly as great as that of the Dagda. The changeling, too, was of demon spawn. He was selfish and hateful. He enjoyed duplicity, he enjoyed hurting others. He had always been the enemy of the elven people and their allies, detesting them for their pious concern for the welfare of the lesser lifeforms that inhabited their world. Lesser creatures meant hing to the changeling. They were weak, vulnerable, they were meant to be used by more powerful beings such as himself. The elves were no better than the creatures they sought to protect. They either could or would deceive as he did. All of them were trapped by what they were, they could be hing else. He could be whatever he wished. He despised them all. The changeling had no friends. He wanted none. None but the Dagda, that was, for the Dagda possessed the one thing he respected, power greater than his own. It was for that reason and for that reason alone that the changeling had come to serve him. It took the Dagda several moments longer to locate the Reaper. He found it finally. More than 10 feet away, perfectly motionless, little more than a shadow in the pale light of early dawn, it out her bit of fading night hunched down against the gray of the flats. Cloaked head to foot in robes the color of damp ashes, the Reaper was almost invisible, its face carefully concealed within the shadow of a broad hood. No one ever looked upon that face more than once. The Reaper permitted only its victims to see that much of it, and its victims were all dead. If the changeling were to be judged dangerous, then the Reaper was 10 times more so. The Reaper was a killer. Killing was the sole function of its existence. It was a massive creature, heavily muscled, almost 7 feet tall when it rose to its full height. Yet its size was misleading, for it was by no means ponderous. It moved with the ease and grace of the best elven hunter, smooth, fluid, quick, and noiseless. Once it had begun a hunt, it never gave up. Hing it went after ever escaped. Even the Dagda was wary of the Reaper, though the Reaper did possess his power. He was wary because the Reaper served him out of whim and out of fear or respect, as did all the others. The Reaper feared Hing. It was a monster who cared Hing for life, even its own. It did even kill because it enjoyed killing, though in truth it did enjoy killing. It killed because killing was instinctive. It killed because it found killing necessary. At times, within the darkness of the forbidding, shut away from every form of life but its own brethren, it had been almost unmanageable. The Dagda had been forced to give it lesser demons to keeping it under his control with a promise. Once they were free of the forbidding, and they would, one day, be free, the Reaper would be given an entire world of creatures that it might prey upon. For as long as it wished, it might hunt them. In the end, it might kill them all. The Changeling and the Reaper. The Dagda had chosen well. One would be his eyes, the other his hands, eyes and hands that would go deep into the heart of the elven people and end forever the chance that the Ellcrys might be reborn. He glanced sharply to the east where the rim of the morning sun was rising rapidly above the crest of the breakline. It was time to go. By tonight, they must be in Arborlawn. This, too, he had planned with care. Time was precious to him, he had little to waste if he expected to catch the elves napping. They must know of his presence until it was too late to do anything about it. With a quick motion to his companions, the Dagda turned and slouched heavily toward the shelter of the breakline. His black eyes lighted with pleasure as he tasted in his mind the success tonight would bring him. After tonight, the elves would be doomed. After tonight, they would be forced to watch their beloved Ellcrys decay without even the faintest hope for any rebirth. Indeed. Because after tonight, the Chosen would all be dead. Several hundred yards from the mountains, deep within their concealing shadow, the Dagda stopped. With both hands gripping the staff of power, he placed it upright, one end planted firmly in the dry, cracked earth. His head lowered slightly, and his hands tightened about the staff. For long moments, he stood without moving. Behind him, the other two watched curiously, their dark forms huddled down, their eyes bits of yellow light. Then abruptly the staff of power began to glow faintly, a pale reddish color that silhouetted the hulking form of the demon against the darkness. A moment later, the glow intensified sharply and began to pulsate. It ran from the staff into the arms of the Dagda, turning the greenish skin to blood. The demon's head came up and fire shot skyward from the staff in a thin, brilliant arc that flew into the dawn like some frightened, living thing. It was gone in seconds. The glow that lit the staff of power flared once and died. The Dagda stepped back a pace, the staff lowering. The earth about him was charred and black, and the damp air smelled of burning ash. The whole of the surrounding flats had gone deathly still. The demon seated himself, opaque eyes lighting contentedly. He did move again, nor did the creatures with him. Together, they waited half an hour, 1 hour, 2. Still they waited. And finally, down from the vast emptiness of the Northland, swept the monstrous, winged nightmare the demon had summoned to carry them east to Arborlawn. Now shall we see, the Dagda whispered. 3. The sun was barely above the horizon when Ander Ellcrys stepped through the front door of his small house and moved up the walkway toward the iron gates that fronted the palace grounds. As second son of Aventine, king of the elves, he could have had his rooms in the royal quarters, but years before, he had moved himself and his books to his present residence and thereby gained a privacy that he would have lacked within the palace. Or so he had thought at the time. Now he was less certain, with his older brother Arion receiving most of their father's attention, Ander would probably have found himself largely undisturbed wherever he chose to live. He sniffed the cleanness and early warmth of the morning air and smiled briefly. A good day for a ride. Both he and his favorite horse could use the exercise. At 40, he was no longer a young man. His lean elven face was lined at the corners of the narrow eyes and the furrow of his sharply angled brow, but his step was quick and easy, and his face was almost boyish when he smiled, though that was seldom these days. As he neared the gates, he saw that Went, the old groundskeeper, was already at work, tending the flower beds with a hand hoe, his thin frame bent over his work. As he heard Ander approach, Went straightened slowly, one hand going to his back. Good morning, Prince. Nice day, eh? Ander nodded. Splendid, Went. Back still bothering you? Now and then. The old man rubbed himself gingerly. Age catching up to me, I guess. But I can still outwork the young ones they give me for help. Ander nodded once more, knowing the old man's boast was simple truth. Went should have retired years ago, but he'd stubbornly refused to give up his duties. As Ander made his way through the front gate, the sentries on watch nodded in greeting, and he nodded back. The guards and he had long since dispensed with formalities. Arion, as crown prince, might insist on being treated deferentially, but Ander's position and expectations were somewhat less. He followed the line of the roadway as it curved left around some decorative bushes toward the stables. Then a thunder of hooves and a shout broke the morning quiet. Ander leaped aside as Arion's gray stallion plunged toward him, scattering gravel and rearing to a sudden halt. Before the horse was fully at rest, Arion was off and facing his brother. Where Ander was short and dark, Arion was tall and fair, and his resemblance to their father at the same age was striking. That, together with the fact that he was a superb athlete and an accomplished weapons master, hunter, and horseman, made it inevitable that he should be Aventine's pride and joy. There was also a compelling charisma about Arion, a charisma that Ander had always felt lacking within himself. Where bound, little brother? Arion asked. As usual, when speaking to the younger prince, his tone held a slight hint of mockery and contempt. I wouldn't bother our father, if I were you. He and I were up late working on some rather pressing matters of state. He was still sleeping when I looked in. I was heading for the stables, Ander replied quietly. I had no intention of bothering anyone. Arion grinned, then turned back to his horse. With a hand on the pommel, he leapt lightly into the saddle, disregarding the stirrup. Then he turned to look down at his brother. Well, I'm off to the Sarandanon for a few days. The people in the farming communities are all stirred up some old fairy tale of doom overtaking us all. A lot of nonsense, but I've got to settle them down. Don't get your hopes up, though. I'll be back before father leaves for the Kershalt. He grinned. In the meantime, little brother, look after things, will you? He flipped the reins and was off in a rush that carried him through the gates and away. Ander swore softly to himself and turned back. He was no longer in a mood to go riding. He should have been the one to accompany the king on the mission of state to the Kershalt. Strengthening the ties between the trolls and the elves was important. And while the groundwork had already been laid, it would still require diplomacy and careful negotiating. Arion was too impatient and reckless, with too little feeling for the needs and ideas of others. Ander might lack his brother's physical skills, though he was capable enough, and he might lack as well Arion's natural flair for leadership. But he possessed a gift for thorough, deliberate reasoning and the patience needed in diplomatic councils. On the few occasions when he had been called on, he demonstrated such abilities. He shrugged. There was no sense in dwelling on it now, however. He had already appealed to Aventine to go on the journey and been turned down in favor of Arion. Arion would be king someday, he must have the practice at statescraft he needed while Aventine still lived to guide him. And maybe that made sense, Ander conceded. Once, Arion and he had been close. That was when Ain was alive, Ain, the youngest of the Ellcrys sons. But Ain had been killed in a hunting accident 11 years ago, and after that the bond of kinship had no longer been enough. Amberl, Ain's young daughter, had turned to Ander for support. To Arion, and the older brother's jealousy had soon manifested itself in open contempt. Then when Amberl had forsaken her position as one of the chosen, Arion had blamed his brother's influence, and his contempt had degenerated into thinly masked hostility. Now Ander suspected their father's mind was being poisoned against him. But there was .hing he could do about it. Still deep in thought, he was passing through the gates down the pathway to his house when a shout brought him around. My lord prince, wait! Ander stared in surprise at the sight of a white-robed figure running toward him, one arm waving frantically. It was one of the chosen, the red-headed one. Lauren, wasn't that his name? It was unusual to see any of them outside the gardens at this hour. He waited until the young elf reached him, stumbling to a weary halt, face and arms streaked with sweat. My lord prince, I must see the king, the chosen gasped. And they won't let me through. Until later. Can you take me to him now? Ander hesitated. The king is still asleep. I must see him at once, the other insisted. Please. This can. Wait. There was desperation in his eyes and on his strained, white face. His voice was cracking with his attempt to emphasize the urgency that was driving him. Ander deliberated, wondering what could be that important. If you're in some kind of trouble, Lauren, maybe I. It's me, my lord prince. It's the Ellcrys. Ander's indecision vanished. He nodded and took Lauren's arm. Come with me. Together they hurried back through the gates toward the manor house, the sentries staring after them in surprise. Gale, the young elf who served as personal aide to Aventine Ellcrys, shook his head firmly, yet within his dark mourning robe his slim form shifted uneasily and his eyes refused to meet those of Ander. I can. Waken the king, Prince Ander. He told me very strongly to bother him for anything. Or anyone, Gale? Ander asked softly. Even for Arion? Arion has left. Gale began. Then he halted and looked even more unhappy. Precisely. But I am here. Are you really going to tell me that I can see my father? Gale did answer. Then, as Ander started toward the king's bedroom, the young elf hurried past him. I'll wake him. Please wait here. It was several minutes before he came out again, his face still troubled, but he nodded toward Ander. He will see you, Prince Ander. But for now, just you. The king was still in his bed as Ander entered, finishing the small glass of wine that Gale must have poured for him. He nodded at his son, then slipped gingerly from beneath the warmth of the bedcovers, his aging body shivering for an instant in the early morning coolness of the room. Gale, who had come in with Ander, was holding out a robe, and Aventine drew it about him, belting it snugly at the waist. Despite his 82 years, Aventine Ellcrys was in excellent health. His body was trim and hard. He was still able to ride, still quick and sure enough to be dangerous with a sword. His mind was sharp and alert. When the situation demanded it, as the situation frequently did, he was decisive. He still possessed that uncanny sense of balance, of proportion, the capability of seeing all sides of an issue, of judging each on its merits, and of choosing almost without exception that which would work the greatest benefit to himself and to those he ruled. It was a gift without which he could have stayed kingwood. Even have stayed alive. It was a gift Ander had some reason to believe he had inherited, though it seemed worthless enough, in his present circumstances. The king crossed to the hand-woven curtains that draped the far wall, drew them aside, and pushed outward several of the floor-length windows that opened into the forest beyond. Light flooded the chamber, soft and sweet, and the smell of morning dew. Behind him, Gale was moving silently about, lighting the oil lamps to chase the last of the gloom from the corners of the chamber. Eventine hesitated before a window, staring fixedly for an instant at the reflection of his face in the misted glass. The eyes mirrored there were startlingly blue, hard and penetrating, the eyes of a man who has seen too many years and too much unpleasantness. He sighed and turned to face Ander. "All right, Ander, what's this all about?" "Gale said something about your bringing one of the chosen with a message?" "Yes, sir. He claims he has an urgent message from the Ellcrys." "A message from the tree?" Eventine frowned. "How long has it been since she gave a message to anyone? Over 700 years. What was the message?" "He wouldn't tell it to me," Ander replied. "He insists on delivering the message to you." Eventine nodded. "Then deliver it he shall. Show him in, Gale." Gale bowed slightly and hurried out through the chamber doors, leaving them slightly ajar. A moment later a huge, shaggy dog pushed his way through and padded noiselessly to the king. It was Manx, his wolfhound, and he greeted the animal fondly, rubbing the grizzled head, stroking softly the rough coat along the back and flanks. Manx had been with him almost 10 years, closer and more faithful than any man could have been. "Getting a bit grey like me," Eventine muttered ruefully. The doors opened wide to admit Gale, followed by Lauren. The chosen paused in the doorway for a moment, glancing uncertainly at Gale. The king nodded to his aide, dismissing him. Ander was about to leave as well when a slight motion from his father indicated he was to remain. Gale bowed again and left, this time closing the doors tightly behind. When he was gone, the chosen came forward a pace. "My lord, please forgive, they thought that I should be the one." He was almost choking on the words. "There is nothing to forgive," Eventine assured him. With a charm that Ander had always known his father could display, the king came forward quickly and put his arm about the young elf's shoulders. "I know this must be very important to you, or you would have left your work in the gardens. Here, sit down and tell me about it." He glanced questioningly at Ander, then guided the chosen to a small writing table at one side of the room, seating him in one of two chairs while he took the other. Ander followed them over, but remained standing. "Your name is Lauren, isn't it?" Eventine asked the chosen. "Yes, my lord." "Very well, Lauren. Now tell me why you've come." Lauren drew himself up and placed his hands on the table, folding the fingers together tightly. "My lord, the Ellcrys spoke to the chosen this morning." His words were almost a whisper. She told us that she is dying." Ander felt his blood turn cold. For an instant, the king did respond, but sat rigidly in place, his eyes fixed on the speaker. "There must be a mistake," he said at last. Lauren shook his head emphatically. "There is no mistake, my lord. She spoke to all of us. We all heard. She is dying. The forbidding has already begun to crumble." The king rose slowly and walked to the open window, staring wordlessly out into the forest. Manx, who had curled up at the foot of the bed, rose and followed him. Ander saw the king's hand stray down to scratch the dog's ears mechanically. "You are certain of this, Lauren?" Eventine asked. "Very certain?" Yes. He was crying softly, almost soundlessly, at the table, his face buried in his hands. Eventine did turn, but continued to stare fixedly into the woodlands that were his home and the home of his people. Ander was frozen, his eyes on his father, his mind still dazed with shock. The enormity of what he had heard slowly took hold. The Ellcrys dying. The forbidding ending. The evil that had been shut away free once more. Chaos, madness, war. In the end, the destruction of everything. He had studied history under his tutors and again in the books of his own library. It was a history that bore the trappings of legend. Once, long ago, in a time before the Great Wars, before the dawn of civilization in the Old World, even before the emergence of the old race of man, there had been a war between creatures of good and evil magics. The elves had fought in that war on the side of good. It had been a long, terrible, devastating struggle. But in the end, the forces of good were victorious and the forces of evil were cast down. Yet the nature of the evil was such that it could be totally destroyed, it could only be banished. Therefore, the elven people and their allies pulled their magics with the life force of the earth itself to create the Ellcrys, so that by her presence a forbidding would be placed upon the creatures of evil. So long as the Ellcrys survived and flourished, the evil could return upon the earth. Locked in a void of darkness, it might wail in anguish behind the wall of the forbidding, but the earth was lost to it. Until now. But if the Ellcrys were to die, the forbidding must end. It had been written that this must come to pass, for no power could be so strong that it could endure forever. Yet it had seemed that the Ellcrys would, so many generations had it been there, changeless, a fixed point in a shifting maze of life. The elven people had come to believe it would always be so. Wrong it seemed. Foolishly. The king turned sharply, glanced briefly at Ander, and moved back to the table, reseating himself and taking Lauren's hands in his own to steady him. You must tell me everything that she said to you, Lauren. Every detail. Hang out. The chosen nodded wordlessly. His eyes were dry once more, his face calm. Eventine released his hands and sat back expectantly. Ander pulled over a high-backed chair from across the room and seated himself next to them. My lord, you have heard of the form of her communication with us? He asked cautiously. I was a chosen once, Lauren, Eventine answered. Ander stared at his father in surprise. This was something he had never known. But Lauren seemed to gain a measure of confidence from the answer. He nodded, turning to Ander to explain. Her voice is actually a voice of sound, but one of images that appear in our minds. There are seldom words as such, the words are our own translation of the thoughts she projects. That is how I translate when she uses my name. The images are brief and fully drawn, and we have to interpret them as best we can. He paused and turned back to Eventine. The Ellcrys has never spoken to me more than once before this morning, my lord. She had spoken to the 6 of us only at the time of our choosing. Until this morning, most of what we knew of her communication was based upon the writings of our order and the teachings of the chosen who have served before. Even now, it is very confusing. Eventine nodded encouragingly. Lauren continued. My lord, the Ellcrys spoke to us at great length this morning, something she has never done before. She called us to her and told us what was to be and what we, the chosen, must do. The images were entirely clear, but there can be no mistake that she is dying. Her time is short, how much time remains isn't certain. Already the erosion has begun. And as she fails, the forbidding will fail with her. There is only one chance for her, a rebirth. Eventine's hand shot forth, gripping Lauren's. Ander too had forgotten, shocked and confused by the Ellcrys' forecast of her death. A rebirth. It was written in the oldest histories that the Ellcrys could be reborn and the forbidding preserved. Then there is still hope, he whispered. Eventine's eyes were fixed on Lauren. What must be done to give her this rebirth? Lauren shook his head. My lord, she has entrusted her fate to the chosen. Only through us will she permit herself to be reborn. I do pretend to understand her reasons, but the images were clear. She will deliver her seed to one of us, which she did. Say no face was shown. But it was made known that only one of the chosen who were selected by her this last time can receive that seed. No other will be considered. Whoever is selected must carry the seed to the life source of the earth, to the fountain of the bloodfire. There the seed must be immersed within the fire by the bearer. Once returned to the site of the old tree, the seed will take root and a new tree will spring forth to replace the old. The details of the legend were coming back to Ander now, the bearing of the Ellcrys seed, the ritual of the bloodfire, the rebirth. It was told in the strange, formal language of the oldest histories that most of the people had forgotten or never known. The fountain of the bloodfire, where is it to be found? He asked abruptly. Lauren looked miserable. A place was shown us, my lord prince, but we could recognize it. The images were vague, almost as if she lacked the ability to describe it properly. Eventine's voice remained calm. Tell me what you were shown. Everything. Lauren nodded. There was a wilderness with mountains and swamp all around. There was a deep mist that came and went. Within the wilderness was a lone peak, and beneath the peak a maze of tunnels that burrowed deep within the earth. Somewhere within the maze there was a door made of glass that could break. Behind the door was the bloodfire. No names for any of the parts of this puzzle, the king asked patiently. Only one, my lord. But it was a name we did Recognize. The maze in which the bloodfire lies hidden appears to be called Safehold. Safehold? Ander searched his memory, but the name meant .hing to him. Eventine glanced at Ander and shook his head. He rose to his feet, walked several paces from the table, then stopped abruptly. He turned back to Lauren. Is there .hing more that you were told? No hints bits, that might seem to have any meaning? .hing. That was all. The king nodded slowly to the young elf. Very well, Lauren. You were right in insisting I be told at once. Now, will you wait outside for a little while? When the door had closed behind the chosen, Eventine walked back to his chair and lowered himself slowly. His face seemed to have aged terribly and his movements were those of an old man. Manx moved over in front of him, and the grizzled face stared upward sympathetically. Eventine sighed and moved his hand tiredly to the dog's head. Have I lived too long? He muttered. If the Ellcrys dies, how can I protect my people from what will happen then? I am their king, the responsibility for their protection is mine. I have always accepted that. Yet for the first time in my life, I wish it were otherwise. He trailed off reluctantly, then turned to look at Ander. Well, we must do what we can. With Arion gone to the Sarandanon, I will need your help. Ander flushed at the unintended rebuke. Go with Lauren and question the chosen carefully. See if there is anything more that may be learned. Anything. I will have the old histories move up from the vaults and examine them. Do you think there might be something there or in the old world maps? Ander asked doubtfully. No. You have read them more recently than I, but I can remember .hing. Still, what else can we do? If we are to have any chance at all of finding the bloodfire, we must have more than what Lauren has been able to tell us. He nodded in dismissal. Ander went out to join Lauren, to return with him to the tree where the other chosen would be waiting. There he would attempt to discover something more of the mysterious Safehold. It seemed a hopeless effort. But, as his father had said, what else could they do? 4. The summer day ended with a brilliant burst of red and lavender that flooded the whole of the western skyline. For long, beautiful minutes, the sun seemed to hang at the crest of the breakline, lighting the roof of the Westland forest and weaving shadows that draped the wooded earth with still, soft bands of darkness. The air cooled slowly, the midday heat fading now as an evening breeze rippled and sighed through the great, silent trees. Then daylight slipped into dusk, and night washed the color from the sky. The people of the even city of Arborlawn drifted wearily toward their homes. Within the gardens of life, Ander Ellcrys stared upward at the Ellcrys. Seen now against the evening light, the great tree seemed normal, deceptively unchanged. Yet before the sun had set, traces of the sickness that was destroying her had been plainly evident. The disease was spreading rapidly. On a scattering of smaller limbs, rot had begun to eat away at the silver-white bark. Broad clusters of leaves hung limp with wilt, curling at the tips, the deep red color turned black. The chosen had scrubbed the bark carefully with herbal salves and plucked the damaged leaves, hoping against reason that the disease could be contained, knowing all the while that it could. Ander had seen the truth reflected in their eyes. They could heal the Ellcrys. No one could. She was dying, and there was .hing that anyone could do to prevent it. He sighed and turned away. Sure why he had made this last visit of the day to the gardens. The chosen had returned to their compound an hour earlier, tired and discouraged, silent in their sense of futility. But he had come anyway, drawn by an unreasoning hope that somehow the answers they so desperately needed could be found here. He had found those answers, of course, and with the coming of nightfall there was little sense in staying longer. As he passed out of the gardens, he could feel the sentries of the Black Watch staring after him. They remained unaware of the damage to the tree, but they could sense that something was wrong. The activities of the chosen had told them that much. Word would soon be spreading, he thought, rumors growing. Soon the people would have to be told. But for the moment, at least, all was quiet. Lights were already going out and many windows were darkened as the people prepared for sleep. He envied them. There was little chance that he would sleep that night, he or the king. He sighed again, wishing that there was something he could do for his father. Eventine had always been so sure of himself, had always been so supremely confident that a solution could be found to any problem. But now, in the 2 visits Ander had made to report his lack of progress, the old king had seemed lost somewhere within himself. He had tried half-heartedly to mask it from his son, but it was obvious that he was looking with despair on the ending of everything he had worked all his life to accomplish. Here, at last, was a challenge that was beyond all his powers. With barely a word to his son, he had sent him back to continue aiding the chosen in any way he could. It had proved a futile task. Ander had questioned each of them carefully, then assembled them and probed their collective memory, searching for any small piece of information that might lead to Safehold. But he had learned Hing more than what he already knew. A search of the carefully preserved records of their order had yielded Hing either. He had studied histories that dated back centuries, checking and rechecking. There were repeated references to the sacred bloodfire, the life source of their world and all its living things. But nowhere was there even the briefest mention of the mysterious place called Safehold. Nor had the Ellcrys given them any further assistance in their search. At Ander's suggestion, the Chosen had gone back to her again. They had gone to her over and over, one by one and all together, begging her to give them something more to further their understanding of her images. But she would speak to them. She remained silent. As he came near the compound of the Chosen, he saw that all the lights were out. Routine had apparently taken over and they must have returned to their sleeping quarters at their usual time, shortly after finishing their evening meal. He hoped they would find some relief in sleep. Maybe they would. Sometimes hopelessness and despair were even more fatiguing than physical labor, and they had experienced little else during the long day. He was moving quietly past their compound, following a pathway that led toward the manor house to make one final report to his father, when a dark shadow moved from under a low tree beside the path. "My lord prince?" "Lauren," he asked. Then, as the figure moved closer, he saw that it was indeed the young elf. "Why aren't you asleep?" "I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I saw you go up to the gardens and I hoped that you'd come back this way." "Prince Ander, can I speak to you?" "You are speaking to me, Lauren," Ander reminded him. But his brief attempt at amusement did Hing to lighten the seriousness of the other's expression. "Have you remembered something?" "Perhaps. About what the Ellcrys told us, but something I think you should know. Can I walk with you a ways?" Ander nodded. They turned back along Ander's chosen path, moving slowly away from the compound. "I feel as if I ought to be the one to solve this problem," Lauren began after a moment. "Maybe it's because the Ellcrys spoke first to me, that makes finding Safehold seem almost my personal obligation. I know that's probably giving too much importance to myself, but it's the way I feel, nevertheless. In any case, I don't want to overlook anything." He glanced at the prince. "Do you understand what I am trying to say?" "I think so." "Have we overlooked something, then?" "Well, something has occurred to me. I thought I should mention it to somebody." Ander stopped and looked at the young elf. "I didn't want to say anything to the king." Lauren's uneasiness increased. "Or to any of the others. I'm really sure how much of this they know, and we don't talk about her." He trailed off. Ander waited patiently. "It's about Ambril." "My lord, after her choosing, she spoke with the Ellcrys many times long conversations." The words came slowly. "It was different with her than with the rest of us. I don't know whether she ever realized that. We never really talked about it." Ander had stiffened sharply. Lauren saw his reaction and hurried on. "But maybe the Ellcrys would talk to her again. Or she might understand better. Perhaps she might learn something we could." There was a long moment of silence as the two faced each other. Then Ander shook his head slowly. "Ambril can't help us now, Lauren. She's gone, even her mother doesn't know where she went. There's no possible way we could find her in time to make any difference." The red-haired elf nodded slowly, the last trace of hope leaving his face. "It was just an idea," he said finally, then turned back toward the compound. "Good night, Prince Ander." "Good night, Lauren. Thank you for telling me, anyhow." The Chosen nodded again before moving back up the pathway, his white robes rustling softly as he disappeared into the night. Ander stared after him for a moment, his dark face troubled. His father had asked for any hint, anything that might offer a clue to the location of Safehold. Yet there was really no hope of finding Ambril. She might be anywhere within the Four Lands. And now was hardly the time to bring her name up to Aventine. She had been his favorite, the granddaughter whose choosing had filled him with deep pride and joy. But her betrayal of her trust had been harder for him to bear than even the death of her father Ain. He shook his head slowly and continued on toward the manor house. Gale was still on duty, his face drawn with fatigue and his eyes troubled. It was inevitable that he should come to know of the problem they faced, but he could be trusted to maintain secrecy. Now he started to rise, then sank back again at Ander's motion. "The king is expecting you," he said. "He's in his study, refusing to retire. If you could persuade him to sleep, even for a few hours." "I'll see what I can do," Ander promised. Within his private study, Aventine Elessida looked up as his son entered. His eyes studied Ander's face momentarily, reading the failure written there. Then he pushed himself back from the reading table at which he had been seated and rubbed his eyes wearily. He rose, stretched, and walked slowly to the curtained windows, peering through the folds into the darkness beyond. On the book-littered table, a tray of food had been pushed aside, hardly touched. Candles burned low, their wax dripping and puddling on the metal holders. The small study was still and somber, its oak bookcases and tapestry-covered walls a dim mix of faded colors and shadow. Scattered about in piles lay the books that Gale must have spent the day bringing up from the vaults. The king looked back momentarily at his son. "Hing?" Anders shook his head silently. Eventine grimaced. Noridashi shrugged, pointing to the book that lay open on the table. "The Last Hope. It contains a single reference to the Ellcrys seed and the Bloodfire. Read it for yourself." The book was one of more than 100 volumes of the histories kept by the Elven kings and their scribes from days that were lost in myth. They were worn and old, carefully bound in leather and brass, sealed in coverings that served to protect them against the ravages of time. They had survived the great wars and the destruction of the old race of man. They had survived the first and second wars of the races. They had survived the ages and ages of life and death that they chronicled. They contained the entirety of the known history of the Elven people. Thousands and thousands of pages, all carefully recorded through the years. Ander bent to the open pages. The ink had turned brown with age and the script was of an ancient style. But the words were clear enough to read. "Then shall the one seed be delivered unto the bearer that is chosen. And the seed shall be borne by the bearer to the chambers of the Bloodfire, there to be immersed within the fire that it might be returned to the earth. Thereupon shall the tree be reborn and the great forbidding endure forever. Thus spake the high wizard to his elves, even as he did perish, that knowledge be lost unto his people." Eventine nodded as Ander looked up again. "I have read through every one of those books, studying every passage that might apply. There are others but none tells more than the one you read." He walked back to the reading table and stood fingering the gilt-edged pages of the volume idly. "This is the oldest volume. It contains much that may be only myth. The tale of the ancient war between good and evil magics, names of heroes, everything that led up to the forbidding. But no mention of Safehold or of the location of the Bloodfire. And hing on the nature of the sorcery that gave life to the Ellcrys and to the power of the forbidding." The last omission was hardly unusual, Ander thought. His ancestors had seldom placed the secrets of their magics in writing. Such things were handed down by word of mouth so that they could be stolen by their enemies. And some sorceries were said to be so powerful that their use was limited to but a single time and place. It might have been so with the sorcery that had created the Ellcrys. The king lowered himself back into his chair, studied the book a moment longer, then wordlessly closed it. "We will have to rely on the little we have learned from the Ellcrys," he said quietly. "We will have to use that to determine the possible locations of the Bloodfire and then search each of them out." Ander nodded wordlessly. It seemed hopeless. Then was only the smallest chance that they could find Safehold with hing more than that vague description to aid them. "I wish Arion were here," his father murmured suddenly. Ander said hing. There was good cause for the king to have need of Arion this time, he admitted to himself. For the leadership that would be required in directing and furthering the search, Arion was the proper choice. And his presence might give some comfort to their father. Now was no time to begrudge him that. "I think you should sleep, father," Ander suggested after a moment of silence. "You'll need rest for what lies ahead." The king rose once more and reached out to extinguish the candles on the table. "Very well, Ander," he said, making an effort to smile at his son. "Send Gale into me. But your day, too, has been a long one. You go on to bed as well and get whatever sleep you can." Ander returned to his cottage. To his surprise, he did sleep. While his mind spun dully in useless circles, sheer physical fatigue took over. He awoke only once during the night, his rest broken by a nightmare of indescribable horror that left him damp with sweat. Yet within seconds of waking, he drifted back asleep, the dream forgotten. This time, he slumbered undisturbed. It was already dawn when he came awake again, slipping hurriedly from the bedcovers to dress. A sense of renewed determination strengthened him as he breakfasted hastily and prepared to leave his house. Somewhere there was an answer to this dilemma, a means by which Safehold could be found. Perhaps it lay with the dying Ellcrys. Perhaps it lay with the chosen. But there was an answer, there had to be an answer. As he went down the gravel walkway, he could see the early morning sunlight seeping through the screen of the surrounding forests as the new day began. He would go first to the chosen. They would be in the gardens of life by now, their day already begun, in the hope that by talking once again with them something new would be discovered. They would have been thinking about the matter, turning it over and over in their minds, and possibly one of them might have recalled something more. Or perhaps the Ellcrys would have spoken to them again this morning. He stopped first at the manor house, where Gale was already at his post. But the young elf raised a finger to his lips, indicating silently that the king still slept and should be disturbed. Ander nodded and left, grateful for any rest his father might find. Dew still glimmered on the palace lawn as he moved toward the gates. He glanced expectantly at the gardens as he passed and was surprised to see that Went was at work. He was more surprised still to see a scattering of the old fellow's tools at the edge of the rose beds, dirt still fresh upon their metal. It was like Went to leave a job half done. If he was having that much trouble with his back, he should be checked on. But that would have to wait. There were more pressing concerns at the moment. He glanced through the shrubbery at the flower beds a final time, then hurried on. Minutes later he was striding past the ivy-grown walls of the Gardens of Life, following the worn pathway that led to their gates. From atop the Carolyn, the towering wall of rock that rose abruptly from the eastern shore of the Rill Song, lifting Arborlawn above the lands about it, he could see the vast sweep of the Westland stretched forth below, to the east and north, the towers and tree lanes of the elven home city, wrapped close within the dense tangle of the forestland, to the south, the distant musk-gray crags of the Rockspur and Pycon, laced with bits and pieces of blue ribbon where the Myrmidon River cut apart the aged rock on its long passage eastward into Callahorn, to the west, below the Carolyn and beyond the swift flow of the Rill Song, the valley of the Sarandanon, the breadbasket of the elven nation. The homeland of the elves, Ander thought with pride. He must find a way, he and the Chosen Anne's father, to save it. Moments later he stood before the Ellcrys. There was no sign of the Chosen. The tree stood alone. Ander stared about in disbelief. It seemed impossible that the Chosen could have all overslept, even though their routine had been so upset by the revelation of the Ellcrys. In hundreds of years, the Chosen has never failed to greet the tree at the first touch of morning light. Ander left the gardens hurriedly and was almost running as he came within sight of the walled compound of the Chosen. Evergreens surrounded it, flower gardens banked its stone and brick walkways, and vegetable patches ran in even rows along its backside, the black earth dotted with green stalks and sprouts. A low wall of worn rock enclosed the yard, breaded on each side by white picket gates. The house itself was shadowed and still. Ander slowed. By now, the Chosen must surely be awake. Yet there was no sign of life. Something cold seemed to settle into the elven prince. He moved ahead, eyes peering into the shadowy dimness beyond the open door of the house, until at last he stood at the entrance. Loran? He spoke the young elf's name quietly. No answer came. He stepped through the entry into the darker shadows beyond. A flicker of movement registered at the edge of his vision, movement that came from somewhere within the surrounding evergreens. A sudden apprehension swept through him, leaving him cold all over. What was back there? Belatedly he thought of the weapons he had left within his lodgings. He stood motionless for a time, waiting for something more. But there was no further movement, no sounds betraying the presence of her living being. Resolutely he went forward. Loran. Then his sight adjusted to the dimmer interior, and the young elf's name caught in his throat. Bodies lay strewn about the main room like discarded sacks, torn and broken and lifeless. Loran, Jaisal of the Chosen dead, ripped apart as if by maddened animals. Despair filled him. Now no Chosen remained to carry the seed of the Ellcrys in search of safehold and the bloodfire. Now there could be no rebirth of the tree, no salvation for the elves. Sickened by the carnage, he nevertheless could bring himself to move. He stood there, horror and revulsion sweeping through him, a single word shrieking in his mind. Demons! A moment later, he staggered outside, retching uncontrollably as he leaned up against the cottage wall and fought to still his shaking. When at last he had recovered, he went at once to give the alarm to the Black Watch, then hurried on to the city. His father would have to be told, and it was best that the news come from his son. What had befallen the Chosen was all too clear. With the failing of the Ellcrys, the forbidding had begun to erode. The stronger demons were breaking loose. But a demon could or would have done such a thing to the Chosen. In a single strike, the demons had made certain that they would never again be imprisoned. They had destroyed all those who might aid in the rebirth of the Ellcrys and the restoration of the forbidding that had confined them. Back through the gates that fronted the manor house grounds he ran, down the gravel walkway that led past the gardens that old Went tended. Went was there now, digging and weeding, his leathered face lifting momentarily as the prince went past. Ander barely saw him, said Hing to him, as he hurried on. Went's eyes lowered in satisfaction. Hands sifting idly through the black earth, the changeling went on with his work. It was evening again when Ander Illesidil closed the door to the cottage that had housed the Order of the Chosen, latching it firmly for the final time. Silence fell about him as he paused to stare out into the growing dark. The cottage stood empty now, The bodies of the 6 murdered youths had long since been taken from it, and Ander had removed the last small personal possessions to return to their relatives. For these few brief moments, he was alone with his thoughts. But his thoughts were ones he cared to dwell on. He had supervised the removal of the mutilated bodies and then the gathering of the histories of their order, taken now for safekeeping to the vaults beneath the Ellcrys manor house. At his father's suggestion, he had gone through those records, page by page, searching for that small bit of revelation on Safehold's puzzle that they had somehow overlooked. He had found Hing. He shook his head. What difference anyway, he thought bleakly. What difference now what was learned of Safehold? Without a chosen to carry the seed, what was the need to locate the bloodfire? Still, he had been glad to have something to do, anything to do that would help take his mind from what he had seen, when he found Lauren and the others. He stepped away from the empty cottage, crossed the yard of the compound, and turned down the path leading to the Gardens of Life. All across the Caroline, the flicker of torches burned through the gathering darkness. There were soldiers everywhere. Black Watch ringed the gardens and Home Guard, the king's personal corps of elven hunters, patrolled the streets and tree lanes of the city. The elves were understandably frightened by what had happened. When word of the slain chosen had spread, Eventine had acted quickly to reassure his people that they would be protected against a similar fate, though in truth, he believed them to be in no immediate danger. The thing that had killed the chosen had been after anyone else. The chosen had been its sole target. Nothing else made sense. Still, it did no harm to take precautions. Such measures would do as much to stem the panic the king could sense building in his people as to safeguard the city. The real damage, of course, had already been done. The tree was dying, and now there would be no rebirth. Once she was dead, the forbidding would fail entirely and the evil locked within would break free. Once free, it would seek out and destroy every last elf. And with the Ellcrys gone, what miracle of elven magic could be found to prevent it? Ander paused outside the wall of the gardens. He drew a slow breath to steady himself, forcing down the feeling of helplessness that had been building inside all day, little by little, like some insidious sickness. What in the name of sanity were they to do? Even with the chosen alive, they had known where the bloodfire was to be found. With the forbidding already beginning to crumble, there had never been enough time to search it out. And now, with the chosen dead. Amberl. Her name whispered in his mind. Amberl. Lauren's last words to him had been of her. Perhaps she could help, the red-haired chosen had suggested. Then the idea had seemed impossible. Now anything at all seemed better than what they had. Ander's mind raced. How could he convince his father that he must consider the possibility that Amberl might help? How could he convince his father even to talk to him about the girl? He remembered the old king's bitterness and disappointment the day he had learned of Amberl's betrayal of her trust as a chosen. Ander balanced that against the despair he had seen in his father's face this morning when he had brought him the news of the slaughtered chosen. His decision was easily made. The king was desperate for help from some quarter. With Arion gone into the Sarandanon, Ander knew that help must come from him. And what other help could he give but to suggest to his father that Amberl must be sought? Elven Prince? The voice came from out of nowhere, startling Ander so that he jumped away from it with a gasp. A shadow slipped from the shelter of the pines that grew close against the walls of the Gardens of Life, darker than the night about it. For an instant Ander stopped breathing altogether, freezing with indecision. Then, as he reached hurriedly for the short sword he wore belted at his waist, the shadow was upon him and a hand lay over his own, an iron grip holding back his arm. Peace, Ander Ellcrys. The voice was soft but commanding. I am no enemy of yours. The shadowy form was that of a man, Ander saw now, a tall man, standing well over 7 feet. Black robes were wrapped tightly about his spare, lean frame, and the hood of his traveling cloak was pulled close about his head so that Hing of his face could be seen save for narrow eyes that shone like a cat's. Who are you? The elven prince managed finally. The other's hands lifted and drew back the folds of the hood to reveal the face within. It was craggy and lined, shadowed by a short, black beard that framed a wide, unsmiling mouth and by hair cut shoulder length. The cat's eyes, piercing and dark, stared out from beneath heavy brows knit fiercely above a long, flat nose. Those eyes stared into Ander's, and the elven prince found that he could look away. Your father would know me, the big man whispered. I am Allanan. Ander stiffened, his face incredulous. Allanan? His head shook slowly. But Allanan is dead. There was sarcasm in the deep voice, and the eyes glinted once more. Do I appear to you to be dead, elven prince? No, I can see. Anders faltered. But it has been more than 50 years. He trailed off as the memories of his father's stories came back to him: the search for the sword of Shannara, the rescue of Eventine from the camp of the enemy armies, the battle at Tursus, the defeat of the warlock lord at the hands of the little Valeman, Shay Omsford. Through it all Alanon had been there, lending to the beleaguered peoples of the Four Lands his strength and wisdom. When it was finished and the warlock lord destroyed, Alanon had disappeared entirely. Shay Omsford, it was said, had been the last to see him. There had been rumors afterward that Alanon had come to the Four Lands at other times, in other places. But he had come to the Westland and the Elves. None of them had ever expected to see him again. Still, where the Druid was concerned, his father had often told him, one soon learned to expect the unexpected. Wanderer, historian, philosopher and mystic, guardian of the races, the last of the ancient Druids, the wise men of the New World, Alanon was said to have been all of these. But was this truly Alanon? The question whispered in Ander's mind. The big man stepped close once more. "Look closely at me, Elven Prince," he commanded. "You will see that I speak the truth." Ander stared at the dark face, stared deep into the glittering black eyes, and suddenly the doubts were gone. There was no longer any question in his mind. The man who stood before him was Alanon. "I want you to take me to see your father." Alanon was speaking again, his voice low and guarded. "Choose a path little traveled. I wish to keep my coming a secret. Quickly now, before the sentries come." Ander did. Stop to argue. With the Druid following as closely as his own shadow, he slipped past the Gardens of Life and hurried on toward the city. Minutes later, they crouched within a gathering of evergreens at one end of the palace grounds where a small side gate stood chained and locked. Ander drew a ring of keys from his pocket and fitted one into the lock. It turned with a sharp snick and the lock opened. In seconds, they were inside. Ordinarily, the grounds would have been guarded only by the gate watch. But earlier in the day, following the discovery of the murdered chosen, the body of Went had been found under a bush at the edge of the South Gardens, his neck broken. The manner of his death was wholly different from that of the chosen, so as yet there was no reason to believe there was any connection. Still, this latest killing was too close to the king to suit the home guard. Additional security had been moved onto the grounds. Darden and Rowe, the king's personal guards, had taken up watch at the king's door. Ander would have believed it possible for anyone to reach the manor house from the exterior walls without being seen by the sentries. But somehow, with the Druid in the lead, they managed to pass without challenge. Alanon seemed little more than a daughter of the night's shadows, moving soundlessly, always keeping Ander close beside him, until at last they reached the floor-length windows that looked in upon the king's study. There they paused momentarily while the Druid listened at the curtained window. Then Alanon gripped the iron entry latch and turned it. The window doors swung silently open and the Druid and Elven Prince stepped inside. From a reading table still littered with histories, Eventine Elecidil rose, staring in disbelief, first at his son and then at the man who followed him in. "Alanon," he whispered. The Druid secured the window doors, drew the curtains carefully back in place, then turned into the candlelight. "After all these years?" Eventine shook his head wonderingly and stepped out from behind the table. Then he saw clearly the big man's face and disbelief turned to astonishment. "Alanon, you haven't aged. You haven't changed since." He choked on the words. "How?" "I am who I always was," the Druid cut him short. "That is enough to know, King of the Elves." Eventine nodded wordlessly, still dazed by the other's unexpected appearance. Slowly he moved back to the reading table, and the two men took up seats across from one her. Ander stood where he was for an instant, uncertain whether to stay or go. "Sit with us, Elven Prince." Alanon indicated a third chair. Ander sat down quickly, grateful to be included, anxious to hear what would be said. "You know what has happened?" The king addressed Alanon. The Druid nodded. "That is why I have come. I sensed a breach in the forbidding. Something imprisoned there has crossed over into this world, something whose power is very great indeed. It was the appearance of this creature." There was the faint sound of footsteps in the hallway beyond the study door, and the Druid was on his feet instantly. Then he paused, his face calm, and he looked back at the king. "No one is to know that I am here." Eventine did. "Question this." He simply nodded, rose from the chair, walked quickly to the door, and opened it. Manx sat there on his haunches, his tail wagging slowly, his grizzled muzzle raised toward his master. Eventine walked out into the hallway and found Gale approaching with a tray of tea. The king smiled and took it from him. "I want you to go home now and get some sleep," he ordered. When Gale tried to object, he quickly shook his head. "No arguments. We have a lot to do in the morning. Go home. I'll be all right." Ask Darden and Rhoda keep watch until I retire. I wish to see no one. He turned abruptly and re-entered the study, closing the door firmly behind him. Mangsid wandered in, sniffed questioningly the stranger he found seated at the reading table, then, apparently satisfied, had dropped down next to the stone fireplace beside them, his muzzle resting comfortably on his paws, his brown eyes closing contentedly. Eventine sat down again. Was it this creature, then, that killed the Chosen? He asked, picking up the conversation. The Druid nodded. I believe it to be so. I sensed the danger to the Chosen and came as quickly as I could. Quickly enough, unfortunately, to save them. Eventine smiled sadly. The fault lies with me, I'm afraid. I left them unprotected, even after I was told the forbidding had begun to fail. But perhaps it makes no difference. Even had they lived, I am certain the Chosen would have been able to save the Ellcrys. Hing of what she showed them of the location of the Bloodfire is recognizable. Even the name she gave them Safehold. Do you recognize it? Allanan shook his head no. Our records tell us. Hing of Safehold, neither those of my predecessors who ruled nor those of the Chosen, the king continued. I am faced with an impossible situation. The Ellcrys is dying. In order to save her, one of the Chosen in service to her now must carry her seed to the Bloodfire, immerse it in the flames and then return it to the earth so that a rebirth might be possible. I am familiar with the history, the Druid interjected. The king flushed. The anger and frustration he had held inside was working its way to the fore. Then consider this. We do know the location of the Bloodfire. We have no record of the name Safehold. And now the Chosen are all dead. We have no one to bear the Ellcrys seed. The outcome of all this seems quite inevitable. The Ellcrys will die, the forbidding will crumble, the evil locked within will be free once more upon the land, and the elves and very likely all of the races inhabiting the four lands will be faced with a war that could easily destroy us all. He leaned forward sharply. I am a king, I am that and Hingmore. You are a druid, a sorcerer. If you have any help to offer, then do so. There is Hingmore that I know to do. The druid cocked his head slightly, as if considering the problem. Before coming to see you, Eventine, I went into the Gardens of Life and spoke with the Ellcrys. The king stared at him incredulously. You spoke with. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that she spoke with me. Had she chosen to do so, there would have been no communication between us, of course. But she speaks only to the Chosen, Ander interjected, then fell quickly silent as he saw his father frown in annoyance. My son is correct, Allanan. Eventine turned back to the druid. The Ellcrys speaks to no one but the Chosen and seldom to them. She speaks to those who serve her, Allanan replied. Of the elves, only the Chosen do so. But the druids have also served the Ellcrys, though in a different fashion. In any case, I simply offered myself to her and she chose to speak with me. What she told me suggests that you are mistaken in your view of matters in at least one respect. Eventine waited a moment for the druid to continue. He did. He simply sat there, staring at the elf questioningly. Very well, I will ask it then. The king forced himself to remain calm. In what respect am I mistaken? Before I tell you that, Anan said, leaning forward, I want you to understand something. I have come to give whatever aid I may, for the evil that is imprisoned within the forbidding threatens all life in the four lands. What aid I can offer, I offer freely. But there is one condition. I must be free to act in this matter as I see fit. Even though you disapprove, Eventine Elecidal. Even then. Do you understand? The king hesitated, his blue eyes studying the dark face of the other man, searching for answers that clearly were to be found there. At last, he nodded. I understand. You may act as you wish in this. The druid sat back carefully masking any emotion as he faced Ander and the king. First, I believe that I can aid in discovering the location of Safehold. What I was shown of Safehold by the Ellcrys when we spoke was familiar to me, as I have said. It was familiar because it was drawn from her memory of the world at the time of her creation. The Great Wars altered the geography of the old world so completely that her perception of it now is quite faulty. Still, we have the name Safehold. You have told me that the histories of the Elven kings and those of the Order of the Chosen do record the name. But there is her place to look. At Paranor, within the Druid's Keep, there are histories devoted entirely to the sciences and mystic phenomena of the old world. Within those books, there may be some mention of the creation of the Ellcrys and the location of the Bloodfire. This is a distinct possibility because much of the information contained in those histories was gathered at the time of the first council of the Druids, drawn from each member as it had been handed down since the Holocaust. Remember, too, that the guiding light of that council was Gallifile, and Gallifile was an elf. He would have seen to it that something about the creation of the Ellcrys and the location of the Fountain of the Bloodfire was set down. He paused. Tonight, when we are finished here, I will go on to Piranha. The histories are well hidden to any but the Druids, so it is necessary that I go myself. But I believe that within their pages is recorded some mention of the name Safehold. From what is written there, we may hope to discover the location of the Bloodfire. He folded his hands on the table's edge, and his eyes fixed on those of the king. Now as to the chosen, Eventine, you are mistaken entirely. They are all dead. For an instant, the room went deathly still. Ambril. Ander thought in astonishment. He means Ambril. All 6 were killed. Eventine began, then stopped abruptly. There were 7 chosen, the druid said quietly. 7. The king went rigid, his hands gripping the edges of the table until the knuckles were white. His eyes mirrored anger and disbelief. Ambril, he breathed the name like a curse. The druid nodded. She is one of the chosen. No. The king was on his feet, shouting. No, druid. There was a scurrying of footsteps in the hallway beyond and then a pounding on the study door. Ander realized what his father had done. His shouts had brought Darden in row. Hurriedly, he went to the door and opened it. He was surprised to find only the guards, but Gale as well. All peered curiously into the study, but the elven prince carefully blocked their view. Then his father was beside him. I told you to go home, Gale, Eventine reprimanded the young elf sternly. Do so now. Gale bowed mechanically, his face showing the hurt he felt at the other man's words, and disappeared back down the hallway without a word. The king nodded to the elven hunters, reassuring them that he was all right, and they returned to their watch. The king stood silently in the open entry a moment, then closed the door. The penetrating blue eyes swept past his son to Allanan. How did you find out about Ambril? When the Ellcrys spoke with me, she told me that 7 had been chosen to serve. 1 was a young girl. Her name was Ambril Illecidil. The druid paused, studying carefully the face of the elven king. It was lined with bitterness. All of its color had drained away. It is unusual for a young woman to be selected as a chosen, Allanan continued calmly. There have been no more than a handful, I think. Her in the last 500 years. The king shook his head angrily. Ambril's selection was an honor that meant hing to her. She spurned that honor. She shamed her people and her family. She is no longer one of the chosen. She is no longer a citizen of this land. She is an outcast by her own choice. Allanan came to his feet swiftly, his face suddenly hard. She is your granddaughter, and you speak as a fool would. Eventine stiffened at the rebuke, but held his tongue. The druid came up to him. Hear me. Ambril is a chosen. It is true that she did serve the Ellcrys as did the others. It is true that she forsook her duty as a chosen. It is true that for reasons known only to herself she left Arborlan and the Westland, her home, despite the responsibilities that were clearly hers, that she disgraced her family and particularly you, as king, in the eyes of her people. It is true that she has made herself an outcast. It is true that she does believe herself to be one of the chosen any longer. But know this. It is for you nor for her people to take from her what the Ellcrys has given. It is even for her to do that. It is for the Ellcrys alone. Until the Ellcrys says differently, Ambril remains a chosen in her service, a chosen who may bear her seed in search of the Bloodfire, a chosen who may give her new life. Allanan paused. A king may understand all things, Eventine Illecidil, even though he be a king. Some things you must simply accept. Eventine stared at the druid without speaking, the anger gone now from his eyes, replaced with hurt and confusion. I was close to her once, he said finally. After her father, my son Ain, died, I became her father. She was still a child, only 5. In the evenings, we would play together. He stopped, unable to continue. He took a deep breath to steady himself. There was a quality about her that I have since found, a sweetness, an innocence, a loving. I am an old man speaking these words about his grandchild, but I do speak blindly. I knew her. Allanan said. Hing. The king moved back to his chair and slowly seated himself once more. The histories record no other woman selected to serve as a chosen since the time of Jurl Shannara. Ambril was the first in more than 500 years. It was an honor others would have given anything for. He shook his head wonderingly. Yet Ambril walked away from it. She gave no explanation. To me. To her mother. To anyone. One word. She just left. He trailed off helplessly. Allanon sat down across from him again, his dark eyes intense. She must be brought back. She is the only hope that the Elven people have. Father. Ander spoke before he had time to think better of it. Impulsively he knelt next to the old man. Father, on the night before he was killed, Lauren told me something. He told me that the Ellcrys had spoken with Ambril many times after her choosing. That had never happened before. Perhaps Ambril is our best hope. The king looked at him blankly, as if the words he had spoken meant hing. Then he placed his hands flat against the worn surface of the reading table and nodded once. I find that hope a slim one, Ander. Our people may accept her back again, if only because they have need of her. I am altogether certain of this. What she has done by her rejection is unpardonable in their eyes. And perhaps the Ellcrys, too, may accept her both as a chosen and as the bearer of her seed. I don't pretend to have answers to those questions. Nor do my own feelings matter in this. He turned again to Allanon. It is Ambril herself who will stand against us, Druid. When she left this land, she left it forever. She believed strongly that it must be so. Something made her believe. You do. Know her, as I do. She something never return. Allanon's expression did change. That remains to be seen. We must at least ask her. I do know where she is. The king's voice turned suddenly bitter. I doubt that anyone does. The druid carefully poured a measure of the herb tea and handed it to the king. I do. Eventine stared at him wordlessly for a moment. His face clouded with conflicting emotions, and there were sudden tears in his eyes, tears that were gone as fast as they had come. I should have guessed, he said finally. He rose, then stepped away from the table several paces, his face partially turned into the shadows. You are free to act in this as you will, Allanon. You already know that. Allanon rose with him. Then, to Ander's surprise, he said, I will require the services of your son for a brief time before I leave. Eventine did turn. As you wish. Remember, no one is to know that I have been here. The king nodded. No one shall. A moment later the druid was through the curtained windows and gone. Ander stood looking at his father hesitantly, then moved to follow. He knew the old man's thoughts now were of Ambril. In the blackness of the Westland forests north of the Carolyn, the Dagdamore sat quietly, his eyes closed. When they opened again, they were bright with satisfaction. The changeling had served him well. He rose slowly, the staff of power flaring sharply as his hands closed about its polished wood. Druid, he hissed softly. I know of you. He motioned to the formless shadow that was the Reaper, and the monster rose up out of the night. The Dagdamore looked eastward. He would wait for the druid at Paranor. But alone. He could sense the druid's power, and he was wary of it. The Reaper might be strong enough to stand against such power, but he had better use for the Reaper. No, other help would be necessary. He would bring a handful of the brethren through the eroding wall of the forbidding. Enough to snare the druid. Enough to kill him. 6. Allanon was waiting for Ander when he stepped from the lighted study, and together they retraced their steps across the palace grounds and through the small side gate to the roadway beyond. Then Allanon asked to be taken to the stables. Wordlessly the two followed a back trail that took them through a small stretch of forest to the stable paddocks and from there to the stable entry. Ander dismissed the old stableman with a word of assurance, and Allanon and he stepped inside. Oil lamps lit a double row of stalls, and the soft whicker of horses sounded in the stillness. Slowly Allanon passed down the line of stalls, eyes shifting from horse to horse as he walked to the end of the first row and started back up the second. Ander trailed after him and watched. Finally the druid stopped and turned back to Ander. That one, he pointed. I'll need the use of him. Ander glanced uneasily at the horse Allanon had chosen. The horse was called Artak, a huge coal-black stallion standing fully 18 hands high. Artak was big enough and strong enough to carry someone of Allanon's size, and he could withstand a great deal of punishment. He was a hunting horse, built for stamina rather than for speed. Yet Ander knew him to be capable of great speed over short distances. His head was narrow and rather small, particularly when viewed in comparison to his great, barrel-chested body. He had eyes that were set rather wide and colored a startling azure. There was intelligence in those eyes. Artak was a horse that could be mastered by just any man. Indeed, that was exactly the problem. Artak was strong-willed and thoroughly unpredictable. He enjoyed playing games with his riders, games that usually ended with the riders being thrown. More than a few had been injured in those falls. If the man riding Artak was strong enough and quick enough to prevent it, Artak would find a way to shake him off within seconds after he was mounted. Few men bothered to chance this. Even the king seldom rode him anymore, though once he had been a favorite. There are others. Anders suggested hesitantly, but Alanan was already shaking his head no. This horse will do. What is his name? Artak, the elven prince replied. Alanan studied the horse carefully for a time, then lifted the stall latch and stepped inside. Ander moved over to watch. The druid stood quietly before the big black, then lifted his hand in invitation. To Anders' surprise, Artak came over. Alanan stroked the satin neck slowly, gently, and he bent forward to whisper in the horse's ear. Then he fitted a halter to the black and led him from his stall down the walkway to where the tack was stored. Anders shook his head and followed after. The druid selected a saddle and bridle and strapped them snugly in place after removing the halter. With a final word of encouragement, he swung up upon the horse's back. Ander held his breath. Slowly Alanan walked the black down one row of stalls and back along the other. Artak was obedient and responsive. There would be no games played with this man. Alanan brought him back to where Ander stood waiting and stepped down. While I am gone, even prince, he said, his black eyes fixed on Ander, I entrust to you the care of your father. Be certain that no harm comes to him. He paused. I depend on you in this. Ander nodded, pleased that Alanan would show this kind of confidence in him. The druid studied him a moment longer, then turned away. With the elven prince following once more, he walked Artak to the rear of the stable and pushed ajar the wide double doors. Goodbye then, Ander Elecidil, he offered and remounted. Easing Artak through the open doors, he rode swiftly away into the darkness. Ander watched after him until he was out of sight. For the remainder of that night and for the better part of the 3 days that followed, Alanan rode Artak eastward toward Paranur. His journey took him through the deep forests of the Westland to the mouth of the historic valley of Ren and from there onto the sprawling emptiness of the Strielheim plains. He traveled steadily, pausing only to rest, feed, and water Artak, carefully keeping within covered areas of the land where possible, steering wide of caravan routes and well-traveled roadways. As yet, no one but the Elven King and his son knew that he had returned to the Four Lands. No one but they knew of the druid histories at Paranur or of the Seventh Chosen. If the evil that had broken through the forbidding were to discover any of this, his quest would be seriously threatened. Secrecy was his greatest ally, and he intended that it might remain so. At sunset on the second day of travel, he arrived at Paranur. He was certain that he had been followed. While still some distance from the ancient fortress, he left Artak in a small grove of spruce where there was good grass and water and proceeded the rest of the way on foot. It was as it had been in the time of the warlock lord. The packs of wolves that had prowled the surrounding forests were no more. The barrier of poison thorns that had walled away the keep was gone. The woodlands were quiet and peaceful in the early evening dusk, filled with the pleasant sounds of nightfall. Within minutes, he stood at the foot of the druid's keep. The aged castle sat atop a great mass of rock, rising above the forest trees as if it had been thrust from out of the bowels of the earth by some giant's hand. It was a breathtaking vision from a child's fairy tale, a dazzling maze of towers and walls, spires and parapets, their weathered white stones etched starkly against the deep blue of the night sky. Alanan paused. The history of Paranur was the history of the druids, the history of his forebears. It began 1,000 years after the great wars all but annihilated the race of man and changed forever the face of the old world. It began after years of desolation and savagery as the survivors of the Holocaust struggled to subsist in a lethal new world where man was no longer the dominant species. It began after the one race of man became reborn into the new races of men, dwarves, gnomes and trolls after the elves reappeared. It began at Paranur, where the first council of the druids came together in a desperate effort to save the new world from total anarchy. Gallifile called them here Gallifile, who was the greatest of the druids. Here the histories of the old world, written and spoken, were set down in the druid records, to be preserved for all the generations of man yet to come. Here the mysteries of the old sciences were explored, the fragments patched together, the secrets of a few restored to knowledge. For hundreds of years, the druids lived and worked at Paranur, the wise men of the new world seeking to rebuild what had been lost. But their efforts failed. One among them fell victim to ambition and ill-advised impatience, tampering with power so great and so evil that in the end it consumed him entirely. His name was Brona. In the first war of the races, he led an army of men against the other races, seeking to gain mastery over the Four Lands. The Druids crushed this insurrection and drove him into hiding. They believed him dead. But 500 years later, he returned Brona no longer, but the Warlock Lord. He trapped the unsuspecting Druids within their keep and slaughtered them to a man all save one. That one was Bremen, Alanon's father. Bremen forged an enchanted sword and gave it to the Elven king, Geril Shannara, a talisman that the Warlock Lord could stand against. It won for the elves and their allies the Second War of the Races and drove the Warlock Lord again from the world of men. When Bremen died, Alanon became the last of the Druids. He sealed the keep forever. Paranor became history to the races, a monument of her time, a time of great men and still greater deeds. The Druid shook his head. All that was past now, his concern must be only with the present. He began to skirt the stone base of the castle, his eyes studying the deep crevices and jagged outcroppings. Finally he stopped, his hands reaching to the rock and touching. A portion of the stone swung inward, revealing a cleverly concealed passageway. The Druid slipped quickly through the narrow opening, and the stone sealed itself behind him. There was total blackness within. Alanon's hands searched until they found a cluster of wall torches set in iron brackets hammered into the rock. Lifting one free, he worked with the flint and stone he carried in a pouch at his waist until a spark ignited the pitch that coated the torch head. Holding the burning brand before him, he allowed his eyes a moment to adjust. A passage stretched away before him, the faint outline of rough-hewn steps cut into the rock floor disappearing upward into darkness. He began to climb. The smell of dust and stale air filled his nostrils, and he wrinkled his nose in distaste. The caverns were cold, their chill sealed in permanently by tons of rock. The Druid pulled his heavy cloak about him. Hundreds of steps passed beneath his feet, and still the tunnel twisted through the black. It ended finally at a massive wooden door. Alanon paused and bent close, his eyes studying the heavy iron bindings. After a moment, his fingers touched a combination of metal studs, and the door swung open. He stepped through. He stood in the furnace of the keep. It was a round, cavernous chamber that consisted wholly of a narrow walkway encircling a great dark pit. A low iron railing rimmed the pit at its edge. About the walkway, a succession of wooden and iron-bound doors were set into the chamber wall, all closed and barred. The Druid moved to the railing and, holding the torch before him, peered downward into the pit. The faint illumination of the fire danced off blackened walls crusted over with ash and rust. The furnace was cold now, the machinery that once pumped heat to the towers and halls of the castle locked and silent. But far below, beyond the pale glimmer of the torchlight, beneath massive iron dampers, the natural fires of the earth still burned. Even now, their stirrings could be felt. He remembered her time. More than 50 years ago, he had come to Paranor in the Druid's keep with the little company of friends from the dwarf village of Cullhaven, the Omsfords, Shay and Flick, Balinor Buckhanna, Prince of Calahorn, Menayon, Prince of Lea, Durin and Dale Ilesidil, and the valiant dwarf Hendel. He had come in search of the legendary sword of Shannara, for the Warlock Lord had returned to the Four Lands, and only the power of the sword could vanquish him. Alanon had come with his little band into the keep and very nearly had come out again. In this very room, he had battled to the death with one of the skull bearers. The Warlock Lord had known he was coming. It had been a trap. His eyes lifted sharply, and he listened to the deep silence. A trap. The word disturbed him, it triggered some instinct, a sixth sense of warning. There was something wrong. Something. He stood there for a moment, indecisive. Then he shook his head. He was being foolish. It was the memory, Hing more. Carrying the torch before him, he moved along the walkway until he reached a tight spiral stairway that led upward. Without a backward glance to the pit or the furnace chamber, he climbed the stairs quickly and entered the upper halls of the Druid's keep. All was as it had been 50 years earlier. Starlight filtered through high windows in thin ribbons of silver, touching softly the heavy wooden panels and polished timbers that framed up the towering corridor. Paintings and tapestries hung the length of the hall, their rich colors muted into grays and deep blues by the nightfall. Statues of stone and iron stood silent watch before massive wooden doors with handles of brass. Dust lay over everything, a thick soft carpet, and long streamers of cobweb fell from ceiling to marble floor. Alanon moved down the hallway slowly, the torchlight burning through the haze of musty air that hung motionless through the keep. All was silence, deep and penetrating. His footfalls echoed eerily as he walked, and small puffs of dust rose in the air behind him, stirred by the passing of his feet. Doors came and went to either side, all their metal fittings glinting fire as the torchlight struck the mirrored surface. The hall he traveled intersected and he turned right. He walked almost to its end, stopping finally before a smallish door of white oak and iron. A huge lock secured this door. The Druid fumbled for a moment at the pouch about his waist, finally producing a large metal key. He placed the key in the lock and turned it twice. The mechanism creaked in protest, its workings rusty with disuse, but the heavy bolt drew back. The iron handle slipped free of its catch. Alanon stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The room he had entered was small and windowless. It had once been a study. Shelves of fraying, cloth-bound books lined its four walls, the colors of the bindings long since faded, the pages dried almost to dust. Against the far wall were placed two small reading tables with chairs constructed of reed and cane, stiff and solitary, like sentries at attention. Closer to the doorway were two more comfortable-looking armchairs formed of thickly padded leather. An aged, hand-woven rug lay loosely across wooden plank flooring hammered down with iron nails. The fabric of the rug was laced with heraldic designs and bits of gold leaf. The druid glanced about the room perfunctorily and moved to the wall on his left. Reaching behind the books at the end of the third shelf down, he located two large iron studs. When he touched these, a section of the bookcase swung silently ajar. He pushed the shelving out a bit to allow himself room to pass through, then pulled the casing closed behind him. He stood within a vault constructed entirely of massive granite blocks cut to interlock with one adder and then tightly sealed with mortar. Except for a single long wooden table and half a dozen high-backed chairs, the chamber was bare. There were no windows and no door save the one through which he had entered. The air here was stale with age, but breathable. Surprisingly, given the chamber's tight construction, there was an almost total absence of dust. Using the torch he carried, Alanon lit torches bracketed in the wall to either side of the entry and two squat candles that rested on the table. Once that was done, he moved to the wall to the right of the door and began running his hands lightly over the smooth stone. After a moment, he placed the tips of his fingers and thumbs firmly in place against the granite, bridging both palms out, and lowered his head in concentration. At first "Hing" happened, but then suddenly a deep blue glow began to spread outward from his fingers and ran through the stone like veins through flesh. An instant later the wall erupted in soundless blue fire, then both wall and fire were gone. Alanon stepped back. Where the granite wall had been stood row upon row of massive, leather-bound books elaborately engraved with gold. It was for this that the druid had come to Piranha, for these were the histories of the druids, the whole of the knowledge of the old and new world salvaged from the holocaust of the great wars, recorded from the time of the first council of the druids to the present. Alanon reached up and carefully removed one of the heavy tomes. It was in good condition, the leather soft and pliable, the edges of the pages sharp, the binding solid. They had weathered the ages well. 5 centuries earlier, after the death of Bremen, after he had come to the realization that he was the last of the druids, he had constructed this vault to protect these histories so that they might be preserved for the generations of men and women who would one day live upon this earth and would have need of the knowledge the books contained. From time to time he returned to the keep, dutifully recording what he had learned in his travels about the four lands, setting down the secrets of the ages that might otherwise be lost. Much of what was recorded here dealt with the secrets of sorcery, with power that no one, be he druid or ordinary man, could hope to comprehend fully, much less put to practical use. The druids had thought to keep those secrets safe from men who might use them foolishly. Yet the druids were gone now, save for Alanon, and one day he, too, would be gone. Who then would inherit the secrets of power? It was a matter of no small concern to Alanon, a dilemma for which, as yet, he had found no agreeable solution. He leafed quickly through the book he held and placed it back again, selecting a daughter. He glanced at this second book, then moved to the long table and seated himself. Slowly, he began to read. For nearly 3 hours, he did. Stir, other than to turn the pages of the history, his face bent close to the carefully inscribed writing. At the end of the first hour, he discovered the location of Safehold. But he continued to read. He was looking for something more. At last his eyes lifted and he leaned back wearily. For a time he just sat there in the high-backed chair, staring fixedly at the rows of books that comprised the druid histories. He had found all that he had been looking for and wished that he had. He thought back to his meeting with Aventine Elecidil 2 days earlier. He had told the Elven King that he had gone first to the Gardens of Life and that the Ellcrys had spoken with him. But he had told the king all that she had revealed. In part, he had done so because much of what she had shown had been confusing and unclear, her memories of a time and a life long gone altered beyond anyone's recognition. But there had been one thing that she had shown him that he had understood all too well. Yet it had been so incredible that he felt he could accept it without first checking the druid histories. This he had done. Now he knew it to be true and knew it must be kept hidden from Aventine, from everyone. He experienced a sense of despair. It was as it had been 50 years ago with young Shay Ohmsford, the truth must be left to reveal itself through an inexorable passage of events. It was for him to decide the time and the place of its revelation. It was for him to tamper with the natural order of things. Yet he questioned this decision. Alone with the ghosts of his ancestors, the last of his kind, he questioned this decision. He had chosen to conceal the truth from Shay Omsford, indeed, from all who had comprised the little company of adventurers from Cullhaven, all who had risked their lives in search of the Sword of Shannara, because he had convinced them that they must, but most especially from Shay. In the end, he had came to believe that he had been wrong to do so. Was he wrong now, as well? This time, should he be candid from the beginning? Still lost in thought, he closed the book in front of him, rose from the table, and carried the heavy volume back to the niche from which he had taken it. He made a quick circular motion of one hand before the bank of histories, and the granite wall was restored. He stared absently at it for a moment, then turned away. Retrieving the torch he had brought with him into the keep, he extinguished the vault's remaining lights and triggered the release on the concealed door. Within the Druid's study once more, he paused long enough to close the open section of shelving so that all was as it had been. He looked about the little room almost sadly. The castle of the Druids had become a tomb. It had the smell and taste of death in it. Once it had been a place of learning, of vision. But no more. There was no longer a place for the living within these walls. He frowned his displeasure. His attitude had soured considerably since reading the pages of the Druid history. He was anxious to be gone from Paranor. It was a place of ill fortune, and he, in chief, must bear that ill fortune to others. Silently he walked to the study door, pulled it open, and stepped through into the main hallway. 20 feet beyond stood the humped form of the Dagda Allanan froze. The demon waited alone, his hard gaze fixed upon the Druid, the staff of power cradled loosely in his arms. The harsh sound of his breathing cut sharply through the deep silence, but he did speak a word. He simply stood there, studying carefully the man he had come to destroy. The Druid stepped away from the study door, moving cautiously to the center of the corridor, his eyes sweeping the hazy blackness about him. Almost immediately he saw that there were others, vague, wraith-like forms that crept from out of the shadows on four limbs, their eye slits of green fire. There were many, and they were all around him. They edged steadily closer, circling slightly from side to side in the manner of wolves gathered about some cornered prey. A low mewling sound came from their faceless heads, a horrible cat-like whining that seemed to find pleasure in the anticipation of what was to come. A few slipped into the pale fringes of his torchlight. They were grotesque creatures, their bodies a sinuous mass of gray hair, their limbs bent and vaguely human, their multiple fingers grown to claws. Faces lifted toward the Druid, faces that turned him cold. They were the faces of women, their features twisted with savagery, their mouths become the jaws of monstrous cats. He knew them now, though they had walked the earth for thousands of years. They had been shut behind the wall of the forbidding since the dawn of man, but their legend was written in the history of the old world. They were creatures who lived on human flesh. Born of madness, their bloodlust drove them beyond reason, beyond sanity. They were furies. Allanan watched them circle, creeping about the edges of his torchlight, savoring the prospect of his death. It was a death that seemed assured. There were too many for the Druid, he knew that already. His power was great enough to stop them all. They would attack as one, lunging at him from all sides, tearing and ripping him until Hing remained. He glanced quickly to the Dagda. The demon remained where he was, beyond the circle of his minions, his dark gaze fixed on the Druid. It was obvious he felt no need to bring his own power to bear, the Furies would be enough. The Druid was trapped and hopelessly outnumbered. He would struggle, of course, but in the end, he would die. The mewling of the Furies rose sharply, a dry wailing that reverberated the length of the keep, echoing hollow and shrill through the castle of stone. Clawed fingers raked the marble floor like the scraping of shattered bone, and the whole of Paranor seemed to freeze in horror. Then, without warning, Allanan simply disappeared. It happened so abruptly that for an instant the bewildered Furies ceased all movement and stared in disbelief at the spot where the Druid had stood just one moment earlier, their cries dying into stillness. The torch still hung suspended in the haze of darkness, a beacon of fire that held them spellbound. Then it dropped to the floor of the hall in a shower of sparks. The flame disintegrated and the corridor was plunged into blackness. The illusion lasted only seconds, but it was long enough to permit Allanan to escape the circle of death that had ensnared him. Instantly, he was through the Furies and racing toward a pair of massive oaken doors that stood closed and barred at the near end of the hall. The Dagda shrieked in anger, and the staff of power came up. Red fire blazed the length of the corridor, scattering the maddened Furies as it arced toward the fleeing Druid. But Allanan was too quick. With a sweep, his cloak came up, deflecting the attack. The staff's fire shot past him and burst apart the double doors, tearing them from their iron bindings and leaving them shattered. The Druid leaped through the entryway into the room beyond and was lost in the darkness. Already the Furies were after him, bounding down the hallway like animals, their cries thick with hunger. The fleetest among them surged through the gaping doorway and caught the Druid as he struggled to free the clasp that secured a floor-length window leading to the battlements. Allanon turned to face them, his tall form crouching. He seized the two closest to him as they leaped for his goat and threw them into the rest. His hands came up and blue fire scattered from his fingers, turning the floor between them into a wall of flame. Still the Furies came after him. The nearest hurtled recklessly into the flames and perished. When the fire vanished a moment later, the windows stood open, and the druid was gone. 1,000 feet above the canopy of the surrounding forest land, his back pressed against the towering wall of the druid's keep, Allanon edged his way along a narrow stone ledge that dropped away into blackness. With each step he took, the wind threatened to tear him loose. He worked his way quickly to a slender stone catwalk that bridged to an adjoining tower. The catwalk was less than 3 feet wide, below there was only emptiness. The druid did hesitate. This was his only chance to escape. He started across. Behind him he heard the screams of rage and frustration that burst from the throats of the Furies as they followed him through the open windows. They came after him in a rush, more sure than he on the smooth castle stone, their clawed limbs gripping tightly as they raced to catch him. At the windows, the Dag de Mor raised the staff of power once more, and the killing fire streaked toward the fleeing druid. But Allanon had seen that he would cross before the Furies reached him. Dropping to one knee, he brought both arms up in a wide circle, and a shield of blue fire materialized in front of him. The flame from the demon's staff shattered harmlessly against it. Yet the force of the attack threw the druid backward, and he tumbled down upon the narrow bridge. In the next instant, the foremost of his pursuers were upon him. This time Allanon was quick enough. Clawed fingers ripped through the fabric of his cloak and tore into his flesh. Searing pain racked his shoulders and chest. With a tremendous heave, he threw back the Furies that held him, and they fell from the narrow arch, screaming. Staggering to his feet, he lurched toward the waiting tower. Again the Furies came at him, stumbling over one another in their eagerness to reach their prey, howling their frustration, their strange, half-woman faces twisted with hate. Again the druid grew them back, his body shredded further, his clothing soaked with blood. Then at last he reached the far end of the bridge, his body sagging against the wall of the tower. He turned, hands raising. Blue fire erupted downward into the stone walk, shattering it apart. With a shudder, the whole of the arch collapsed. Shrieking with horror, the Furies tumbled down into the night and disappeared. Fire from the staff of power flared all about him, yet the druid managed to evade it, dodging quickly around the circle of the tower wall until he was beyond the demon's sight. There he found a small iron door, closed and locked. With a single powerful shove of one shoulder, he burst through the door and was gone. 7. It was mid-morning. In the village of the healers, the tiny gnome community of Storlock, the thunderstorm was finally ending. It had been spectacular while it had lasted. Masses of rolling black clouds streaked with wicked flashes of lightning and punctuated by long, booming claps of thunder, torrential rains that hammered the forest land with the force of winter sleet winds that uprooted whole trees and stripped roofs from the low stone and plaster buildings that comprised the village. The storm had blown out of the Rab Plains at dawn, and now it was drifting eastward toward the dark ridge of the Wolf's Tag, leaving the woodlands of the central Lanner sodden and muddied with its passing. Wilhelmsford stood alone on the porch of the Store Rest Center, the major treatment facility for the community, and watched absently as the rain slowed to a thin trickle. The clouds still screened away the sunlight, leaving the day wrapped in somber tones of gray, and a fine mist had formed in the mix of cool storm air and warm earth. The eaves and walls of the center were wet and shiny, and droplets of moisture clung to the leaves of the vines that grew about them, glistening with green freshness. Bits of wood littered the ground, forming small dams against the rivers of surface water that flowed everywhere. The Veilman yawned and stretched wearily. He had been up all night, working with children afflicted by a particularly nasty fever that dried away the fluids of the body and sent temperatures soaring. He could have asked to have been relieved earlier, of course, but he would have felt comfortable doing that. He was still a student among the stores, and he was very conscious of the fact that he must continue to prove himself if he were to one day become a healer. So he had stayed with the children, all yesterday, all night, until at last the fever had broken. Now he was too tired to sleep, too keyed up from his night's work. Besides, he knew he should spend some time with Flick. He grinned in spite of his exhaustion. Old Uncle Flick would very likely drag him bodily from his bed if he failed to visit for at least a few minutes before trundling off to sleep. He swung down off the porch, the muddied earth sucking at his boots as he plodded through the damp, head lowered. He was very big, an inch or two taller than Flick perhaps, and his build was slight. He had his grandfather's halfling elven features: the slim nose and jaw, the slightly pointed ears hidden beneath locks of blondish hair, the narrow eyebrows that angled up sharply from the bridge of his nose. Distinctive features, they had marked Shay Olmsford, and now they marked his grandson as well. The sound of running footsteps brought him about. It was one of the servers, nomades to the stores. He came up to Will, wizened yellow face streaked with rain, forest cloak wrapped close to ward off the weather. "Sir, your uncle has been asking for you all night," he panted, slowing. He insisted I ask after you. Will nodded understandingly and reached out to clasp the gnome's shoulder. I am on my way to see him now. Thank you. The server turned and darted back through the mist to whatever shelter he had been forced from. Will watched him disappear from view, then started back up the roadway. A smile creased his face. Poor Uncle Flick. He would be here at all if Shay had taken ill. Flick cared little for the Eastland, a country he could live without quite nicely, as he was fond of reminding Will. He particularly disliked gnomes, though the stores were decent enough folk. Too many gnomes had tried to do away with him in the past, particularly during the search for the Sword of Shannara. It was something he could forget easily, such memories lingered on and could be put aside simply for the sake of being fair-minded about gnomes. In any case, Flick really didn't care to be here at all and wouldn't have been, except that Shay had been able to come as he had promised Will he would, and Flick had felt duty-bound to come in his place. Viewed in that perspective, the whole thing was Shay's fault, as Flick had announced to Will 10 seconds after his arrival. After all, if Shay hadn't made his ill-advised promise to visit Will, then Flick would be back in the Vale instead of sitting around in Storlock where he did want to be in the first place. But Flick was Shay's brother, and therefore Will's uncle Flick refused to think of himself as anyone's granduncle, and since Shay could come, someone had to make the trip in his stead. The only other someone was Flick. The little guest cottage where Flick was staying came into view, and Will turned reluctantly toward it. He was tired, and he did feel like an argument, but there would probably be one, because he had spent very little time with Flick during the few days his uncle had been in Storlock and none at all in the past 36 hours. His work was demanding, but he knew that his uncle viewed that as a lame excuse. He was still mulling the matter over when Flick appeared abruptly on the porch of the cottage, grey-beamed face lapsing into stony disapproval. Resigned to the inevitable, Will mounted the steps and brushed the water from his cloak. Flick studied him wordlessly for a moment, then shook his head. You look exhausted, he declared bluntly. Why aren't you in bed? Will stared at him. I'm in bed because you sent word that you wanted to see me. Right away, I didn't. Well, Will shrugged helplessly. I guess I thought I should come to see you now. After all, I haven't been able to give you much time so far. True enough, his uncle grunted, a hint of satisfaction in his voice at eliciting this admission. Still, you pick an odd time to mend the error of your ways. I know you were up all night. I checked. I just wanted to see if you were all right. I'm fine. Will managed a brief smile. You don't look fine. And it's this weather as much as anything. Flick rubbed his elbows gingerly. Confounded rain hasn't stopped since I got here. It doesn't bother just old people like me, you know. Bothers everyone, even would-be healers. He shook his head. You would be better off back in the Vale. Will nodded absently. It had been a long time since Shady Vale. For almost 2 years now he had been living and working in the village of the stores, learning the art of healing from the recognized masters of the craft, preparing himself for the time when he might return to the Southland as a healer, to lend the benefit of his skills to his own people. Unfortunately, the whole business of becoming a healer had proven a source of constant irritation to Flick, though Will's grandfather had come to accept it well enough. When the fever had taken Will's parents, a very young Will Olmsford had bravely resolved that, when he grew older, he would become a healer. He had told his grandfather and Flick, in a child's way and with a child's determination, that he wished to save others from sickness and pain. That was fine, they agreed, thinking it a child's whim. But his ambition had stayed with him. And when, on reaching manhood, he announced that it was his intention to study with the healers of the Southland, whom he knew to be only adequate in their skills, but with the very best healers in the four lands with the stores, their attitude had undergone an abrupt change. Good old Uncle Flick had long ago made up his mind about gnomes and the Eastland. Even his grandfather had balked. No Southlander had ever studied with the stores. How could Will, who did even speak the language, expect to be taken into their community? But Will had gone despite their reservations, only to be taken before the store council upon his arrival and told politely but firmly that no one who was of the village of Storlock had ever been permitted to study with them. He might stay as long as he wished, but he could become one of them. Will did give up. He decided that he must first learn their language, and he spent almost 2 months doing so. Then he appeared again before the council and again attempted to persuade them, this time speaking to them in their own tongue. He was successful this time either. Every week for nearly a month after that, he went before the council to plead his cause. He told them everything about himself and his family, everything that had led to his decision to become a healer, everything that he thought might convince them that he should be allowed to study with them. Something must have worked, because finally, without a word of explanation, he was told that he would be permitted to remain and that they would teach him what they knew. In time, if he proved diligent and capable, he would become a healer. He smiled fondly at the memories. How pleased he had been and his grandfather and Flick, when they had learned of his acceptance, though the latter would never admit it any more than he would admit to the real reason for his disapproval of the whole venture. What really distressed Flick was the distance separating him from Will. He missed the hunting, fishing, and exploring that they had shared while Will was growing up. He missed having Will there in the Vale with him. Flick's wife had died a long time ago, and they had never had any children of their own. Will had been his son. Flick had always believed that Will would stay on in the Vale and manage the inn with Shay and him. Now Will was gone, settled in Storlock, far from the Vale and his old life, and Will knew that his uncle simply could accept the way things had worked out. "Are you listening to me?" Flick asked suddenly, a frown creasing his bearded face. "I'm listening," Will assured him. He placed a hand gently on his uncle's shoulder. "Be patient, Uncle Flick. I'll be back someday. But there is so much to learn yet." "Well, it's you I'm concerned about." "Me," Flick pointed out quickly, his stocky form straightening. "Your grandfather and I can manage just fine without you, but I'm so sure you can manage without us. Look at you. You pushed yourself too hard, Will. You have this stubborn streak in you that seems to have blinded you to the fact that you can do everything that you might like to do. You are a normal human being like the rest of us. What do I have to do to get you to see that?" It appeared that he wanted to say more, but with an effort he stopped himself. "This isn't the time for it." He sighed. His hand came to rest on Will's. "Why don't you go to bed? We can talk when you—" His gray eyes shifted suddenly, and his voice trailed off. Will turned to follow his gaze. There was movement in the mist, a shadow, dark and solitary. They stared at it curiously, watching it slowly materialize. It became a horse and rider, each blacker than the other. The rider sat bent forward in the saddle, as if quite weary from the ride, dark clothing soaked by the rain and plastered against his tall frame. A sudden apprehension stole through Will. This was no store that came, indeed, this looked to be no man the like of which he had ever seen. "It can be," he heard Flick mutter. His uncle did finish the thought. He brushed past Will and stepped to the edge of the porch, bracing himself with an outstretched arm against the rain-slicked railing. Will moved to stand with him. The horseman was coming directly toward them. So strong was the sense of foreboding that the rider's approach engendered within him that the Valeman gave momentary consideration to fleeing. Yet he could flee. He could only wait, eyes fixed on the spectral form. The rider drew to a halt before the Valeman. His head was lowered, his face hidden within the folds of a dark cowl. "Hello, Flick." The rider's voice was a deep, low whisper. Will saw his uncle start. "All anon." The big man slipped from the back of his horse, but one arm remained hooked about the animal's neck, as if he could stand alone. Will came forward a pace and stopped. Something was clearly wrong. Al-Anon's gaze shifted slowly to meet his own. "Will Ohmsford?" The Valeman nodded, surprised. "Go quickly and ask the stores to come." He began, then sagged downward, barely catching himself in time to keep from collapsing. Will came down the porch steps instantly, moving to the druid's aid, but stopped as the big man's hand came up in warning. "Do as I say, Valeman, go." Then Will saw clearly what the rain had hidden from him before. Al-Anon's clothes were deeply stained with blood. Without a utter word the Valeman bounded back up the roadway toward the center, the weariness and discomfort slipping from him like a dream lost in waking. 8. The stores took Al-Anon to the rest center, and although both Will and Flick sought to accompany the injured druid, they were told gently but firmly that their assistance was needed. Enigmatic and silent, stores and druid disappeared into the corridors of the center, and the Valemen were left standing in the rain. Since it was apparent that for the moment nothing further would be learned of the druid's coming, Will Ohmsford bade his uncle good night and went off to bed. Later that same day, during the early evening hours, Al-Anon sent word that he wanted to see both Valemen. Will received the news with mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was curious to discover what had befallen the druid. Stories of Al-Anon were familiar territory, his grandfather and Flick had told them all a dozen times over. Yet never in those tales had there been mention of injuries like those the big man had suffered in coming to Storlock. Even the skull-bearer that had attacked him in the furnace room at Piranha during the search for the Sword of Shannara had done this kind of damage, and Will wanted to know what manner of creature walked the four lands that was more dangerous than the winged servants of the Warlock Lord. On the other hand, he was disturbed by the druid's presence in Storlock. It might have been coincidence that Allanon came at a time when he found both Flick and Will in the village. It might have been by chance that he stumbled upon them rather than the stores. But Will did believe it for a moment. Allanon had come to them deliberately. Why had he done that? And why had he summoned them to this meeting? Will could understand Allanon's wish to confer with Flick. After all, they had met before and shared common adventures. Why Will? The druid didn't even know the youngest Ohmsford. Why would Allanon be interested in meeting with him? Nevertheless, he left his quarters and dutifully trooped off through the growing darkness across the village square toward the guest house where he knew Flick would be waiting. Much as he mistrusted the purpose behind this meeting, he was determined to go anyway. He was one to back away from trouble, and besides, he could be wrong in his suspicions. Perhaps the druid merely wanted to thank him for his help. He found Flick waiting on the porch of the guest cottage, wrapped tightly in his heavy travel cloak, mumbling irritably about the weather. The elder Ohmsford came down the porch steps to join him, and they struck off together down the roadway toward the store rest center. "What do you think he wants, Uncle Flick?" Will asked after a moment, pulling his own cloak closer about him to ward off the evening chill. "Hard to say," Flick grunted. "I'll tell you one thing. Every time he appears, it means trouble." "His coming to Storlock has something to do with us, doesn't it?" Will ventured, watching his uncle's face. Flick shook his head uncertainly. "He's come here for a purpose, sure enough. And he's called us over to say something more than hello and how are you. Whatever it is he has to say, it won't be anything we want to hear. I know that much. It never has been before, and I see no reason to expect anything different this time around." He stopped abruptly and faced his nephew. "You watch yourself in there with him, Will. He is to be trusted." "I'll be careful, Uncle Flick, but I don't think there is much to worry about," Will replied. "We both know something of Allanon, don't we? Besides, you'll be there to keep an eye on things." "I fully intend to." Flick turned and they continued walking. "Just remember what I said." Moments later they mounted the porch steps of the rest center and stepped inside. The center was a long, low building constructed of stone and mortar walls and a clay-tiled roof. A large, comfortably furnished lobby opened on either side into hallways that disappeared into the wings of the center, where numerous small rooms provided for the care of the sick and injured. As they entered, one of the white-robed stores in attendance came up to greet them. He beckoned wordlessly, then led them down a long, empty hallway. At its end was a single closed door. The store knocked once, turned, and left. Will glanced uneasily at Flick, but the elder Ohmsford was staring fixedly at the closed door. Together they waited. Then the door swung open and Allanon stood before them. He looked for all the world as if he had been injured at all. No wounds were visible. The black robes that cloaked his tall frame were clean of blood. His face was somewhat drawn, but showed no sign of any pain. His penetrating gaze settled on the veilmen for a moment, then one hand motioned toward a small table with 4 chairs set about it. "Why don't we sit there while we talk?" He made the suggestion seem almost in order. They entered and seated themselves on the chairs. The room was windowless and bare of furnishings, except for the table and chairs and a large bed. Will glanced about briefly, then turned his attention to the druid. Allanon had been described to him by both Flick and Shay on dozens of occasions, and he looked now exactly as he had been described. But how could that be, Will wondered, when the descriptions were of a man they had seen since before the time of his birth? "Well, here we are," Flick said finally, when it appeared that no one was ever going to say anything. Allanon smiled faintly. "It seems so. You look well enough for a man who was half dead just few hours earlier." "The stores are very adept at their art, as you of all people should know," the druid replied rather too pleasantly. "But I'm afraid I do feel half so well as I should. How are you, Flick?" "Older and wiser, I hope," the veilman declared meaningfully. Allanon did respond. His gaze shifted abruptly to Will. For a moment he said "Hing further, his dark face inscrutable as he studied the younger Ohmsford. Will sat quietly and did turn away, though the druid's eyes made him uneasy. Then slowly Allanon leaned forward in his chair, his great hands settling on the table top and folding together. "I need your help, Will Ohmsford," he stated quietly. Both veilmen stared at him. "I need you to come with me into the Westland." "I knew it," muttered Flick, shaking his head. Allanon smiled ruefully. "It is comforting to know, Flick, that some things in this life never change." "You are certainly proof of that. Would it matter at all if I were to tell you that Will's help is needed?" "For me, but for the elven people and in particular, a young elven girl?" No, it would, the Veil Man replied without a moment's hesitation. He's going, and that's the end of it. Wait a minute, Uncle Flick, Will interjected quickly. It may well be that I'm going, but I would like to be the one who makes that decision. At least, we can hear something more about what it is that I'm needed to do. Flick ignored the reprimand. Believe me, you do. Want to hear her word? This is exactly how the trouble begins. This is exactly how it began for your grandfather 50 years ago. He looked quickly at Alanon. Isn't that true? Isn't this exactly how things started when you came to Shady Vale and told us all about the sword? Alanon nodded. It is. There you see. Flick declared triumphantly. Exactly the same. I'll wager this journey you've got planned for him is dangerous, too, isn't it? Again the druid nodded. Well, then, the Veil Man sat back, satisfaction etched into his bearded face. I should think that settles the matter. You're asking too much. He's going. Alanon's dark eyes glittered. He must go. Flick looked startled. He must? The druid nodded. You will see why, Flick, once I have explained what has happened in the Four Lands these past few days. Listen closely to me, Veilman. Page 73 picture. He edged his chair closer to the table and leaned forward. A long time ago, a very long time ago, before the Great Wars and the evolution of the new races, even before the development of man as a civilized species, there was a terrible war fought between creatures that, for the most part, no longer exist. Some of these creatures were good and caring, they revered the land and sought to protect and preserve it against misuse and waste. For them, all life was sacred. But there were others who were evil and selfish, their ways were destructive and harmful. They took from the land and from its life without need or purpose. All were creatures whose physical characteristics and capabilities differed in the main from your own, that is to say, their appearance was different from yours, and they were capable of behavior no longer innate to the men of this world. In particular, they possessed to varying degrees powers of magic, at least, we would call it magic or sorcery or the mystic. Such power was common at that time, though some among these creatures possessed the power to a greater extent than others, thus their capacity for good or evil was enhanced proportionally. All of these creatures, both good and evil, existed together in the world and, because Plan had yet developed beyond a primitive life form existing within a narrow geographical space, the world was theirs alone. It had been so for centuries. But their existence together had never been harmonious. They lived in continuing conflict, for they worked at cross purposes, the good to preserve, the evil to destroy. From time to time the balance of power between the conflicting sides would shift, as first the good and then the evil would dominate the drift of things. The struggle between them intensified through the years until finally, after centuries had passed without resolution of the conflict, the leaders in each camp banded together all who supported them, and the war began. This was a war the like of which we have seen since. This was a war on the order of the Great Wars, for the Great Wars employed power of such awesome proportion that the men who wielded it lost control entirely and were engulfed in the resulting cataclysm. Rather, it was a war in which power and strength were skillfully employed at each turn, and which the creatures involved stood toe-to-toe in battle and lived and died on the skill they wielded. This was like the wars of the races, which have dominated the history of the New World. In the race wars, the warlock lord perverted the thinking of those who served him, turning them against one another so that in the end he might enslave and rule them all. But in this war, there was never any deceit or illusion that swayed those who fought it. Good and evil were polarized from the beginning, no one stood aside in neutrality, for there were no neutral corners to be found. This was a war fought to determine forever the character and mode of evolution of life on the earth across which it was waged. It was a war that would decide whether the land would be forever preserved or forever desecrated. Each camp had resolved once and for all to achieve total victory over the other. For the creatures of evil, if they were defeated, it meant banishment; for the creatures of good, if they lost, it meant annihilation. So the war was fought, a terrible, monstrous war that I will even attempt to describe, for there would be no point in doing so. For our purposes here it is only important that you know that the evil ones were defeated. Their power was broken and they were driven back and finally trapped. Those who had defeated them used their powers to create a forbidding, a wall of imprisonment behind which the evil was to be placed. Their prison was of this world nor any world, but a black hole of emptiness and isolation where hang but the evil would be permitted to exist. Into this hole the evil was banished, sealed away behind the wall of the forbidding for all time. The strength behind the forbidding was a marvelous tree called an Ellcrys. The creatures of good created the Ellcrys out of the earth's life source, which they called the bloodfire, and out of their own power. They gave her life so that, by her presence in the world, the forbidding might endure long after they themselves were gone, long after the world they had struggled so long and desperately to preserve had altered and evolved beyond any recognition. Her lifespan was to be measured by any standard that they possessed. But so long as she lived, the forbidding continued, and so long as the forbidding continued, the evil would remain shut within its prison. He settled back in his chair, easing his tall frame gingerly away from the table to relieve cramped muscles, his arms slipping down into his lap. His dark eyes stayed locked on those of the Veilmen. It was believed that the Ellcrys would live forever. By those who gave her life, for they knew that all things must eventually pass away, but by those who followed them, by all who nurtured and loved and honored this wondrous tree that was their protector for countless centuries. For them, the Ellcrys became a symbol of permanency. She survived the destruction of the old world in the Holocaust of the Great Wars, she survived the race wars and the power of the Warlock Lord, and she survived after every other living thing that had existed with her had passed away, everything but the earth herself, and even the earth had changed while the Ellcrys had remained constant. He paused. So the legend grew. The Ellcrys would live forever. It was eternal. That belief never faltered. His face lifted slightly. Until now. Now the belief is shattered. The Ellcrys is dying. The forbidding begins to erode. The evil ones imprisoned within begin to break free once more and come back into this world that was once theirs. And these creatures caused your injuries? Will surmised. Al-Anon nodded. Some already walk the four lands. Though I thought to keep my presence secret, they have discovered me. They found me at Piranha within the Druid's Keep and very nearly finished me. Flick looked alarmed. Are they still searching for you? They are, but I have reason to believe that they won't be so quick to find me this time. That doesn't reassure me much, the Veilman grumbled, glancing toward the doorway of the little room a bit apprehensively. Al-Anon let the remark pass. You may remember, Flick, that I once told Deshay and to you the history of the races. I told you how all of the races evolved from the old race of man following the destruction wrought by the Great Wars, all of the races but one. The elves. I told you that the elves were always there. Do you remember? Flick grunted. I remember. That was something else you never explained. I said that theirs was her story for her time. That time is now in part, at least, though I don't propose to digress on the history of the elven people at any great length. But some things you should know. We have spoken only in the abstract of the creatures that fought this war of good and evil that culminated in the creation of the Ellcrys. We must give them identity. All were creatures that became part of the old legends of fairy when men emerged from the darkness of barbarism and began to populate and build upon the world. They were creatures of magics, as I have said, both great and small. There were diverse species, some all good, some all bad, some whose individual peoples divided and went in opposite ways. They had names that you will recognize: fairies, sprites, goblins, wraiths, and the like. The new races, though human in ancestry, were named from four of the more numerous and best recorded of these creatures of supposed legend: dwarves, gnomes, trolls, and elves. Except, of course, that the elves are different. They are different because they are simply a legend reborn. They are the legend survived. The elven people are the descendants of the fairy creatures that existed in the old world. Now wait a minute, Flick cut in quickly. You mean to say that the elven people are the same elven people that all the old legends tell about, that there really were elves in the old world? Certainly there were elves in the old world, just as there were trolls and dwarves and all the other creatures that gave birth to the legends. The only difference is that all of the others have been gone from the world for centuries, while the elves have remained. They have altered, of course, they have evolved considerably. They were forced to adapt. Flick looked as if he didn't understand one word of what he was hearing. There were elves in the old world, he repeated incredulously. That is just possible. Of course it's possible, the Druid replied calmly. Well, how did they survive the Great Wars? How did man survive the Great Wars? But the old histories tell us of man they do. Mention a single word about elves, the Veilman snapped. Elves were a fairy tale people. If there really were elves in the old world, where were they? Right where they had always been, man just couldn't see them. Now you're telling me elves were invisible? Flick threw up his hands. I don't believe any of this. You didn't believe any of what I told you about Shay and the Sword of Shannara either, if I remember correctly, Al-Anon pointed out, the faintest hint of laughter on his lips. I don't see what any of this has to do with why the elves need my help, Will interjected, heading off her outburst from Flick. The Druid nodded. I'll try to explain it. Flick will just be patient with me for a moment longer. The history of the elves is important to this discussion for one reason only. The elves were the ones who conceived the idea of the Ellcrys and who brought her into being. It was the elves who gave her life and afterwards cared for her down through the ages. Her protection and well-being are entrusted to an order of elven youth called Chosen. For a single year, the Chosen stand in service to the tree, their task to see to it that she is properly looked after. At the end of that year, they are replaced. It has been so since the tree's creation. 1 year of service only. The Chosen are revered and honored among the elven people, only a few are ever selected to serve, and those who do so are guaranteed a position of high esteem in the elven culture. All of which brings us to the present. As I have told you, the Ellcrys is dying. A few days earlier, she made this known to the Chosen. She was able to do this because she is a sentient being and possesses the ability to communicate. She revealed to them that her death was inevitable and close. She revealed as well what the elven legends had foretold, what the first elves had known, but what generations of elves thereafter had virtually forgotten, that although the Ellcrys must die in the manner of other living creatures, unlike them she could be reborn. Yet her rebirth must depend heavily on the efforts of the Chosen. One among them would be required to bear her seed in search of the Earth's life source, the Bloodfire. Only one of the Chosen presently in her service could do this. She told them where the Bloodfire might be found and bade them make preparations to seek it out. He paused. But before this could be done, some of the evil ones locked within the forbidding broke free, finding the wall sufficiently weakened as the strength of the Ellcrys began to fail. One slipped into the elven city of Arborlon, where the Ellcrys stands, and killed the Chosen it found there, believing that with their deaths any chance for a rebirth would be ended. I arrived too late to prevent this from happening. But I spoke with the Ellcrys and discovered through her that one of the Chosen still remains alive, a young girl who was within the city when the others were killed. Her name is Ambril. I left Arborlon in search of her. He leaned forward once more. But the evil ones have learned of her also. They sought once already to prevent me from reaching her and very nearly succeeded. They will certainly try again if they have the chance to do so. But they do know where she can be found, nor, for the moment at least, do they know where I am. If I am quick enough, I should be able to reach her and return her safely to Arborlon before they discover me again. Then I should think that you are wasting valuable time conversing with us, Flick declared firmly. You should be on your way to the girl. The druid ignored him, though his face darkened slightly. Even though I return Ambril to Arborlon, there are problems still that must be dealt with. As the last of the Chosen, it will fall to her to bear the Ellcrys seed in quest of the Bloodfire. No one, myself included, knows exactly where the fire can be found. Once, the Ellcrys knew. But the world she remembers is gone now. She gave the elves a name, Safehold. It is a name that means hang to them, a name from the old world. When I left Arborlon, I traveled first to Piranha to search the druid histories compiled by the Council after the Great War's histories, which record the mysteries of the old world. Reading through those histories, I was able to discover the country within which Safehold lies. Still, the exact location of the Bloodfire must be discovered by those who seek it. And suddenly Will Olmsford realized why it was that Allanon wanted him to go into the Westland. He realized it, and still he could believe it. Ambril can undertake this search alone, Allanon continued. The country into which she must go is dangerous, much too dangerous for a young elven girl to travel by herself. It will be a difficult journey at best. Those who have crossed through the forbidding will continue to seek her out. If they find her, she will have no protection against them. She must be harmed in any way. She is the last hope of her people. If the Ellcrys is reborn, the forbidding will eventually fail altogether and the evil locked within it will be loose once more upon the earth. There will be war with the elves that they can, in all probability, win. If they are destroyed, the evil will move into the other lands as well. It will grow stronger as it comes, as is the nature of beings such as these. In the end, the races will be devoured. But you will be there to help her. Will began, searching for a way out of the trap he felt closing about him. I can be there to help her, Allanon cut in quickly. There was a long silence. Allanon spread his hands on the table. There is good reason for this, Will Olmsford. I have told you that the evil already begins to break through the wall of the forbidding. The Ellcrys will grow steadily weaker. As she does so, the creatures she imprisons will grow bolder. They will continue to push against the wall of the forbidding. They will continue to break through. Eventually, they will tear down the wall entirely. When this happens, they will converge upon the elven nation and attempt to destroy it. This may very well happen long before the Bloodfire is found. There is also a possibility that the Bloodfire may never be found, or that it may be found too late. In either case, the elven people must be prepared to stand and fight. But some of the creatures within the forbidding are very powerful. At least one possesses sorcery very nearly as great as my own. The elves will have no defense against such power. Their own magic is lost. The druids who once aided them are gone. There is only me. If I leave them and go with Ambril, they will be defenseless. I can do that. I must give them whatever aid I can. Yet someone must go with Ambril, someone who possesses power enough to resist the evil that will pursue her, someone who can be trusted to do everything humanly possible to protect her. That someone is you. What are you talking about? Flick exclaimed in exasperation. What possible help will be against creatures such as these, creatures that very nearly succeeded in doing you in? You don't mean for him to use the sword of Shannara? Alanon shook his head. The power of the sword works only against illusion. The evil we face is very real, very tangible. The sword would have no power against it. Flick almost came to his feet. What then? The druid's eyes were dark and filled with insight, and Will Olmsford felt his heart sink. The Elfstones. Flick was aghast. The Elfstones. But Shay has the Elfstones. Will put his hand quickly on the other's arm. No, Uncle Flick, I have them. He groped within his tunic and then withdrew a small leather pouch. Grandfather gave them to me when I left Shady Vale to come to Storlock. He told me that he no longer had need of them and that he thought they should belong to me. His voice was shaking. It's strange, I only took them to please him because I ever thought that I would use them. I've never even tried. It would do you no good, Will. Flick turned back hurriedly to Alanon. He knows. No one but Shay could ever use the Elfstones. They are useless to anyone else. Alanon's expression did change. That is entirely true, Flick. They can only be used by one to whom they are freely given. I gave them to Shay to use when I warned him to flee the Vale to Cullhaven. They remained his until he gave them to Will. Now they belong to Will. Their power is his to invoke, just as it was once Shay's. Flick looked desperate. You can give them back, he insisted, turning once more to Will, seeing the confusion in his eyes. Or you can give them to someone else, anyone else. You don't have to keep them. You don't have to become involved in any of this madness. Alanon shook his head. Flick, he is already involved. But what of my plans to become a healer? Will interjected suddenly. What of the time and work I have put into that? Becoming a healer is all that I have ever wanted to do, and I am finally on my way to doing it. Am I expected just to give it all up? If you refuse your aid in this matter, how can you then become a healer? The druid's voice turned hard. A healer must give whatever help he can, whenever he can, in any way that he can. It is something he can pick and choose. If you refuse to go and all that I have foreseen comes to pass as I am certain that it, then how will you live with yourself, knowing that you never even tried to prevent it? Will flushed. But when will I be able to return again? I don't know. It may be a long time. And even if I come with you, can you be certain that the power of the Elfstones will be strong enough to protect this girl? Alanon's face closed in about itself, dark, secretive. I can. Such power as the Elfstones possess draws its strength from the holder. Shay never tested their limits, you may have to. Can you give me no assurances, then? The Valeman's voice had dropped to a whisper. None. The druid's gaze never left him. Still, you must come. Will slumped back in his chair, stunned. It seems I have no choice. Of course you have a choice. Flick snapped angrily. Will you give up everything for no other reason than this that Alanon says you must? Will you go with him for that alone? Will's eyes lifted. Didn't you, Uncle Flick, grandfather, and you to search out the sword of Shannara? Flick hesitated uncertainly, then he reached over and took his nephew's hands in his own, clasping them tightly. You are too quick in this, Will. I warned you of Alanon. Now you listen to me. I see more in this than you. There is something hidden behind the druid's words. I can feel it. His voice tightened, and the lines in his gray-bearded face creased even more deeply. I am afraid for you. It is because I am afraid that I speak to you as I do. You are like my own son, I don't want to lose you. I know, Will whispered. I know. Flick straightened. Then don't go. Let Alanon find a daughter. The druid shook his head. I can, Flick. There is no other. There is only Will. His eyes again sought those of the young Valeman. You must come. Let me go instead, Flick offered suddenly, a hint of desperation in his voice. Will can give the Elfstones to me, and I can watch over the Elven girl. Allanon, we have traveled together before. But the druid was already shaking his head no. Flick, you can. Come, he said gently. Your heart is greater than your strength, Veil Man. The journey that lies ahead will be long and hard and must be made by a younger man. He paused. Our travels together are over, Flick. There was a long silence, and then the druid turned again to Will Olmsford, waiting. The Veil Man looked at his uncle. They stared at each other wordlessly for a moment, Flick's grey eyes uncertain, Will's now steady. Flick saw that the decision had been made. Almost imperceptibly, he nodded. You must do what you feel is right, he mumbled, reluctance sounding in his every word. Will turned to Allanon. I will come with you. 9. Early the next morning, Allanon came to Will Olmsford and told him that they were leaving Storlock at once. Dark and grim-visaged, the druid appeared at the door of the Veilman's cottage without a word of forewarning, and while Will gave thought to arguing against such an abrupt departure, something in the big man's face and voice convinced him that he should. Last evening, when they had parted company, there had been no urgency in the druid's behavior, now there clearly was. Whatever it was that had persuaded Allanon to make this decision, it was compelling. Wordlessly the Veilman packed his few belongings and latched the door of the cottage behind him as he followed the druid out. It was raining once more as a new storm approached from out of the northwest, and the dawn skies were heavy and leaden. Allanon led the Veilman up the muddied roadway, his tall form wrapped in the black robe, his cowled head bent slightly against a steadily rising wind. A handful of white-robed stores waited to receive them on the steps of the rest center with a small kit for Will and provisions for the journey. Artak was saddled and shaking his head with impatience, and Allanon mounted the black at once, a gingerliness in his movements suggesting that his wounds were yet fully healed. A wiry grey gelding named Spitter was given to Will, and he had one foot in the stirrup when Flick came dashing up, bearded face dripping and flushed. Hastily his uncle pulled him back into the shelter of the rest center's covered porch. They just told me, he panted, wiping the rain from his eyes. I'm surprised they bothered. He glanced angrily toward Allanon. Is it necessary that you leave so quickly? Will nodded slowly. I think something may have made it necessary. Frustration and concern showed in Flick's eyes. It is. Too late to rethink your decision in all this, he whispered harshly and would have said more, but Will was already shaking his head. Very well. I'll tell your grandfather what has happened, though I am certain he won't like it any better than I do. Be careful, Will. Remember what I said about all of us having our limitations. Will nodded. They said their goodbyes quickly and gruffly, almost as if they were afraid to express what they were really feeling, their faces fixed and drawn as they exchanged uneasy glances and hurriedly embraced. Then Allanon and he were riding away. Flick, the stores, and the village became dark shadows that faded into the mist and grey of the Eastland forests and disappeared from view. The druid and the Veilman rode west out of Storlock to the edge of the Rab Plains, then turned south. Allanon paused long enough to tell Will that the first leg of their journey would take them below the Silver River to a small village on the western edge of the lower Anner called Havenstead. It was at Havenstead that they would find Ambril. The druid did volunteer anything further on the matter, and Will did ask. Rain washed over them in sheets as the storm worsened. Keeping within the fringe of the forest land, they bent their heads over their horses' necks and rode without speaking. As they traveled, Will's thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous evening. Even now, he was sure exactly why he had decided to go with the druid. And that disturbed him. Surely he should be able to explain why he had agreed to such an improbable journey to himself, at least, if to no one else. Yet he could. There had been sufficient time to think about his reasons for making the decision, and indeed he had thought about little else. Hindsight should have lent clarity to his actions, it did. Rather, he felt a lingering sense of confusion. Everything seemed to jumble together in his mind, all the disparate, incomplete reasoning, all the emotions that intertwined and colored. They would sort themselves out for him, they would arrange themselves in a neat, orderly fashion. They merely shuffled about like stray sheep and he chased after them hopelessly. He wanted to believe that he had chosen to go because he was needed. If all that Allanon had told him were true, and he felt it was, despite Flick's obvious doubts, then he could be of great service to the elven people and particularly to the girl Ambril. But who was he fooling? He had no idea at all whether he could use the elfstones that his grandfather had entrusted to him. Suppose their power was beyond him. Suppose Allanon was wrong in thinking that the elfstones could be passed down to him. Suppose anything at all. The fact was that he had made a rather impulsive decision, and now he must live with it. On the other hand, the impulsiveness of the decision did necessarily detract from its merit. If he possessed aid to offer the elves, he must extend that aid. He must at least try to help them. Besides, his grandfather would have gone, he knew that as surely as he knew anything. Shay Elmsford would have gone, had Allanon asked him, just as he had gone on his quest for the sword of Shannara. Will could do no less. He took a deep breath. Yes, he had made the right decision in going, and he believed that he had made that decision for the right reasons, though they seemed jumbled and out of order to him now. What bothered him most, he realized suddenly, had nothing to do with the decision itself or the reasons for that derision. It had to do with Allanon. Will would have liked to believe that the decision to go with the Druid had been his own. Yet the more he considered the matter, the more certain he became that the decision had really been his at all. It had been Allanon's. Oh, he had spoken the words as if they were his own, spoken them bravely and despite his uncle's warnings. Yet he knew that the Druid had been able to foresee exactly what it would take to persuade Will to speak those words, and he had directed the conversation accordingly. Somehow he had known what the younger Valeman's reactions would be, what Flick's would be, how the two would interact, and how his own comments would influence them. He had known all this and used that knowledge accordingly. Shay Elmsford had once told Will that Allanon possessed the ability to see into the minds of other men, to know their thoughts. Will understood now exactly what his grandfather had been talking about. Thus he had committed himself. It was something that could be undone, even if he should choose to do so, and he did. But from here forward, he would be on his guard against such clever manipulation by the Druid. Insofar as it was possible for him to do so, he would look beyond the words and actions of the big man to the reasons that lay behind them, the better to see where it was that he was being led. Will Elmsford was nobody's fool. He had been looking after himself for several years, and he was about to quit doing so now. He must be wary of the Druid. He would trust him, but blindly and without proper consideration. Perhaps he could be of service to the elves and to the girl Ambril, he did reject that possibility simply because of what he felt about the manner in which his cooperation in all this had been secured. But he would be careful to choose his own manner of giving aid. He would be careful to decide for himself whose interests he might best look after. He would accept Hing as he found it. His face lifted guardedly, and he peered through the rain, at the dark form riding ahead of him, Allanon, last of the Druids, a being who came from her age, whose powers dwarfed anything known to this current world. And Will must both trust him and yet trust him. He felt a moment of deep consternation. What had he gotten himself into? Perhaps Flick had been right after all. Perhaps he would have done well to have given a little more thought to his decision. But it was too late for that now. Too late, as well, for thoughts such as these. He shook his head. There was little point in dwelling on it further. He would be well advised to turn his thoughts in her direction. He spent the remainder of the day trying unsuccessfully to do so. The rain turned to drizzle as the day lengthened, then at last died away entirely in the cold gray of early evening. Thunderclouds continued to blanket the skies as nightfall turned from gray to black, and the air filled with mist that wandered at the forest's edge like a child lost. Allanon turned into the shelter of the great trees, and they made camp in a small clearing several hundred yards from the borders of the Rab. Behind them, rising above the roof of the forest, was the dark wall of the Wolfstag, little more than a deeper shade of black against the night. Despite the damp, they managed to salvage enough dry wood and kindling to make a small fire, and the flames lent some warmth to the evening chill. Travel cloaks were hung on lines stretched overhead, and the horses were tethered close by. They consumed a sparse meal of cold beef, fruit, and nuts that they had packed before leaving Storlock, exchanging only a few perfunctory words as they ate. The Druid sat in brooding silence, preoccupied with his own thoughts, as he had been ever since they had left the village, and seemingly uninterested in carrying on any sort of conversation. But Will had determined to learn something more of what lay ahead, and he had no intention of waiting any longer to begin talking about it. When they had finished their meal, he eased himself a bit closer to the fire, making sure the movement caught Allanon's attention. "Can we talk a bit?" he asked carefully, bearing in mind his grandfather's many tales of the big man's uncertain temperament. The Druid stared at him expressionlessly for a moment, then nodded. "Can you tell me something more about the history of the Elven people?" Will decided the conversation should begin there. Allanon smiled faintly. "Very well. What would you like to know, Will Elmsford?" The Vale man hesitated. "Last night you told us that even though the histories of the old world make no mention of the Elven people other than in fairy tales and in folklore, they were a real people nevertheless, just as men were. You said they were there, but humans couldn't see them." "I didn't understand that." "You didn't?" The big man seemed amused. "Well, then you shall have an explanation. Simply put, the elves have always been creatures of the forest, but more so in the times before the Great Wars. In those days, as I've told you before, they were creatures of magic. They possessed the ability to blend in quite naturally with their surroundings, much as if they were a bush or plant that you might pass by 1,000 times and never dot ice. Humans couldn't see them because they did know how to look for them. But they weren't invisible? Hardly. Just difficult to see? Yes, yes. There was a touch of annoyance in the druid's answer. But why don't we have trouble seeing them now? Alanon straightened himself. You're listening. In the old world, the elves were creatures of magic, as were all the creatures of fairy. They are creatures of magic no longer. They are men, just as you are a man. Their magic is lost to them. How did this happen? Will settled his elbows against his knees and propped his chin in his hands, somewhat in the manner of a curious child. That is so easy to explain, the druid advised him. But I can see that you will be satisfied until I've tried, so I will attempt to do so. He leaned forward slightly. After the creation of the Ellcrys, after the banishment of the creatures of evil magic from the earth, the elves and their fairy brethren drifted apart once more. It was natural enough that this should happen, since they had united in the first place only for the purpose of defeating their common enemy, and once that was accomplished, there was little left to keep them together. Beyond their general concern in preserving the earth as a homeland, they had almost nothing in common. Each species of creature had its own way of life, its own habits, its own interests. Elves, dwarves, sprites, gnomes, trolls, witches, and all the rest, were as different from each other as the beasts of the forest from the fish in the sea. Humankind had yet begun to emerge from its early, primitive existence, and would do so for hundreds of years to come. The fairy creatures paid the humans little attention, and indeed there seemed little reason to do so. After all, at this stage in time humans were simply a higher form of animal life, possessing greater innate intelligence than other animals, but lesser instincts. The elves and their brethren did foresee the influence that humans would eventually have upon the development on the earth. The druid paused. It was something they could have foreseen, had they paid closer attention to the differences between themselves and humankind. Two differences were of particular importance. The elves and their brethren did procreate rapidly, humans did. The elves, for example, were one of the more populous fairy people, yet their longer lifespans resulted in fewer births. Many of the other fairy creatures gave birth only once every several hundred years. But humans had frequent multiple births within the family unit, and their population grew quickly. In the beginning, the creatures of magic far outnumbered the humans. Within 1,000 years' time, that situation reversed itself dramatically. Thereafter the human population expanded steadily, while the fairy population began to diminish, but I'll get to that in a moment. The second difference between the elves and their brethren and humankind had to do with the ability to adapt, or lack thereof. The elves were creatures of the forest land, they seldom left the shelter of their woods. It was the same with most of the others. Each resided within a particular geographic area, a carefully bounded terrain. It had always been so. Some lived within the forests, some within the rivers and seas, some within the mountains, some within the plainlands. They had adapted their way of life to the terrain that served as their homeland. They could and would live anywhere else. But humans were more adaptable, they lived everywhere. The forests, the rivers, the mountains, the plains, they claimed it all. Thus their expansion as their population grew came naturally, easily. They adapted to any change in environment. The elves and their brethren resisted all change. Alanon paused, then smiled faintly. There was a time, Wilmsford, when life in the old world was much as life is now, when humans lived and worked and played much as the races do in this world. Does that surprise you? Will nodded. A little, I guess. The druid shook his head. There was such a time. It was then that the elves should have come forward and joined with humans to shape their world. But they did, and neither they nor their brethren. They chose instead to remain hidden within their forest land, observers only, still believing that their own existence would be affected by the development of humankind. They saw no threat to themselves, the humans possessed no magic, and their ways were destructive. Then. So the elves kept to their policy of isolation, foolishly thinking it could always be so. It was their undoing. The human population continued to expand and to develop. As time wore on, they learned of the elves and their brethren. But because the fairy creatures chose concealment as their way of life, they earned the distrust of humans. They were deemed creatures of ill fortune, creatures who spied and connived against others, creatures who performed acts of mischief and whose favorite pastime was to discover new ways of making the lives of hard-working humans more difficult. There was some truth to the charges, since a few of the fairy creatures did indeed delight in tormenting humans with small acts of enchantment, but by and large the reputation was undeserved. In any case, the elves and their brethren chose to ignore it all. The attitude of humankind toward them did concern them. Their sole concern was with the preservation and protection of the land and the living things within it, and this they could accomplish very well, despite the ill feelings humans bore them. Then even this state of affairs began to change. Humans continued to populate the earth with increasing rapidity, growing, expanding, now building cities and fortresses, now sailing the seas in search of new lands, now pushing back the wilderness about them. They began, for the first time, seriously to affect the character of the land, changing whole regions for habitation and consumption needs. The elves were forced to move deeper and deeper into the forest lands that were their homes, as the human population cut away the trees and brush. All of the fairy creatures found their homelands being encroached upon by this expansion until finally, for some, there were no homes at all. But didn't they resist this intrusion? Will interrupted suddenly. It was far too late for that, Alanon replied, his smile bitter. By this time, many of the fairy creatures had become extinct, some by failure to reproduce sufficient young, some by their failure to adapt to a changing environment. Those who remained were no longer able to unite as they once had done. It had been hundreds of years since their war with the fairy creatures of evil magic, and they had scattered far and wide about the earth and long since lost contact with one daughter. Worst of all, they no longer had their own magic. When the evil magic had flourished upon the earth, there had been need for good magic to withstand it. But once that evil had been banished, the need for the good magic was past. The fairy creatures ceased using most of it. As time passed, much of it was forgotten altogether. Human beings used no magic of any consequence, so the elves and their brethren saw no need for the very powerful magics that had once been employed to defeat their evil counterparts. By the time they recognized the need for it again, it was lost to them all but a small part of it. Thus their resistance to the expansion of the human population into their homelands was weakened badly. At first they fought very hard, using all the power they still possessed to stop what was happening. It availed them. Hing. There were too many humans and too few of them. Their magic was ineffective. It won them small victories, brief respites. Hing more. They were simply overwhelmed in the end, driven from their homes to find new ones or to perish driven out, in the final analysis, by sciences and technologies against which they had no real defense. And the elves, what of them? Will asked quietly. They learned to survive. Their population dwindled, but they did become extinct as did so many of the others. They remained within their forest land, moving steadily deeper, hidden now completely from the humans who had come to occupy almost the whole of the earth. They watched in horror the destruction that was being performed on their world. They watched it being stripped of its resources and its animal life. They watched as its ecological balance was utterly and irreversibly disrupted. They watched the humans war between themselves incessantly as the separate governments struggled to achieve domination over one daughter. They watched and they waited and they prepared, for they saw how it all must end. The Great Wars. The Veilman anticipated the Druid. The Great Wars. Alanon nodded. The elves foresaw that such horrors would come. They used what magic they still possessed in an effort to preserve themselves and a few carefully chosen treasures of their past, among these, the Ellcrys from the Holocaust that followed. It was a remarkable effort, and it allowed them to survive. Most of the other fairy creatures were destroyed. A small number of humans survived, though it was through their foresight that they did so. They survived because there were so many of them in so many different parts of the earth that the Holocaust simply missed a few of them. But everything that the humans had built was destroyed. All of their vast, sprawling civilization was erased. The old world was reduced to a barren, desolate wilderness. For hundreds of years after, all life was caught up in a savage struggle to stay alive. The few creatures that remained alive in this new world were forced to adapt to the primitive environment about them, an environment in which nature had been altered beyond recognition. Humankind was changed forever. From out of the old race of humans emerged 4 new and distinct races: men, dwarves, gnomes, and trolls. It was believed, and is still believed by most, that the elves were a 5th race born of the Holocaust. For the new races, it was the beginning of life. Most of the history of the old world was quickly forgotten, most of the old ways vanished. The elves kept much of their history and their tradition. Only their magic was lost to them, but this time it was lost for good. Their need to adapt resulted in changes that would otherwise have occurred, changes that brought them closer culturally and physiologically to the new races. Reborn humans and surviving elves assimilated together in their new world until finally, inexorably, they became much the same. And when at last, almost 1,000 years after the Great Wars had ended, the new races began to emerge from the primitive lives they had endured while struggling to survive the aftereffects of the Holocaust, the elves stood with them. No longer would they hide in their forest land as impartial observers to the development of a world. This time they would be a part of that development, working openly with the new races to be certain that men did travel a second time that roadway which had almost ended with the destruction of all life. Thus did the elves, through the druid Gallifile, convene the first council at Piranha. Thus did the elves seek to turn the races from an ill-advised search for the old sciences of energy and power, counseling instead a more cautious approach to life's mysteries. Thus did they seek to regain the small magics they had lost, believing these arts would help them best in their efforts to preserve their new world and its life. Yet the elves have no magic, Will reminded the big man. Only the druids did. The druids and a handful of others scattered through the land, Allanon corrected. He seemed to lose himself momentarily. When he spoke again, his voice was distant. The druids learned early of the dangers inherent in the search for the lost magic. A druid named Brona taught them well. His need to explore the limits of the magic destroyed him, created in his physical shell the creature we know as the Warlock Lord. When the druids realized what hunger for the magic had done to him, they forbade further exploration. The magic they had found was altogether good, nor altogether bad, it was simply powerful, too powerful for mortal men to master. For a time, it was left alone. Then Brona caught and killed all of the druids at Piranha, signaling the start of the Second War of the Races, and suddenly there was only Bremen left to teach the magic. Then, when he was gone, there was only me. He trailed off momentarily, dark eyes narrowing as he stared down into the little fire at their feet. Then he looked back suddenly at Will. What else would you know, Veilman? The tone of his voice was sharp, almost angry. Its abruptness caught Will by surprise, but he kept his gaze steady, forcing his eyes to meet the druid's. What else would you have me know? He replied quietly. Allanon said. Hing, waiting. There was a long, uncomfortable silence as the two men faced each other. At last the Veilman looked away again, poking idly at the embers of their fire with the toe of one boot. These creatures that were shut within the place beyond the forbidding, what of them? He asked. Finally. How have they survived for so many years? Why have they perished? Allanon's dark expression did change. Call them demons, for that is what they had become. They were sent to a non-place, a dark emptiness beyond any living world. Within that darkness, there was no passing of time to bring age and death. The elves failed to realize this, I suppose, or perhaps thought it of little importance, since their only concern was to remove the evil from their own world. In any case, the demons did die, rather, they multiplied. The evil that lived within them fed upon itself and grew stronger. It bred new life. For evil left to itself, Veilman, does simply perish, it thrives. Evil contained is evil destroyed. It nourishes itself, grows within its confinement, swells and rages until it works loose, and then it runs free. And its magic? Will followed quickly. Has its magic grown also? Some of the harshness faded from the other's visage, and he nodded. Fed in the same way, and practiced, for the evil ones warred with each other in their prison, driven nearly mad with need to release their hatred of what had been done to them. Now it was the Veilman's turn to be silent. His face lowered into shadow, his arms wrapped protectively about his knees as he drew his legs up tightly to his chest. In the east, there sounded the faint, distant thunder of the departing storm as it faded into the broken wall of the Wolf's Tag. A touch of impatience revealed itself in Allanon's dark face as he watched the young man. He leaned forward once more. Are all of your questions answered now, Will Ohmsford? The Veilman blinked. No. His head lifted sharply. No, I have one more. Allanon frowned. Indeed. Let's have it, then. He was clearly displeased. Will hesitated, weighing inwardly the advisability of proceeding any further with this. He decided that he must. He chose his words carefully. Everything that I've heard suggests that these demons are more than a match for the elves. It seems from your own encounter with them that they are a match even for you. There was anger now in the big man's face, but Will pushed ahead quickly. If I accompany the elven girl Amberl in search of the Bloodfire, as you have asked me, they will surely come after us. Suppose we are found. What chance do I stand against them, Allanon? Even with the Elfstones, what chance do I have? You would. Answer me before. Answer me now. Well. The druid rocked back slightly, the lean, dark visage suddenly expressionless in the firelight, creased in shadow. I thought this was all leading up to something. Please give me an answer to my question, Will persisted quietly. Allanon cocked his head reflectively. I don't know the answer. You don't know, the Veilman repeated the words incredulously. The druid blinked. In the first place, I hope to keep them from finding you. If they can. Find you, they can. Harm you. At the moment, they know hing of you at all. I intend that it should stay that way. But if they do find me, then what? Then you have the Elfstones. He hesitated. Understand this, Will. The Elfstones are a magic from the old world, a magic that existed when the elves first defeated these creatures. The power of the stones is measured by the strength of the man or woman who wields them. There are 3 Elfstones, one each for the heart, mind, and body of the user. All 3 must unite as one. When this is done properly, the power released can be very great. He looked at the Veil Man sharply. Do you understand then, why I can answer your question? You will determine the strength of your defense against your enemies. It must come from within you. From the stones themselves. I can measure that in you. Only you can do that. I can only tell you that I judge you to be as good a man as your grandfather, and I've met no better man, Will Olmsford. The Veil Man stared wordlessly at the druid for a moment, then looked down at the fire. Nor have I, he whispered. Allanon smiled faintly. Your grandfather's chances seemed very poor when he went in quest of the Sword of Shannara. He would admit to that. The Warlock Lord knew of him from the beginning. The Skull Bearers actually came into the Vale in search of him. He was hunted every step of the way. Yet he survived, and he did so despite his own considerable doubts. He reached over and put his hand on Will's shoulder, the cavernous eyes glinting in the firelight. I like your chances in this. I believe in you. Now you must start believing in yourself. He took his hand away and rose. We've talked enough this night. You need to sleep. We've a long ride ahead of us tomorrow. He wrapped his black robes tightly about him. I'll keep watch. He started to move away from the Veil Man. I can keep watch, Will offered quickly, remembering the druid's injuries. You can sleep, Allanon grunted, and the night shadows swallowed him up. Will stared after him for a second, then shook his head. Spreading his blankets next to the fire, he rolled himself into them and stretched wearily. He would sleep, the Veil Man told himself. Yet. Until he had taken time to consider carefully all that had been said this evening, until he had decided how much of it he should believe, until he was convinced that he knew what he was doing in all this. Until then. He let his eyes close for just a moment. Immediately he was asleep. They resumed their journey at daybreak. Although the forest land still glistened damply with yesterday's rain, the skies were clear and blue and filled with sunlight as the pair rode southward along the fringes of the Yanner. The drab emptiness of the Rab brightened into rolling grasslands, and the enticing smell of fruit-bearing trees was carried past them on a gentle morning breeze. Late that afternoon they arrived at the legendary Silver River and came upon a company of dwarf sappers engaged in the construction of a footbridge at a heavily forested narrows. Leaving Will concealed in a copse of fir with the horses, the druid went down to the river's edge to confer with the dwarves. He was gone for a time and, when he returned, seemed preoccupied with something. It was until they had remounted and were downriver away from the dwarves that he volunteered to Will that he had given warning of the danger to the elves and requested that the dwarves send aid as quickly as possible. One among the sappers had recognized the druid and had promised that help would be sent. Still, marshalling any sizable force would take time. Allanon left the matter there. Minutes later they forded the Silver River at a shallows where a broad sandbar split the clear waters apart and rock shallows slowed the current enough to permit horse and rider safe passage. From there they rode south at a leisurely pace, watching the shadows they cast lengthen as the day wore on. It was nearly sunset when Allanon reined in Artak at the crest of a tree-lined rise and dismounted. Will followed him down, leading Spitter forward several paces to where the druid waited. They tethered the horses in a small grove of hickory and together walked ahead to where an outcropping of rock split apart the wall of trees. With Allanon in the lead, they moved up into the rocks and peered out. Below them lay a broad, horseshoe-shaped valley, its slopes and floor heavily forested, but open at its western end to grasslands that had been tilled and planted with farm crops. A village sat at the juncture between forest and field, and a narrow stream ran from the woodlands through the cluster of homes north across the top of the farmland, its waters irrigating the soil in dozens of neatly inscribed ditches. Men and women moved busily about the little community, tiny figures to the two who looked down on them from the valley rim. Far to the south, the grasslands ended in a rock-strewn lowland that stretched unbroken to the horizon and disappeared. Havenstead, Allanon announced, indicating the village and the farmlands. His finger lifted slightly and pointed into the lowland. Out there is the battle mound. Will nodded. What do we do now? The druid seated himself comfortably. We wait until it gets dark. The fewer people who see us, the better. The stores would say hing in any case, but these villagers are free with their talk. Secrecy is still our greatest ally, and I don't intend to lose it unnecessarily. We'll go in quickly and quietly and leave the same way. He glanced up at the sun, already beginning to drop rapidly into the western horizon. We only have about an hour. They sat together without talking until the rim of the sun was barely visible above the tree line, and the dusk had begun to slip her gray shadow over the length of the valley. Finally, Allanon rose. They walked back to where they had tied the horses, remounted, and started out once more. The druid led them eastward for a time, skirting the valley rim until they had reached a heavily forested section of the slope that concealed a narrow draw. There they started down. They wound their way slowly through the trees, watching the woodlands darken steadily into night, allowing the horses to pick their way through the brush. Will quickly lost all sense of direction, but Allanon seemed to know exactly where he was going and did slow as he guided them forward. After a time, they reached the valley floor, and travel grew easier. A clear, moonlit sky peeked down on them through breaks in the forest roof, and nightbirds called out sharply at their passing. The air was sweet and heavy with the smell of the woods, and Will grew drowsy. Finally, scattered bits of yellow light began to flicker into view ahead of them, slipping through the screen of the forest, and the faint sounds of voices reached out through the stillness. Allanon dismounted, motioning for Will to do likewise, and they walked the horses forward afoot. The forest thinned out iceably, clear of heavy brush and deadwood, and ahead of them they could see a low stone wall with a wooden gate. A line of tall evergreens bordered the wall and screened away most of what lay beyond, though it was clear to Will that they were at the eastern edge of the farming village and the yellow lights were the flames of oil lamps. Upon reaching the wall, they tied the horses to an iron post. Allanon put a single finger across his lips. Silently, they passed through the little wooden gate. What they found on the other side brought Will up short. A sweeping, terraced garden spread out before them, its tiers of multicolored flowers dazzling even in the pale moonlight. A stone walkway, glistening with flecks of silver, wound downward out of the gardens to a gathering of wooden benches and from there to a small cottage constructed of timber and stone. The cottage was a single story with a loft and was fronted by the familiar open-air porch. Flower boxes hung below latticed windows, and thick, low bushes bordered the roughened walls. Crimson cues and blue spruce grew at the immediate front of the come. A second walkway ran from the porch beneath the arch of a magnificent white birch and disappeared through a hedgerow to a roadway beyond. In the distance, glimmerings of light from other cottages broke the night. Will stared at it all in wonderment. Everywhere there were touches of color and life, all with the look of something drawn from a child's storybook. Everything was perfectly ordered. He glanced questioningly at Allanon. The mocking smile flashed briefly, and the druid motioned for him to come. They followed the pathway through the gardens to the benches, then moved on toward the cottage. Light shone brightly through the curtained windows of the little house, and from within came the low, gentle sound of voices. No, Will corrected himself, children's voices. He was mildly surprised at his discovery and very nearly missed seeing the fat, striped house cat that lay sprawled across the first step of the porch. He caught himself just in time to keep from stepping on the sleeping animal. The cat raised its bewhiskered face and stared up at him insolently. A daughter cat, this one coal-black, scooted off the porch hurriedly and slipped down into the bushes without a sound. Druid and Veilman climbed the porch steps and moved to the front door. From within, the children's voices rose sharply in laughter. Allanon knocked firmly and the voices went still. Footsteps came to the other side of the door and stopped. "Who is it?" a voice asked softly, and the patterned curtains that screened a glass port parted slightly. The druid leaned forward, allowing the light from within to fall across his dark countenance. "I am Allanon," he answered. There was a long silence, then the sound of a latch drawn back. The door opened and an elven girl stepped through. She was small, even for an elf, her body slender and brown with sun. Chestnut hair fell all the way to her waist, shadowing a child's face at once both innocent and knowing. Her eyes flashed briefly to Will, eyes that were green and deep with life, then settled once more on the druid. "Allanon has been gone from the Four Lands for more than 50 years. Her voice was steady, but there was fear in her eyes. "Who are you?" "I am Allanon," he repeated. He let a moment of silence pass. "Who else could have found you here, Ambril? Who else would know that you are one of the chosen?" The elven girl stared up at him speechlessly. When she tried to speak, the words would come. Her hands came together tightly. With a visible effort, she composed herself. "The children will be frightened if they are left alone. They must be put to bed. Wait here, please." Ahead there was a scurrying of small feet at the other side of the door and the faint whisper of excited voices. Ambril turned and disappeared back into the cottage. They could hear her voice, low and soothing, as she ushered the children up wooden stairs to the loft overhead. Allanon moved to a wide-backed bench at the other end of the porch and seated himself. Will remained where he was, standing just to one side of the door, listening to the sounds of the elven girl and the children from within, thinking as he did so, she is only a child herself, for goodness sake. A moment later she was back, stepping lightly onto the porch, closing the cottage door carefully behind her. She glanced at Will, who smiled at her awkwardly. This young man is Will Olmsford. Alanon's voice floated out of the dark. He studies at Storlock to become a healer. Hello? Will began, but she was already walking past him to the big man. Why have you come here, Druid if Druid you are, she demanded, a mixture of anger and uncertainty in her voice. Has my grandfather sent you? Alanon rose. Can we sit in the gardens while we talk? The girl hesitated, then nodded. She led them from the porch back along the stone walkway to the benches. There she seated herself. The Druid sat across from her, Will a little off to one side. The Veilman recognized that his role in this confrontation was that of a spectator and hing more. Why are you here? Ambril repeated, her voice a bit less unsettled than a moment earlier. Alanon folded his robes about him. To begin with, no one has sent me. I am here of my own choice. I am here to ask you to return with me to Arborlon. He paused. I will be brief. The Ellcrys is dying, Ambril. The forbidding begins to crumble, the evil within breaks free demons all. Soon they will flood the Westland. Only you can prevent this. You are the last of the chosen. The last. She whispered, but the words caught in her throat. They are all dead. The demons have found and killed them. The demons search now for you. Her face froze in horror. No. What trick is this, Druid? What trick? She did finish this either, but stopped as tears formed in her eyes and streaked her child's face. She brushed them away swiftly. Are they really all dead? All of them? The Druid nodded. You must come with me to Arborlon. She shook her head quickly. No. I am no longer one of the chosen. You know that. I know that you would wish it so. The green eyes flared angrily. What I would wish is of no matter in this. I no longer serve, that is all behind me. I am no longer one of the chosen. The Ellcrys selected you as one of the chosen, Alanon replied calmly. She must decide whether you remain one. She must decide whether you shall carry her seed in search of the bloodfire, so that she may be reborn and the forbidding restored. She must decide. You. I will. Go back with you, Ambril stated quietly. You must. I will. I will never go back. This is my home now, these are my people. I have made this choice. The Druid shook his head slowly. Your home is wherever you make it. Your people are whomever you wish them to be. But your responsibilities are sometimes given you without choice, without consent. It is so in this, elven girl. You are the last of the chosen, you are the last real hope of the elves. You can run away from it, you can hide from it. You most certainly can change it. Ambril rose, paced away a step, and turned. You do understand. Alanon watched her. I understand better than you think. If you did, you would ask me to return. When I left Arborlon, I knew that I would never go back again. In the eyes of my mother, my grandfather, and my people, I had disgraced myself. I did something that could be forgiven. I rejected the gift of being a chosen. Even should I wish it, and I do, this can be undone. The elves are a people whose sense of tradition and honor runs deep. They can never accept what has happened. If it were made known to them that they would all perish from the earth unless I alone chose to save them, still they would have me back. I am outcast from them, and that will change. The Druid rose and faced her, tall and black as he towered over her small form. His eyes were frightening as they fixed on hers. Your words are foolish ones, elven girl. Your arguments are hollow and you speak them without conviction. They do become you. I know you to be stronger than what you have shown. Stung by the reprimand, Ambril went taut. What do you know of me, Druid? You know. Hing. She stepped close to him, green eyes filled with anger. I am a teacher of children. Some of them you saw this night. They come in groups of half a dozen or 8 and stay with me one season. They are given into my care by their parents. They are entrusted to me. While they are with me, I give to them my knowledge of living things. I teach them to love and to respect the world into which they were born, the land and sea and sky and all that lives upon and within it. I teach them to understand that world. I teach them to give life back in exchange for the life they were given. I teach them to grow and nurture that life. We begin simply, as with this garden. We finish with the complexity that surrounds human life. There is love in what I do. I am a simple person with a simple gift, a gift I can share with others. A chosen shares. Hang with others. I was never a chosen, never. That was something I was called upon to be, that I did wish to be, nor was suited to be. All that, I have left behind me. I have made this village and its people my life. This is who I am. This is where I belong. Perhaps. The druid's voice was calm and steady, and it brushed aside her anger. Yet will you turn your back on the elves for no better reason than this? Without you, they will surely perish. They will stand and fight as they did in the old world when the evil first threatened. But this time they lack the magic to make them strong. They will be destroyed. These children have been given into my keeping. The girl began hurriedly, but Alanon's hand rose abruptly. What do you think will happen once the elves are destroyed? Do you think the evil ones will be content to stay within the borders of the Westland? What of your children then, elven girl? Ambril stared at him wordlessly for a moment, then dropped slowly back down onto the bench. Tears ran again from her eyes, and she closed them tightly. Why was I chosen? She asked softly, her words barely more than a whisper. There was no reason for it. I did seek it, and there were so many others who did. Her hands clenched in her lap. It was a mockery, Druid, a joke. Do you see that? No woman had been chosen in over 500 years. Only men. But then I was chosen, an impossible, cruel mistake. A mistake. The Druid stared at the gardens, his face expressionless once more. There was no mistake, he responded, though Will believed he was speaking almost to himself. The Druid looked back at her, turning quietly. What frightens you, Ambril? You are afraid, aren't you? She did. Look up, did. Open her eyes. Her head nodded once. Alanon reseated himself. His voice was gentle now. Fear is part of life, but it should be faced openly, never hidden. What is it that frightens you? There was a long silence. Will leaned forward quietly on his seat several benches away. Finally Ambril spoke, her words whispered. She does. The Druid frowned. The Ellcrys? But this time Ambril did. Answer him. Her hands lifted to her stricken face and wiped away the tears. Her green eyes opened, and she came to her feet once more. If I were to agree to travel with you to Arborlon, if I were to agree to face my grandfather and my people, if I were to go before the Ellcrys one final time, if I were to do all this, all that you have asked, what then if she will? Give to me her seed? Alanon straightened. Then you may return to Havenstead, and I will trouble you no more. She paused. I will think about it. There is no time to think about it, Alanon insisted. You must decide now, tonight. The demons search for you. I will think about it, she repeated. Her eyes settled on Will. What is your part in all of this, healer? Will started to reply, but her quick smile stopped him. Never mind. Somehow I sense that we are alike in this. You know no more than I. Will wanted to tell her, but she had already turned away. I have no place for you in my home. She spoke to Alanon again. You may sleep here, if you like. Tomorrow we'll talk about this further. She started toward the cottage, chestnut hair trailing sail-like down her back. Ambril, the big man, called after her. Tomorrow, she replied and did. Slow. Then she was done, disappearing silently through the cottage door, leaving Druid and Veilman staring after her in the dark. 11. The creature came for Will through the sluggish haze of his sleep, a formless creation of his dreams that rose up hauntingly out of the depths of his subconscious. It was a thing of terror, a thing that lurked in the dark recesses of his mind where he hid his deepest fears. It came for him with stealth and cunning, slipping easily past the obstacles with which he sought to block it, its motion fluid and quick as it pressed in about him. He could see it as it came, he never would. It lacked substance or identity, it lacked reason. There was only the overwhelming sense of terror it created by its being. He ran from it, of course, ran swiftly through the landscapes of his imagination, ran and ran until it seemed he must surely have left it behind. But he had. It was there at once, closing swiftly, surely. He lunged from it in desperation, screaming soundlessly for help, anyone's help. But there was no one. He was alone with this thing, and he could escape it. Yet he must, for if it were to reach him, if it were to touch him, he knew with certainty that he would die. So he ran in fear, blindly, feeling the breath of the thing hot upon his neck. He came awake with a start, lurching upward from beneath the blankets to a sitting position. The night air was cold on his face and body. Sweat ran from beneath his arms, and from within his head he could hear the sound of his heart pounding wildly. Allanon's dark form crouched next to him, strong hands holding fast to Will's shoulders. The druid's voice was a harsh whisper. "Quick, Valeman! They have found us." Will Olmsford did. Need to ask who it was that had found them. It was his dream become reality. He came to his feet with a bound, grabbing up his blanket and hurrying after the druid, who was already moving toward the little cottage. As if by intuition, Ambril appeared at the edge of the porch, white night dress blowing eerily about her slender form, giving her a ghostly appearance. Allanon went to her at once. "I told you to dress," he whispered angrily. She looked unconvinced. "You would seek to trick me, druid? This would be some game you are playing to help me make up my mind to come back with you to Arborlon?" Allanon's face went black. "About her few minutes of standing around and you will have your answer. Now dress." She stood her ground. "Very well. But I can leave the children. They must be taken to a place of safety." "There is time enough for that," the druid urged. "Besides, they will be safer here than stumbling about in the dark. They will understand being left like this. Remain and they will share your fate." Allanon's patience was gone. "Wake the oldest. Tell him that you must go away for a time, that you have no choice. Tell him that when it is light out, to take the others to a neighbor's home. Now do as I say, hurry." This time she did argue, but turned and disappeared back inside the cottage. Will straightened his clothing and rolled his blanket tight. Together, Druid and Valeman saddled the horses and brought them around to the front of the darkened home to wait for the elven girl. She was with them almost immediately, dressed in boots, slacks, belted tunic and a long blue riding cloak. Allanon brought the girl and the Valeman close before Artak, whispering softly to the animal, stroking the satin neck. Then he handed the reins to Will. "Get on." Will did as he was told, scrambling aboard the big black. Artak shook his head and whiskered. Allanon continued to whisper gently, then took Ambril by the waist and swung her up behind the Valeman as if she were no more than a feather's weight. Then he mounted Spitter. "Quiet, now," he cautioned. "A word." They turned onto the roadway that ran in front of the little cottage and followed it eastward through the sleeping village. Only the sound of their horses' hooves thudding softly on the earthen trail broke the deep stillness. In minutes, the buildings of the village were behind them, and they were at the forest's edge. Before them stretched the tilled fields, the waters of the irrigation ditches sparkling with moonlight as they crisscrossed through neatly planted rows of grain and corn already grown and ripening. In the distance, on either side, the wooded slopes of the valley fell away into the grasslands. Allanon dismounted wordlessly. He stood motionless for a time, listening to the silence of the night, his dark face anxious. Finally he stepped close to Artak, motioning for Will and Ambril to bend close. "They are all around us." He breathed the words. Will went cold. The druid looked at him as if to measure his worth. "Have you ridden and hunt before?" Will nodded. "Good. You and Ambril will stay with Artak. If you are pressed, give him his head. He will see you safely through this. We will ride north along the edge of the village to where the valley drops into the grasslands. Once there, we will break through their circle. Do stop for anything, do you understand? If we become separated, do turn back. Ride north until you reach the Silver River. If I do, come at once, cross and ride west to Arborlon." "What will you?" Will asked hurriedly. "Do concern yourself with what I might be doing," the druid cut him short. "Just do as you are told." Will nodded reluctantly. He did like the sound of this at all. When Allanon turned away, he glanced back at Ambril. "Hold tight," he whispered and tried a quick smile. She did smile back. There was undisguised fear in her eyes. Allanon remounted. Slowly, cautiously they made their way along the forest's edge, skirting the western borders of the village of Havenstead. Silence hung deep and penetrating across the whole of the valley. Like shadows, they slipped through the darkness of the trees, their eyes searching the night for movement. Ahead of them, the north slope of the valley began to loom up darkly through breaks in the forest. Then Allanon reined in sharply, motioning for them to be still. He pointed wordlessly toward the fields on their left. Will and Ambril followed the line of his arm. At first, there was hang to be seen, only row upon row of stalks shaded dark gray in the moonlight. But a moment later their eyes picked out the quick movement of something vaguely like an animal as it crept from one of the irrigation ditches and disappeared into the stalks of the field. They waited for a time, frozen against the trees, then started forward once more. They had only gone a short distance when, from out of the woodlands behind them, a deep, searing howl rose. Ambril tightened her grip about Will's waist and put her head against his back. "Demon wolves." Allanon spoke the name quietly. "They've found our trail." He kicked Spitter's flanks firmly and urged the horse into a slow trot. Artak snorted anxiously and followed. The howl was picked up by others, and there was the sudden sound of bodies plunging through the trees. "Ride!" Allanon shouted. The horses lunged forward, veering sharply left from the cover of the woodlands. At a gallop, they raced along the edge of the fields, following the line of the irrigation ditch toward the break that led to the grasslands. The howling rose all about them, fierce and hungry. Huge, leaping shadows sprang above the stalks of grain and corn in the darkness on their left, crashing wildly toward them. Will bent low over Artak's neck and urged the big horse on. Before them, the pass leading from the valley came into view. Half a dozen bristling, dark forms broke from the woods ahead of them, things that were wolf-like, but much larger, and with faces that appeared grotesquely human as they lifted in the moonlight, long teeth snapping. Allanon turned Spitter directly toward them, blue fire sparking on the fingers of one hand as it raised menacingly. An instant later the fire lanced out, burning into the pack, scattering it wildly. Spitter surged through its midst, his call shrill with terror. Artak was already past both druid and demon wolves, his sleek body leveled out as he raced for the open plains. Several dark bodies lunged from out of the fields before them, jaws snapping at the horse's legs. Artak did. Slow. He caught one beast with his shoulder and knocked him spinning. The others were quickly left behind. Will bent lower, pulling Ambril down with him against Artak's back, loosening slightly his grip on the reins. To their right, more demon wolves bolted from the trees, their howls filling the night air. Streaks of blue fire cut through them, and the howls turned to shrieks of pain. Artak ran on. Then a single huge demon wolf appeared at the forest's edge ahead of them, running parallel to the woodland stream that fed the irrigation ditches. It lunged forward to intercept them, moving with astonishing speed, bounding through the long grass, its movements fluid and soundless. Will felt something cold and hard tighten in his chest. The beast was narrowing the gap between them too quickly, they would escape it. He did the only thing he could think to do. He shouted wildly to Artak and gave him his head. The big black responded. From somewhere deep within, he found new strength. His stride lengthened. The beast was almost upon them, a massive, dark terror that seemed to rise up suddenly out of the night beside them. Will closed his eyes and yelled one final time. Artak screamed in response. Gathering himself, the stallion hurdled the woodland stream that lay across his path. Gaining the far bank, he raced from the woodlands and fields of Havenstead into the open plains beyond. For an instant after, Will's eyes remained closed, locked tight with fear. He simply clung to Artak's neck, feeling the comforting movement of the great horse beneath him as they fled into the night. When he finally lifted his head once more and risked a quick look behind him, past Ambril's huddled form, he found that they were alone. Fire and smoke rose out of the darkness from within the valley, and the air was filled with frenzied yowling. There was no sign of the demon wolves. There was no sign of Allanon. Almost without thinking, Will reined in Artak sharply and wheeled him about. Allanon had been firm in his instructions. Under no circumstances was he to turn back. Ambril was his first consideration. She had been given into his safekeeping, she was to be protected at all costs. He glanced quickly at her child's face as it rose out of the shadow of his back, green eyes questioning. He knew what he should do. Yet he knew that the druid was still back there, probably in trouble. How could he simply leave him and go on? His indecision lasted only a moment. From out of the valley behind them galloped a terrified Spitter, wiry gray body extended in full stride. Bent low over his back, black robes billowing out wildly, his dark figure silhouetted against a horizon colored red with fire, was the druid. Close behind ran the demon wolves, their shaggy forms leaping madly through the tall grass, howling their hatred of the humans who had escaped them. Will turned Artak north instantly and put his heels to him. The big black snorted and leaped ahead. The Veil Man did. Give him his head this time, but held him carefully in check. Their chase might be a long one, and the black's great strength was without its limits. Artak did fight him, but followed his lead running easily. Will bent forward, feeling Ambril's grip about his waist tighten, her face burying itself against his back once more. A mile further on, Spitter drew abreast, his heaving body streaked with sweat and dirt, his nostrils flaring. Already, he was growing tired. Will glanced anxiously at Allanon, but the druid did look over. His dark gaze was fixed on the land ahead as he urged his horse on with small movements of his hands. The chase through the grasslands of the Silver River country wore on with grim determination. The maddened howling of the demon wolves died quickly, changing to the sound of ragged breathing punctuated by snarls of frustration. For the fleeing horsemen, there was only the muffled whistle of the wind and the steady pounding of their horses' hooves. Through valleys that cut between gently sloping hills and over broad, empty rises they ran, hunter and hunted past groves of fruit trees, past solitary oaks and willows, past small winding streams of water, all through the silence and dark of the plains. Time slipped away without meaning. They had run nearly a dozen miles. Still the distance between them and their pursuers remained unchanged. At last the Silver River slipped into view, a broad ribbon of moonlit water shining out of the dark through breaks in the low hills that bounded her near bank. Will saw the river first and shouted. Artak jumped ahead instantly at the sound of his voice, moving in front of Spitter once more. Belatedly, Will sought to hold him back, but the big black would be curbed this time. He was still running easily, smoothly, and he quickly left the tiring Spitter behind. The gap between Artak and those who came after widened further. Will was still trying to rein in the black when he caught sight of the crouching, dark forms that appeared abruptly from out of the night ahead of him, forms that were bent and twisted and covered with bristling gray hair. Demons! Will felt his stomach tighten. It was a trap. They had been waiting here, waiting in case any managed to escape from the demon wolves at Havenstead. Now they were spread out all along the banks of the Silver River, closing as the horsemen approached. Artak saw them and veered sharply left toward a small rise. 50 yards further back, Spitter followed his lead. Further back still, but closing now on the tiring animal, ran the demon wolves, howling once more. Artak gained the summit of the rise at full gallop and broke downward for the Silver River. The demons in front of him moved quickly to bar his passage. Will could see them clearly now, cat-like beasts with the faces of women, twisted and grotesque. They bounded toward the big black, mewling hideously, muzzles lifting to reveal their long, sharp teeth. At the last second, Artak wheeled sharply and circled back toward the rise, leaving the cat things screeching with frustration. In that moment, Spitter topped the rise, stumbled wearily and went down. Allanon tumbled to the ground in a tangle of robes, rolled over several times, and sprang back to his feet. Demon wolves came at him from all sides, but the blue fire spread from his fingers in a broad, cutting sweep that scattered them like leaves in a strong wind. Artak wheeled left again, Will and Ambril clinging desperately to his back to keep from being thrown. Screaming his hatred of the cat things that sought to trap him, he ran at them once more, parallel now to the riverbank, moving so swiftly that he was on top of them before they had time to realize what he was about. Several of the beasts reached for him, clawed limbs ripping, but he was past them almost at once, clearing their grasping talons with a mighty leap and racing away into the night. Behind him, an arc of blue fire lanced into the nearest pursuers, burning them to ash. Will glanced back once and saw Allanon still standing atop the rise, demon wolves and cat things alike closing about him from every direction. Too many. Will heard the words scream through his brain. Fire sprang from the druid's hands, and he disappeared in a haze of smoke and dark, leaping forms. Then some sixth sense triggered within the Veilman, warning of new danger. His gaze shifted hurriedly from the battle atop the rise. From out of nowhere appeared half a dozen more of the demon wolves, racing toward Artak in great, silent bounds. Will felt a quick moment of panic. He and Ambril were trapped between the beasts and the river. Ahead of them a dense stretch of wood blocked their passage. Behind them were the demons they had just fled. There was nowhere for them to go. Artak did hesitate. He veered toward the Silver River. The wolves came after, soundless, fluid, black terror. Will was sure that this time they would escape. Allanon was no longer there to help them, they were all alone. The Silver River drew closer. There were no shallows in view, only an open expanse of water too broad, too deep, and too swift for them to cross. If they were to try, Will realized, they would most certainly be swept away. Yet Artak did slow. Whatever the danger might be to them, the big black had made his choice. He was going into the river. The demon wolves sensed it as well. Less than a dozen yards back, they threw themselves forward in a determined effort to catch Will and the elven girl. Ambril screamed in warning. Frantically Will fumbled in his tunic for the leather pouch that contained the elfstones. Knowing if he could even use them, only knowing that he must do something. He was too late. As his hand closed about the stones, they reached the edge of the Silver River. Artak gathered himself and sprang clear of the riverbank, Will and Ambril clinging to his back. In that same instant, white light burst all about them, freezing their motion as if they had been captured in a painting. The wolves disappeared. The Silver River vanished. Everything was gone. They were alone, rising upward in a slow, steady climb into the light. 12. Before time became time recorded, he was there. Before men and women, before nations and governments, before all the history of humankind, he was there. Even before the world of fairy split in war between good and evil, fixing unalterably the character of life thereafter, he was there. He was there in that time when the world was a sacred Eden and all living things existed together in peace and harmony. He was young then, a fairy creature himself, while the fairy creatures of the earth were just being born. He lived within gardens that had been given over into his keeping, entrusted with the responsibility of seeing that they and all the living things that dwelt within were cared for and preserved, sheltered and renewed. He had no name, for names were needed. He was who he was, and his life was just beginning. He had understood what he was to become. His future was a vague and distant promise whispered in the corridors of his dreams, and he could have foreseen its reality. He could have foreseen that his life was to be finite in the manner of other living things, but was to extend down through centuries of lives celebrated in birth and forgotten in death until his own became cloaked in the trappings of immortality. He could have foreseen that all who had been born into the world with him and all who were thereafter to be born, whether fairy or human, would fade and be lost while he alone would continue on. Nor would he have wanted to, for he was still young enough to be filled with the conviction that his world would always be as it was then. Had he known that he would live to see it all changed beyond any possible recognition, he would have wished to survive. He would have wished to die and become one again with the earth that had bred him. It would have been an irreparable loss, for he was to become the last remnant of that fabled time that was the world in its inception, the last remnant of peace and harmony, of beauty and light that was the Eden of life. It had been decreed in the twilight of the beginning, changing forever the course of his existence, changing forever the purpose of his life. He was to become for a world fallen from grace a small reminder of what had been lost. He was to become as well the promise that all that had once been might one day come again. In the beginning, he had comprehended this. There was only shock and dismay at discovering that the world was changing, its beauty fading, its light dying, that all that had been so filled with peace and harmony was to be lost. Soon his gardens were all that remained. Of all who had come into the world with him, one was left behind. He was alone. He despaired for a time, consumed with grief and self-pity. Then the changes that had altered the land about him began to encroach upon his own small world, threatening to change it as well. He remembered then his responsibilities, and he began the long and difficult struggle to preserve the gardens that were his home, determined that this last bit of the first world would survive, though all else had been lost. The years slipped away, and his struggle wore on. He found himself aging only slightly. He found within himself power that he had known he possessed. After a time, he began to realize the purpose for his solitary existence, that a new trust had been given him, a trust he must abandon. With realization came acceptance, and with acceptance came understanding. For centuries he labored in anonymity, his existence little more than a myth that became part of the folklore of the nations building about him, a fantasy told with wry smiles and smug indulgence. It was until after the cataclysm men called the Great Wars, the final destruction of the old world and the emergence of the new races, that the myth began to gain acceptance as truth. For it was then that he chose for the first time ever to go out from the gardens into the land beyond. His reasons were carefully drawn. There was magic in the world again, and his was the highest and best magic, the magic of life. The land without was new and fresh once more, and he saw in that rebirth an opportunity to recapture all that he had known when he was young. Through him, the past and future might have last be joined. It would come easily or quickly, still, it would come. But he could no longer remain secluded and hidden within his gardens. He must go out from them. Contained within his small sanctuary was the seed of all that the world so desperately needed to regain. It was the trust he had first been given. He saw that it was enough that it be preserved. He saw that it must be built upon more, that it must be made visible and accessible. He must see that this was done. Thus he went out from the gardens that had been his home for so many centuries, traveling into the country that lay about it, a country of sweet grasslands and gently rolling hills, of shaded woodland glens and quiet ponds, all bound together by a river that was the life stream of the land. He would travel far from the gardens, however, for they were his first concern, and their need for his protection demanded that he stay close. Still, it did prove necessary to journey farther than he did. The country he found pleased him. He planted the seed of the first world within its heart, marking it as his own, giving to it a special radiance that made it easily recognizable, giving to its inhabitants and to its travelers, whomsoever should require it, his blessing and protection from harm. In time, the new races came to understand what he had done. They spoke of him and of his land with awe and with respect. They began to tell his story throughout the four lands. The story grew with each new telling until at last they had made him a legend. They named him after the country he had made his own. They called him the King of the Silver River. He came to Will and Ambril in the guise of an old man, appearing from out of the light, wizened and bent with age, his robes hanging about his thin frame as if he were made of brittle sticks. His hair fell about his shoulders in thick, white locks. His ancient face was wrinkled and brown with sun, his deep blue eyes were the color of seawater. He smiled in greeting, and Will and Ambril smiled in response, sensing that there was no harm in this man. They still clung tightly to Artak's broad back, the black extended in full stride, unmoving in the light that held them all frozen. Neither Valeman nor Elven girl understood what had happened, yet there was no fear in them, only a deep, comforting drowsiness that immobilized them with the strength of iron chains. The old man stopped before them, blurred and indistinct in the haze of the light. His hand touched Artak's sleek face and the black nickered softly. The old man looked at Ambril then, and there were tears in his eyes. "Child, that you were mine," he whispered. He stepped closer, reaching up to take her hand in his own. "No harm shall come to you in this land. Be at peace. We are joined in purpose and shall be one with the earth." Will struggled to speak and could. The old man stepped back again, and one hand raised in farewell. "Rest, now. Sleep." He began to fade, slipping back into the light. "Sleep, children of life." Will's eyes grew heavy. It was a pleasant, welcome sensation, and he did fight it. He was conscious of Ambril's small form slumped heavily against his own, her hands locked loosely about his waist. The light seemed to draw back from them, fading into darkness. His eyes closed, and he drifted into slumber. He began to dream. He was standing in the midst of a garden filled with incredible beauty and serenity, dazzling in its color and fragrance, so wondrous that all else that he had known in life or had imagined possible paled in comparison. There were streams shimmering silver as they flowed from out of springs hidden within the earth and spilled into quiet ponds. There were trees canopied overhead, filtering sunlight that speckled with touches of golden warmth. There were soft, sweet grasses that carpeted the lanes and walkways in emerald silk. All manner of birds flew, fish swam, and animals walked through these gardens past in harmony and contentment and in peace. The Valeman was filled with a sense of deep, abiding tranquility, fulfillment, and a happiness so intense that he cried. Yet when he turned to share what he was feeling with Ambril, he found her gone. 13. When Will Olmsford awoke once more, it was dawn. He lay in a grassy vale beneath the sheltering limbs of twin maples, the morning sun filtering down through masses of broad green leaves in long streamers of brightness that made him blink. Close by, there was the faint sound of water lapping against a shore. For an instant, he believed himself still within the wondrous gardens of his dream. So real had they seemed to him that, almost without thinking about it, he pushed himself up on one elbow and looked about hurriedly for them. But the gardens were gone. Ambril lay next to him, still sleeping. He hesitated, then reached over and shook her shoulder gently. She stirred restlessly and her eyes opened. She looked at him in surprise. "How are you?" he asked. "I'm fine." She brushed the sleep from her eyes. "Where are we?" Will shook his head. "I don't know." The elven girl sat up slowly and looked about the small vale. "Where is Allanon?" "I don't know that either." Will stretched his legs tentatively, surprised to find them loose and uncramped. "He's gone. They're all gone, Allanon, those creatures." He paused, hearing movement in the brush at the far end of the hollow. A familiar black face poked through the leaves, nickering softly. Will smiled. "Well, at least we still have Artak with us." The black cropped lazily at the grass, shook himself clear of the brush, and trotted over to nuzzle Will. Will stroked the sleek head for a moment, rubbing at the horse's ears. Ambril watched quietly. "Did you see the old man?" Will asked her. She nodded solemnly. That old man was the king of the Silver River. Will looked at her. "I thought as much. My grandfather saw him once, years ago. I don't think I was ever really sure whether he was real or. Until now, though. Funny." Artak moved off several paces and began feeding. Will shook his head. "He saved our lives back there. The demon wolves almost had us." He caught the look that crept into the elven girl's eyes and stopped. "Anyway, I guess we're safe now." "It was like a dream, wasn't it?" she said softly. "We were floating in the light, riding Artak with Hing beneath us but the light. Then he came up to us, walking, came out of nowhere and said something." She trailed off, as if the memory of it confused her. "Did you see it?" The Valeman nodded. "And then he disappeared," she continued, speaking more to herself than to him, as if trying to recall all that had happened. "He disappeared and the light disappeared and then." She looked at him curiously. The gardens, he suggested. Did you see the gardens? No. She hesitated. No, there were no gardens, just a darkness and a sensation I can't describe. A sort of reaching, I think. She looked at him for help, but he just stared back at her in confusion. You were standing there with me, she went on. You were standing there, but you couldn't see me. I called to you, but you didn't seem to hear me. It was so strange. Will hunched forward. I remember the old man and the light, just as you've described them. I remember that. When they disappeared, I remember falling asleep, or at least, I think I fell asleep. Anyway, you were there with me on our tack. I could feel your arms about my waist. The next thing I knew, I was standing in these gardens. I'd never seen anything like them, they were so peaceful and beautiful and quiet. But when I looked around for you, you weren't there. You were gone. They looked at each other wordlessly for a moment. I suppose we had better worry about where we are now, Will said finally. He climbed to his feet and looked about again. Belatedly, he thought about helping Amber up, but by then she was already standing next to him, brushing leaves and grass from her hair. He hesitated a moment, then led the way through the brush surrounding them toward the sound of the water. Moments later, they stood at the edge of a lake so vast that its shoreline circled in either direction to the horizon and disappeared. Waves crested in sudden flashes of silver foam, the waters deep and clear blue in the morning sun. Groves of trees bordered its grass-covered banks, willow and elm and ash, leaves rippling softly in a light southerly wind that carried with it the scent of honeysuckle and azaleas. In the cloudless blue sky that canopied above the lake arced a brilliant, shimmering band of colors that seemed to rise from one end of the horizon and disappear into the other. Will glanced upward to fix the sun's location, then turned to Amber, shaking his head in disbelief. Do you know where we are, Dot? We're somewhere on the north shore of the Rainbow Lake. The old man carried us all the way down the Silver River and across the lake to wherever it is we are now. We're miles from where we started. The elven girl nodded almost absently. I think you're right. I know I'm right. Will paced away excitedly and stopped at the water's edge. I just don't know how he managed it. Amber sat down on the grass, gazing out over the lake. The legend says he helps those who need it when they travel in his land, that he keeps them safe from harm. She paused, her mind clearly elsewhere. He said something to me. I wish I could remember. Will was listening. We should get moving. Arborlawn's a long way off. But if we travel in a northwest direction, we should be able to find the Myrmidon, then follow it all the way to the Westland. That's a lot of open country, but we won't be so easy to find now. There's no trail to follow this time. He missed entirely the look of annoyance that crossed Amber's face, his mind preoccupied with the journey ahead. It should only take us about 4 days, maybe 5, since we only have one horse between us. If we get lucky, we might find a other one somewhere along the way, but I suppose that's asking a bit much. It would help if we had some weapons, too. We don't even have a hunting bow. That means eating fruit and wild vegetables, I guess. Of course we might. He trailed off, suddenly aware that Amber was shaking her head in disapproval. The elven girl crossed her legs before her and sat back. What's the matter? He asked, dropping down next to her. You are, for one thing. What do you mean, I am? You seem to have fixed in your mind everything that happens from here on. Don't you think you ought to hear my thoughts on the matter? Will stared at her, somewhat taken aback. Well, sure. I haven't iced you asking for them, she continued, ignoring him. Do you think it necessary to ask? The veil man reddened. I'm sorry. I was just. You were just making decisions that you have no right to make. She paused and regarded him coolly. I don't even know what you're doing here. The only reason I've come this far with you is that I really didn't have any choice in the matter. It's time to find out a few things. Why did Allanon bring you along in the first place, Will Ohmsford? Who are you? Will told her, starting with the story of Shay Ohmsford and the quest for the Sword of Shannara and ending with Allanon's visit to Storlock to seek his aid in tracking the Bloodfire. He told her everything, deciding that it was pointless to hold anything back, sensing that if he were completely honest with this girl, she would have hing further to do with him. When he finished, Amber stared at him wordlessly for a moment, then shook her head slowly. I don't know whether to believe you or I should, I suppose. I really don't have any reason to. It's just that so much has happened that I'm really very certain of anything right now. She hesitated. I've heard stories of the Elfstones. They were an old magic, said to have all been lost long before the Great Wars. Yet you claim Alanon gave 3 to your grandfather and he in turn gave them to you. If that much of what you've told me were true. She trailed off, her eyes fixed on his. Would you show them to me? She asked. The veil man hesitated, then reached into his tunic. He realized that she was testing him, but then he guessed that she had a right to do that. After all, she had only his word for everything he had told her, and she was being asked to place her safety in his hands. He pulled out the worn leather pouch, loosened the drawstrings and dropped the stones in his hand. Perfectly formed, their color a deep, brilliant blue, they flashed sharply in the morning sunlight. Amberl bent close, regarding them solemnly. Then she looked back at Will again. How do you know these are elfstones? I have my grandfather's word on it. And Alanon's. She did. Look impressed. Do you know how to use them? He shook his head. I've never tried. Then you don't really know whether they're any good to you or, do you? She laughed softly. You won't know until you need them. That's very comforting, is it? No. Very, he agreed. Yet here you are anyway. He shrugged. It seemed like the right thing to do. He dropped the elfstones back in the pouch and tucked the pouch into his tunic. I guess I'll have to wait and see how it works out to know whether or I was mistaken. She studied him carefully for a moment, saying "Hing." He waited. We have much in common, Will Olmsford, she said finally. She crossed her arms about her knees, drawing them up. Well, you've told me who you are. I think you're entitled to the same courtesy. My family name is Elesadil. Eventine Elesadil is my grandfather. In a sense, we're both involved in this because of who our grandfathers are. Will nodded. That's true, I suppose. The wind caught her chestnut hair and blew it across her face like a veil. She brushed the strands away and looked out across the lake again. You know that I do. Want to go back to Arborlawn, she said. I know. But that's where you think I ought to go, isn't it? He eased back on his elbows, watching the rainbows arc above him. That's where I think you have to go, he replied. Obviously you can. Go back to Havenstead, the demons will be looking for you there. Pretty soon, they'll be looking for you here as well. You have to keep moving. If Alanon escaped. He paused, distracted by the implications of that statement. If Alanon escaped, he will expect us to go on to Arborlawn, and that's where we'll find him. He looked over at her. If you've got any better ideas, I'm ready to listen. For a long time, she didn't say anything. She just kept staring out over the rainbow lake, watching the graceful movement of the water, letting the wind blow freely across her face. When she finally spoke again, it was just a whisper. I'm afraid. Then she looked at him, seemed about to say something more, and thought better of it. She smiled, the first genuine smile he had seen from her. Well, we're a pair of fools, aren't we? You with your elfstones that may or may be what you think, and me about to do the one thing I swore I'd never do. She rose, walked away a few paces, then turned as he came to his feet behind her. I want you to know this. I think that going to Arborlawn is pointless. I think that Alanon is wrong about me. Neither the Ellcrys nor the elven people will accept me back again because, despite what the druid may think, I am no longer one of the chosen. She paused. Still, doing anything else wouldn't make much sense, would it? To me, it wouldn't, he agreed. She nodded. Then I guess it's settled. Her child's face regarded him soberly. I just hope this isn't a mistake. Will sighed. If it is, we'll probably know soon enough. He forced a thin smile. Let's collect Artak and find out. They spent the remainder of that day and all of the next traveling north and west through the grasslands of Calahorn. The weather was warm, dry, and pleasant, and the time passed quickly. Dark thunderclouds appeared to the north around noon of the first day, hanging ominously over the craggy expanse of the Dragon's Teeth, but by sunset they had blown east into the Rab and were gone. The Veilman and the Elven girl alternated between riding Artak and walking, doubling up when they rode, then both traveling afoot for a time in order to rest the Big Black. Artak looked fresh even after several hours of being ridden, but Will was about to risk tiring the horse. They saw Hing of the demons that they had lost at the Silver River, but the creatures were certainly still out there and looking for them. If they were unlucky enough to be found again, Will wanted Artak ready to run. Bereft of any weapons at all, save for a small hunting knife Will carried tucked in his belt, they were forced to eat fruits and vegetables that grew wild on the grasslands. Will found the fare ample, if somewhat less than satisfying, but Amberl seemed to mind it all. If anything, she seemed quite pleased with their meals. She showed the Veilman a talent for discovering food where he would. Have guessed food existed, pulling from the most unlikely places edible plants and roots that she readily identified and described in quite thorough detail. Will listened attentively and asked questions from time to time, finding this the one topic of conversation she seemed willing to pursue. Initially, he had tried to draw her out on other subjects, but had met with little success. So they talked of plants and roots and the rest of the time traveled in silence. They slept that first night in a grove of cottonwood near a small spring that provided them with clean drinking water. By mid-afternoon of the second day, they reached the Myrmidon and began following it north. Up until that point, they had seen no one, but thereafter passed half a dozen travelers, some afoot, some on horseback, one riding in a small wooden cart drawn by oxen. All exchanged with them a word of friendship and a wave before continuing on their way. At sunset they made camp along the Myrmidon, west and south of the city of Tarsus, finding shelter in a grove of white pine and willow. Using a willow branch, a length of twine, and a hook from his clothing, Will fashioned a crude fishing pole. Within half an hour he had landed a pair of striped bass. He was cleaning the fish by the river's edge when a caravan of wagons swung into view from the south and wound its way down toward the far bank. Gaily painted houses on wheels, with peaked roofs of cedar shingles, hand-carved wooden doors, and windows studded with brass, the wagons flashed brightly in the setting sun. Teams of finely groomed horses pulled the wagon, their traces laced with bits of silver. Several riders kept pace, their graceful forms cloaked in silk and trailing streamers of color from their throats and from the bridles of their mounts. In spite of himself, Will stopped what he was doing and watched the strange procession approach the river, wagon axles groaning, leather harness creaking, voices calling, and whistling encouragement. Almost directly across from where the veilman sat, the caravan swung into a loose circle and lurched to a halt. Men, women, and children climbed from the wagons and began unhitching the teams and setting up camp. Ambril appeared from the trees behind Will and joined him. The veilman glanced over at them briefly, then followed her gaze back across the river to the gathering on the far bank. "Rovers," he announced thoughtfully. She nodded. "I've seen them before. The elves don't have much use for them. No one has." He went back to cleaning the fish. "They'll steal anything that isn't nailed down, or if it is, find a way to talk you out of it. They have their own rules and they don't pay any attention to anyone else's." Ambril touched his arm and he looked up to watch a tall man, dressed all in black save for a cloak and sash of forest green, accompany two older women in long, multicolored skirts and blouses as they carried water buckets down to the water's edge. As the women stooped to fill the buckets, the tall man removed a wide-brimmed hat and, with a flourish, bowed low to Will and Ambril, his darkly tanned face flashing a broad smile through a shading of black beard. Will raised one arm and waved back cordially. "I'm just as glad that they're on that side of the river," he muttered to Ambril as they rose to return to their camp. They enjoyed a savory meal of fish, fruit, vegetables and spring water, then settled back next to the campfire and gazed out through breaks in the forest to the glimmer of the rover fires as they blazed up from out of the darkness across the river. They were quiet for a time, lost in their own thoughts. Then Will looked over at the elven girl. "How is it that you know so much about growing things, the gardens at your cottage in Havenstead, the roots and plants you found for us during our journey? Did someone teach you all that?" A look of surprise crossed her face. "For being part elf, you certainly don't know very much about us, do you?" Will shrugged. "Really? The elven blood is all on my father's side, and he died when I was very young. I don't think that my grandfather has ever gone into the Westland, at least he never speaks about it. In any case, I guess I've just never thought that much about being part elf." "It is something that you should have thought about," she said quietly. Her green eyes found his. "We first need to understand who we were before we can understand who we are." The words were spoken as a criticism of the veilman, but almost in self-reproach. Will found himself suddenly wishing that he knew more about this girl, that he could find a way to persuade her to confide even a small piece of herself in him, rather than keeping it all so tightly locked away. "Maybe you could help me gain at least a part of that understanding," he offered after a moment's thought. There was instant doubt in her eyes, almost as if she believed that he was playing some game with her. She hesitated a long time before answering him. "Very well, maybe I can." She squared herself around so that she was seated facing him. "You must first understand that the elven people believe that preservation of the land and all that lives and grows upon it, plant and animal alike, is a moral responsibility. They have always held this belief foremost in their conduct as creatures of the earth. In the old world, they devoted the whole of their lives to caring for the woodlands and forests in which they lived, cultivating its various forms of vegetation, sheltering the animals that it harbored. Of course, they had little else to concern them in those days, for they were an isolated and reclusive people. All that has changed now, but they still maintain a belief in their moral responsibility for their world. Every elf is expected to spend a portion of his life giving back to the land something of what he has taken out of it. By that I mean that every elf is expected to devote a part of his life to working with the land, to repairing damage it may have suffered through misuse or neglect, to caring for its animals and other wildlife, to caring for its trees and smaller plants where the need to do so is found.
Is that a part of what you were doing in Havenstead? She nodded. In a way. The chosen are exempt from this service.
When I ceased to be one of the chosen and no longer felt welcome in my homeland, I decided that I should do service to the land. Most of the work done by the elves is carried out in the Westland because that is the elven homeland. But we believe that the care of the land is simply an elven responsibility, but the responsibility of all men. To some extent the dwarves share our concern, but the other races have never been much persuaded. So some of the elves go out from the Westland to other communities, trying to teach the people living there something of them responsibility for the care and preservation of their land.
This is what I was trying to do at Havenstead.
And you were working with the children of the village, Will surmised. Primarily the children, for the children are more receptive to what I teach and have the time to learn. I was taught of the earth when I was a child, it is the elven way. I was more adept than most at translating the lesson into use, one of the reasons, I guess, that I was selected to be a chosen. The skills of the chosen and the preservation and care of the earth and its life forms are of the highest order. The Ellcrys has some sense of this.
She has this ability.
Amberl seemed to catch herself in the middle of a thought she did wish to express. She stopped abruptly, shrugging. I was very good at teaching the children of Havenstead, and the people of the village were very kind to me. Havenstead was my home, and I did want to leave. She shifted her gaze abruptly to the fire between them. Well said. Hing, leaning forward to add several pieces of stray wood to the flames. After a moment's silence, Amberl looked up at him again. Well, now you know something of the elven feeling for the land. It's a part of your heritage, so you should try to understand it.
I think I do understand it, the Veilman replied, reflecting. At least in part.
I have been trained in the elven manner, but I have been trained by the stores as a healer.
Their concern for human life is much the same as the elven concern for the land.
A healer must do whatever is in his power to do to preserve the lives and health of the men, women, and children whom he treats.
This is the commitment I made when I chose to become a healer.
The elven girl looked at him curiously.
Somehow that makes it seem even stranger that you were persuaded by Allanon to look after me.
You are a healer, dedicated to preserving life. What will you do if you are placed in a situation where, in order to protect me, you must harm others, perhaps even cause them to die? Will stared at her wordlessly. He had never even considered the possibility that such a thing might happen. Thinking on it now, he experienced an unpleasant feeling of doubt. I don't know what I'll do, he admitted uncomfortably. They were silent for a moment, staring across the fire at each other, unable to break through the awkwardness of the moment. Then Amberl rose abruptly, came over to the Veilman, and sat next to him, impulsively clasping his hand in her own. Her winsome face looked out at him through the shadow of her hair.
That wasn't a fair question to put to you, Will Olmsford. I'm sorry I asked it. You came on this journey because you believed that you might help me. It is wrong of me to doubt that you would do so.
It was a fair question, Will replied firmly.
I just don't have an answer to it.
Nor should you, she insisted.
I, of all people, should know that some decisions can be made in advance of the time that will demand them. We can
always anticipate the way in which things will happen and therefore can
anticipate what we will do. We must accept that. Again, I am sorry. You might as well ask me what decision I will make if the Ellcrys tells me that I am still one of the chosen.
Will smiled faintly. Be careful.
I am tempted to ask exactly that. She released his hand instantly and rose. Do. You would. Like the answer I would give you.
She shook her head sadly.
You think my choice in this is a simple one that you could make easily. You are wrong.
She walked back to the other side of the fire and reached down for her travel cloak, shaking it out upon the ground. As she prepared to roll herself in it to sleep, she turned back to him one final time.
Believe me, Veilman, should our decisions become necessary, yours will be the easier of the two.
She lowered her head to the folds of the cloak and was asleep in moments.
Will Olmsford stared thoughtfully into the fire. Although he could
begin to explain why, he found that he believed her.
14.
When they awoke the following morning, Artak was missing. At first they thought that he might have wandered off during the night, but a quick check of the woods in which they were camped and the open grasslands beyond failed to turn up any sign of the big black. It was at this point that an unpleasant suspicion began to form in the back of Will's mind. Hurriedly, he examined the area in which Artak had been left to graze, moving from there along the perimeter of their campsite, dropping to his knees from time to time as he went to smell the earth or touch it with his fingers.
Ambril watched him curiously. After a few minutes of this, the Veilman seemed to find something.
Eyes still fixed on the ground before him, he began walking southward through the small stand of timber and into the grasslands 100 feet, too. He began to angle toward the river. Wordlessly, the elven girl trailed after. Moments later, they both stood at the edge of the Myrmidon, staring out across a series of shallows several hundred yards downstream from their camp.
Rovers. Will spat the word out like a bitter pill.
They crossed here during the night and stole him.
Ambril looked surprised. Are you sure? I'm sure. Will nodded. I found their tracks.
Besides, no one else could have managed it. Artak would have called out if it were anyone but an expert horse handler, and the rovers are the best.
Look, they're already gone.
He pointed across the river to the spot on the empty grasslands the caravan had occupied the previous night. They stared at it silently for a moment.
What do we do now? Ambril asked finally.
Will was so mad he could barely speak.
First we go back and pack our things. Then we cross the river and have a look at their campsite.
They returned to their own camp, hastily put together the few items they had carried with them, and returned to the river. They crossed at the shallows without difficulty. Minutes later they stood at the now deserted rover camp. Once more Will began studying the ground, moving more quickly this time as he paced the area from end to end. Finally he walked back to where Ambril stood waiting. My uncle Flick taught me to read signs when I hunted the woods about my home in Shady Vale, he informed her conversationally, his mood considerably improved. We used to fish and trap the Duln forests for weeks at a time when I was little.
Always thought I might again have need of what I learned someday. She nodded impatiently. What did you find?
They've gone west, probably just before daybreak.
Is that all? Isn't there some indication of weather or? Artak is with them?
Oh, he's with them, all right. Back at the shallows, there are signs of a horse going into the river from the other side and coming out again over here.
One horse, several men.
No mistake, they've got him.
But we're going to get him back again.
She looked at him doubtfully.
You mean you're going after them?
Of course I'm going after them.
He was getting angry all over again. We're both going after them. Just you and me, Veilman?
She shook her head.
On foot? We can catch up to them by nightfall. Those wagons are slow. That assumes that we can find them, doesn't it? There's no trick to that.
At one time, I could track a deer through wilderness timber where there hadn't been rain for weeks.
I think I can manage to track an entire caravan of wagons across open grasslands.
I don't like the sound of this at all, she announced quietly. Even if we do find them and they do have Artak, what are we supposed to do about it? We'll worry about that when we catch up to them, he replied evenly.
The elven girl did. Back away. I think that we should worry about it right now. That's an entire camp of armed men you're talking about chasing after.
I don't like what's happened any better than you do, but that's hardly sufficient excuse for failing to exercise sound judgment.
With an effort, Will held his temper. I am about to lose that horse.
In the first place, if it weren't for Artak, the demons would have had us back at Havenstead. He deserves a better fate than spending the rest of his years in the service of those thieves. In the second place, he is the only horse we had and the only horse we are likely to get.
Without him, we will be forced to walk the rest of the way to Arborlawn.
That will take more than a week, and most of that week will be spent crossing these open grasslands. That increases rather substantially the chances of our being discovered by those things still searching for us.
And I don't like the sound of that. We need Artak.
You seem to have made up your mind on this, she said expressionlessly.
He nodded.
I have. Besides, the rovers are traveling toward the Westland anyway, at least we'll be headed in the right direction. For a moment she didn't say anything, she merely looked at him.
Then finally she nodded. All right, we'll go after them. I want Artak back too.
But let's think this through a bit further before we catch up to them. We had better have some sort of plan worked out by then, Veilman.
He grinned disarmingly. We will. They walked all day through the open grasslands, following the trail of the rover caravan.
It was hot and dry, and the sun beat down on them from out of a cloudless blue sky. They found little shade along the way to relieve them from the heat. What water they carried was soon gone, and they did
run across even a small stream to replenish their supply.
By late afternoon, all they could taste in their mouths was the dust of the plains and their thirst.
Leg muscles ached and their feet blistered.
They spoke to each other only infrequently, conserving their strength, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other, watching the sun sink slowly into the horizon ahead of them until all that remained of the day was a dull orange glow above the sweep of the land. A short time later, it began to darken, the day to disappear into dusk, the dusk into night. Still they walked on, no longer able to find the marks of the wagon wheels in the plain's grass, relying now on their sense of direction to keep them moving in a straight line westward. Moon and stars brightened in the night sky, casting down upon the open grasslands their faint light to guide the Veilman and the Elven girl as they moved steadily forward. Dirt and sweat cooled and dried on their bodies, and they felt their clothing stiffen uncomfortably. Neither suggested stopping to the other. Stopping meant admitting they would catch up to the caravan that night, that they would be forced to go on like this for her day. They kept walking, silent, determined, the girl as much so as the man now, a fact that surprised him and caused him to feel genuine admiration for her spirit. Then they saw light in the distance ahead, a fire burning through the dark like a beacon, and they realized that they had found the rovers. Wordlessly, they trudged to within shouting distance of the firelight, watching the peaked roofs of the wagon homes gradually take shape in the night until finally the entire caravan stood revealed, wound into a loose circle as it had been on the banks of the Myrmidon. Will took hold of Amberyl's arm and gently pulled her down into a crouch. Page 137 picture. "We're going in," he whispered, his eyes never leaving the rover camp. She looked at him in disbelief. "That's your plan? I know something of these people. Just go along with whatever I say and we'll be fine." Without waiting for her response, he stood up and began walking toward the caravan. The Elven girl stared after him for a moment, then rose to her feet and followed after. As they drew closer to the circled wagons, the faces of the men, women, and children passing within the firelight grew visible. Laughter and bits of conversation became audible and distinct. The rovers had just finished their evening meal and were visiting casually with her. From somewhere within the camp came the soft thrum of a stringed instrument. 20 yards from the perimeter of the circle, Will called out. It surprised Amberyl so that she jumped. Within the camp, everyone instantly stopped what was being done, and all heads turned in their direction. There was a sudden scrambling of feet as a handful of men appeared at the gap between the wagons nearest the approaching pair. Wordlessly, the men peered out into the night, the firelight behind them now, leaving them shadowed and faceless. Will did. Slow. He kept walking directly toward them, Amberyl a step or two behind. The entire caravan had gone suddenly still. "Good evening," Will said cheerfully as he reached the gathering of rovers who blocked their passage into the camp. The men said "Hing." In the glimmer of the firelight, the Veilman caught a glimpse of metal blades. "We saw your fire and we thought you might give us something to drink," he continued, still smiling. "We've been walking since daybreak without water and we're about worn out." Someone pushed his way through the cave of silent men, a tall man in a cloak of forest green and a broad-brimmed hat, the man they had seen at the river. "Ah, our young travelers from last evening," he announced quietly and in greeting. "Hello again," Will responded pleasantly. "I'm afraid we've had some very bad luck. We lost our horse during the night. He must have wandered off while we were sleeping. We've been walking all day without water and we could use something cool to drink." "Indeed." The big man smiled without warmth. He was tall, well over 6 feet, lean and raw-boned, his dark face shaded with a black beard and mustache that gave his smile an almost menacing appearance. Eyes that looked blacker than the night about them peered out from beneath a lined and weathered brow that sloped into a nose hooked slightly at the bridge. The hand that came up to beckon to the men behind him was ringed on each finger. "Have water brought," he ordered, his eyes still on the Veilman. His expression did change. "Who are you, young friend, and what is your destination?" "My name is Will Ohmsford," the Veilman replied. "This is my sister, Amberyl. We're on our way to Arborlon." The tall man repeated the name thoughtfully. "Well, you're elves, of course, in part, at least. Any fool can see that. But now, you say that you lost your horse. Would you have been wiser to stay along the Myrmidon in your travels, rather than coming straight west as you did?" Will smiled some more. "Oh, yes, we thought about that, but you see, it's important that we reach Arborlon as soon as possible, and walking would take much too long. Of course, we saw you camped across the river from us last night and we saw, too, that you seem to have a number of very fine horses. We thought that if we could manage to catch up with you by nightfall, we might trade something of value for one of your horses." "Something of value?" The big man shrugged. "Possibly. We would have to see what it is that you propose to trade, of course." Will nodded. "Of course." An old woman appeared, carrying a pitcher of water and a single wooden cup. She handed these to Will, who accepted them wordlessly. With the rovers looking on, he poured some of the water into the cup. He did Offer it to Ambril, who looked at him in surprise as he ignored her completely and drank the water down. Then he poured a second cup and drank it as well. When he was finished, he handed her the empty cup and pitcher without comment. You know something of the way, the tall man remarked, interest showing in his dark eyes. You know also that we're rovers, then. I have treated rovers before, Will said. I'm a healer. A quick murmur went through the assemblage, which had grown considerably since the conversation had begun and now consisted of almost the entire camp, some 30 men, women, and children, all dressed colorfully in bright silks with woven ribbons and scarves. A healer? This is unexpected. The tall man stepped forward, removed his hat with a flourish, and bowed low. Straightening once more, he extended his hand in greeting. My name is Cephalo. I am leader of this family. Will accepted the hand and shook it firmly. Cephalo smiled. Well, you mustn't stand out here while the night grows cold about you. Come with me. Your sister is welcome, too. You both look as if you could do with a bath and something to eat. He led the way through the crowd of rovers into the circle of the wagons. An immense fire burned at the center of the camp, a tripod and iron kettle suspended above it. The glow of the fire reflected off the gaily painted wagons, mixing the rainbow of colors with shadows of the night. Wooden benches sat beneath the wagons, intricately carved and polished, their broad seats cushioned by feather pillows. Brass-handled windows stood open to the light, laced with curtains and strings of beads. On a long table to one side lay an assortment of wicked-looking pikes, swords, and knives, all carefully arranged. Two small boys were diligently oiling the metal blades. They reached the cooking fire and Cephalo turned abruptly. Well now, which shall it be first, a meal or a bath? Will did. Even glance at Ambril. A bath, I think, my sister, as well, if you can spare the water. We can spare it. Cephalo nodded, then turned. Eritrea. There was a whisper of silk, and Will found himself face to face with the most stunning girl he had ever seen. She was small and delicate, in the manner of Ambril, but without the childlike innocence that marked the elven girl. Thick, black hair tumbled in ringlets to her shoulders, framing eyes that were dark and secretive. Her face was beautiful, her features perfectly formed and immediately unforgettable. She was wearing high leather boots, dressed in pants and tunic of scarlet silk that failed to hide anything of the woman beneath. Bands of silver flashed on her wrists and neck. Will looked at her in astonishment and could look away. My daughter. Cephalo sounded bored. He motioned toward Ambril. Take the elven girl and let her bathe herself. Eritrea smiled wickedly. It would be much more interesting to bathe him, she offered, nodding toward Will. Just do as you're told, her father ordered sharply. Eritrea kept her eyes on the veil man. Come along, girl, she invited. She turned and was gone. Ambril followed after, looking none too happy. Cephalo led Will to the far side of the encampment where a series of blankets hung across a small area between two of the wagons. Within stood a tub of water. Stepping behind the blankets, Will stripped off his clothing and laid it neatly on the ground beside him. He was well aware that the rover was watching everything he removed, looking to see if he possessed anything of value, and he was careful to see to it that the pouch containing the elfstones did fall loose from its pocket within his tunic. He began to pour water over himself with a ladle, washing away the dirt and sweat of the day's travel. It is often that we encounter a healer who will treat rovers, Cephalo said after a moment. We usually must care for our own. I was trained by the stores, Will answered him. Their help is given free. The stores? Cephalo was surprised all over again. But the stores are all gnomes. The veil man nodded. I was an exception. You appear an exception in many ways, the tall man declared. He seated himself on a nearby bench and watched the veil man towel dry and begin rinsing his clothes. We have work for you that will enable you to pay for your food and rest, healer. There are some among us who have need of your skills. I will be happy to do what I can, Will replied. Good. The other man nodded in satisfaction. I'll find you some dry clothing to use. He rose and walked away. Instantly Will slipped the elfstones from his tunic pocket into his boot, then quickly resumed washing out his clothing. Cephalo was back almost at once, carrying rover silks for Will to wear. The veil man accepted the clothes and dressed himself. Despite the uncomfortable K at the toe of his right boot, he pulled it on firmly, then the left boot. Cephalo summoned the old woman who had brought the water earlier to take Will's damp clothing. The veil man handed the clothes over without comment, knowing they would be thoroughly searched and Hing found for the effort. Then they returned to the fire at the center of the encampment, where Ambril joined them, washed clean and dressed in clothing similar to Will's. Each was given a plate of steaming food and a cup of wine. They sat next to the fire and ate silently while the rovers settled about them, watching curiously. Cephalo took up a position across from them, sitting cross-legged on a wide, gold-tasseled cushion, his dark face expressionless. There was no sign of Eretria. When the meal was finished, the rover leader assembled the members of his family who needed Will's attention. Without comment, the Veilman examined them one by one, treating a series of infections, internal disorders, skin irritations, and minor fevers. Although she was asked to do so, Ambril worked next to him, providing bandages and hot water, aiding in the application of simple herb medicines and salves. It took the better part of an hour for Will to complete his work. When he was finished, Cephalo stepped up to him. "You have done your work well, healer." He smiled a bit too pleasantly. "Now we must see what we can do for you in return. Walk with me a bit this way." He put one long arm about the Veilman's shoulders and steered him away from the fire, leaving Ambril by herself to clean up after their work. They walked toward the far side of the rover camp. "You say that you lost your horse last night near where we camped on the Myrmidon." Cephalo's voice was thoughtful. "What did this animal look like?" Will's face remained expressionless. He knew the game that was being played. "A stallion, all black." "Well, now." Cephalo appeared even more thoughtful. "We found a horse such as you have described, a very fine animal, just this morning, quite early. It wandered into our camp from out of the grasslands as we were getting our teams hitched for the day's travel. Perhaps this was your horse, healer." "Perhaps," Will agreed. "Of course, we didn't know whose animal he was." Cephalo smiled. "So we brought him along with our own. Why don't we take a look at him?" They passed through the ring of wagons into the plains beyond. 50 feet from the camp, the rover horses were tethered in a line. Two dark forms materialized from out of the night, rovers armed with pikes and bows. A word from Cephalo sent them back into hiding. The tall man led Will down the tether line to its furthest end. There stood Artak. Will nodded. "That's the horse." "Does he bear your mark, healer?" the other man asked, almost as if the question embarrassed him. Will shook his head. "Ah, that is most unfortunate, for now we can't be certain that he really is your horse, can we? After all, there are a fair number of black stallions in the Four Lands, and how are we to tell them apart if their owners do? Mark them? This presents quite a problem, healer. I wish to give this horse to you, but there is a great risk to me in doing so. I mean, suppose I give him to you, as I wish to do, but then her man comes to me and tells me that he has lost a black stallion as well, and we then discover that I have mistakenly given his horse to you. Why then, I would be responsible for that man's loss." "Yes, that's true, I guess." Will nodded with just the right touch of doubt, carefully avoiding any argument with the big man's ridiculous supposition. It was, after all, just a part of the game. "I believe you, of course." Cephalo's bearded face turned solemn. "Certainly a healer is to be trusted, if anyone is to be trusted in this world." He grinned at his own humor. "However, there is still some risk to me if I choose to hand this animal over to you. I must accept that fact, being a practical mart in an often hard business. And then there is the matter of feed and care given to this animal. We groomed him and tended him as we do our own, we fed with meal we carry for our own. You will understand if I tell you that I feel we are owed something for all this." "Indeed." Will nodded. "Well, then." Cephalo rubbed his hands in satisfaction. "We are in agreement. All that requires settling is the price. You spoke earlier of trading something of value for a horse. Perhaps now we can make a fair exchange, whatever you carry with you in satisfaction of your debt to us. And in the bargain, I would say hing of finding this horse to any other who might claim the loss of a black stallion." He winked knowingly. Will walked up to Artak and stroked his sleek forehead, letting the horse nuzzle up against his chest. "I'm afraid I don't have anything of value, after all," he said finally. "I brought hing with me in my journey that could possibly repay you for what you've done." Cephalo's jaw dropped. "Hing? Hing at all. But you said you brought something of value." "Oh, yes." Will nodded quickly. "I meant that I could offer you my services as a healer. I thought that might have some value. But you've given those services in payment of food and shelter and clothes for yourself and your sister." "Yes, true." The Veilman looked less than happy with the thought. He took a deep breath. "Perhaps I could suggest something?" A look of renewed interest appeared in the other's face. "Well, it seems that we are both traveling to the Westland. If you would allow us to accompany you, we might find some opportunity to repay you, yet possibly you might have need of my skill at her time." "That seems unlikely." Cephalo pondered the thought.
He shook his head. You've .hing of value to give for the horse .hing at all? No, .hing.
That seems a poor way to travel, the rover muttered, rubbing his bearded chin.
The Veilman said .hing, waiting. Well, I suppose it will do no harm to have you travel with us as far as the forest land.
That's only a few days' travel, though, and if you've done .hing for us by then, we may have to keep the horse for our trouble.
You understand that. Will nodded wordlessly. One thing more.
Cephalo stepped close, his face no longer pleasant.
I trust that you would be so foolish as to try to steal that horse from us, healer. You know us well enough to realize what would happen to you if you were to try such a thing. The Veilman took a deep breath and nodded once more. He knew. Good. The big man stepped back. See to it that it doesn't slip your mind.
He was clearly unhappy at the way in which matters had worked out, but he shrugged his indifference.
Enough of business. Come to my home and drink with me.
He led the way back through the caravan circle, clapping his hands sharply as he entered, calling to those within to gather and to join with wine and music in celebrating the good fortune of the day and in welcoming the young healer who had shown them such kindness. Will was seated next to the leader on a cushioned bench set before the big man's wagon home as the men and women and children of the rover camp crowded about eagerly. Wine was drawn from a great vat and cups were passed about to everyone.
Cephalo came to his feet and offered a flowery toast to the good health of his family.
Cups were raised high in answer and quickly drained.
Will drank his with the rest.
He looked about hurriedly for Amberl and found her seated near the perimeter of the circle of faces surrounding him.
She did look at all pleased.
He wished he could take time to explain all that had happened, but that would have to wait until they had a moment alone. For now, she would simply have to bear with him. Cups were refilled now, her toast was proposed, and they all drank again.
Cephalo called loudly for the music.
Stringed instruments and cymbals were brought forth, and their owners began to play. The music was at once wild, haunting, and free as it rose into the night. The laughter of the rovers rose with it, careless and gay. More wine was poured and quickly consumed, followed by shouts of encouragement for the musicians. Will felt himself growing lightheaded.
The wine was strong, too strong for one
used to drinking it as the rovers did. He must be careful, he thought to himself, raising his cup once more as a new toast was proposed, yet sipping this time rather than draining the amber liquid. In the toe of his right boot, he felt the reassuring bulk of the elfstones pressed against his foot. The musicians played faster, and now the rovers were on their feet and dancing, 6 or 8, forming a circle with arms interlocked as they wheeled about the fire. More rose quickly to join the procession, and those still seated began to clap wildly. Will joined them, setting his cup on the bench beside him. When he reached down for it a moment later, it was full again. Caught up in the spirit of the music, he drank it down without thinking. The dancers broke apart, pairing off now, spinning and leaping before the flames. Someone was singing, a wistful cry that blended eerily with the music in the dance. Then suddenly Eretria was there before him, dark and beautiful, her slender form clad all in scarlet silk. Her smile was dazzling as she reached down for his hands and brought him to his feet. She pulled him into the midst of the dancers, broke from him for an instant, and twirled away in a flash of ribbons and trailing black hair. Then she was before him once more, slim arms holding him as they danced. The fragrance of her hair and body mingled with the warmth of the wine coursing through his blood. He felt her press close against him, feather light and soft, speaking words that he could seem to hear clearly. The movement of the dance dizzied him, everything about him began to blend in a maze of colors that whirled against the backdrop of the night. The music and the clapping roared louder, and the shouts and whistles of the rovers. He felt himself begin to leave the ground, still holding Eretria close. And then she was gone as well, and he began to fall. 15. He came awake with the worst headache of his life. It was the sensation of being shaken like a slender branch in a high wind that brought him around, and it took him several long minutes to realize that he was stretched out in the back of one of the rover wagons. He lay on a straw-filled pallet in a wooden frame bed against the rear wall of the mobile house, staring upward at a strange assortment of tapestries, silks, and laces, and metal and wooden implements, all swaying with the motion of the wagon as it bounced and rolled across the grasslands. A shaft of bright sunlight slipped through a partly cracked window, and he knew he had slept the night. Amberl appeared next to him, a look of reproof in her sea-green eyes. "I don't need to ask how you're feeling this morning, do I?" she declared, her words barely audible above the rumble of the wheels. "I hope it was worth it, Veilman." It wasn't. He sat up slowly, feeling his head throb violently with the movement. "Where are we?" "In Cephalo's wagon. Since last night, if you can remember that far back. I told them that you were still recovering from a fever and that you might be sick from more than the wine. So they put me in here with you to look after you until I was sure you were feeling better. Drink this." She handed him a cup with some dark liquid in it.
Well, eyed the unpleasant-looking concoction suspiciously.
Drink it, she repeated firmly.
It's an herbal remedy for excessive use of wine. There are some things you don't need to be a healer to know. He drank it down without arguing. It was then that he iced that his boots were gone. My boots. What happened to?
Be quiet, she warned, motioning quickly toward the front of the wagon where a small wooden door stood closed. Wordlessly, she reached beneath the bed and produced the items in question, then pulled from the sash about her waist the small leather pouch containing the elfstones. The Veilman sat back with a look of relief. The party proved to be a bit too much for you, she continued, a trace of sarcasm in her voice. After you passed out, Cephalo had you carried to his wagon to sleep. He was about to have that old woman strip you when I convinced him that if the fever had come back, it would be contagious and that, in any case, you would be offended if your clothes were taken without your permission. Apparently he didn't consider the matter all that important because he ordered the old woman out. After he was gone, as well, I searched you and found the elfstones.
He nodded approvingly. You've kept your wits about you. Good thing one of us did.
She brushed aside his compliment with an arch of her eyebrows. She glanced again toward the closed door. Cephalo left the old woman in the next compartment to keep an eye on us. I don't think he was entirely persuaded that he knows everything he should about you. Will leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Then why are we still here other than the fact that you drank too much wine last night, she wanted to know. For that matter, why are we here in the first place? He reached for the elfstones and she gave them to him. He put the leather pouch back into his right boot and pilled both boots on firmly. Then he motioned for her to lean close. Because we have to find a way to get Artak back from these people and we can't do that if we don't stay with them, he whispered loud enough for her to hear him over the creaking of the wagon. And there's her reason. The demons that chased us from Havenstead will be looking for just 2 people.
An entire caravan. Perhaps traveling with the rovers will throw them off.
Besides, we're still traveling west, which is where we want to go, and we're traveling faster than we could on foot.
Fine.
But this is dangerous as well, Veilman, she pointed out. What do you plan to do when we reach the Westland forests and Cephalo still refuses to give you Artak? He shrugged. I'll worry about that when it's time.
We've been over this ground before.
She shook her head in disgust. At least you might try confiding in me a bit more than you have so far.
It is very reassuring to have to rely on you and have the faintest idea what you're about.
You're right, he agreed. I'm sorry about last night. I should have told you more before we entered the camp, but, to tell you the truth, I hadn't made up my mind what we were going to do until just after we found it.
I believe that. She frowned.
Look, I'll try to explain some of it now, he offered.
Rovers travel in families, you already know that much.
The term family is somewhat misleading though, because its members are
always blood-related. Rovers frequently trade or even sell wives and children to other camps.
It is a kind of communal property situation. Each family has one leader, a father figure who makes all the decisions. Women are considered subservient to men, that is what is called the way. For the rovers, that is the natural order of things. They believe quite firmly that women are to serve and obey the men who protect and provide for them. It is a tradition among them that those entering their camp should observe this custom in order to be made welcome. That's why I took the water first.
That's why I left you to clean up after we treated the sick. I wanted to convince them that I understood and honored their beliefs.
If they believed that, there was a chance they would give Artak back to us. It doesn't seem to have worked out that way, Ambril remarked.
No.
Yet, he admitted.
But they have let us come along with them, ordinarily they would.
Even consider such a thing. Rovers have little use for outsiders. They have let us come along because Cephalo is curious about you and wants to find out more than he has been told.
She paused. Eretria has more than a passing interest in you as well. She made that quite apparent.
He grinned in spite of himself.
And I suppose you think I enjoyed all that dancing and drinking last night? If you really want to know, yes, that is exactly what I think.
She said it without the faintest trace of a smile.
Will sat back, his head throbbing with the movement. All right, I admit that I overdid it.
But there was a good reason for what I did, despite what you may think. It was necessary for them to believe that I wasn't smarter than they were.
If they believed that I was, we would both be dead.
So I let myself drink and dance and behave as any other outsider would under the same circumstances, just to keep them from becoming suspicious. He shrugged.
I can
help what Eretria thinks about me.
I am asking you to She grew suddenly angry. I don't care what Eritrea thinks about you. I only care that you don't give us both away by being foolish. She saw the look of surprise that crept into his eyes and she flushed darkly. Just be careful, will you, she added quickly, took the empty cup from his hands, and turned away, moving to the far end of the wagon. Will stared after her curiously. A moment later she was back, calm and collected once more. There is something else you should know about. Early this morning the caravan met with an old line trapper traveling east. He had just passed through the turfing the lake country fronting the westland forests below the Myrmidon. He warned Cephalo to go in. He said there was a devil there. Will frowned. A devil? He called it a devil. It is a name the rovers use for something human, something evil. She paused meaningfully. It may be that this devil is one of the demons that has broken through the forbidding. What did Cephalo say about this devil? Ambril smiled faintly. He is afraid of devils. He intends to go into the tiding anyway. His mind is made up on that. I think he has business that requires that he pass that way. The rest of the family is too happy about his decision. Will nodded. I would be inclined to go along with them. The elven girl gave him a long, careful look. I would be inclined to go along with anyone in this camp, if I were you. Keep that in mind if you are offered any more wine. She wheeled without a word and moved back once again to the far end of the wagon, hiding her movements from the Veilman. Will started up after her irritably, but the pain in his head made him reconsider quickly. He sat back carefully, resting his throbbing head against a piece of woven reed backing lining the wagon wall. One thing was certain, he thought glumly, she need worry about him drinking any more of that wine. The caravan traveled steadily westward until midday, then halted long enough for the rovers to partake of a quick lunch. By this time, Will was feeling much improved and was able to eat some of the dried meat and vegetables that comprised the meal. Cephalo spoke to him briefly, inquiring politely as to his health, then moved away, his mind clearly on other matters. There were vague mutterings among the rovers of the rumored devil, and it was apparent to the Veilman that the family was more than a little concerned with the old trapper's report. Rovers were a superstitious lot anyway, and Cephalo's decision to ignore a warning such as this one was popular. The remainder of the afternoon passed quickly. Will took a turn at driving Cephalo's wagon while the old woman napped in the back. Ambril rode beside him as he guided the four-horse team forward in the caravan line through the broad expanse of the grasslands, humming and singing softly to herself but saying very little to him. The Veilman left her alone, concentrating on the task at hand, staring out thoughtfully into the emptiness of the plains. Several times Cephalo rode a big sorrel past them, his forest-green cloak billowing out behind him, his dark face covered with a sheen of sweat from the heat of the day. Once Will caught a quick glimpse of Artak as the rover relief horses were driven past the wagons toward a watering hole somewhere ahead of the caravan. He was being ridden, and it appeared that as yet Cephalo had decided how he would use the big black, which meant, hopefully, that he had decided if he intended to keep him. A little more than an hour before sunset, they entered the turfing, a land of small lakes and surrounding woodlands spread out beneath the rim of the grasslands. Far to the west, beneath the red ball of the setting sun, lay the dark mass of the westland forests. The rover wagons wound their way down out of the plains into the wooded stretches of the turfing along a rutted earthen trail worn by the passing of countless other travelers before them. The heat of the open grasslands dissipated quickly as they entered the sheltering trees, shadows lengthening across the trail before them with the onset of dusk. Through breaks in the woodlands, they began to glimpse bits and pieces of the lakes that dotted the country about them. It was dark when Cephalo finally brought them to a halt in a large clearing, ringed by oaks and overlooking a small lake several hundred feet to the north. The wagon swung into the familiar circle, rumbling and creaking to a weary halt. Will was so stiff that he could barely move. While the rover men worked to unhitch the teams and the women began preparations for the evening meal, the Veilman climbed down gingerly from the hardboard seat and tried walking off the stiffness. Ambril chose to walk her way, and he did bother to follow her. He limped through the caravan circle to the fringes of the surrounding trees, pausing there to stretch himself painfully and allow the blood to circulate through cramped limbs. Moments later he heard footsteps and turned to find Eritrea approaching, her slim form her shadow in the evening dusk. She was dressed in high boots and leather riding clothes, a red silk scarf about her waist and her at her throat. Black hair tumbled down about her shoulders, loose and windblown. She smiled as she came up to him, her dark eyes twinkling mischievously. Do stray too far, Will Olmsford, she advised. A devil might find you and then what would you do? Let him have me. Will grimaced, rubbing his backside. Anyway, I do plan on doing much straying until after I've been fed.
He eased himself down into the tall grass, placing his back against one of the oaks. Eretria watched him wordlessly for a moment, then sat down beside him. "Where have you been all day?" the Veilman asked conversationally. "Watching you," she replied, then smiled wickedly as she saw the look that appeared on his face. "You didn't see me, of course. You weren't supposed to." He hesitated uncomfortably. "Why were you watching me?" "Cephalo wanted you watched." She arched her eyebrows. "He doesn't trust you or the elven girl you claim is your sister." She was staring at him boldly now, as if daring him to contradict her. Will felt a quick moment of panic. "Amberl is my sister," he stated as assertively as he could. Eretria shook her head. "She is no more your sister than I am Cephalo's daughter." "She does look at you as a sister would, her eyes say that she is something else." "Still, it makes little difference to me. If you wish that she be your sister, then so shall she be. Just don't let Cephalo catch you playing this little game." Now it was Will's turn to stare. "Wait a minute," he said after a moment's pause. "What do you mean she is no more my sister than you are Cephalo's daughter? He said you were his daughter, didn't he? What Cephalo says and what is true are necessarily the same, in fact, very seldom the same." She leaned forward. "Cephalo has no children. He bought me when I was 5 from my father. My father was poor and could offer me .hing. He had other daughters, so one would be missed. Now I belong to Cephalo. But I am his daughter." She said it so matter-of-factly that for a moment Will could think of .hing to say in response. She saw his confusion and laughed merrily. "We are rovers, Will, you know our ways. Besides, it could have been much worse for me. I could have been given to a much lesser man. Cephalo is a leader, he has respect and position. As his daughter, I'd benefit from this. I have more freedom in my life than most women. And I have learned much, healer. It has made me more than a match for most. I would want to be the one to test that," he admitted. "But why are you telling me this?" She pursed her lips teasingly. "Because I like you, why else? That is what I am wondering." He ignored the look. She straightened abruptly, her face petulant. "Are you married to this elven girl? Is she promised to you?" His surprise was evident. "No." "Good. I thought." The petulance disappeared. She paused, her smile wicked once more. "Cephalo does plan to return your horse to you." Will considered the statement carefully. "You know this?" "I know how he is." "He will return your horse. He will let you go on your way if you do. 'Cause him any trouble or try to take back the horse, but he will never give it back to you willingly." The Veilman's face was expressionless. "I'll ask again, why are you telling me this?" "Because I can help you." "And why should you do that?" "Because you, in turn, can help me." Will frowned. "How?" Eretria crossed her legs before her and placed her hands on her knees, rocking back. Her dark eyes danced with amusement. "I would guess, Will Ohmsford, that you are much more than what you have told us, that you are most certainly more than a simple healer traveling the grasslands of Calahorn with your sister. I would guess that this elven girl has been given into your care and that you accompany her as an escort, perhaps a protector." One brown hand came up hurriedly. "Do bother to deny this, healer. A lie from your lips would be wasted on me, for I am the daughter of the world's foremost liar and know the art far better than you." She smiled and put one hand on his arm. "I like you, Will, there is no lie in that. I want you to have your horse back again. Obviously it is important that you get him back, or you would have come after us. Alone, you will be successful. But I could help you." Will looked doubtful. "Why would you do that?" he asked finally. "If I help you regain your horse, then I want you to take me with you when you go." "What?" The exclamation was spoken before he could think better of it. "Take me with you," she repeated firmly. "I can do that." "You can if you wish your horse back." He shook his head helplessly. "Why would you want to leave? You just finished telling me that." She cut him short. "All that is in the past. Cephalo has decided that it is time that I married. In rover tradition, he will select my husband and for a price, turn me over to him. My life has been good, but I have no intention of being sold a second time. Couldn't you just leave on your own? You seem capable of that." "I am capable of a great deal more, should it come to that, healer. That is why you have need of me." If you take back your horse, something I doubt you can do without my help, the rovers will come after you. Since you will be pursued in any event, it will cause you no further burden to take me as well as the horse, especially since I know enough of rovers to give you the guidance you will need to elude them." She shrugged. "As for leaving on my own, I have given thought to that. If there were no other choice, I would do so rather than be sold again. But where would I go? A rover is welcome nowhere and, like it or, a rover is what I am. Alone, I would be little better than an outcast among the races, and my life would be a pleasant one. But with you I could find acceptance, you are a healer and you have respect. I could even travel with you. I could aid you in the mending of the ill. You would find that I, Eritrea, will cut in gently. There is no point in discussing it. I can take you with me. I can take no one with me but Ambril." Her face darkened. "Do be so quick to spurn me, healer." "This has nothing to do with spurning you," he responded, at the same time trying to decide how much he could tell her. Very much, he quickly realized. "Listen. It would be safe for you to travel anywhere with me right now. When I leave, Cephalo will be the only one looking for me. There will be others, much more dangerous than he. They search for me now. If I took you along, you would be in great danger. I can allow that." "The elven girl travels with you," she insisted. "Ambril travels with me because she must." "Words. I do believe them. You will take me with you, Will Ohmsford. You will take me with you because you must." He shook his head. "I can." She rose abruptly, her beautiful dark face angry and set. "You will change your mind, healer. The time will come when you will have no other choice." She turned and stalked away. A dozen yards from him, she paused and glanced back suddenly, her black eyes fixing on his. From out of the shadow of her face flashed that wondrous, dazzling smile. "I am for you, Will Ohmsford," she called. She held his gaze a moment longer, then turned and continued walking back toward the rover caravan. The veil man stared after her in mild amazement. 16. Dinner was set out and eaten, and it was shortly thereafter that the deep, booming cough broke through the peaceful sounds of the night and froze them into stillness. It came from the south end of the lake on which the rovers were encamped once, twice, and then was gone. All heads turned as one, faces startled and expectant. Moments later the cough sounded again, rumbling out of the darkness like the huffing roar of some monstrous bull calling in challenge. The rovers scrambled hurriedly for their weapons, then rushed to the perimeter of the circle of wagons and peered out into the night. But the sound died, and this time it did. Repeat. Cephalo and more than a dozen of his men stood waiting for a time, anticipating something further. When .hing happened, he gruffly ordered everyone back to the fire and the evening wine. Joking loudly about devils and things that prowled the night, he boasted that none of these would dare to come into a rover camp without first seeking permission. Cups of wine were refilled and distributed and everyone drank heartily. Yet glances continued to stray in the direction of the sound. Half an hour later it came again, closer than before, sudden and heavy in the night. Startled rovers sprang to their feet, snatching up their weapons a second time and racing for the edge of the camp. Will went with them this time, Ambril only a step behind as he reached a gap between two of the rover wagons and stared out guardedly. There was .hing to be seen. Hing moved. Hesitantly, Cephalo stalked to the very edge of the woods surrounding the small clearing, both hands securely grasping the handle of a heavy broadsword. He stood for a time, his tall form black against the trees, poised to defend himself. There was only silence. Finally he turned and walked back again, his face set. There was no further joking. The horses, which were tethered on a line along a small inlet from the lake, were brought close into the caravan in order that they could be better watched. Guards were placed all about the perimeter of the clearing and warned to keep their eyes open. Everyone else was taken back inside the circle of the wagons where they settled themselves within the comforting light of the fire. The wine was passed about, though fewer drank this time. Conversation resumed, but it was low and guarded and the word devil was mentioned frequently. The men kept the women and children close, and everyone looked thoroughly disquieted. Will walked Ambril several paces back from the anxious group, his head lowered. "I want you to stay close," he said quietly. "Do leave me for any reason." "I won't," she promised. Her eyes were intense as they found his and then glanced away quickly. "Do you think?" Cephalo cut short her thought, calling suddenly for music, clapping his hands and encouraging those about him to do likewise. The veilman and the elven girl joined in obediently. A few weak cheers greeted Cephalo as he moved about the fire. Will glanced about uneasily. If there is anything out there, and if whatever it is attacks this camp, then you and I are getting out. We will try to reach Artak, then make a run for it.
Are you willing to risk it? She nodded.
Very. Cymbals shivered their silver cry, and the stringed instruments hummed softly.
Hands began to clap, steady and confident.
Then the cough broke almost on top of them, booming out of the darkness with frightening suddenness, heavy and terrible. Shouts sounded from the guard, shouts filled with terror, shouts that cried, "Devil, devil!" Those gathered about the fire scattered, the men rushing for their weapons, the women and children fleeing in confusion. A scream rose above the clamor, high and quick, dying almost immediately into stillness. Beyond the circle of the wagons, something huge and dark moved in the night.
Demon! Will whispered the name almost without thinking.
An instant later the creature appeared through a gap between two of the wagons, pushing aside the wooden homes as if they were made of paper. It was unquestionably a demon, but much bigger than anything the Veil Man and the Elven girl had encountered fleeing Havenstead. It stood on two legs, more than 15 feet tall, its massive body bent and heavy and covered with mottled brown and gray hide that hung from it in thick folds. A crest of scales ran from its neck the length of its back and down either leg. Its face was blasted and empty, a mass of teeth curving out from jaws that opened wide to emit its deep, booming cough. From two great, clawed hands dangled the broken body of a rover guard. It flung the dead man aside and came forward. Cephalo and a dozen more rovers met it with pikes and swords. A few thrusts penetrated the thick hide, but most were turned aside. The creature was slow and ponderous, but incredibly strong. It shambled forward through the wall of defenders, swatting them aside effortlessly. Cephalo threw himself directly into the demon's path, leaping up to thrust his broadsword deep into the creature's gaping mouth. The monstrous thing barely slowed, jaws snapping the sword into splinters, clawed hands reaching for the rover leader. Cephalo was too quick, but her rover went down, tripping over his own feet in his haste to escape.
The demon's foot dropped on the struggling man like a rock.
Will was already moving Ambril toward the far side of the encampment, intent on reaching the tethered horses, when he saw Cephalo go down as well. The defenders were attempting to entangle the demon's legs when one massive arm caught the big man a glancing blow and sent him tumbling head over heels. Hesitating in a gap between the wagons, Will watched the other rovers spring to Cephalo's defense, two grabbing the inert form and pulling it to safety, while the others feinted and jabbed at the monster to draw its attention. The demon swung about, pikes and swords hacking at its armored body, and reached for the nearest rover wagon. It seized the heavy carrier and, with a single lunge, threw it over. The wagon fell with a crash, splitting apart, metal ornaments and silk roll spilling into the firelight.
The defenders cried out in fury and resumed their hopeless attack.
Ambril was pulling urgently on Will Olmsford's arm, but still the Veil Man hesitated. He could bring himself to believe that something so huge and so slow had managed to track them all the way from Havenstead. No, this creature had escaped through the wall of the forbidding on its own, wandered down into the turfing, and simply stumbled on their caravan. It had come alone, blindly, stupidly, but a thing of such destruction that it was clear already that the rovers were no match for it. Despite their efforts to turn or stop it, the demon would surely destroy the entire caravan. But the rovers would
run.
The garish wagons, the cumbersome wheeled houses, these were their homes. Everything they owned was in them. No, the rovers would
run.
They would stand and fight, and if they did so, they would die. The demon was a thing of her age, its power was greater than that of flesh and blood and bone. It would take power as great as its own to stop it. Only he possessed that power. But this was his fight. These people had stolen from him, he owed them. Hing. His first and only responsibility was for Ambril. He should take her and go quickly. Yet if he did, what would become of the rovers?
Only the men, but the women and children as well? Had they harmed him?
Without his help, there stood no chance at all against the demon. His decision was complete when he remembered that his grandfather had once told him that when he had used the Elfstones in his flight from the Warlock Lord, he had inadvertently told his enemy exactly where he could be found.
It might well be the same now.
Some of these demons were creatures capable of using magic, Alanon had told him this was so. If he were to use the Elfstones, he might lead them right to him. He looked quickly at Ambril. What she saw in his eyes told her at once what he intended to do. Wordlessly she released his arm. He pulled off his right boot and reached into it for the Elfstones. At least he must try, he told himself. At least he must do that much. He could. Let these people die. He opened the pouch and poured the 3 blue stones into his open palm. Closing his fists over them tightly, he stared back into the camp. Stay here, he told the elven girl. No, wait. She called after him, but he was already running. The demon had turned away from the wagons and was driving the rovers before it as it advanced toward the center of the encampment.
Cephalo was back on his feet, swaying unsteadily as he leaned against a wagon at one side and yelled encouragement to the defenders. Will closed the distance between himself and the combatants until no more than 20 yards separated them.
Raising his fist above his head, he willed forth the power of the Elfstones.
Hing happened.
He experienced a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. The one thing he had feared most had come to pass. He could control the power of the Elfstones.
Alanon had been wrong.
Only his grandfather could invoke their power. They were his to command.
They would obey him.
Yet they must. He tried again, concentrating on the feel of the stones in his hand, calling down to the magic that lay buried somewhere within them.
Still hing.
Yet this time he sensed something he had missed before, a barrier of some sort that blocked his efforts, a barrier somewhere within himself. The shouts of the rovers broke sharply through his thoughts, and he saw that the demon was coming directly toward him. The defenders were behind the creature now, stabbing and thrusting with their weapons at its legs and flanks, trying to turn it from the Veilman.
One massive arm swung out, knocking 2 men sprawling and scattering the rest. The booming cough rolled out of its throat.
Cephalo began hobbling frantically toward the battle, supporting himself with a broken pike, his dark clothing torn and covered with dust and blood. Will saw them all as if they had been frozen in a single instant of still life, struggling as he did so to free the power that lay locked within the Elfstones.
It did
occur to him to run. He simply stood there in the center of the rover camp, a solitary figure with one arm raised to the night sky. Then Eretria appeared from out of nowhere, darting forward, her slender form a shadow of sudden movement that flashed between the demon and the Veilman, one brown hand hurtling a fiery torch into the monster's face. The creature caught the burning stick of wood in its jaws, snapping at it reflexively yet slowing as it did, as if somehow bothered by the fire and smoke. Taking advantage of its momentary hesitation, Eretria caught hold of Will and began pulling him backward until both lost their footing, stumbled and went down. The rover defenders rallied at once, snatching up brands from the fire and throwing them at the demon in an effort to confuse it.
But the monster had already started forward again.
Will scrambled back to his feet hurriedly, pulling Eretria up with him. At that same moment Ambril reached his side, a long pike held firmly in both small hands as she prepared to defend them all. Wordlessly the Veilman grabbed her arm, pushed both women behind him, and turned to face the advancing demon.
The creature was almost on top of them. Will Olmsford held forth the hand that gripped the Elfstones.
There was no hesitation, no confusion within him now. Driving inward, he smashed aside the barrier that stood between himself and the power of the stones, smashed it aside through strength of will born of desperation and need, without yet understanding what it was. As he did so, he sensed something change within himself that he could
explain and did feel was altogether good. There was no time to give it thought.
Reaching down within the heart of the Elfstones, he brought them to life at last. Brilliant blue light flared up from his clenched hand, gathered itself, then burst forward to strike the demon.
The monstrous thing roared as the power of the stones burned through it.
Still it came on, its caught hands grasping.
Will did give ground.
He took himself further into the stones, feeling their power intensify. Everything about him grew hazy with their glow, and again the Elfstones lashed out at the demon.
This time the creature could withstand the elven magic.
Its massive form erupted in flames and became a pillar of blinding light. For an instant it burned deep blue in the night, then exploded into ash and was gone.
Will Olmsford brought his arm down slowly.
Where the demon had stood, there was only charred earth and a wisp of black smoke rising into the night. The whole of the surrounding woodlands had gone deathly still, and only the crackling of the rover fire disturbed the silence.
The Veilman looked about uncertainly.
A single rover moved. They just stood there, the men with their weapons still poised to do battle, the women and children huddled close to 1A. All with disbelief and fear reflected in their faces.
Will felt a moment of panic. Would they turn on him, knowing now that he had deceived them?
He looked back quickly at Ambril, but she, too, stood frozen, her deep green eyes filled with wonder. Then Cephalo hobbled forward, casting aside the broken spike as he came up to the Veilman, his dark bearded face streaked with blood and soot.
"Who are you?" he asked softly. "Tell me who you are." The Veilman hesitated.
"I am who I said I was," he said finally.
"No." Cephalo shook his head.
"No, you are surely no simple healer.
You are more than that."
His voice was hard and insistent.
"I was right about you all along, wasn't I?" Will did know how to respond.
"Tell me who you are," Cephalo repeated, his voice low and dangerous.
"I have already told you who I am." "You have told me. Hing."
The rover leader's face flushed with anger.
I think you knew of this devil. I think that he came here because of you. I think that all of this was because of you. Will shook his head. The creature found you by chance. It was chance that I was with you when he did. Healer, you are lying to me.
Will felt his temper slip.
Who has lied to whom, Cephalo? This was your game we played. You made all the rules. The big man took a quick step forward. There are rules you might yet be taught. I do.
Think so, the Veil Man replied evenly. He brought the fist that held the elfstones up slightly. Cephalo did.
Missed the gesture. He stepped back slowly.
The smile that followed was painfully forced.
You said you carried .hing of value, healer. Did you forget these?
Will shook his head. The stones have no value to anyone but me.
They would be worthless to you. Indeed. The rover did. Bother to conceal the sneer in his voice. Are you a sorcerer, then? A devil yourself? Why? Tell me who you are.
Will hesitated.
He was getting nowhere this way.
He had to put an end to this whole conversation. Ambril stepped up beside him, one small hand reaching out to take his arm, touching it lightly.
It was reassuring to have her there.
Cephalo, you must return my horse to me, he said quietly.
The rover's face went black. Ambril and I must go at once. There are more devils than this one. I destroyed, that much I will tell you. They track both the elven girl and me.
Because I used the stones, they will know now where we can be found.
We must go, and you must leave here, as well.
Cephalo stared wordlessly at him for several long moments, obviously trying to determine if what he was being told was the truth. In the end, caution overruled mistrust.
He nodded curtly. Take your horse and go. I want no more of either of you.
He wheeled and walked away, calling loudly to his people to strike camp. Clearly he wished to be gone from the turfing as well. Will watched him for a moment, then dropped the elfstones into their leather pouch and tucked the pouch back within his tunic. Taking Ambril by the arm, he began moving toward the horses. Then he remembered Eretria. He looked for her and found her in the shadow of the wagons, her dark eyes watching him. Goodbye, Will Olmsford, she said quietly. He smiled faintly. She knew that she had lost her chance to go with him.
For an instant, he hesitated.
She had saved his life, he owed her something for that.
Would it be so wrong for him to help her now?
Yet he knew that he could. His sole concern now must be for Ambril. He could distract himself from that, even for this rover girl he found so enchanting. The debt he owed her must be paid. Her time. Goodbye, Eretria, he replied. A touch of that dazzling smile broke through the shadow of her face. We will meet again, she called, then whirled and was gone. 5 minutes later, Will and Ambril rode Artak north out of the rover camp and disappeared into the night. 17. With little more than an hour remaining before dawn, they arrived at the south bank of the Myrmidon, several miles downstream from where the river emerged from the forests of the Westland into Callahorn. They had ridden Artak for most of the night, maintaining a steady pace as they journeyed north through the open, more easily traveled grasslands, seeking to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the turfing. They had rested only once, a brief stop for water and relief from rapidly cramping muscles, then remounted and gone on. By the time they reached the river's edge, both horse and riders were close to exhaustion. The Veilman could discern no readily accessible point for crossing, the Myrmidon being both wide and deep for as far as the eye could see in both directions, and it quickly became apparent that they either would have to swim the river or follow its banks until a shallows was found. Having no wish to attempt either while it was still dark, Will decided that the best thing for them to do was to rest until daylight. Turning Artak into a grove of cottonwood, he unsaddled and tethered the big black, then spread blankets for both Ambril and himself. Screened by the trees, all three fell quickly asleep. It was almost noon when Will awoke once more, feeling the warmth of the summer day filter through the cottonwoods from out of yet her clear, sunlit sky. The Veilman touched Ambril gently, and she came awake. They rose, washed, ate a brief meal, and resumed their journey toward Arborlon. They rode Artak upstream for several miles, almost to the edge of the Westland forests, but found no shallows that would afford there a safe crossing. Rather than waste further time retracing their steps downstream, they decided they would chance swimming the river. Strapping their few possessions about Artak's neck, they tied themselves to his saddle with a length of rope, led the big black down to the water's edge, and plunged in. The water was chill, and the shock of the sudden immersion numbed them. They thrashed wildly for a few minutes, fighting the cold and the pull of the current, then settled into a steady kick, hands gripping the safety rope tightly. Artak swam strongly. Even though the river swept them downstream for nearly half a mile, they reached the far bank unharmed. From there they rode north at a leisurely pace, walking Artak frequently to rest him. Will believed that they had traveled far enough from the turfing to confuse any immediate pursuit, and he saw no reason to tire the black further. The previous night's run had taken a lot out of the gallant horse, and he needed a chance to regain his strength. If he were given that chance now, he would be useless to them later, and Will was about to discount the possibility that they might have great need for him before Arberlaun was reached. Besides, even at this slower pace, they would reach the Valley of Ren by the following morning. That was soon enough, he reasoned. They would be safe until then. Ambril might have had a different opinion, but she kept it to herself. Free of the rovers, her spirits were iceably improved. She sang and hummed once more as they walked, pausing frequently to observe small flowers and plants, bits and pieces of tiny life that would have gone uniced by the Veilman in the vast carpet of the grasslands. She had little to say to Will, although she answered pleasantly when he spoke to her and smiled patiently at his questions about the growing things she was drawn to. But for the most part, she stayed reserved and distant in her attitude toward him, refusing to engage in general conversation, walled away in that private world she had chosen for herself since the time they had begun this journey north from the banks of the Rainbow Lake. As the day wore on, Will found himself thinking of Eretria, wondering if she would leave Cephalo and the caravan as she had threatened and if he would indeed see her again one day. There was an excitement to the rover girl that he found fascinating. She reminded him of a brief vision created by the sirens that grew on the battlemound, mesmeric and alluring, stirring within the mind wild and beautiful thoughts. He smiled at the comparison. It was foolish, really. She was flesh and blood, no vision. Still, if he were to probe the surface of her, would he find that she, like the siren, was a thing of deception? There was something to her that suggested this, and it bothered him more than a little. He had forgotten how she had risked her own life to save his. He would hate to discover that there had been any deception in that. By nightfall, they were angling west, following the line of the forest land as it wound northward toward the vast expanse of the Streelheim. As darkness closed about them, Will turned Artak into the woods, trailing a small stream through the trees for several hundred feet until it pooled below a rapids, providing them with suitable drinking water. There they made camp, bedding down Artak in a patch of thick grass, feeding and watering him before turning to their own needs. A cooking fire would call attention to their presence, so they settled for fruits and vegetables provided by Ambril. Once again, these were unfamiliar foods to the Veilman, but he enjoyed them nonetheless. He sensed that, given enough time, he might even become used to the strange fare. He was almost finished with the last of the peculiar, elongated, orange fruits when the elven girl turned to him suddenly, a quizzical look on her face. "Do you mind if I ask you something?" she wanted to know. He finned. "How do I know if I mind, if I don't know what it is you plan to ask?" "Well, you needn't answer if you don't wish to, but this has been bothering me ever since we left the rover camp." "In that case, ask." The small clearing in which they sat was very dark, the pale light of the moon and stars screened by the tangle of tree limbs that interlocked above them, and she moved close to him so that she could see his face clearly. "Will you be honest with me?" Her eyes fixed on his. "I will." "When you used the elfstones, did you?" She hesitated, as if sure of the word she wanted. "Did you hurt yourself?" He stared at her, a sudden premonition stirring at the back of his mind, undefined still, but there nevertheless. "That is a curious question." "I know." She nodded, and a faint smile escaped before her face grew serious once more. "I can explain it. Really, it was a feeling I had when I watched you. At first you could seem to control the elfstones. You held them up and Hing happened, although it was clear enough that you were trying to use their power to stop the demon. Then, when they did at last come alive, there was a change in you, a change that showed in your face, almost like pain." The Veilman was nodding slowly. He remembered now, and the memory was pleasant. After it had happened, he had blocked it from his mind, blocked it without thinking, almost as a reflex action. Even now, he did know why it was. Until this moment, when she recalled it to him, that he remembered what he had felt. There was concern mirrored in the elven girl's eyes as he stared into them now. "If you do wish," she began quickly. "No." His voice was quiet, firm. He shook his head slowly. "No. I do know if I understand it myself, tough, but it would help to talk about it, I think." He took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. "There was a block somewhere within me. I do know what it was or what caused it, but it was there and it would let me use the stones. I could seem to pass around it or go through it." He shook his head again. "Then the demon was almost on top of me, and you and Eretria were both there, and all of us were going to die, and I somehow smashed the block, smashed it apart and reached down into the stones." He paused. There was no pain, but a sense of something unpleasant happening within me, something. I don't know how to describe it. A sense of having done something wrong, yet there was nothing wrong in what I did. The wrong may have been to yourself, she murmured after a moment's consideration.
Perhaps the elven magic is harmful to you in some way.
Perhaps, he agreed.
Yet my grandfather never spoke of this. Can it be that the magic did affect him, yet does affect me? Why would it be different with me?
She shook her head doubtfully.
Elven magic causes different reactions in different people. It has always been so. It is a magic born of the spirit, and the spirit is never a constant.
But my grandfather and I are so much alike, even more so than my father and I were.
Will pondered. Kindred spirits, you might say, Anne.
So diverse as to cause this difference in our use of the stones. Surely he would have felt this as well, and he would have told me. Amberle's hand reached for his arm, holding it firmly.
I do think you should use the elfstones again. He smiled. Even to protect you?
He said it lightly, but she did.
Return the smile.
There was nothing humorous in this to her.
I would be the cause of any injury to you, healer, she announced quietly. It was
my choice that brought you on this journey, and I feel badly that you are here at all.
But since you are here, I will speak my mind.
Elven magic is nothing to be toyed with. It can prove to be more dangerous than the evil it was created to protect against. Our histories have left us with that warning, if little else. The magic may act against only the body, but the spirit as well. Wounds of the body may be treated.
But what of wounds to the spirit?
How will you treat them, healer?
She bent close. No one is worth such injury, no one. Especially me.
Will stared at her silently for a moment, startled to see tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. He reached out his hand to cover hers. We shall be careful for each other, he promised.
He tried a quick smile. Maybe we won't have need of the stones again.
The look she gave him in response suggested that she did.
Believe a word of it.
It was midnight when the howl of the demon wolves rose out of the stillness of the grasslands, shrill, hungry, and filled with hatred. Will and Amberle came awake at once, the contentment of their sleep twisted with fear.
For an instant they did
move, their bodies pushed upright from beneath the blankets, their eyes wide and staring as they sought each other out in the dark. The cry died, echoed in the silence that followed, then rose again, piercing and high.
This time neither Veilman nor Elven girl hesitated.
Without a word, both were on their feet, pulling on their boots, slipping their riding cloaks about their shoulders. In seconds they had saddled Artak, mounted, and were riding north once more. They moved ahead at a steady trot, keeping to the open plains where the way was clear and lit by moon and stars, following the line of the forestland. Cool night air rushed over them as they rode, damp with moisture gathering into morning dew, filled with the smells of the dark. Behind them, the howling continued, far back still, somewhere above the line of the Myrmidon.
The demon wolves were searching.
The trail they followed was a day old, they did realize yet how close they actually were to their prey. Artak ran smoothly, his great body working effortlessly as he raced across the grasslands, little more than her shadow slipping through the summer night. He had gotten most of the rest he needed for this run, and he would be winded quickly. Will rated him carefully, keeping the pace steady, letting the black overextend himself. It was early still, the chase had just begun. Their pursuers would discover soon enough the truth of matters. The Veilman was angry with himself, he had believed they could be found again so quickly. The Elfstones must have revealed their presence in the turfing. The demon wolves had come for the Veilman and the Elven girl immediately, tracked them north, and now flushed them from the westland forests. Once they found the campsite their quarry had abandoned, the wolves would come after them with a vengeance.
The demons would run them until they were caught.
They rode on for better than an hour without sighting the valley, the howling trailing after them as they fled. It was answered now by cries that rose out of the grasslands below the dragon's teeth and the plains to the north. Will felt his heart sink. The wolves had them ringed. Only the westland had been left open to them. He wondered suddenly if that way, too, might be closed. He remembered how it had been at the Silver River.
The Valley of Ren might be a trap as well.
Perhaps they were purposely being driven into the valley, and it was there that the demons planned to finish them.
Yet what other choice was left them but to take that chance? Moments later the howls behind them rose in a frenzy. The demon wolves had found their camp.
Will put Artak into a full gallop. The demons would come quickly now, certain that their prey was close ahead, knowing that they could be caught. Cries north and east of them sounded in answer to those behind, shrill and ragged as the hunters began to run. Artak was sweating, his head extended forward, his ears laid back. The grasslands thinned into barren scrub, they had crossed into the Streelheim. The valley of Ren could be far. Will stretched himself low over Artak's straining neck and urged the gallant horse onward. It was during the third hour of the chase, when the grasslands of Callahorn had been left far behind and the earth beneath Artak's pounding hooves had gone hard and cracked, when the howls of the demon wolves had drawn so near that it seemed the huge grey forms must spring into view at any moment, when wind and dust had blinded them and sweat from fear had streaked their bodies beneath their tangled clothes, that Valeman and Elven girl at last caught sight of the broken ridges that formed the mouth of the valley of Ren. They rose out of the flatlands below the elven forests, rock and scrub black against the night sky. The riders turned toward the pass without slowing. Artak's flanks were heaving, his nostrils flaring, sweat and lather coated his sleek black body. He stretched out further, racing through the darkness, the two hunched forms on his back holding on desperately. In seconds, the pass was before them, craggy ridges looming up on either side. Down into the narrow slot of the valley thundered the black. Will peered frantically through tear-filled eyes as the wind ripped across his face, searching for the demons that he had feared would be waiting to trap them. Astonishingly, he found none. They were alone in the valley. He felt a quick sense of exhilaration. They were going to escape. Their pursuers were too far back to catch them before they were safely into the Westland forests, into the country of the elves. By then there would be help. The incomplete thought hung suspended in his mind, repeating itself over and over in cadence with the sound of Artak's pounding hooves as the black raced along the floor of the valley. Will went cold. What was he thinking? There would be no help for them. No one even knew they were coming, no one but Alanon, and the druid was gone. Help? What help did he expect? Already the demons had gone into the very heart of the city of Arborlon to destroy the Chosen. What did he think would stop them from trailing one incredibly foolish Valeman and an unarmed elven girl into forestland miles from anything? All he had succeeded in doing in gaining the Valley of Ren was to take Artak out of the open grasslands, where he could run, into the confinement of the woods, where he could. There was Hing there that would prevent the wolves from coming after them, creatures that were quicker and more agile than they, better able to penetrate the maze of trees and brush, better able to pursue than they would be able to flee. He wanted to scream what he was feeling. Stupid. His short-sightedness had taken away their one slim chance of escape. He had been so concerned with what they had been running from that he had forgotten to consider what they had been running into. They were going to escape at all. They would be caught. They would be killed. It was his fault. He had done this to them. He must do something. His mind raced, searching desperately. He had only one weapon left. The elf stones. Then Ambril screamed. The Valeman jerked about, following the elven girl's rigid arm as it pointed skyward. Through the mouth of the valley flew a monstrous black creature with leathered wings that spanned the line of the ridges and a head hooked and bent like some twisted limb. Shrieking, it swept out of the Streelheim into the crease of the valley and came for them. Will had never seen anything so huge. He yelled frantically to Artak, but the black had Hing left to give. He was running now on spirit alone. 100 yards away loomed the draw that marked the far pass. Beyond lay woods that would hide them from this nightmare, woods into which a thing of such size could possibly go. All they needed was a few seconds more. The creature dove for them. It seemed to fall toward them like some massive rock, plummeting downward out of the night. Will Olmsford saw it come and glimpsed momentarily at the rider it bore, a thing vaguely manlike, yet hued and misshapen, its eyes red against the black of its face. The eyes seemed to transfix him, and he felt his courage melt. For an instant he thought they were finished. But then, with a final lunge, Artak gained the far pass, broke clear of the high ridges, and plunged into the darkness of the trees. Down a narrow rutted earthen trail the big horse thundered, barely slowing as his sleek body dodged and twisted through the tangle of trunks and heavy brush. Will and Ambril hung on desperately, limbs and vines whipping across them, threatening to unseat them at every turn. Will tried to slow the black, but Artak had taken the bit between his teeth. The Valeman had lost control of him entirely. He was running his own race now. In seconds the riders lost all sense of direction, confused by the forest dark that had closed about them and by the winding trail. Although he could no longer hear the howl of the demon wolves nor the shriek of that flying monster, Will was terrified that they might inadvertently become turned about and end up traveling back toward the very creatures from whom they sought to escape. He sawed away on the reins in an effort to free the bit, but Artak held on firmly. The Valeman had just about given up hope of ever stopping the black when the big horse abruptly slowed and then stopped altogether. Standing in the middle of the forest trail, sides heaving, nostrils flaring, he lowered his finely shaped head and nickered softly. A long moment of silence followed. Will and Ambril glanced at her questioningly. Then a tall, black form appeared right in front of them, slipping from the forest night without a sound.
It happened so quickly that Will did even have time to think to reach for the Elfstones. The dark figure stepped forward, one hand touching gently Artak's sweating neck, slowly stroking the satin skin.
From out of the shadow of a hooded cloak, his face lifted to the light.
It was Allanon.
"Are you all right?" he asked softly, reaching up to take Amberl from the saddle and lower her carefully to the ground. The elven girl nodded wordlessly, astonishment filling her sea-green eyes, astonishment, and a touch of anger. The druid frowned, then turned to aid Will, but the Veil Man was already scrambling down from Artak's back.
"We thought you dead," he burst out in disbelief.
"It seems that someone is forever declaring me dead before the fact," the mystic remarked somewhat petulantly.
"As you can see, I am quite. Allanon, we have got to get out of here." Will was already glancing anxiously over his shoulder.
His words tripped over one her in his haste to get them out. "The demon wolves chased us north all the way from the Myrmidon, and there's a black, flying thing that—"
"Will, slow down. Almost caught us in the valley, bigger than anything I've ever." Will Olmsford went silent. Allanon shook his head reprovingly. "Would you please let me get a word in edgewise?"
The Veil Man flushed and nodded.
"Thank you.
First of all, you are quite safe now.
The demons no longer pursue you.
The one who leads them can sense my presence.
He is wary of me and has turned back." The Veil Man looked doubtful. "Are you sure?"
"Very sure.
No one has followed you. Now come over here with me, both of you, and sit down."
He led them to a fallen log that lay next to the trail, and the Veil Man and Elven girl seated themselves wearily. Allanon remained standing. "We must go on to Arberlan tonight," he advised them.
"But we can spare a few moments to rest before we leave."
"How did you get here?"
Will asked him. "I might ask you the same question."
The big man hunched down on one knee, drawing the black robes close about him.
"Do you understand what happened to you at the river?" The Veil Man nodded. "I think so."
"It was the king of the Silver River," Amberl interjected quietly.
"We saw him, he spoke to us."
"It was to Amberl that he spoke," Will corrected.
"But what happened to you? Did he help you as well?" Allanon shook his head. "I am afraid I did."
"Even see him only the light which enveloped and took you away. He is a reclusive and mysterious being, and he shows himself to very few. This time, he chose to appear to you. His reasons must remain his own, I suppose. In any case, his appearance caused considerable confusion among the demons, and I took advantage of that confusion to make my own escape."
He paused.
"Amberl, you said that he spoke with you.
Do you recall what it was that he said?" The elven girl looked uneasy. "No. Exactly. It was like a dream. He said something about joining."
For an instant there was a flicker of understanding in the druid's dark eyes. But neither Will nor Amberl saw it, and it disappeared at once.
"No matter."
The mystic brushed the incident aside casually. "He helped you when you needed help, and for that we are in his debt. His debt, to be sure, but certainly yours."
Amberl did
bother to disguise her anger.
"Where have you been, druid?" Allanon seemed surprised. "Looking for you."
"Unfortunately, when he helped you, the king of the Silver River caused us to become separated. I knew you were safe, of course, but I did
know where you had been taken or how to go about finding you again."
"I might have used magic, but that seemed unnecessarily risky. The one who leads these demons who have broken through the forbidding has power as great as my own, perhaps greater. Using magic might have led him to us both. So I chose instead to continue on toward Arberlan, searching for you as I went, believing that you would remember and follow accordingly the instructions I had given you. Because I was forced to go afoot, your gray, Will, was lost in the battle. I was certain that you were ahead of me the entire time."
"It was until you used the Elfstones that I realized I was mistaken."
He shrugged.
"By then I was almost to Arberlan.
I started back at once, traveling south through the forestland, thinking that you would seek sanctuary by entering the woods below the Myrmidon.
Again, I was mistaken.
When I heard the howling of the demon wolves, I realized that you were trying to reach the Valley of Ren.
That brought me here."
"It appears that you have been mistaken much of the time," Amberl snapped. Allanon said. Hing, his eyes meeting hers. "I think you were mistaken in coming to me in the first place," she continued, her voice accusing now.
"It was necessary that I come." "That remains to be seen."
"What worries me at the moment is that the demons have been one step ahead of you from the beginning."
"How many times now have they almost had me?" Allanon rose. "Too many times. It will happen again."
Ambril rose with him, her face flushing darkly. I no longer feel particularly reassured by your promises. I want this journey finished. I want to go home again to Havenstead. To Arborlawn. The druid's face was expressionless. Understand, I do what I am able to do for you. Perhaps. Perhaps you only do what suits you. The druid stiffened. That is unfair, elven girl. You know less about this than you suppose. I know one thing. I know that neither you nor your choice for my protector have proven very capable. I would be much happier if I had never seen either one of you. She was so angry she was almost in tears. She stared at them furiously, daring them to contradict her. When they did, she turned away and started walking down the darkened trail. You said we must go on to Arborlawn tonight, druid, she called out. I want this finished. Will Olmsford stared after her, resentment and confusion showing in his face. For a moment he seriously considered just sitting there and letting the elven girl go her own way. She obviously had little enough use for him. Then he felt Alanon's hand on his shoulder. Do. Be too quick to judge her, the druid said softly. The hand withdrew, and Alanon moved, over to gather up Artak's reins. He looked back at Will inquiringly. The Veilman shook his head and rose. After all, he had come this far. There was Hing to be gained by going on. The druid had already started after the slender figure of the elven girl as she disappeared up the pathway into the trees. Grudgingly, Will followed. 18. It was evening of the following day. Shadows lengthened across the forested city of Arborlawn and grey dusk deepened steadily into night. Eventine sat alone in the seclusion of his study, poring over Gale's list of matters that would require his attention in the morning. Fatigue lined his face, and his eyes squinted wearily in the light of the oil lamp that sat atop the wooden desk he occupied. The room was still, closing the aged king of the elves away in the silence of his thoughts. He glanced over briefly at Manx, who lay sprawled across the room against a bookcase, sleeping soundly. The wolfhound's graying flanks rose and fell rhythmically, his breath exhaling through his nose with a curious nasal whine. Eventine smile. Old dog, he thought, sleep comes easily to you, deep and dreamless and trouble-free. He shook his head. He would give much to enjoy just a single night's undisturbed sleep. There had been little rest for him. Nightmares crowded his slumber, nightmares that were distortions of the unpleasant realities of his waking hours, carried with him into sleep. They teased and tormented him, they stole wickedly, through his slumber, disruptive and hateful. Each night they returned, prodding at his subconscious, fragmenting his sleep so that time and again he shook himself awake, until at last dawn brought an end to the struggle. He rubbed his eyes, then his face, closing off the light with his hands. He would have to sleep soon because sleep in some form was necessary. But he knew that he would find little rest. When he took his hands away again, he found himself staring at Alanon. For an instant he did believe that he was seeing the druid. This was only a trick of his mind, brought on by his weariness. But when he squinted sharply and the image did disappear, he came to his feet with a start. Alanon! I thought I was seeing things. The druid came forward and they locked hands. There was the barest flicker of uncertainty in the elven king's eyes. Did you find her? Alanon nodded. She is here. Eventine did know how to respond. The two men started at each other wordlessly. Against the bookcase, Manx raised his head and yawned. I did think she would ever come back, the king said finally. He hesitated. Where have you taken her? Where she can be protected, Alanon responded. He released the king's hand. We do have much time. I want you to summon your sons and the most trusted of your advisors, those to whom you have confided the truth of the danger that threatens the elves. Be certain of your choice. Have them gather in 1 hour in the chambers of the Elven High Council. Tell them that I would speak with them. Tell no one else. See to it that your guard and keeps watch without. 1 hour. I will meet you then. He turned and started back toward the open windows he had come through. Amberl! Eventine called after him. 1 hour, the druid repeated, then slipped through the curtains and was gone. The allotted hour passed, and those summoned by the Elven King assembled in the High Council. The council room was a cavernous, hexagonal chamber built of oak and stone with its cathedral ceiling peaked star-like overhead at a joinder of massive beams. A set of huge wooden doors opened into the room, lighted by low-hanging oil lamps suspended at the ends of black iron chains. Against a facing wall was settled the dais of the king, a riser of steps leading to a great, hand-carved oaken throne flanked by a line of standards from which hung flags bearing the insignia of the houses of the Elven Kings. Gallery seats bordered the remaining walls, each set a dozen rows deep, all overlooking a broad expanse of polished stone flooring encircled like an arena by a low iron railing. At the exact center of the room stood a wide oval table with 21 chairs where sat the members of the Elven High Council. Only 6 of these chairs were occupied this night. At one of them sat Ander Ellcrys. He spoke little to the 5 seated with him, his eyes straying restlessly to the closed double doors at the far end of the chamber. Thoughts of Ambril crowded together in his mind. Although the girl had been mentioned by his father when he had come to him with the news of Alanon's return, he was certain nevertheless that the druid had succeeded in bringing her back to Arborlawn, if this council would have been convened in such haste. He was equally certain that Alanon intended to bring her before the council and ask that they entrust to her the search for the Bloodfire. He was certain what the council would say in response. If the king chose to speak first on the druid's request and to lend it his support, then the others would probably acquiesce to his wishes, though this was by no means a foregone conclusion, given the strong feelings the elves bore about Ambril. In any case, he did believe that his father would do that. He would listen first to the advice of the men he had gathered about him. Then he would decide. Ander glanced briefly at his father, then looked away again. What would his own advice be, he wondered suddenly. He would be asked to speak, yet how could he trust himself to be objective where Ambril was concerned? Conflicting emotions colored his reason with their intensity. Love and disappointment intermingled. His hands locked before him on the table in response to what he was feeling. Perhaps it would be best if he said "Hing." Perhaps it would be best if he simply deferred to the judgment of the others. His gaze shifted momentarily to their faces. Other than Darden and Rowe, who kept watch outside the chamber doors, no one else had been told of this meeting. There were others his father might have called good men. But he had chosen these. It was a balanced choice, Ander thought to himself as he considered the character of each. But what sort of judgment would they exercise when they heard what was being asked? He found that he was sure. Arion Ellcrys sat on his father's right, the place at the council table reserved for the crown prince of the realm. It was Arion to whom the king would look first, just as he always did whenever an important decision was required. Arion was his father's strength, and the old man loved him fiercely. Just his presence lent Aventine a sense of reassurance that Ander knew he could provide, however he might try. But Arion lacked compassion and at times exhibited a stubbornness that obscured his good sense. It was difficult to predict what he might do where Ambril was concerned. Once he had been fond of the girl, the only child of his beloved brother Ain. But all that was long since past. His feelings had changed with the death of his brother, changed further with Ambril's betrayal of her trust as a chosen. There was great bitterness within the crown prince, much of it caused by the obvious hurt that this girl had brought to the king. It was impossible to tell how deep that bitterness ran. Deep, Ander thought, and was troubled by what that might mean. The king's fifth minister, Ellcrys, occupied the chair next to Arion. As first minister, it was Chaos who presided over the council in the king's absence. An articulate, persuasive man, he could be depended upon to express his feelings candidly. Although Aventine and his first minister were always in agreement on matters that came before the council, they nevertheless had great respect for each other's opinions. Aventine would listen closely to what his first minister had to say. Cale Pindanon, commander of the Elven army, was the king's oldest and closest friend. Though 10 years younger than the king, Pindanon looked at least that much older. His face seemed like dry wood, his gnarled frame rawhide tough, scarred and Ted from a lifetime of combat. White hair flowed down below his shoulders, and a great, drooping mustache arched about the thin line of his mouth. Iron hard and fixed of purpose, Pindanon was the most predictable of Aventine's advisors. The old soldier was completely devoted to the king. He always advised with the king's interests foremost in mind. It would be so with Ambril. The last man at the table was a member of the High Council. He was younger even than Ander, a slim, dark-haired elf with an alert air and anxious brown eyes. He sat next to Pindanon, his chair drawn back slightly from the oval table, speaking to the others but watching them in silence. Twin daggers were strapped about his waist and a broadsword hung in its scabbard from the back of his chair. He wore no insignia of office save for a small medallion that bore the crest of the Ellcrys and dangled from a silver chain about his neck. His name was Crispin. He was captain of the Home Guard, the elite corps of elven hunters whose sole duty was the protection of the king. His presence at this council was something of a mystery. He was a man from whom Ander would have expected his father to seek advice. But then, his father did always do what Ander expected. He paused in his evaluation. With different backgrounds and different personalities, the men his father had gathered were alike only in their absolute loyalty to the old king. Perhaps because of that loyalty, they were men to whom Aventine felt he might safely entrust the decision, however difficult, that must be made concerning Amberl. Perhaps, too, they were here because they were the ones whose counsel he would seek when it came time to defend the elven homeland.
And that time was near.
The inevitability of a terrible struggle between elves and demons confronted them at every turn. Each day the Ellcrys weakened further, decay and wilt spreading inexorably through her branches, stripping her of beauty and life, weakening the power that maintained the forbidding. Each day new reports were received of strange and frightening creatures, things born of nightmares and dark fantasies, prowling the borders of the Westland. Elven soldiers patrolled from the valley of Ren to the Sarandanon, from the matted brakes to the Kershelt, and still the number of these creatures grew. It was certain that more would follow, until at last enough had broken free to unite and attack the elves in force. Ander rested his elbows on the table and folded his hands together against his forehead, shading his eyes against the light. The Ellcrys was failing so quickly that he wondered whether enough time remained to reach the Bloodfire, even if Allanon had succeeded in his quest.
Time. It all came down to that.
The massive doors at the far end of the chamber swung open and 6 heads turned as one.
Allanon strode through, tall and forbidding in his black robes.
With him came 2 smaller figures, cloaked and hooded, their faces hidden.
Amberl. Ander thought at once. One of them must be Amberl. But who weighs the second?
All 3 moved wordlessly to the opposite end of the wide oval table. There the druid seated his companions, then raised his dark face toward the king.
My lord Aventine. He bowed slightly. Allanon, the king replied. You are welcome. All are assembled.
All, Aventine assured him, then named them one by one. Please say what you have come to say.
Allanon came forward several paces until he stood midway between the elves and the 2 cloaked figures. Very well. I would say this once only, so I ask that you listen and heed.
The elven nation stands in grave peril. The Ellcrys is dying. She fails quickly now, more quickly with the passing of each day. As she fails, the wall of the forbidding weakens. Already the demons your forefathers imprisoned within begin to break loose once more into your world. Soon all will be free and, once free, they will seek your annihilation. The druid came forward a pace.
Do disbelieve this, elven lords. You do.
Yet appreciate, as I do, the extent of the hatred that drives them. I have seen but a handful of these creatures, a handful that have crossed already through the forbidding, but even those few conveyed to me the whole of the hatred that has consumed them all. That hatred is awesome. It gives them power, more power than they possessed when they were first shut from the earth.
I do. Think that you will be able to stand against it. You do. Know the elven army. Pindinon's face was dark. Commander.
Aventine spoke softly. The old soldier turned at once.
Let us hear him out.
Pindinon sat back, frustration lining his jaw. The Ellcrys is the key to your preservation, Allanon continued, ignoring Pindinon. When the Ellcrys dies, the forbidding will be lost.
The magic that created it will be lost. One thing can prevent that, and one thing only.
In accordance with the elven legend and the laws of magic that gave her life, the Ellcrys must undergo a rebirth.
That can be accomplished in only one way. You know it well.
A chosen in service to the tree must carry her seed to the source of all life, the earth's bloodfire. There the seed must be wholly immersed in the fire, then return to the earth where the mother tree roots. Then will there be new life for the Ellcrys. Then will the wall of the forbidding be restored and the demons shut once more from the earth.
Men of Arberlon.
2 weeks earlier, having discovered that the Ellcrys was dying, I came to Aventine Illecidil to offer what aid I could.
I came too slowly.
The forbidding had begun to weaken already, permitting a few of the demons imprisoned within to escape. Before I could act to prevent it, they had slain the chosen, killing them as they slept, killing all they found. Nevertheless, I told the king that I would seek to aid the elves in 2 ways. First, I would travel to Paranor to the castle of the druids and there search the histories of my predecessors in an effort to learn the secret of the word Safehold.
I have done this.
I have discovered where the bloodfire can be found. He paused, studying the faces of the men who listened. I told the king as well that I would seek out one who might bear the seed of the Ellcrys in quest of the bloodfire, for I believed that such a person existed.
I have done this also. I have brought that person with me to Arberlon.
Ander tensed expectantly as a murmur of disbelief rose out of the men assembled.
Allanon turned and beckoned to the smaller of the 2 cloaked figures. Come forward.
Hesitantly, the dark form rose, then walked to stand beside the druid.
Lower your hood. Again there was hesitation.
The elves leaned forward impatiently, all but Aventine, who sat rigidly in his chair, hands gripping the carved wooden arms.
Lower your hood, Alanon repeated gently. This time the cloaked figure obeyed.
Slim brown hands reached from beneath the folds of the robe and pulled back the concealing hood. Amberl sea green eyes, frozen with uncertainty, met those of her grandfather. There was an instant of stunned silence. Then Arion sprang to his feet, livid with rage.
No! No, Druid!
Take her out of here. Take her back to wherever it was you found her. Ander rose halfway out of his chair, shock reflected in his face at his brother's words, but his father caught his arm and brought him back to his seat. Quick, angry comments were exchanged, but the words were lost in a jumbled mix of voices that drowned one her out. Eventine's hand went up sharply, and the room was still again. We will hear Alanon out, he repeated firmly, and Arion slipped back into his chair.
The Druid nodded. I would ask you all to remember this.
Only a chosen in service may bear the seat of the Ellcrys. When the year began, there were 7.
6 are dead. Ambril Illecidil is your last hope. Arion leaped up. She is no hope. She is no longer a chosen.
The elven prince's voice was hard and bitter.
Kale Pindanon nodded in agreement, distaste showing on his seamed face. Alanon came forward a step. You would question whether she is still a chosen? The faint, mocking smile passed quickly across his lips.
Know then that she questions this as well. But I have told her, and I have told her grandfather, and now I tell you, that no feelings in this, neither yours nor hers, will determine the truth of what she is.
Your feelings are of any consequence. King's grandchild or outcast from her people, what matter, elven prince?
Your concern should be with the survival of your people, and the peoples of all the lands, for this danger threatens them as well.
If Ambril can be of service to you and to them, then what has gone before must be forgotten. Arion stood his ground. I will forget. I will never forget. What is it that you ask of us? Emir Chaos interrupted quickly, and Arion sat down once more. Alanon turned to face the First Minister.
Just this. Neither you nor I nor Ambril herself has the right to determine whether she is still a chosen. Only the Ellcrys has that right, for it was the Ellcrys who determined that she should be a chosen in the first place.
Therefore we must know the tree's feelings.
Let Ambril go before the Ellcrys, let the Ellcrys decide whether to accept or reject her. If she is accepted as a chosen, she will be given a seed and she will go in search of the Bloodfire.
And if she is rejected?
Then we had best hope that Commander Pindanon's faith in the Elven army is well placed. Arion rose once more, ignoring the warning glance his father gave him.
You ask too much of us, Druid.
You ask that we place our trust in one who has already proven untrustworthy.
Alanon's voice was steady.
I ask that you place your trust in the Ellcrys, much as you have done for countless centuries.
Let the decision be hers. Arion shook his head.
No, I sense a game being played here, Druid. The tree speaks to no one, she will speak to this girl. His angry gaze shifted to Ambril. If the girl would have us trust her, let her tell us why she left Arborlon in the first place. Let her tell us why she disgraced herself and her family. Alanon seemed to consider the request for a moment, then finally looked down at the elven girl beside him. Ambril's face was white.
I did
mean to bring disgrace to anyone, she replied quietly. I did what I felt I had to do.
You disgraced us. Arion exploded.
You are my brother's child, and I loved my brother very much. I would like to understand what you did, but I do. What you did brought shame to your family, to all of us. It brought shame to the memory of your father.
No chosen has ever rejected the honor of serving. None.
But you discarded the honor as if it meant .hing. Ambril was rigid.
I was meant to be a chosen, Arion. It was a mistake.
I tried to serve as did the others, but I could. I know it was expected of me, but could.
Do it. Could. Do it?
Arion came forward threateningly.
Why? I want to know why.
This is your chance to explain now, do so. I can, she answered in a tight whisper.
I can. I could. Make you understand. If I wished. If. She looked imploringly at Alanon.
Why did you bring me back, Druid?
This is senseless. They do wish me here. I do want to be here. I am frightened, do you understand? Let me return home.
You are home, the Druid answered gently, a sadness in his voice that had
been there before. He looked over at Arion. Your questions are pointless, Elven Prince. Give thought to the purpose for those questions. Give thought to their source. Hurt gives way to bitterness, bitterness to anger. Travel too far that road and the way is lost. He paused, dark eyes fixing those of the Elven Council. I do.
Pretend to understand what caused this girl to leave her people.
I do.
Pretend to understand what caused her to choose a life different from that which was offered her in Arborlawn.
It is
my place to judge her, nor is it yours.
What has gone before is done.
She has shown courage and resolve in making the journey back to Arborlawn. The demons have learned of her, they have hunted her.
They hunt her still.
She has endured hardship and risked danger in returning.
Should that have been Hing?
At the mention of danger to Amberl, alarm flickered briefly in Eventine's eyes.
Ander saw it, it was there and then quickly gone.
You might have taken this girl before the Ellcrys without consulting us, Ellcrys pointed out suddenly.
Why didn't you? Amberl did. Wish to return to Arborlawn, Allanan responded.
She came because I persuaded her that it was necessary, that she must help her people if she could. Still, she should be forced to come in secrecy and stealth, but openly. If she is to go before the Ellcrys, it should be with your approval. His arm slipped about her slender shoulders. She glanced up at him, surprise reflected in her child's face.
You must make your choice.
The druid's face was impassive. Which of you will stand beside her, elven lords?
The chamber grew still.
Elves and druids stared wordlessly at one another, eyes locked. All but forgotten by now, the second cloaked form shifted nervously at the far end of the table.
The seconds slipped away. No one rose.
Then suddenly Ander Ellcrys found Allanan looking directly at him.
Something unspoken passed between them, an understanding almost. In that instant Ander knew what he must do. Slowly he came to his feet.
Ander, he heard his brother protest. He glanced quickly at Arion's dark face, saw the warning mirrored in the other's hard eyes, then looked away again. Wordlessly, he moved around the table until he stood before Amberl. She stared up at him, frightened, like a wild thing poised to flee. Gently he took hold of her shoulders and bent to kiss her forehead. There were tears in her eyes as she hugged him back.
Ellcrys rose. I do.
See that there should be any difficulty in making this decision, my lords, he addressed them.
Whatever options we may have, we should certainly take advantage of them. He stepped over to join Ander. Crispin glanced briefly at Eventine.
The king sat rigid, his face expressionless as he met his captain's eyes.
Crispin stood up and crossed to stand beside Ander. The council had divided evenly.
3 stood with Amberl, 3 remained seated at the table.
Eventine looked at Arion.
The crown prince of the elves met his father's gaze squarely, then turned his bitter eyes on Ander.
I am the fool that my brother is. I say no. The king looked at Pindanon.
The old soldier's face was hard.
My trust is in the elven army.
This child. Then he seemed to hesitate. She is your flesh and blood. My vote will be as yours, my king.
Cast it well. All eyes fixed now on Eventine. For an instant he did seem to have heard.
He sat staring at the table before him, a look of sadness and resignation on his face.
His hand slid slowly across the polished wooden surface, then locked tightly. He came to his feet. It is decided then.
Amberl shall go before the Ellcrys.
This council is adjourned.
Arion Ellcrys rose, cast a withering glance at Ander, and stalked from the high council without a word. Within the concealing shadow of his cowl, Wilmsford saw the pain and disbelief mirrored in Ander Ellcrys' eyes as he stared after his brother. A breach had been opened between these two that would quickly be closed again. Then the elven prince's gaze shifted suddenly to meet his own, and he looked away self-consciously. Allanan was speaking again, advising those who remained that Amberl would rest a day or two before going to the Ellcrys and that after she had done so they would meet once more. Will rose, keeping his robes drawn close about him, for Allanan had warned that he was to reveal himself. The chamber began to empty, and he moved over to stand with Amberl. He saw Ander Ellcrys cast a glance back at them, hesitate, then follow the others out. Allanan had drawn Eventine aside and was speaking to him, their words hushed and secretive.
There appeared to be some argument between them. Then, with a reluctant nod, the Elven King departed as well.
Will and Amberl were left alone with the druid.
Allanan beckoned. Follow me.
Quickly he led them from the council room, ushering them back down the outer hallway until they stood once more in the cool dark of the entry beyond. The druid paused, listened, and then turned to them.
Amberl.
He waited until her eyes were fixed on his.
I want you to go to the Ellcrys tonight. Surprise and confusion registered on the elven girl's face.
Why? She asked in disbelief, then quickly shook her head.
No. No, this is too quick.
I want time to prepare myself before I do this. Besides, you just finished telling my father and the others that it would be a day or two before I went to her.
Allanon nodded patiently.
A small but necessary deception.
As for preparation, what preparation will you make?
This is a test of skill or endurance. No amount of preparation will help you. Either you are still a chosen in service to the tree or you are.
I am tired, Druid.
She was angry now. I am tired and I need to sleep.
I can do this thing now. You must.
He paused. I know that you are tired. I know that you need sleep.
But that will have to wait. You must first go to the tree and you must do so now.
She went rigid at his words, a trapped look springing into her eyes. Then she began to cry, uncontrollably. It was as if everything that had happened, the unexpected appearance of the Druid at her cottage, the news that the Ellcrys was dying and the Chosen slain, the realization that she must return to Arborlawn, the harrowing flight north from Havenstead, the confrontation with the Council and her grandfather, and now this had caught up with her all at once and overwhelmed her completely. All of her defenses seemed to give way. She stood before them, small and vulnerable, sobbing, choking on words that would come. When Allanon reached for her, she pulled quickly away, stepping apart from them both for several long minutes. Will Olmsford stared after her helplessly. She stopped crying finally, her face still turned away from them. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper.
Is it truly necessary, Allanon, truly necessary that I go to her tonight?
The Druid nodded. Yes, elven girl. There was a long silence.
Then I will do so. Quiet and composed once more, she rejoined them.
Without a word, Allanon led them out into the streets of the city.
19.
Pale silver moonlight spilled down out of the heavens and washed the summer night. Sweet smells and comforting hums rose out of the dark and slow, dizzying waves that floated and danced in the warm breezes and brushed the hedgerows and stands, the flower banks, and the bushes of the garden of life. Dappled shadows layered the garden's colors in oddly knit patterns of black and white.
Tiny life forms that awoke with darkness skittered and flew with sudden, invisible bursts that left no trace of their passing.
In the midst of it all, solitary and ignored atop the small hillock that overlooked the homeland of the elves, the wondrous tree they called the Ellcrys continued its slow, inevitable march toward death. The long journey had begun to take its toll. The perfect beauty that had marked the Ellcrys in health was gone, the perfect symmetry of her form marred and broken. Silver bark peeled away from trunk and limbs, black and rotting, hanging in strips like tattered skin. Blood-red leaves curled tight with wilt, a scattering of those that had already fallen dotting the earth beneath, dried and withered husks rustling with the wind. Like some weathered scarecrow set upon a pole above the fields, she stood stark and skeletal against the night horizon. Allanon, Will Olmsford, and Ambril stared up at her wordlessly from the base of the rise, cowled faces lifted against the screen of moonlight. For a long time they were still, motionless save for the ripple of cloth garments and the light breezes, silent. When Ambril finally spoke, her whisper filled the quiet with deep, sudden poignancy.
Oh, Allanon, she looks so sad. The Druid did
respond, his tall spare frame rigid beneath the robes, his face hidden within the shadow of the cowl. The smell of lilacs wafted past them, lingered momentarily, and was gone. After a moment, Ambril glanced over at the big man, arms folding tightly into her robe.
Is she in pain?
The movement of the Druid's head was barely perceptible.
Some. She is dying? Her life is ending. Her time is almost gone.
There was a long pause.
Can you do .hing for her?
What can be done for her must be done by you.
Allanon's deep voice was a gentle murmur.
Ambril's sigh was audible, a shiver of acceptance that passed through her slender body. The seconds slipped away. Will shuffled his feet wearily, waiting for the elven girl to come to terms with herself. This was easy for her. She had expected even to be here tonight. Neither of them had. They had expected that, with the adjournment of the council, they would be allowed at long last to sleep. There had been no sleep since before their flight into the Valley of Ren and their unexpected reunion with Allanon. They were exhausted. She is sleeping, Ambril whispered suddenly. She will wake for you, the Druid responded. She does want this, Will thought. She has never wanted this. She is simply unwilling, she is frightened. She said so that first night in the little garden behind her home. Yet she has never said why. Will looked toward the summit of the rise. What was it about the Ellcrys that frightened her so?
I am ready.
She said it simply, her voice calm. Alanon was silent for a moment, then nodded, the cowl bending slightly with his response.
Then go. We will wait for you here. She did move at once, but stood quietly for a moment as if seeking something more from the druid.
But there was Hing more offered. Gathering her robes about her, she started forward, moving up the gentle slope, face lifted toward the still, ragged tree that waited at the top.
She did look back.
She completed the climb in only moments and stood alone before the Ellcrys.
She stood
yet within reach of the tree, but just beyond, her small form withdrawn into the concealing folds of the dark robe, her arms clenched tightly against her sides. From atop the rise, the westland lay open to the sweep of the horizon, and she felt small and unprotected. The night breeze blew across her face, laced with the scents of the garden, and she breathed it deeply, steadying herself. I need only a moment, she told herself.
Just one moment.
But she was so afraid.
She still did understand why this was.
Even now, after all this time. She should be able to understand it, she should be able to control it, yet she could.
That made it all the worse. The fear was unreasoning, senseless, blind.
It was always there, lurking in the back of her mind like some beast of prey, slipping from its place of hiding whenever she gave thought to the Ellcrys. She fought against it, struggled determinedly, but it swept through her nonetheless, irrepressible, dark. She had been able to suppress it in Havenstead, for in Havenstead the cause was distant and past. But now, returned once more to Arborlawn, standing less than a dozen feet away, remembering the touch of the Ellcrys. She shuddered at the memory. It was the touch she really feared. Yet why should that be? No harm came from it, no injury. It served only to allow the Ellcrys to communicate her thoughts through images. But there was this sense of something more that had always come with the touch, ever since that first time the Ellcrys had spoken with her.
Something.
Her thoughts scattered at the sound of an owl's soft hoot. She was aware that she had been standing there for several minutes and that the two men waiting below must be watching her.
She did want that.
Quickly, she began to walk around to the far side of the tree.
Druid and Veilman watched silently as the dark figure of the elven girl circled the Ellcrys and disappeared from view.
They remained standing a moment longer, but when she did reappear, Alanon seated himself wordlessly on the grass. Will paused, then sat down next to him. What will you do if the Ellcrys decides that she is no longer one of the chosen?
The druid did turn his head. That will happen.
The Veilman hesitated a moment before speaking again.
You know something about her that you have
told either of us, don't you?
Alanon's voice was cold. No. In the sense that you mean. But in some sense.
What must concern you, Veilman, is seeing that Hing happens to her after you leave Arborlawn. The way he said it left Will with the very distinct impression that this particular subject was closed. The Veilman shifted his weight uncomfortably.
Can you tell me something else, then? He asked a moment later. Can you tell me why she is so afraid of the Ellcrys?
No.
Will flushed heatedly within his cowl. Why? Because I am sure that I understand it myself.
Nor do I think that she does. In any case, when she is ready for you to know about it, she will tell you herself.
I doubt it.
Will slouched forward, arms resting loosely on his knees.
She does seem to think much of me. Alanon did respond.
They sat in silence for a time, glancing periodically toward the summit of the rise and the solitary tree. There was no sign of Ambril.
Will glanced over at the druid. Is she safe up there alone? The mystic nodded.
Will waited for him to explain why she was safe, but he did
offer an explanation.
The Veilman shrugged. Being this close to her, he must have some means of seeing to it that she was protected, he decided.
At least he hoped so. For a long time Ambril did move. She could.
Her fear had paralyzed her. She stood rigid and chilled.
5 feet from the nearest branches, staring hypnotically at the Ellcrys.
Within her, the fear ran like liquid ice, numbing even her thoughts. She lost all sense of time, of place, of everything but her inability to take those last few steps forward. When at last she did take them, it seemed that it was someone else who took them for her. She remembered only the distance between herself and the Ellcrys closing and then disappearing altogether. She was beneath the canopy of the tree, lost in shadow. The night breeze died into stillness, and the cold within her turned to heat. Wordlessly, she dropped to her knees amid the clutter of dead leaves and broken twigs that blanketed the ground, her hands folding tightly in her lap. She waited. Moments later, a ragged branch dipped downward and wrapped gently about her shoulders.
Ambril. the elven girl began to cry.
There had been silence between them for quite some time when Will suddenly recalled something odd that Olanon had said earlier. He had determined that he would ask Hing further of the druid following their last exchange, but his curiosity got the better of him.
Olanon? The druid looked at him. Something is bothering me.
He took a moment to arrange his words. When you told Ambril that we must come here tonight, she reminded you that you had informed the elves at the High Council that she would be given a day or two to rest. You answered her by saying that what you told them was a necessary deception.
What did you mean by that?
Moonlight revealed the familiar mocking smile as it slanted across the mystic's lean face.
I was wondering when you would get around to that question, Will Olmsford. He laughed softly.
Your inquisitiveness is all-encompassing.
Will grinned ruefully. Do I get an answer to my question? Olanon nodded. An answer that will
please you. The deception was necessary because there is a spy within the elven camp.
The Veil Man went cold. How do you know that?
Logic. When I arrived at Piranha, the demons were waiting for me. Waiting for me, Veilman I was
followed. That suggests rather strongly that they knew in advance that I would be coming there. How did they know that? For that matter, how did they know about me in the first place?
Only Aventine knew that I had returned to the Four Lands. Only Aventine knew of my plans to travel to Piranha. I told him in confidence that I would go there to study the druid histories in an effort to discover the location of Safehold. Aventine was cautioned to say Hing and would have done exactly that.
He paused. That leaves only one possibility.
Someone listened in on our conversation, someone who had reason to betray us to the demons.
Will looked doubtful. But how could that have happened?
You said yourself that no one even knew that you had returned to the Four Lands before you spoke to Aventine. That puzzles me, also, the druid admitted. The spy must be someone with easy access to the king, someone who would know everything that he is about.
One of his household staff, perhaps.
He shrugged.
In any case, it was fortunate that I did.
Mention to the king where Ambril could be found, or the demons would almost certainly have reached her before I did. He paused, black eyes fixing on the Veil Man.
They would have reached you, as well, I imagine.
Will felt his skin crawl. The suggestion was a thoroughly disconcerting one, even now. For the first time since he had met Olanon, he was grateful that the druid was so close-mouthed about what he knew. If all this is so, then why did you tell the elves at the High Council so much, he asked.
If there is a spy, isn't there a rather good possibility that he may discover everything that was said at that meeting?
The druid leaned forward. A very good possibility. In fact, I intend to make certain that he does.
That is the reason for the deception.
You see, the demons already know that we are here, and they know why we are here.
They know who I am, they know who Ambril is.
They do.
Yet know who you are.
All this they have discovered from my conversation with Aventine and from what they have seen in pursuing us from Havenstead.
We have told the elves at the High Council. Hing knew except for one small item.
We have told them that Ambril will rest for several days before she goes to the Ellcrys. So, for the next several days, at least, the demons will expect us to do Hing. That deception, I hope, will give us a small but very useful advantage.
What kind of advantage? Will frowned. What do you have in mind, Olanon?
The druid pursed his lips.
As to that, Will, I am afraid that I will have to ask you to be patient for a bit longer. But I promise that you will have your answer before the night is done. Fair enough?
There was Hing particularly fair about any of this, Will thought glumly. Still, there was no point in pressing the matter. When Olanon had made up his mind, Will knew that that was the end of it.
One thing more.
The druid put a cautionary hand on his shoulder.
Say Hing of this to Ambril.
She is frightened enough as it is, and there is no reason that she should be frightened further.
Let this remain a secret between you and me. The Veil Man nodded.
That much, at least, they could agree upon. Only minutes later, Ambril appeared suddenly from beneath the shadow of the tree. She stood for a moment silhouetted against the night sky, hesitated, then started toward them. She walked slowly, carefully, as if uncertain of her movements, hands held clasped together against her breast. Her cowl was lowered, her long, chestnut hair fanning out behind her in the breeze. As she neared them, they could see plainly her stricken face. It was pale and drawn and streaked with tears, and fear reflected brightly in her eyes. She came up to them and stopped.
Her slender form was trembling. Olanon, she cried softly, choking on his name.
The druid saw that she was on the verge of collapsing. He reached for her at once, took her in his arms and held her close against him. She allowed herself to be held this time, crying soundlessly. For a long time he held her, all the while saying "hing." Will watched uncomfortably and felt generally useless.
After a time, the crying stopped. Allanon released the elven girl and stepped back.
Her face remained lowered for a moment, then lifted to his. "You were right," she whispered. Clasped hands came away from the folds of her robe and slowly opened. Nestled in her palms, like a perfectly formed silver-white stone, was the seat of the Ellcrys.
Page 199 picture. XX. Moments later, Allanon led them from the gardens.
Cowls drawn close about their faces and cloaks laced tight, they slipped through the gates and past the sentries of the Black Watch and started back toward the city.
The druid did offer any explanation as to where he was taking them, and they did ask.
They walked in silence, Allanon a step or two ahead, Will and Amberl following. Both were exhausted. The Veilman glanced often at the elven girl, more worried about her than he cared to admit even to himself, but she gave little indication of her emotional state, and he caught only an occasional glimpse of her face within the covering of the hood. Once he asked quietly if she was all right, and she nodded back to him without speaking.
A short time afterward, they found themselves approaching the manor house of the Ellcrys.
Beckoning wordlessly, Allanon led them onto the grounds surrounding the darkened home, directing them through a screen of pine that bordered the south lawn, then along a series of hedgerows to a small alcove and a pair of floor-length glass windows draped in heavy shadow.
Standing before the doors, Allanon tapped softly on the glass.
There was a moment's wait, then the curtains covering the window moved slightly. A latch within was released, and the doors swung open. Quickly Allanon motioned them through, glanced furtively about and followed, closing the doors behind him. They stood for a few seconds in darkness, listening to the faint sound of footfalls as someone moved slowly about the room.
Then a light was struck to a candle's wick.
Will found that they were in a small study, burnished oak from walls and shelving gleaming in the candle's dim flame, soft tracings of color from leather-bound books and tapestries visible through the heavy shadows. At the far side of the little room, an aged wolfhound raised his grizzled head from a small earthen-colored rug on which he lay and thumped his tail in greeting. Eventine Ellcrys placed the candle on a small work table and turned to face them.
"Is everything arranged?" Allanon's deep voice broke the stillness.
The old king nodded.
"And your household?"
The druid was already moving across the room to the single door that led into the rest of the home. He opened it, looked through briefly, then closed it again. "Everyone sleeps but Darden and Roe, and they stand watch at my bedroom door, believing me asleep as well. There is no one here but old Manx." The wolfhound glanced over at the mention of his name, then lowered his head between his paws and closed his eyes.
Allanon walked back across the room. "Then we can begin."
He motioned Will and Amberl to take chairs about the work table, drawing a third chair over for himself. The Veilman sat down wearily. Amberl started forward, then stopped, her eyes on her grandfather. Eventine looked back at her, hesitated, then moved quickly to embrace her. The elven girl went rigid for a moment, then her arms went about him. "I love you, grandfather," she whispered.
"I missed you."
The old king did speak, but nodded into her shoulder, one hand coming up to stroke her hair. Then he took her head gently in his hands and tilted it back so that she was facing him.
"What has happened is behind us, Amberl. Forgotten.
There will be no more harsh words between us.
This is your home.
I want you here with me, with your family." The elven girl shook her head sadly.
"I have spoken with the Ellcrys, grandfather.
She has told me that I am her chosen. She has given to me her seed." The old man's face went pale, and his eyes dropped.
"I am sorry, Amberl. I know that you wish it could be otherwise. Believe me, I wish it could be otherwise, too."
"I know you do," she replied, but there was despair in her eyes. She separated from him and seated herself at the table with Allanon and Will. The king remained standing for a moment, his eyes staring over at his granddaughter. There was a lost and frightened look to him that suggested a child strayed. Slowly he recovered himself, then moved to sit with the others. Allanon leaned forward, hands folding carefully atop the table. "Eventine and I agreed at the close of the High Council that we would meet in secret later this night. What is said here shall remain between the four of us and no other. Time slips away from us, and we must act quickly if we are to save the elven people.
The Ellcrys is failing.
Soon the demons contained within the forbidding will break through into the Four Lands. Eventine and I shall be there to meet them when they do. But you, Amberl, and you also, Will, must go in search of the Bloodfire." He turned to the elven girl.
"I would go with you if I could."
"I would go with you if there were any possible way to do so, but there is. One of the demons that has already broken through the forbidding, as well as some still locked within, possess powers that your grandfather and the elven people can stand against without my help. It will be my task to shield the elves from those powers.
Sorcery to withstand sorcery. It must be so.
But in my place, I send Will Olmsford, and I have
chosen lightly to entrust your care and safety to him.
It was his grandfather who went with me in search of the sword of Shannara, who found it, and who then stood alone against the warlock lord and saw him destroyed.
His great-uncle Flick once saved your grandfather's life.
Will has the strength of character that marked both men, he has their sense of honor. You have seen that he holds the elfstones that I once gave to his grandfather.
He will protect you as I would.
He will stand with you, Ambril he will.
Fail you.
There was a long moment of silence.
The Veilman felt embarrassed by the druid's words, embarrassed and uneasy.
He was so sure of himself. He glanced quickly at Ambril and found her staring back at him. You are a chosen in service to the Ellcrys, Allanan continued, drawing the elven girl's eyes back to meet his own. Though we all might wish it were otherwise, the matter has been settled as we agreed that it should be. You are the last of the chosen, and therefore the last hope of your people. You alone can restore the forbidding. A terrible responsibility, Ambril, but it belongs to you.
If you fail, demon and elf will do battle until one or both have been utterly destroyed.
The Ellcrys has given you her seed, and so you must take it in quest of the Bloodfire.
That will be easily done.
The Bloodfire lies within a place called Safehold, and Safehold is a part of the old world. That world is gone, forever changed. Down through the ages, the place called Safehold has been all but forgotten.
Even the Ellcrys no longer recognizes the path that leads there. If, for the druid histories, Safehold might have been irretrievably lost to us.
Yet the histories are a link between past and present. I have read them and know where Safehold lies.
He paused.
It lies within the Wild Run.
No one said a word. There was no need.
Even Will Olmsford, a Southlander and a Veilman who until now had never set foot in the Westland, had heard of the Wild Run. Buried within the forests that lay south of the elven homeland, it was a treacherous and forbidding stretch of wilderness virtually encircled by mountains and swamp. Fewer than half a dozen hamlets could be found there, and those were peopled by thieves, cutthroats, and outlaws of every conceivable sort. Even they seldom strayed far from their villages or the few well-worn trails that crisscrossed the region, for in the timber beyond, the rumors said, were creatures no man would care to encounter.
Will took a deep breath. You wouldn't happen to know where within the Wild Run we are to find the Bloodfire? Allanan shook his head. I can be sure.
Even the druid histories refer in part to the geography of the old world, and the landmarks that existed then are gone.
You will have to rely on the Elfstones. I thought as much.
The Veilman sagged back in his chair. Use of the Elfstones will tell the demons where we can be found.
Unfortunately true.
You will have to exercise great discretion, Will. I will relate to you what the Ellcrys told the Chosen about Safehold before they were slain, what she later told also to me.
This may help you in your search.
The Bloodfire lies within a wilderness with mountains and swamp all around, obviously the Wild Run, as the druid histories record.
Now here is the rest of what she said. There is a deep mist that comes and goes.
Within the wilderness can be found a lone peak. Beneath the peak is a maze of tunnels that burrow deep within the earth.
Somewhere within the maze is a door made of glass that will break.
Behind the door you will find the Bloodfire.
He cocked his head reflectively.
As you can see, the general description of the Wild Run remains surprisingly accurate, even after the passage of so many years and the cataclysmic changes wrought in the geography of the earth by the Great Wars.
Perhaps the balance of the description remains accurate as well.
Perhaps the Bloodfire may still be found beneath a lone peak, within a maze of tunnels. He shrugged. I would give you more help if I had it to give, but I do.
You must do the best you can with that. Will managed a faint, if somewhat forced, smile of encouragement.
He did. Dare look over at Ambril. How do we reach the Wild Run? He asked. The druid glanced questioningly at Aventine, but the elven king appeared preoccupied. At last, distracted by the silence, he looked over at Allanan and nodded absently.
Everything has been arranged.
The druid seemed to hesitate, then turned to Ambril. Your grandfather has selected Captain Crispin, who commands the Home Guard, to be your guide and protector on this journey. Crispin is a very resourceful and courageous soldier. He will serve you well. He has been instructed to choose half a dozen elven hunters as your escort. 6 is a small number, but a small number may be best in this case. It will attract far less attention than a large command, and it should enable you to travel more swiftly. The plan that the king and I have settled on is this. You will be taken from the city in secret. The means have been left to Captain Crispin. Only Crispin will be aware of your mission. He and the elven hunters under his command will go with you as far as you need them. All will have been instructed that no harm is to befall you, that they are to do whatever is necessary to protect you.
Al-Anon.
It was Aventine who spoke, glancing over suddenly, a worried look on his face.
His penetrating blue eyes found those of the druid. There is something I have yet told you.
I did speak of this before because we had only those few moments at the close of the council.
But I think something should be said now.
There is reason for concern in this venture beyond the obvious danger of being tracked by the demons who have pursued you this far. He leaned forward, arms crossing loosely on the table to support his weight. His face, caught in the dim light of the candle, seemed very old. You know how the Chosen died, perhaps Will and Ambril do. His gaze shifted. They were torn apart, mangled almost beyond recognition. Horror reflected in the faces of the elven girl and the Veil Man. The king put his hand gently on his granddaughter's shoulder.
I do
tell you this to frighten you more, Ambril, nor you, Will, but because of this.
He looked back at Al-Anon.
Since you have been gone from Arborlon, there have been more deaths like those of the Chosen.
A great many deaths.
Whatever it was that killed them has been roaming the surrounding country, systematically destroying everything and everyone it encounters, man or beast, young or old. Over 50 elves have died all in the same manner, all by being ripped apart.
3 nights ago, an entire elven patrol was waylaid and destroyed. 6 armed men.
A week earlier, an army compound at the north edge of the city was invaded and 20 men were killed while they slept. There has been an increasing number of demons sighted in the Westland since the Ellcrys began to fail, and more than a few unpleasant pitched fights as well, but hing on this order. Hing is deliberate and premeditated. This creature knows what it is about, it kills with purpose. We have tried without success to track it.
We can find it.
We have
even seen it. No one has.
But it is out there and it hunts us.
He paused.
It was sent once, Al-Anon, for the purpose of destroying the Chosen.
It did so all but one. It may be that it will be sent again. Ambril had gone white.
Al-Anon rubbed his bearded chin thoughtfully. Yes, there was such a demon in the old days, he mused.
A demon that killed out of instinctive need.
They called it a reaper. I don't care what they called it, Will spoke up suddenly.
What I want to know is how to avoid it.
Secrecy, the druid offered. However vicious and cunning this demon, it will have no more reason than its brethren to suspect that you have left Arborlon. If it believes that you are still here, if they all believe that you are still here, they will
be looking for you elsewhere. Perhaps we can give them that impression. He turned to Aventine.
The time will come very soon now when the Ellcrys can no longer maintain the wall of the forbidding with sufficient strength to contain the remainder of the demons still imprisoned within. When that time comes, the demons will concentrate their strength at the wall's weakest point and break free.
We can wait for that to happen.
We must find the place where they will attempt their crossover and do what we can to prevent it. Even if we fail, we can fight a delaying action which will slow them in their march on Arborlon. They will try to march here, for they will seek to destroy the Ellcrys.
They must. They can tolerate her.
Remember that while she was strong, she was anathema to them. But as she weakens, she becomes less so. Once they have broken through her wall, they will move quickly to destroy her.
We must do what we can to prevent that.
We must give Ambril time to reach the Bloodfire and return again.
We must keep the demons from Arborlon until then.
So, he let the word hang for a moment in the silence of the little room. We shall deceive the demons who are already through the forbidding by acting as if preparations to seek the Bloodfire are yet to be completed.
We shall make it appear as if you have left.
The demons know that it was I who brought Ambril here, they will expect me to be with her when she leaves.
We can make use of that. We can focus their attention on me.
By the time they realize that they have been misled, you should be well beyond their reach. Unless their spy is more resourceful than you anticipate, Will wanted to say, but he decided. 2. It all sounds very promising, he said instead. That seems to settle everything except the matter of when we should leave. The druid leaned back in his chair.
You will leave at dawn.
Will stared at him in disbelief.
At dawn? Tomorrow? Ambril sprang to her feet. That is impossible, druid.
We are exhausted. We have slept in almost 2 days. We have to have more than a few hours rest before setting out again.
Al-Anon held up his hands.
Peace, elven girl.
I understand this as well as you. But consider.
The demons know that you have come here for the purpose of carrying the seed of the Ellcrys to the Bloodfire.
They know that you will attempt to leave the city, and they will be watching closely. But they will be watching as closely now as they will in a day or two. Do you know why? Because they will expect you to rest first. That is exactly why you must leave at once. Surprise offers you your best chance to slip past them.
Understanding flickered in Will's eyes. This was the advantage that the druid had hoped his deception at the High Council might yield them. There will be sufficient rest for you after you are gone from the city, Allanon promised. 2 days of travel will enable you to reach the elven outpost in Draywood. You can catch up on your lost sleep there. But delay in Arborlawn is dangerous.
The quicker you are gone from here, the better your chances.
Will hated to admit it, but there was logic in the druid's argument.
He glanced quickly at Ambril.
She stared down at him silently for a moment, frustrated and angry, then turned back to Allanon.
I want to see my mother before I leave.
The druid shook his head.
That is a good idea, Ambril. Her jaw tightened. You seem to think that you have the final say in whatever I wish to do, druid. You don't. I want to see my mother. The demons know who you are. If they know also of your mother, they will expect you to go to her.
They will be waiting for just that.
It is dangerous. Just being here is dangerous. Surely you can find a way for me to spend 5 minutes with my mother. Her eyes dropped.
Do be so foolish as to suggest that I should see her when I return.
There was an unpleasant moment of silence.
Allanon's dark face turned suddenly expressionless, as if he were afraid he might reveal something he wished to remain hidden.
Will did miss the change, and it puzzled him.
As you wish, the druid agreed.
He rose. Now you must sleep while you can. We must go.
Eventine stood up with him, turning to face his granddaughter. I am sorry that Arion spoke so harshly at the council, he apologized, looking as if he had something more to say, but could.
He shook his head. I think that in time he will come to understand as I did.
He trailed off awkwardly, then put his arms around Ambril and kissed her cheeks.
If I were so old.
He began emotionally, but the girl put her fingers to his mouth to stop him.
She shook her head. You are so old that you do see that you are needed here more than you are needed to go with me.
She smiled, and there were tears in her eyes as she kissed him back.
Feeling a bit self-conscious, Will stepped away from the table and moved quietly over to the sleeping Manx. The aged wolfhound heard his approach.
One Eye stared up at him questioningly. On impulse, Will reached down to pet the dog, but Manic gave a low, barely audible growl of warning.
Will drew back.
Unfriendly beast, the Veilman thought to himself. He returned to the others. Eventine shook hands with him and wished him well. Then with Ambril beside him, Will followed Allanon back through the floor-length windows into the night.
XXI.
The druid took them to a small cottage nestled on a forested slope at the northern edge of the city amid a cluster of similarly structured homes. There was dotting to set this particular cottage apart from any of the others, and this suggested to Will the principal reason for its selection. Though unoccupied when they entered, it was fully furnished and had been lived in recently.
Allanon did
offered to explain what had become of the owners. He entered the cottage as if it were his own, moved through the darkness of a living room to light several oil lamps, then carefully closed all the curtains that decorated the cottage windows. Having checked once through the remaining rooms while Will and Ambril sat waiting at a small table graced with freshly cut flowers and embroidered mats, he returned momentarily with bread, cheese, fruit, and a pitcher of water. They ate in silence, Will consuming a full meal despite the late hour, Ambril eating almost .hing. When dinner was finished, Allanon led the elven girl to a small bedroom at the rear of the home. A single shuttered window stood latched and barred behind drawn curtains. The druid checked the fastenings thoroughly, then nodded. Wordlessly, Ambril moved to the feather bed. She was so tired that she did even bother to undress, but simply kicked off her boots and fell wearily across the covers.
She was asleep almost immediately.
Allanon paused long enough to place a light blanket over the exhausted girl, then stepped from the room, closing the door noiselessly behind him. Alone in the living room, Will Olmsford stared through the curtained windows into the darkness beyond, where the lights of the city proper winked back at him like fireflies in the forest shadows. He glanced about restlessly as the druid reappeared.
We have to talk, Allanon. The big man did look surprised. Still more questions, Will Olmsford? Exactly. The Veilman looked uncomfortable. I see. Well then, why don't we sit down?
Will nodded, and they moved over to take chairs across from 1A. Her at the little table where they had eaten their meal.
Once seated, the Veilman seemed uncertain as to how to proceed. Alanon regarded him expressionlessly, waiting.
Something happened to me when I tried to use the elfstones on that demon in the turfing, something that I do. Understand, Will began finally, avoiding the other's dark eyes. I had almost decided against saying anything to you about it because I did
want you to think that I was looking for an excuse
to make the journey into the wild run.
That would have been foolish. Alanon spoke quietly. Tell me what it is that happened. The Veil Man did seem to hear him.
The only reason I decided to speak about it was that I grew concerned for Amberyl's safety if I remained quiet.
If I am to be her protector, then I can
afford to play games with my pride.
Tell me what happened, the druid repeated.
Will looked up uneasily.
I will explain it in the best way I can.
As I said, when the demon came at me and I tried to use the elfstones, something inside of me resisted. It was like some sort of blockage, like a wall that had imposed itself between me and the elfstones so that I could
call upon them for aid.
I held them out before me and tried to reach down into them, to call forth their power, but Hing happened. In that instant, I was certain that you had been wrong in your belief that I could use the stones as my grandfather had done.
I thought that I was going to die.
But then, just before the demon reached me, the wall within me seemed to break apart, and the power of the stones flared out and destroyed the creature.
He paused. Since then, I have thought carefully about what happened. At first I decided that I simply had
understood how to use the elfstones, that it was my inexperience or confusion that caused the resistance.
But I no longer believe that. It was something different. It was something about me.
The druid stared back at him wordlessly for several minutes. One hand toyed idly with the small black beard, pulling at it, twisting it.
Finally the hand moved away.
You will remember that I told you that the elfstones were an old magic, a magic from the days before man, a magic that belonged to the age when the fairy people ruled the earth and magic was commonplace. There were many different elfstones then, and they served many different purposes. Their colors identified their uses. The blue elfstones, such as those that you hold, were the seeking stones. Possession of the blue elfstones enabled the holder to find that which was hidden from him merely by willing that it be so, for example, the bloodfire for which you will search. Other elfstones exhibited other characteristics. All possessed the common characteristic of offering the holder protection against other magics and things created of magic and sorcery. But the extent of that protection, indeed, the extent of the power of the stones, was dependent entirely on the strength of character of the holder. The stones were grouped in sets of 3, there was a reason for this. Each stone represented a part of the holder, one stone for the heart, one stone for the body, one stone for the mind. For the magic to be given life, the 3 would have to act in concert, 3 individual strengths joining as one. The success of the holder in employing the elfstones was a measure of his ability to unite those strengths. He spread his hands upon the table. The elfstones have her characteristic, will one basic to their use. The elfstones are an elven magic. They were created by elven wizards for the elves only. They have been passed from generation to generation, family to family, hand to hand, but always by elves to elves, for none other could ever use the stones. A look of disbelief crossed the Veilman's face.
Are you trying to tell me that I can use the elfstones because I am an elf? He exclaimed. Alanon shook his head. It is as simple as that.
He leaned forward, choosing his words carefully.
You are partially an elf, Will. It is so with your grandfather as well.
But he is half elf, having been born the child of an elf and a man.
You are something quite different.
Neither your mother nor your grandmother was an elf, both were of the race of man.
All that is elf in you is that part inherited from your father by way of your grandfather. I do. See what difference any of that makes, Will persisted.
Why should I have difficulty using the elfstones when my grandfather did?
There is at least some of his elven blood in me. It is
your elven blood that would cause you difficulty, the druid
replied quickly. It is your man blood.
You have the physical characteristics of your grandfather. That part of you marks your elven heritage unmistakably. But that is only a small part of the whole. The greater part of you is man.
Much of the elf has been bred out of you. He paused.
Understand, when you attempt to use the elfstones, only that small part of you that is elf can link you to their power. The balance of your heart and mind and body resists the intrusion of the magic.
It forms a block against it.
The 3 strengths are weakened, for the strength of each is diminished to that which is solely due to your elf blood. That may be what you have experienced in your use of the stones, a rejection by that considerable part of you that is man of the elven magic. Which shook his head in confusion.
But what of my grandfather? He did experience this rejection.
No, he did,
Alanon agreed. But your grandfather was half elf. The elf half dominated and gave him command over the power of the Elfstones. The resistance that he experienced was barely measurable. For you, it is a different matter entirely. Your link with the power of the Elfstones is more tenuous. Will stared at him. Alanon, you knew this when you came to me in Storlock. You had to know. Yet you said "hing." One word. One. The druid's expression did change. What was I to say, Valeman? I could determine the extent of the difficulty that you might encounter in using the Elfstones. Any use of the stones depends greatly on the character of the holder. I believed you strong enough to overcome any resistance within yourself. I still believe that. Telling you then of the problem would have caused you considerable doubt that might have resulted in your death in the turfing. The Valeman rose wordlessly, a stunned look on his face. He walked away from the table several paces, then turned back again. This could happen again, couldn't it? He asked quietly. Every time I try to use the Elfstones. The druid nodded. Will studied the dark face silently for a moment, the implications of this admission whirling through his mind like blown leaves. Every time, he repeated. The leaves froze sharply. Then there could come a time when the resistance within me might prove too great. There could come a time when I would call upon the power of the Elfstones and they would respond. Alanon took a long time to answer. Yes, that is possible. Will sat down again, the disbelief in his face changing now to horror. How can you entrust Ambrel's protection to me, knowing that? The druid's hand came down on the table like a hammer. Because there is no one else. His dark face flushed with anger, but his voice remained calm. I suggested to you once before that you should start believing in yourself. I will suggest it one time more. We are always properly equipped to face the difficulties life places in our path. It is so now. I wish that my power was such that your aid were necessary in this matter. I wish that I could give you something more with which to protect the elven girl and yourself. I wish much that can be. I brought you to Arbor Lawn because I knew that I alone could hope to save the elves from the danger that threatens them. We are both inadequate in this, Will Olmsford. But we must do the best we can with what we are. The druids are gone, the elven magics of the old world are lost. There is only you and me. There are only the Elfstones that you hold and the magic that I wield. That is all, but that must do. Will held his gaze steady. I am afraid for me, I am afraid for Ambrel. If I should fail her. You must fail her, Valeman. The druid's voice was hard, insistent. You must. You are all that she has. Will straightened. I may be enough. Enough? The words were laced with sarcasm. Alanon shook his head. Your grandfather once believed as you did. So many years ago. He could understand how I thought it possible that he might possess the means of destroying a being as awesome as the Warlock Lord. After all, he was only one insignificant little Valeman. There was a long silence. Valeman and Druid stared wordlessly at one another in the stillness, the flicker of the oil lamp flame dancing across their faces. Then Alanon's black form rose, slowly and deliberately. Believe in yourself. You have already used the Elfstones once, you have experienced and overcome the resistance within you and summoned the magic. You can do so again. You will do so. You are a son of the House of Shannara, yours is a legacy of strength and courage stronger than the doubt and fear that makes you question your elven blood. He leaned down. Give me your hand. The Valeman obeyed. Alanon clasped it tightly in his own. Here is my hand and thus my bond. Here is my oath to you. You shall succeed in this quest, Will Olmsford. You shall find the Bloodfire and bring safely home again the last of the chosen, she who shall restore the Ellcrys. His voice was low and commanding. I believe that, and so must you. The hard, dark eyes penetrated deep into the Valeman's own, and Will felt himself laid bare. Yet he would look away. When he spoke, his words were almost a whisper. I will try. The druid nodded. He was wise enough to leave it at that. Eventine Elecidil remained in the small study for a long time after the other three had departed. He sat in silence at the fringe of the circle of light cast by the solitary flame of the oil lamp, a rumpled figure formed of shadows and gathered robes. Collapsed in the familiar embrace of his favorite chair, a leather-bound furnishing worn with age and shaped with use, the king of the elves stared unseeing at the bookcases, paintings, and woven tapestries that lined the wall across from him, thinking of what had been and what was yet to be. Midnight came and went. Finally the king rose. Gathering his scattered thoughts and half-drawn plans as he went, he extinguished the oil lamp and moved wearily through the study door into the hallway beyond. There was more to be done this night, more that he could expect to accomplish. By dawn, Ambril would be on her way toward the Wild Run. His concern must no longer be with her, it must be with his people. Down the length of the darkened hallway the old king passed, anxious now for the rest that sleep would bring him. All the while, the eyes of the changeling watched him go. In the deep blackness of the forest south of the city of Arborlon, the Dagda rose up from the stone on which he had been seated. Cruel red eyes reflected the demon's sense of exhilaration. This time there would be no mistake, he thought. This time he would make certain that they were all destroyed. His humped form slouched forward. First he would see to the elven girl. One clawed hand beckoned, and from out of the shadows stepped the Reaper. XXII. Dawn broke misted and iron-gray across Arborlon, and the sky was filled with rolling black clouds. By the time Will and Ambril had dressed and eaten, the rains had begun, a spattering of drops that turned quickly to a steady downpour, thrumming against the cottage roof and windows. Thunder rolled in the distance, long booming peals that shook the forest land. You will be so easily found in this, Allanan observed with satisfaction and took them out into the storm. Wrapped in long, hooded traveling cloaks that covered woolen tunics and breeches and high leather boots, they trailed after the druid as he led them through sheets of driving rain down wooded pathways that skirted the westernmost edge of the city along the broad bluff of the Carolyn. Barely able to find their way through the dawn gloom, Veilman and Elven Girl followed closely fragmented images of cottages and fence lines, and gardens slipped into view and away again, appearing mirage-like through the haze of the storm, then melting back into it once more. A sharp, chill wind blew rain into their faces through the folds of their cowls, and they bent their heads against its force. Boots sloshed wetly through puddles and gullies of surface water that formed before them as they passed along the rutted forest trail. At the far side of the city, Allanan abruptly departed from the pathway and led them toward a solitary stable that sat back against a hillside to their left. Double wooden doors stood slightly ajar, and they stepped quickly inside out of the weather. Cracks in shuttered windows and ruined walls filled the interior of the structure with gray, hazy light. Rows of stalls and a high loft stood empty, layered in shadows and dust. The air had a stale, pungent smell. They paused momentarily to brush the water from their cloaks, then moved toward a solitary door at the rear of the stable. Almost immediately they were flanked by two heavily armed elven hunters, who appeared soundlessly from out of the gloom to either side. Allanan took no notice of them. He walked directly to the door without turning. Tapping softly, he placed one hand on the rusted iron handle and looked back at Ambril. 5 minutes. That is all the time we can spare. He pushed the door open. Veilman and Elven Girl stared in. A small tack room lay below. Crispin waited there, and with him an elven woman, cloaked and hooded. The woman slipped the hood to her shoulders, and Will was startled to find that her face, though older, mirrored Ambril's. Allanan had kept his promise, it was the elven girl's mother. Ambril went to her at once, held her, and kissed her. Crispin stepped from the room and closed the door softly behind him. You were followed. The druid made it a statement of fact. The captain of the home guard shook his head. He was dressed as were the other elven hunters, clothed in gray and brown-colored garments that were loose and comfortable and blended well with the forest land. Beneath a cloak draped across his shoulders, he wore a brace of long knives belted at his waist. Across his back were strapped an ash bow and short sword. Rain had dampened his light brown hair, giving him a decidedly boyish look, and only the hard brown eyes suggested the boy in him was long since gone. He nodded briefly to Will in greeting, then stepped over to speak with the elves. One turned and disappeared wordlessly back out into the rain, the other into the loft. They moved on cat's feet, silent, fluid. The minutes slipped away. Will stood silently beside Allanan, listening to the drumming of the rain against the stable roof, feeling the dampness of the air work through him. At last the druid stepped back to the tackroom door and tapped softly once more. A moment later it opened, and Ambril and her mother reappeared. Both had been crying. Allanan reached for the elven girl's hand and held it in his own. It is time to go now. Crispin will see you safely out of Arborlon. Your mother will remain here with me until you are gone. He paused. Keep faith in yourself, Ambril. Be brave. Ambril nodded silently. Then she turned back to her mother and embraced her. As she did so, Allanan drew Will aside. I wish you good fortune, Will Olmsford. His voice was barely audible. Remember that I depend on you most of all. He gripped Will's hand and stepped back. Will stared at him a moment, then turned as he felt Crispin's hand on his shoulder. Stay close, the elf advised, and started toward the double doors. Veilman and Elven Girl moved after him wordlessly.
He stopped them as he reached the doors, whistling sharply to signal the other elven hunters. The call was answered almost immediately. Crispin slipped through the doors into the rain. Tightening their cloaks about them, Will and Ambril followed. They hastened quickly down the rise to the pathway, backtracked in the direction from which they had come for some 50 feet or so, then turned down a new trail that ran east toward the Carolyn. In a matter of seconds, 3 elven hunters had fallen in behind them like shadows slipped from the forest. Will glanced back once at the solitary barn, but it had faded already into the mist and the rain. The trail narrowed sharply now, and the woods closed in about them. Slipping through dark, glistening trunks and sagging boughs heavy with rain, the 6 cloaked figures followed the rutted pathway as it began to slope downward. The path ended at a long, rambling flight of wooden stairs that wound down out of the Carolyn through the tangle of the forest. Far below and barely visible through clouds of thinning mist lay the grey ribbon of the Rill Song. To the east, meadowland and forest mixed in patchwork fashion across the sweep of the land. Crispin motioned them forward. It was a long and somewhat arduous descent, for the steps were rain-slicked and narrow, and the footing was uncertain. A guide rope, frayed and rough, hung loosely from posts fastened to the stairs, and Will and Ambril gripped it cautiously as they went. Hundreds of steps later the stairway ended, and they started along a new pathway that disappeared into a short stretch of pine. Somewhere ahead they could hear the sullen rush of the river, rain-swollen and sluggish, its roar blending with the deep howl of the wind coming down off the heights. When the forest broke in front of them several hundred yards further on, they found themselves at a heavily wooded cove that opened through a wall of great, drooping willows and cedar into the main channel of the Rill Song. Within the shelter of the cove, anchored beside a creaking, badly rotted dock, rode a solitary barge, its deck laden with canvas-covered crates and stairs. Crispin signaled for them to halt. The elven hunters behind him faded into the trees like ghosts. Crispin glanced about, then whistled sharply. A response sounded almost at once from aboard the barge, then a daughter from the head of the cove. Nodding to Will and Ambril to follow, the captain of the home guard left the cover of the forest. Bent against the force of the wind, the 3 moved quickly onto the dock, boots thudding hollowly, then aboard the waiting barge. An elven hunter appeared suddenly from beneath the canvas, pulling back a section hastily, to reveal an opening between the stacked crates. Crispin motioned for the veilman and the elven girl to enter. They did so, and the canvas dropped silently behind them. Inside, it was sheltered and dry. The darkness confused them at first, and they stood uncertainly, feeling the rocking of the boat beneath them. But a faint sliver of light filtered through where the canvas dropped to the deck, and slowly their eyes adjusted. They discovered that a space had been cleared to form a small cabin within the center of the crates. Foodstuffs and blankets lay neatly stacked against the far wall, and there were weapons bundled carefully in leather casings in one corner. Stripping their cloaks away, they stretched them out to dry next to the stores and sat down to wait. Moments later they felt the barge lurch free of the old dock and begin to move with the current. Their journey to the Wild Run was underway. They spent all of that day and the next concealed within their little cabin, forbidden by Crispin to make even the briefest appearance on deck. The rain continued to fall in a steady drizzle, and the land and the sky remained gray and shadowed. Occasional glances through the flaps of the canvas covering showed to them the land through which they traveled, a mix of forest land and rolling hills for the most part, although, at one point during their journey, a series of high bluffs and ragged cliffsides hemmed in the Rill Song for several hours as she churned her way sluggishly southward. Through it all, mist and rain masked everything in shimmering gray half-light and gave the impression of some vaguely remembered dream. The river, swollen with the rain, roiling with the limbs and debris, rocked and buffeted the barge. Sleep was impossible. They took what rest they could get, brief naps that left them disoriented when they awoke and always tired still. Muscles and joints ached and stiffened, and the constant rolling motion of the boat took away what little appetite they might have been able to muster. Time seemed to drag endlessly. They spent it alone with each other, save for the few occasions when Crispin or one of the other elven hunters came in out of the weather. When the elves ate or slept was anybody's guess, for it appeared that most of their time was spent navigating the river and keeping close watch over their passengers. There was always at least one elf on guard directly outside the entry to their little cabin. They came to know the names after a time, same when one ducked into the cabin momentarily, some by conversations that took place without. A few they could put faces to, such as Dilf, the small, dark elf with the friendly eyes and the iron grip, and Katsin, the big, raw-boned hunter who never spoke at all. Kian, Rin, Cormac, and Ped remained little more than voices, though they came to recognize Kian's quick, deep oaths of irritation and Ped's cheerful whistling. They saw more of Crispin than any of the others, for the elven captain made regular visits to inquire of their needs and to inform them of their progress. But he never stayed for more than a few minutes, always excusing himself politely but firmly, to return to the elves under his command. In the end, it was the talks with each other that made the confinement, the dreariness, and the loneliness of the journey bearable. The talks began out of mutual need, Will thought, but cautiously and awkwardly, for they still regarded each other with a strong sense of uncertainty. The Veilman was never sure why the elven girl chose to discard the shell into which she had withdrawn for much of their journey north from Havenstead, but her attitude seemed to undergo a surprising transformation. Before, she had been reluctant to discuss much of anything with Will. Now she was eager to converse with him, drawing out by her questions stories of his early years in Shady Vale, the years when his parents had been alive, then later when he had lived with his grandfather in Flick. She wanted to know of his life with the stores and the work that he would be doing when he left their village again and returned to the Southland as a healer. Her interest in him was genuine and pervasive, and it whispered of need. Nor did they speak only of him. They spoke of her as well, of her childhood as the granddaughter of the King of the Elves, of growing up the only child of Aventine's lost son. She told Will of the elven way of life, of their strong belief in giving back to the land that nourished and sheltered them, something of themselves, something of their lives. She exchanged with him ideas on the ways in which the races might better serve the needs of her and of the land. Each argued gently and persuasively for understanding, compassion, and love, discovering as they did so, with some surprise, that their beliefs were very much the same, that their values were values shared. Carefully, by cautious degrees, they bound themselves, each to the other. Deliberately, they avoided saying anything of the journey on which they had been sent, of the danger that threatened the elven people and of their own responsibility for putting an end to that danger, or of the ancient and mysterious tree they called the Ellcrys. There would be time enough later for that, this time could be better used. It was an agreement arrived at. By words spoken, but by simple understanding. They would speak openly of the past and the future, they would say hang of the present. The talks gave them comfort. Without, the rains fell unceasingly, the grey haze of the storm washed the land, and the rill song rumbled in discontent on its passage south. Shut within their dark concealment, buffeted by winds and water, lacking sleep and appetite, they might easily have given way to apprehension and doubt. But the talks gave them comfort, born of feelings shared, of companionship, and of understanding. It gave them a sense of security in each other's presence, muting at least in part the unpleasant sensation that the whole of their world was passing away and that, with that passing, their lives would be forever changed. It gave them hope. Whatever was to befall them in the days to come, they would face together. Neither would be forced to stand alone. Sometime during those grey, rain-filled hours, a strange thing happened to Will Olmsford. For the first time since that night in Storlock when he had agreed to travel to the Westland with Allanon, he found himself caring, deeply and compellingly, about what was to become of Amberley Lessadil. It was late afternoon on the second day of their journey when they arrived at Drey Wood. The heavy rains had diminished to a slow drizzle, and the air had gone sharply chill with the approach of nightfall. Grey dusk shrouded the forest land. From out of the west a new bank of threatening black clouds had begun to roll toward them. Dreywood was a stretch of dense forest covering a series of low rises which ran eastward from the left bank of the Rill Song to a line of high, craggy bluffs. Elms, black oaks, and shagbark hickories towered over a choked tangle of scrub and deadwood, and the forest smelled of rot. A dozen yards inland from the riverbank, there was hang but blackness, deep and impenetrable. Rain falling into the trees in a steady patter was the only sound that broke the stillness. The elven hunters guided the unwieldy barge into a shallow bay where a docking slip jutted outward from the bank, waves breaking against its pilings and washing over its wooden slats. On shore, just within the fringe of the woods, stood a weathered, empty cabin, its single door and windows closed and shuttered. Easing the barge against the pilings, the elves fastened the mooring lines and stepped off. Crispin brought Will and Amberl out from their cabin, carefully admonishing them to keep their hooded cloaks securely in place. Stretching gratefully, they joined him on the docking slip. The Rill Song splashed up at them, and they hastened ashore. Dilf moved to the cabin, opened its door, peered momentarily about, and withdrew. He shook his head at Crispin. The elf captain frowned and glanced about guardedly. "Is something wrong?" Will asked. Crispin looked away. "Just being cautious. The main post is half a mile inland, built into the trees at the top of a rise to permit an overview of the surrounding country. I thought that the hunters stationed there would have seen us coming, but the weather might have prevented that." "What about this cabin?" the Veilman wanted to know. "One of several watches the post keeps. Usually there is someone on duty." He shrugged. With the weather this bad, though, the commander of the post may have pulled in all one-man sentries. He was told that we would be coming and had no reason to expect us. He glanced back at the forest. "Excuse me for a moment, please." He signaled the other elves to join him, and they huddled quickly, their voices low and furtive. Amberl stepped close to Will. "Do you believe him?" she whispered. "I'm sure I am. I think something is wrong." The Veilman did reply. Already the conference was ending. Katzin had moved back to the dock to stand close to the moored barge. Cormac and Ped had taken up positions at the edge of the forest.
Crispin was talking now to Dilf, and Will edged closer to hear what was being said. Take Rin and Kian and scout to the outpost.
The elf captain glanced over his shoulder at the Veil Man. If all is well, come back for us.
Will made a quick decision and stepped forward. I'm going, too. Crispin frowned. I don't see any reason for that.
Will stood his ground.
I think I can give you one.
Protecting Amberl is my responsibility as well as yours, that is why Alanon sent me with her. Exercising that responsibility is a matter of judgment, Captain, and in this instance I think I should scout ahead with Dilf. Crispin thought it over for a moment, then nodded. As long as you do exactly as Dilf tells you.
Will turned back to Amberl. Will you be all right?
She nodded, then watched wordlessly as he followed the elven hunters into the darkness of the trees and disappeared from view. Like ghosts, the four slipped through the sodden curtain of the woods, their steps soundless. Mist trailed about them in streamers thick with dampness, and rain fell softly. Rows of dark trunks and masses of scrub and thicket passed away as the forest wound on over steep rises and ridge lines.
The minutes slipped by, and Will Olmsford felt himself grow increasingly uneasy.
Then Kian and Rin split off to either side, disappearing into the trees, and Will found himself alone with Dilf. An empty clearing appeared suddenly from out of the gloom, and Dilf dropped to a crouch, motioning Will down behind him.
The elf pointed upward into the trees.
There, he whispered.
High in the interwoven branches of two great oaks sat the elven outpost. Rain and mist shrouded the buildings and their connecting passageways.
Neither oil lamp nor torchlight burned from within.
Hing moved. Hing sounded. It was as if the post were deserted. But that should be.
Dilf eased forward slightly, peering left through the gloom until he caught sight of Rin, then right until he found Kian. Both knelt within the cover of the trees some 30 yards to either side, watching the silent post. Dilf whistled softly to catch their attention. When he had it, he signaled for Kian to go in for a closer look. Rin he sent left to scoot the perimeter of the clearing. Will watched Kian sprint to the base of the oaks which supported the post, find the concealed footings in one massive trunk, and begin to climb. Then, with Dilf leading, Will started right, staying just within the fringe of the clearing, eyes searching the forest for some sign of the missing elves. The woodland was sodden and murky, and it was difficult to see much of anything through the tangle of scrub. The Veil Man glanced back to the post. Kian had almost reached the lowest building, a small command but set just below the main living quarters. Rin was nowhere to be seen. Will was still looking for the elf when he took a step forward and tripped, sprawling face down across the broken, lifeless body of an elven hunter. He sprang back to his feet in horror, eyes sweeping the gloom about him. To his left lay two more bodies, limbs twisted, bones shattered and crushed. Dilf, he whispered harshly. At once the elf was beside him. Pausing only an instant to survey the grisly scene, Dilf stepped to the edge of the clearing and whistled sharply. Rin appeared from out of the forest, a startled look on his face. At the rail of the platform surrounding the command hut, Kian looked down. Frantically, Dilf motioned them back. But almost immediately, Kian disappeared. Something seemed to reach out and snatch him from view, so suddenly that it appeared to an astonished Will as if he had simply evaporated. Then Kian's scream sounded, short and strangled. His body flew out of the trees, sailing like a fallen limb into the rain, tumbling lifelessly to the ground below. Run! Dilf cried to Will and bolted into the trees. The Veil Man froze for a single, terrible instant. Kian was dead. Almost certainly, the entire elven outpost of Draywood was dead as well. All of his thoughts scattered, save one. If he did get to Amberl in time, she would be dead as well. Then he ran, darting like some stricken deer through the tangle of the forest, leaping and twisting through scrub and deadwood, desperate to reach the barge and the unsuspecting elven girl whose life he guarded. Somewhere off to his right he could hear Dilf, fleeing as he did, and further back Rin. He knew instinctively that something pursued them. He could see it, could hear it, but he could sense it, terrible and black and pitiless. Rain streaked his face and ran into his eyes, clouding his vision as he sought to avoid fallen logs and thorny brush. Once he went down, but he was up again almost immediately, never slowing, his lean form straining to put further stance between himself and his unseen pursuer. His chest heaved with the effort, and his legs ached. There had been few times in his life when he had been afraid, but he was afraid now. He was terrified. Rin's scream sounded sharply through the stillness. The thing had him. Will gritted his teeth in fury. Perhaps the elves at the barge would be warned now. Perhaps they would cast off at once, so that, even if he too were caught, at least Amberl would escape. Branches and leaves tore at him like clutching hands. He looked for Dilf, but the elf was no longer in view. Alone, he ran on. Dusk began to slip rapidly over Dray Wood, turning gray afternoon to night. The drizzle, which had fallen at a steady rate for most of the day, changed abruptly to a heavy downpour, the wind gusting sharply as a new mass of black storm clouds rolled across the sky. Thunder tumbled in the distance, deep and ominous. On the banks of the Rill Song, the elven hunters and their charge pulled rain-soaked cloaks closer about their chilled bodies. Then the scream sounded from somewhere within the wood, high and short, almost lost in the heavy rush of the wind. For an instant no one moved, staring wordlessly at the dark wall of trees. Then Crispin was barking orders, sending Ambril back to the barge and into hiding once more, calling Ped and Cormac to him. Weapons drawn, the three elven hunters backed to the end of the dock, scanning the hazy tangle of the forest. Aboard the barge, Catson loosened the mooring lines and stood ready to cast off. Ambril huddled for a few moments within the dark of the cabin, listening to the sound of the wind and the rain without. Then abruptly she rose, pushed aside the canvas flap, and stepped back out into the weather. Whatever the consequences, she could stay hidden in that cabin without knowing what was going on out here. She edged her way along the stacked crates until she was able to gain the dock. Catson had looped the lines that moored the barge several turns about a piling. With the loose ends gripped firmly, he stood braced to release them on command. He gave Ambril a sharp look when he saw her, but the girl ignored it. At the edge of the bank, several feet from the dock, the remaining elven hunters faced the wood, sword blades glistening dully with rain. Abruptly a disheveled figure broke from the trees. 20 yards downriver, stumbled, and pitched forward. When he scrambled up again, they saw that it was Dilf. "Get away," he cried in warning, his voice ragged. "Quick, get away." He started toward them, lost his footing once more and went down. Crispin was already moving. A sharp command sent Ped and Cormac to the barge as he raced for the fallen Dilf. Barely slowing, he snatched the other man up in his arms, flung him over one shoulder and streaked back toward the waiting boat. Ambril peered through the mist and rain into the forest. Where was Will Olmsford? "Drop the lines!" Crispin was shouting. Catson did as he was told, then hurriedly shoved Ambril aboard the barge where Ped and Cormac already waited. A second later Crispin had Dilf aboard as well, and the heavy craft began to drift. Then suddenly Will appeared, thrusting clear of the forest and racing for the dock. Ambril saw him, started to cry out, and then went cold. In the shadow of the trees behind the fleeing Veilman, something huge followed in pursuit. "Look out!" she screamed in warning. Spurred by her cry, the Veilman gained the dock in a single bound, sprinted its length without slowing, and sprang to reach the drifting barge, barely catching its deck with an outstretched foot. He would have tumbled into the river but for the elven hunters, who reached out and pulled him to safety. The barge swung into the main channel of the Rill Song and began to pick up speed. Catson seized the tiller, bringing the cumbersome boat about. As Will stumbled back against the crates and sank down in exhaustion, Ambril quickly removed her own cloak and wrapped it tightly about him. Close at hand, Crispin bent over Dilf. Wind and the roar of the river scattered Dilf's words. Dead, all of them smashed, broken like twigs, like the patrol in Arborlon, like the Chosen. His mouth opened and he choked for breath. Cian, too, and Rin, both dead. The demon caught them, it was waiting for us. Ambril didn't hear the rest. Her eyes were locked on Will's. With terrible certainty, each had realized the truth. It was waiting for them. The demon. Allanan had given it a name. He had called it the Reaper. XCI. It was midnight when Crispin took the barge ashore again. Immediately below Dray Wood, the Rill Song swung westward on its twisting journey to the Innispore. When the elves finally guided the barge into a narrow, heavily wooded inlet that broke south from the main channel, they found themselves at the northernmost edge of the matted breaks, miles from where they had intended to leave the river. The rains had diminished once more to a soft drizzle that hung in the chill air like fine mist. Heavy clouds obscured moon and stars, and the night was so black that even Elven Rise could see no further than a dozen paces. The wind had died away into stillness, and a deep haze had settled over the whole of the land. The elven hunters grounded the barge on a low sandbar at the head of the inlet, pulled her nearly clear of the river and made her fast. Moving safely and quietly, they scouted the land about them for several hundred yards in all directions, determined that Dot-Hing threatened them, then reported back to Crispin. The elf captain decided that it would be pointless to attempt further travel until morning. Will and Ambril were told to remain in their cabin. Wrapped in warm blankets to ward off the cold, free for the first time in 2 days from the river's discomforting pitch and roll, they fell asleep at once. The elves ringed the barge and its sleeping passengers, standing watch in shifts. Crispin posted himself beside the cabin entry and settled in for the night. At dawn, the little company rose, packed what provisions and weapons they could carry, then freed the barge from its moorings and let the river carry it away. It disappeared swiftly, twisting in the pull of the current. As soon as it was gone, they struck out across the matted breaks. The breaks were lowlands choked with scrub and brush and dotted with stagnant lakes, bramble runs, and sinkholes. They split apart the vast westland forests from the banks of the Rille Saône to the wall of the Roxburgh, a maze of wilderness through which few travelers dared to journey. Those who did risked losing themselves hopelessly in a tangle of thicket and clustered bogs shrouded in mist and darkness. Worse, they risked an encounter with any number of unpleasant denizens of the breaks, creatures that were vicious, cunning, and indiscriminate in their choice of prey. Much of anything lived within these lowlands, but what did live there understood well that all creatures were either hunter or hunted and that only the former could survive. If there were a or alternative, we would. Come this way, Crispin advised Will, dropping back momentarily to share his thoughts with the Veilman. If all had gone as planned, we would have taken horses from the outpost south along the western edge of the breaks to the Myrmidon, then ridden west into the Roxburgh. But Draywood has changed all that. Now we have to be concerned as much with what may follow as with what may lie ahead. The one virtue to the lowlands is that they will hide any trace of our passing. Will shook his head doubtfully. A thing like the Reaper won't give up easily. No, it will keep hunting us, the elf agreed. But it won't catch us like that a second time. It was waiting for us at Draywood because it knew we were coming. I don't know how it knew, but it did. He glanced at the Veilman, but Will said, "Hing. In any case, it won't know where we are now. If it expects to find us again, it will have to track us. That might have been done easily enough if we had stayed within the forest land, but it will be very difficult here. It will have to determine first where we left the river, that alone could take days. Then it will have to follow us into the breaks. But the breaks swallow you up without a trace. This marsh hides tracks 10 seconds after you've made them. And we've got Katsin, who was born in this country and has crossed the breaks before. The demon, however powerful it may be, is in strange country. It will have to hunt by instinct alone. That gives us a very definite edge." Will Olmsford did agree. Allanan had thought that the demons would track him when he fled Piranha. But they did. The Veilman had thought they would find him again once Amberl and he were carried to the far shores of the Rainbow Lake by the King of the Silver River. But again they did. Why should it be any different this time? The demons were creatures of her age, their powers were the powers of her age. Allanan had said that himself. He had said as well that the one who led them was a sorcerer. Would it be so difficult for them to track a handful of elven hunters, a young girl, and a Veilman? Still, there was .hing to be done about it, the Veilman knew. If the Reaper could track them in the breaks, it would track them anywhere. Crispin had made the right decision. The elven hunters possessed considerable skill, perhaps that would be enough to see them safely through. The Veilman was far more concerned about her unpleasant possibility, and since their encounter with the Reaper at Draywood he had been able to think of little else. The Reaper had known that they were coming to that elven outpost. It had to have known, because it had lain in wait for them. Crispin was right about that. But there was only one way it could have known. It must have been told by the spy concealed within the elven camp, the spy whom Allanan had worked so carefully to deceive. And if the demons knew of their plan to travel south to the elven outpost at Draywood, then how much more about this journey did they know? It was altogether possible, the Veilman realized, that they knew everything. It was a chilling possibility, one that he would have preferred to consider further, but which seemed more and more plausible as he weighed the facts. Allanan had been certain that there was a spy within the elven camp. Somehow the spy had managed to overhear their conversation in Aventine study. He could conceive of how that could have been accomplished, but he was certain that it had. Draywood had been mentioned, that would account for the Reaper. But the Wild Run had also been mentioned. That meant that the demons knew exactly where they were going after Draywood, and if the demons knew that, then regardless of the route the little company chose to follow or the deceptions they chose to employ to elude would-be pursuers, chances were excellent that when the company arrived at the Wild Run there would be demons waiting for them. The thought lingered with Will Olmsford all that day as the little company slogged through the marshy tangle of the breaks. Thorny brush and sawgrass cut them at every passing, mist turned their clothing damp and chill, and mud and foul-smelling water seeped through their boots and filled their nostrils with its stench. They walked separate and apart from each other, speaking little, eyes peering guardedly through rain and swirling haze as the land passed away about them in a changeless wash of gray. By nightfall, they were exhausted. They made their camp in a sparse outcropping of brush that grew up against a low rise. There was too much risk in a fire, so they wrapped themselves in blankets that were damp with the lowlands chill and ate their food cold. The elven hunters finished quickly and prepared to stand watch in shifts. Will had just completed his own small meal of dried meat and fruit, washed down with a little water, when Amberl came over and huddled down beside him, her child's face peering out at him from within the folds of the blanket she had pulled up about her head. Stray locks of chestnut hair fell loosely over her eyes. "How are you holding up?" he inquired. "I'm fine.
She had the look of a lost waif. I need to talk. I'm listening. I have been thinking about something all day. He nodded wordlessly. The Reaper was waiting for us at Dray Wood, she said quietly. She hesitated. You realize what that means? He said. Hing. He knew what was coming next. It was as if she had read his mind. That means that it knew we were coming. She spoke the words he was thinking. How could that have happened? He shook his head. It just did. That was the wrong answer, and he knew it. Her face flushed. Just as the demons found us at Havenstead? Just as they found Allanon at Piranha? Just as they seem to find us everywhere we go? Her voice stayed low, but there was anger in it now. What kind of a fool do you think I am, Will? It was the first time that she had ever used his given name, and it startled him so that for a moment he simply stared at her. There was hurt and suspicion in her eyes, and he saw that he must either tell her what Allanon had directed him to keep secret or lie to her. It was an easy decision to make. He told her about the spy. When he had finished, she shook her head reprovingly. You should have told me before now. Allanon asked me. Too, he tried to explain. He thought that you already had enough to worry about. The druid does. Know me as well as he thinks. Anyway, you should have told me. He no longer felt like arguing the point. He nodded in agreement. I know. I just didn't. They were silent for a moment. One of the elves on watch appeared, wraith-like, out of the mist, then disappeared into it again. Amberl stared after him, then glanced over at Will. Her voice floated out of the folds of her hood, her face masked in shadow. I'm angry. Really, I'm. He smiled faintly. Good. This marsh is dismal enough as it is. I would have been angry if you had told me the truth just now. That was why I told you. She let the matter drop. If this spy overheard what was said in my grandfather's study that night before we left Arborlawn, then the demons know where we are going, don't they? I imagine so, he replied. That means they know about Safehold as well. They know everything the Ellcrys told the Chosen, because Allanon repeated it to us. They have as much chance of finding the Bloodfire as we do. Maybe. We have the Elfstones, he pointed out, wondering as he did so if it made any difference that they did. After all, he did really know if he could use the stones again. The thought depressed him. Who could have gotten close enough to hear what we were saying? She frowned and looked at him. He shook his head wordlessly. He had been wondering that, too. I hope that my grandfather is all right, she murmured after a minute. I would guess that he is better off than we are. Will sighed. At least he has someplace warm to sleep. He hunched his knees up to his chest, trying to find an extra bit of warmth. Amberl moved with him, shivering with the cold. He let her settle close against him, bundled in her coverings. I wish this were finished, she whispered distantly, almost as if she were saying it to herself. The Veil Man grimaced. I wish it had never begun. She turned her head to look at him. As long as we are wishing, I wish you would be honest with me after this. No more secrets. No more secrets, he promised. They were quiet after that. A few moments later, Amberl's head slipped down against his shoulder and she was asleep. The Veil Man did disturb her. He left her that way and stared out into the dark, thinking of better times. For the next 2 days, the little company trudged through the gloom of the matted brakes. It rained most of the time, a steady drizzle interspersed with heavy showers that drenched further an already sodden earth and left the travelers cold and miserable. Mist hung overhead and swirled thick across ridgetops and still, marshy lakes. The sun remained screened by banks of storm clouds, and only a faint lightening of the sky for several hours near midday gave any indication of its passing. At night, there was only the impenetrable dark. Travel was slow and arduous. In single file, they worked their way across the tangle of the brakes, through bramble thickets that sword blades could barely hack apart, past bogs that bubbled wetly and sucked from sight everything that came within their grasp, and around lakes of green slime-axed evil smells. Deadwood littered the ground, mingling with pools of surface water and twisting roots. The vegetation had a gray cast to it that muted its green and left the whole of the land looking sick and wintry. What lived within the brakes stayed hidden, though faint sounds skittered and lurched in the stillness, and shadows slipped like wraiths through the rain and the gloom. Then, shortly before noon on the third day, they arrived at a massive body of stagnant water, choked with roots and deadwood that protruded like the earth's broken bones from amid a covering of lily pads rippling gently with the rainfall. The shores of the lake were mass thick with bramble runs and scrub as far as the eye could see.
Mist rolled across the surface of the water in a deep haze, and there was no sign of the far shore. It was apparent immediately that any attempt at circling the lake would require several hours of backtracking to escape the heavy brush. There was only one other alternative open to them, and they took it. Katzin led them, as he had for most of their journey through the breaks, with the other 4 elven hunters split in pairs so that 2 walked before Will and Amberl and 2 followed. Cutting through the scrub that blocked their passage, they stepped onto a narrow bridge of earth and roots that jutted out from the shoreline and disappeared into the mist. If they were lucky, the bridge would span to the far shore. They proceeded cautiously, picking their way along the uneven course, carefully staying back from the mire that lay to either side. The mist closed about them almost at once, and the land behind faded into it. The minutes slipped away. Rain blew sharply into their faces, caught on a sudden gust of wind. Then the mist cleared unexpectedly, and they saw that their bridge dropped away into the lake. A dozen yards ahead. Beyond lay a huge mound of earth encrusted with rock and vegetation. The far shore of the lake was nowhere to be seen. They had reached a dead end. Crispin started forward for a closer look at what lay beyond the mound of earth, but Katzin's hand came up sharply in warning. He glanced back quickly at the others of the little company, placing a finger to his lips. Then he pointed to the mound, his hand moving to a long ridge that curved downward into the lake. At its tip, steam rose in small jets from 2 ragged holes that protruded from just above the waterline. Breathing holes. Wordlessly, Crispin motioned them back. Whatever it was that lay sleeping out there, he had no intention of disturbing it. But he was too late. The creature had sensed them. Its bulk heaved up suddenly out of the lake, showering them with stagnant water. It huffed loudly as yellow eyes snapped open from beneath the covering of lily pads and vines. Writhing feelers flared from its mud-covered body, and a broad, flat snout swung toward them, jaws gaping wide in hunger. It hung suspended above the lake for an instant, then sank quietly beneath the water and was gone. Will Olmsford had only a glimpse of the monstrous thing. Then he was fleeing through the mist behind Ped and Cormac, pulling Amberl with him, struggling to keep his footing on the rutted path. He heard Katzin, Dilf and Crispin coming up quickly behind him and risked a quick glance back to see if the creature had followed them. In the same moment that he looked back, his foot caught and he went down, dragging Amberl with him. The fall saved both their lives. Out of the mist rose the creature, massive jaws sweeping across the narrow bridge before them like a fisherman's net. Cries of terror sounded from Ped and Cormac as the thing caught them up and pulled them into the lake. The huge bulk settled downward into the water and disappeared. Will froze in horror, staring fixedly into the mist where the monstrous thing had gone. Then Crispin leaped forward, catching Amberl up over his shoulder and sprinting for the safety of the shore. Katzin snatched up Will before the Veilman could think to act on his own and followed. Dilf raced after them, short sword drawn. In seconds, they were stumbling back through the wall of scrub and bramble. Far back from the water's edge, they collapsed in the muddied earth, their breathing heavy in the stillness as they listened for the sounds of any pursuit. There were none. The creature was gone. But now they were only 5. Ziv. Nightfall drifted down across the westland in gossamer sheets of grey dusk, and the chill of evening settled into the forestland. The clouds which had masked the summer sky for nearly 7 days began to break apart so that thin strips of blue glimmered brightly in the fading sunlight. In the west, the horizon turned scarlet and purple, the glow falling softly across the rain-drenched woodlands. From beneath the smudge of haze that shrouded the matted brakes appeared the 5 who remained of the little company from Arbor Lawn, surfacing like lost souls out of the netherworld. Haggard and worn, their hands and faces covered with welts and bruises, their clothing soiled and torn and hanging damply from their bodies, they had the look of beggars. Only their weapons suggested that they were something more. Trudging wearily through the last row of thicket, past the last clump of bramble, they scrambled up a small rise of loose rock and scrub and came to a ragged halt before the twin towers of the Pycon. It was an awesome, spectacular sight. Straddling the broad channel of the Myrmidon as the river wound its way eastward toward the grasslands of Calahorn, the Pycon formed a natural gateway into the sprawling, hump-backed mountain range the elves had named the Rockspur. The Pycon stood solitary and aloof, twin pinnacles of rock towering into the skyline like massive sentinels set guard over the land below. Ridgelines and crevices scarred the surface in a maze of creases and splits that shadowed the stone cliffs like the lines on an oldster-seen face. A pine forest grew at the north base of the peaks, thinning as the slope grew steeper, until all that remained was scrub and wildflowers that spotted the dark rock with brilliant dabs of color. Higher up, pockets of snow and ice glistened dazzling white. Crispin held a hurried conference. In their meanderings through the tangle of the breaks, they had drifted further eastward than he had intended, coming out here rather than at the edge of the rock spur. It might seem logical that they should skirt the Pycon, then travel upriver along the Myrmidon until it intersected the rock spur. But the entire journey would have to be made on foot, and it would take them at least 2 days more to get that far. Worse, they would risk leaving a trail that could be followed.
the elf captain thought that he had a better alternative. Nestled deep within the Pycon, bridging a massive split in the near peak, was an elven fortress that had stood abandoned since the Second War of the Races. Crispin had been there once years ago, and if he could find it again, there were passages leading from that ancient stronghold downward through the mountain rock to the Myrmidon where it split apart the twin peaks. There were docks on the river and a boat as well, perhaps, or if there would be wood enough to construct one. From there, the Myrmidon flowed eastward for several miles, but then doubled back on itself to where the rock spur bordered on the impenetrable mire of the Shroud Slip. If they were to utilize the river as their means of travel, the journey could be completed in half the time it would take them if they went on foot a day, perhaps less than a day. There was her reason for going this way, the elf captain added. The river would hide all trace of their passing. This last argument decided them. None of them had forgotten the encounter with the Reaper at Dray Wood. The demon would still be searching for them, and anything they might do to thwart that hunt must be tried. It was quickly agreed that it would be best to follow Crispin's advice. Without wasting any further time, they began the climb onto the Pycon. They passed quickly through the scattered pines that grew at the base of the near peak, reaching the lower slopes as the afternoon sun dipped down behind the forest horizon and night descended. A half-moon began to brighten in the east and clusters of stars winked into view against the deep blue of the sky, lighting the way for the five as they hiked upward onto the rock. It was a still, peaceful night, filled with sweet smells carried from the forest on a gentle south wind. A pathway was found, broad, well-trodden, twisting its way through clumps of boulders and past craggy drops, winding steadily upward into the shadow of the mountain. Behind them, the forest land began to drop away, revealing the dark vista of the breaks as they spread northward below them toward the thin line of the Rill Song. It was nearing midnight when the elven fortress at last came into view. The great stronghold sat back within a deep crevice, a twisting maze of parapets, towers, and bulwarks rising up darkly against the moonlit stone of the cliffs. A long, winding stairway ran up the slope to a gaping entry in the castle's outer wall. Iron-bound wooden doors, weathered and split with age, their hinges rusted fast, stood open against the night. Watchtowers perched like squat beasts of prey atop massive stone block walls, their narrow windows black and vacant. Spikes protruded from the crest of the parapets, high within the cluster of peaked turrets, chains that had once carried the standards of the Elven Kings clanged sharply against iron poles. From somewhere above the fortress, deep within the mountain's crags, sounded the piercing cry of a night bird, its shriek rising until it matched the shrill pitch of the wind, hanging momentarily, then fading into echo. The five who remained of the little company from Arborlawn climbed the steps to the entrance of the abandoned fortress and stepped cautiously through. A high, tightly enclosed walkway ran back to a second wall. Weeds and scrub had grown through the stone block that formed the walk. The five started forward, boots echoing hollowly in the stillness of the passage. Bats flew from chinks and cracks, their leathery wings flapping wildly. Small rodents scurried across the broken stone in flashes of sudden movement. Cobwebs hung like sheets of thin, fine linen, clinging in streamers to the company's clothing as they passed. At the end of the walkway, an entry opened into a huge courtyard littered with debris and filled with the whine of the wind. To either side of an encircling battlement, a broad stairway wound upward toward a balcony that fronted the main tower of the ancient fortress, a monstrous walled citadel that rose hundreds of feet into the night sky, its rugged stone curving back into the shadow of the mountain. Windows marked the rising floors of the tower, overlooking the tangled blackness of the matted breaks. At the center of the balcony, a deep alcove sheltered a single wooden door. Below, leading directly from the courtyard into the tower, was a second door. Both stood closed. Will glanced about uneasily at the walls and battlements that loomed over him, dark and sinister and crumbling with age. The wind howled in his ears and blew dirt in his eyes, and he tightened the cowl of his cloak about his face for protection. He did like this place. It frightened him. It was a haven for the ghosts of dead men, a haven in which the living were intruders. He looked at Ambril and saw the same uneasiness reflected in her face. Crispin had dispatched Dilf to explore the balcony. With Katzin in tow, the elf captain moved now to the tower entry before him. He worked the latch unsuccessfully, then put his weight against the door. It held firm. Katzin tried with no better luck. The door was blocked solidly. Will watched their struggles to free it with growing apprehension. The fortress shut them in like a prison, and he was anxious to be free of it. Dilf reappeared from the balcony, his words nearly lost in the shriek of the wind. The upper door was open. Crispin nodded. Gathering up several loose sticks of wood that could serve as torches once they had gained access to the tower, he led the company up the balcony stairs and into the shelter of the alcove. The door stood ajar. Stepping just inside, the elf captain used tinder to catch fire to one of the brands he carried, lit a second to give to Dilf, then motioned them all inside, pushing the door closed against the wind. They found themselves in a small anteroom that branched off into a series of darkened hallways. A stairwell cut into the far wall, winding out of the stone block floor and upward into the gloom.
Dust hung heavily in the wind-stirred air, and the rock of the tower was permeated with the smell of musty dampness. Holding out his torch, Crispin paced across the room and back again, tested the heavy iron latch that secured the anteroom door, then turned back to the others. They would rest here until dawn. Katzin and Dilf would stand watch in the courtyard while Will and Ambril slept. Crispin would go in search of the passageway that would take them through the mountain to the banks of the Myrmidon. Dilf handed his torch to Will. With Katzin following, he slipped out into the night. Crispin bolted the door behind them, cautioned Will and Ambril to keep the latch down, and then disappeared into the darkness of one of the hallways. The Veil Man and the Elven girl watched until the light from his torch had faded into the gloom. Then Will moved over to the entry, set his torch into an iron rack fixed in the stone and hunched down with his back against the door. Ambril wrapped herself in her blanket and lay down next to him. Through chinks in the fastenings that held the door, the howl of the wind sounded its eerie call down the tunnel-like halls of the tower. It was a long time before either of them fell asleep. Will was never certain that he did sleep. He seemed to doze more than sleep, a light drifting rest that left him groping uncertainly between wakefulness and slumber. Almost at once, he began to dream, moving through the tangle of half-sleep that hung like a fog across his subconscious. Darkness and mist enfolded him in a forest of imaginings, and he wandered lost. Yet he had been here before, it seemed. It was familiar to him, this darkness and the haze that drifted through it, the mass of jumbled landscapes through which he passed. It was a dream, yet. A dream that he had had before. Then he felt the terrible presence of the creature as it crouched somewhere in the dark about him, and abruptly he remembered. Havenstead, he had dreamed this dream at Havenstead. The creature had come for him and he had fled, but fled in vain, for there had been no escape. He had come awake finally, but could he do so now? Panic surged through him. It was out there, the thing, the monster. It was coming for him again. He could run from it, could escape it unless he could wake. But he could find the way out of the dark in this mist. He heard himself scream as it reached for him. Instantly, he was awake. In the pocket of his tunic, the elfstones burned like fire against his body. Lurching up wildly from his blanket, he peered into the smoky haze of the torchlight as it flickered redly from the tower's stone walls. Ambril crouched beside him, sleep clouding her vision, her face pale and frightened. Will touched the small bulk of the elfstones uncertainly. Had it been his scream that had wakened them, he wondered? But the elven girl was looking at him. She was looking fixedly at the door. Out there, she whispered. Hurriedly, the Veil Man rose, drawing the girl up with him. He listened but heard hing. It might have been the wind, he said finally, his voice hushed and filled with doubt. He put his hand on her arm. I had better have a look. Lock the door after me. Do. Open it unless you hear my voice. He rose, pulled back the heavy bar, and slipped out into the night. Wind whistled sharply through the door as it closed behind him. Ambril pushed the latch securely in place and waited. Will crouched for a moment in the shadow of the alcove, staring out into the dark beyond. Moonlight fell across the length of the deserted balcony and across walls and battlements that rose all about. Cautiously, he crossed to the parapet and peered downward into the courtyard. It was empty. There was no sign of Katzin of Dilf. He hesitated, uncertain as to what he should do next. A moment later he started along the length of the balcony. At the top of the stairway, he stopped again to scan the courtyard. Still hing. He started down. Tumbleweeds and dustballs blew randomly across the debris-littered court, scattering wildly with each new gust of wind. Will slipped down the stairs soundlessly. He was almost to the bottom when he saw Katzin. At least he saw what was left of Katzin, his body twisted grotesquely as it slumped against the tower wall beneath the balcony. A few feet beyond lay Dilf, barely visible under what remained of the heavy tower door that earlier had been solidly blocked. Will felt himself go cold. The Reaper! It had found them. And it was inside the tower. In the next instant he was scrambling back up the stairs toward the balcony entry, praying that he was already too late. Alone in the tower anteroom, Ambril thought she heard a noise rise out of the gloom of the stairwell behind her, a noise that came from somewhere deep within the structure. Uneasily she glanced about, then listened. She was still listening when a pounding on the tower door startled her so that she jumped away in surprise, crying out. Ambril! Open the door! It was Will's voice, so muffled by the wind that it was barely recognizable. Hurriedly she threw back the heavy latch. The Veil Man darted inside, shoving the door closed behind him. He was white with fear. They're dead, both of them. He kept his voice low with an effort. The Reaper got them. It's here, in the tower. Ambrose started to say something, but Will quickly put his hand to her mouth, silencing her. A noise he had heard there, on the stairwell. It was the Reaper. He knew it with a certainty that defied argument. It was coming for them. Once it found its way up to this room, it would have them. The Veilman felt a moment of utter panic. How could this have happened? How could the demon have found them so quickly? What was he supposed to do now? Holding the torch before him like a shield, he moved away from the door, away from the stairwell. Ambrose seemed frozen to him, stumbling back mechanically as he did. They could. Stay here, he told himself numbly. He glanced at the passageways about him. Which one had Crispin gone into? He was certain. He chose the one he believed the elf captain had gone down, and raced into its darkness, holding tightly to Ambrose. Several hundred feet further on, they stumbled to a halt. The passageway ended, branching into 3 new corridors. Again the Veilman panicked. Which should he take? He brought the torch close to the tower floor. The passing of a single pair of elven boots had stirred the dust collected over the years, leaving a clear and easily recognizable trail, one that he could follow to Crispin, one that the Reaper could follow to them. He choked down his fear and rushed quickly on. Together, Veilman and Elven Girl fled down the dark corridors of the fortress, into halls thick with must and cobwebs, through chambers filled with rotting tapestries and crumbling pieces of furniture, and along balconies and parapets that dropped away into pits of blackness. Silence filled the ancient citadel, deep and pervasive within its bowels, so that even the sound of the wind faded and there was only the pounding of their boots on the stone flooring as they ran. Twice they lost their way entirely, racing down a wrong corridor before finding that the trail had disappeared and that they had missed a turn in their haste. Several times they found more than one set of prints where Crispin had doubled back on himself in trying to find the right path. Each time precious seconds were used to discover where he had actually gone. Always there was the feeling that at any moment the Reaper would appear from out of the gloom behind them, and their last chance for escape would be gone. Then a flicker of torchlight cut through the darkness in the corridor ahead of them. They stumbled toward it, watching with relief as Crispin's lean form materialized out of the shadows. The elf captain was returning from his search for the passage that led through the mountain. He came up to them at a dead run, sword blade glinting dully in the red firelight. "What has happened?" he asked, seeing at once the fear in their eyes. Quickly the Veilman told him. Crispin's face went ashen. "Dilfin Cat's in, too. What will it take to stop this thing?" Staring down at the sword he held, he hesitated, then beckoned for them to follow. "This way. There may yet be a chance for us." Together they raced back down the passage through which Crispin had come, turning left into a utter corridor, passing through a massive hall that had once been an armory, hastening down a flight of stairs into an empty rotunda, then into yet a passage. At the end of this final corridor was an iron door, fixed to the rock of the mountain by bolts and crossbars. Crispin drew back the bars and pulled open the heavy door. Wind roared in their faces, bursting through the opening and thrusting them backward, violently motioning for Will and Ambrose to follow. The elf captain discarded his torch, lowered his head resolutely, and pushed through the opening into the darkness beyond. They found themselves staring out across a deep gorge where the mountain split apart from crest to base. Bridging the two halves was a slender catwalk that led from the small rocky niche in which they stood to a single tower set into the far cliff. Wind howled across the drop of the chasm, shrieking in fury as it buffeted the narrow iron span. Only a thin sliver of moonlight penetrated the deep crevice, its white band falling across a small section of the catwalk near its far end. Crispin pulled the Veilman and the elven girl close. "We have to cross," he shouted above the roar of the wind. "Hold tight to the railing. Don't look down. I'm sure I can do this." Ambrose shouted back, looking anxiously out at the catwalk. Will felt her small hands grip his arm tightly. "You have to." Crispin's response left no room for argument. "This is the only way out." The wind howled in their ears. Ambrose glanced momentarily at the closed door behind her, then looked back again at Crispin. Wordlessly, she nodded. "Stay close now," the elf warned. In a line, they started onto the catwalk, the elf captain leading, Ambrose behind him, Will trailing. They moved slowly, carefully, hands gripping the railing to either side, heads bent low. The wind ripped across their bodies in fierce gusts, tearing at their clothing and shaking the slender iron walk until it seemed certain that it must collapse and fall into the gorge. As they passed from the shelter of the cliff face, the freezing air of the mountain's upper slopes blew down across them. Hands and feet went quickly numb, and the iron of the bridge felt like ice. Step by step, they made their way across, moving at last from the shadow of the cliffs into the slender band of moonlight that marked the final leg of their crossing. Moments later they gained the platform that fronted the solitary tower. The structure rose up before them against the cliff face, its narrow windows recessed in dark, its stone walls trailing moisture frozen to ice.
A single door, now closed, marked the entrance into the keep.
Crispin guided Amberl from the walk and placed her against the tower entry. When Will had scrambled up beside them, the elf reached into a wooden box built against the tower wall and withdrew a pair of heavy mallets. He handed one to the Veilman and pointed out toward the bridge. His voice was muffled by the wind's shriek. There are 6 pins that hold the supports of the catwalk, 3 on each side. Knock out those pins and the walk will collapse. It was constructed that way to prevent pursuit by enemies in case the fortress was ever overrun. Take the 3 on the right. Will hastened onto the platform. 3 horizontally fixed pins driven through eyelets secured the struts on each side of the catwalk to the platform on which he stood. Taking the mallet firmly in hand, he began to hammer at the first. Rust and dirt had congealed about it, and it moved very slowly from its seating. When at last it came free, it tumbled soundlessly into the gorge. He went quickly to the next, the wind deafening him to the sound of the blows he struck, the cold numbing his unprotected hands. The second pin edged clear of its seating and fell. Something heavy shook the bridge. Will and Crispin looked up together, mallets poised. In the deep shadows at the far end of the walk, something moved. "Hurry," the elf captain called. Will hammered frantically at the final pin, raining blows on its rounded head, desperately trying to knock it free. It was rusted in place. He struck it with both hands, and at last it inched a fraction of the way out. On the bridge, just beyond the band of moonlight, a shadow darker than the night about it edged into view. Crispin came to his feet with a bound. 2 of the pins on his side were free, the third driven halfway through. But time had run out. The Reaper appeared, stepping forward into the light, huge, cloaked, faceless. Crispin brought up the ash bow and sent his arrows winging at the thing so quickly that Will could barely follow the archer's movements. All were brushed aside effortlessly. Will felt his stomach tighten. Desperately he hammered at the pin before him, sending it several inches further through the eyelet. But there it froze. Then abruptly he remembered the elfstones. The elfstones. He must use them now. Determination surged through him. He bounded up, reached into his tunic and pulled free the leather pouch that held them. In seconds, he held the stones in his hand, gripped so tightly that they cut him. The Reaper was moving toward them, still crouched low upon the catwalk, huge and shadowy. It was 20 feet away. The Veilman brought up the fist that held the stones and, with every bit of willpower he could muster, he called up the fire that would destroy this monster. Tie elfstones flared sharply, the blue fire spreading. But then something seemed to lock within Will. In the next instant the power died. Terror gripped the Veilman. Desperately, he tried again. Hing happened. Amberl rushed to his side, calling frantically to him, but her words were lost in the shriek of the wind. Will staggered back, stunned. He had failed. The power of the elfstones was no longer his to command. An instant later, Crispin was on the bridge. He never hesitated. Dropping the bow, he drew his sword and started toward the demon. The creature seemed to hesitate slightly. It had expected a direct confrontation. Wind buffeted the catwalk, causing metal supports to creak in protest as the structure swayed unsteadily. "The pins!" Crispin called back sharply. In a daze, Will thrust the elfstones back into his tunic, retrieved his mallet, and resumed striking futilely at the frozen pin. Still it would move. From the shadows behind him, Amberl darted forward. Picking up the mallet that Crispin had discarded, she began to hammer wildly at the other pin. On the catwalk, Crispin closed with the Reaper. Feinting and lunging, the captain of the home guard sought to catch the demon off balance, hoping that it might slip and tumble from the walk. But the Reaper stayed low upon the slender bridge, warding off the elf's thrusts with one massive arm, waiting patiently for its chance. Crispin was a skilled swordsman, yet he could penetrate the creature's defenses. The Reaper edged forward, and the elf was forced to give ground. Rage and frustration swept through Will Ohmsford. Gripping his mallet in both hands, he pounded the rusted pin with every ounce of strength left in him, and at last the pin flew from its seating into the chasm. But as it did, the bridge buckled slightly and Crispin was thrown off balance. As he stumbled back, the Reaper lunged. Claws fastened about the elf's tunic. As Will and Amberl watched in horror, the Reaper lifted Crispin clear of the catwalk. The elf captain's sword flashed downward toward the demon's throat, the blade splintering as it struck. The Reaper shrugged off the blow as if it were Hing. Holding Crispin above its shrouded head, it threw the elf from the catwalk into the void beyond. Crispin fell soundlessly and was gone. Again, the Reaper started forward. Then a sudden burst of wind caught the already weakened catwalk with a powerful thrust that snapped the final pin in its seating. Separating from the platform, the narrow span fell away from the cliff face, carrying with it the clinging form of the Reaper. Slowly it dropped, falling with a groan of iron toward the far cliff, metal snapping, breaking, twisting. It swung through the narrow band of moonlight back into the shadows, crashing against the mountainside. Yet it did break free entirely, but continued to hang from its ruined supports, swinging precariously with the motion of the wind. In the darkness of the cliffs, it was barely visible. The Reaper was nowhere to be seen. Amberl's voice rose above the pitch of the wind, a thin frightened wail, calling to Will. Wind howled past the Veilman in frenzied bursts, chilling him to the bone, filling his ears with its whine. He could understand what the girl was saying. He did care. His fist still clutched his mallet uselessly. His mind whirled. Crispin and the elven hunters were gone. The power of the Elfstones was lost. Amberl and he were alone. She was crying into his shoulder, pleading with him to come away. He turned to her now and held her close against him. For an instant he seemed to hear Alanon's voice telling him that it was he most of all whom the Druid would depend upon. He stood at the edge of the chasm a moment longer, holding the elven girl, staring helplessly into the blackness below. Then he turned away. With Amberl clutched tightly against him, he disappeared into the shelter of the tower. XXV. It took them the remainder of the night to find their way out again. With only the single torch that Crispin had left fastened in an iron wall bracket at the tower entry to guide them, they followed a seemingly endless succession of passages and stairways that wound steadily downward through the mountain's rock. Completely exhausted by the ordeal of the past few days, they stumbled mindlessly along the corridors of the ancient keep, eyes fixed on the blackness ahead, hands clasped. They did speak, they had nothing to say. The shock of all that had happened had left them numb with fright. They wanted only one thing now: to escape this mountain. Their sense of time slipped quickly away from them until it no longer had meaning. It might have been minutes or hours or even days that they had been shut within the rock, they no longer knew. They had no idea where the passageways were taking them. They were trusting blindly to luck and to instinct, following the tunnels and corridors with a desperate, unvoiced insistence that somehow they would eventually break free. Muscles ached and cramped, and their vision blurred with fatigue. The single torch they carried burned down until it was little more than a stump. Still the passageway burrowed on. But at last it ended. A massive iron door sealed with double locks and a crossbar stood before them. Will was reaching for the locks when Amberl seized his arm, her voice weary and strained. Will, what if there are demons waiting for us out there as well? What if the Reaper wasn't alone? The Veilman stared at her wordlessly. He hadn't considered that possibility until now. He hadn't allowed himself to consider it. He thought back to all that had befallen them since Dray Wood. Always, the demons seemed to find them. There was a sense of inevitability about it. Even if the Reaper were finally gone, there were other demons. And the spy at Arbor Lawn had heard everything. Will? Amberl's face was anxious as she waited for him to respond. He made his decision. We have to chance it. There is nowhere else for us to go. Gently he removed her hand from his arm and positioned her behind him. Then cautiously he released the locks, lifted clear the crossbar and swung open the door. Hazy daylight slipped through the opening. Beyond, the murky waters of the Myrmidon lapped softly at the walls of a deep grotto that housed the hidden docks of the elves. Hing moved. Veilman and Elfgirl exchanged quick glances. Wordlessly, Will dropped the torch to the tunnel floor where it died. The docks and boats moored to them were rotted and useless. Veilman and Elfgirl made their way along a narrow ledge within the grotto until they had emerged onto the forested riverbank that lay at the base of the Pycon. There was no one there. They were alone. Dawn was just breaking, a chill, frosted morning half-light that had crystallized the dew of nightfall on the trees and brush and left the land white with a covering of false snow. They stared at it wonderingly, seeing their own breath cloud the air before their faces, feeling the chill seep into their damp bodies beneath the covering of their clothes. The river churned noisily between the mountain peaks, flowing eastward through the forest land, its broad surface shrouded in a heavy blanket of fog. The Pycon rose into this fog, massive, dark spires that shadowed the land. Will glanced about uncertainly. Within the darkness of the cave, the boats of the elves lay in ruins. There was Hing here that could help them. Then he caught sight of a small skiff pulled up on the riverbank and partially concealed within the brush just a dozen yards away. Taking hold of Amberl's hand, he led the way along the heavily overgrown bank until they had reached the skiff. It was a fishing boat in good condition, secured by lines, obviously left by someone who from time to time must have enjoyed the fishing close to the deep grotto waters. The Veilman released the lines, placed Amberl within the skiff, and pushed off into the river. Their need for the boat was much greater than that of the absent fisherman. They drifted eastward with the river's flow as dawn lengthened into morning and the day began to warm. Wrapping herself in her cloak, Amberl was asleep almost at once. Will would have slept as well had sleep been possible. But sleep would come to him, his weariness so great that it actually inhibited sleep. His mind filled with thoughts of what had befallen them. Fitting a small oar that lay within the skiff into a stern oarlock, he propped himself at the rear of the little boat and guided it along the river's channel, watching numbly as the sun rose from behind the mountains and the haze of early morning burned away. Bit by bit, the frost melted away in the forest about him. The peaks of the Picon disappeared as the river carried them on and the damp green of the forestland rose up in their stead. The sky was free once more from rain clouds and darkness, turned a brilliant blue and laced with thin white streamers that floated lazily through the morning sunshine. Toward noon, the Myrmidon began to swing back on itself, curving slowly south until at last it swung westward toward the dark line of the rockspur. The day had warmed, and the dampness and chill of dawn had seeped from their bodies and clothing. Across the span of the Myrmidon flew birds in brilliant bursts of sound and color. The smell of wildflowers filled the air. Amberl stretched and came awake, her sleepy eyes settling quickly on the Veilman. "Have you slept?" she asked drowsily. He shook his head. "I couldn't." She pushed herself into a sitting position. "Then sleep now. I will steer the boat while you do. You have to get some rest." "No, it's okay. I am tired." "Will, you are exhausted." There was concern in her voice. "You have to sleep." He stared at her wordlessly for a moment, his eyes haunted. "Do you know what happened to me back there?" he asked finally. She shook her head slowly. "No. And I don't think you do, either." "I know, all right. I know exactly what happened. I tried to use the Elfstones and could. I no longer command their power. I have lost it. You don't know that. You had trouble with the stones before when you tried to use them in the turfing. Perhaps this time you tried too hard. Perhaps you did. Give yourself enough of a chance." "I gave myself every chance," he declared softly. "I used everything I had within me to call up the power of the Elfstones. But Hing happened." "Hing. Allanan told me this might happen." "It is because of my elf blood mixing with my human blood. Only the elf blood commands the stones, and mine is thin indeed, it seems. There is a block within me, Amberl. I overcame it once, but I can no longer do so." She moved over to sit close to him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. "Then we will get by without the stones." He smiled faintly at the suggestion. "The Elfstones are the only weapon we have. If the demons find us again, we are finished. We have Hing with which to protect ourselves. Then the demons must find us. They have found us every time, Amberl, despite every precaution we have taken, they have found us wherever we have gone. They will find us this time as well. You know that. I know that you are the one who insisted that we turn back after our flight from Havenstead," she responded. "I know that you are the one who has never once suggested giving up. I know that you are the one Allanan chose as my protector. Would you desert me?" Will flushed. "No. Ever. Nor I you. We began this journey together and we shall end it together. We shall depend on each other, you and I. We shall see each other through. I think maybe that will be enough." She paused, a quick smile crossing her face. "You realize, of course, that you should be giving this talk to me. I to you. I was the one without faith in my heritage, without belief in the words the Druids spoke. You have always believed. If the stones had failed me." Will began glumly. Amberl's hand came up quickly against his lips, silencing him. "Do be so certain that they have failed you. Think a moment on what you tried to do with them. You sought to use them as a weapon of destruction. Is this possible for you, Will? Remember, you are a healer. It is your code of life to preserve. Destroy. Elven magic is but an extension of the one who wields it. Perhaps you were meant to use the Elfstones in the way in which you tried to make them act when you faced the Reaper." The Veilman thought it over. Allanan had told him that the three stones acted to mesh heart, mind, and body into the power that formed the magic. If anyone were lacking. No. He shook his head emphatically. The distinction is too finely drawn. My grandfather believed in the preservation of life as strongly as I, and yet he used the Elfstones to destroy. And he did so without the difficulty that I have experienced. Well then, there is her possibility, she continued.
Alanon warned you of the resistance caused by the mix of human blood with elven.
You have experienced it once already. Perhaps this has caused you to create your own block within your mind that convinces you subconsciously that the power of the Elfstones is lost, when in fact it is. Perhaps the block you experienced at the catwalk was one of your own making.
Will stared at her wordlessly. Was that possible?
He shook his head.
I don't know. I can be sure. It happened so fast. Then hear me.
She moved close, so that her face was next to his.
Do be so quick to accept as truth what is only conjecture. You have used the Elfstones once. You have called upon their power and made it your own. I do think that such a gift is so easily lost. Perhaps it is just misplaced.
Take time to look for it before you decide that it is no longer yours.
He looked at her with amazement. You have more confidence in me than I do. That seems very strange.
You thought me worthless on our journey north from Havenstead.
You remember that?
She drew back slightly. I was wrong to think that.
I said things that I should have said. I was afraid.
For an instant it appeared as if she would say more, but, as on the other occasions when she had seemed ready to explain her fear, she let the matter drop.
Will was wise enough to do likewise.
Well, you were right about one thing, he offered, trying to keep the tone of his voice light.
I should be giving this talk to you. You to me.
There was a wistful look in her eyes.
Then remember to do so when you see that I need it. Now will you sleep? He nodded.
I think I might for a little while, at least. He eased forward, letting the elf girl slip her arm about the small rudder. Lowering himself into the bottom of the boat, he made a pillow of his cloak and laid his head down wearily. Thoughts of the Elfstones played teasingly within his mind. He closed his eyes, enfolding such thoughts in blackness. Believe in yourself, Alanon had told him.
Did he have that belief? Was that belief enough?
The thoughts scattered, drifting. He slept. He was awake by mid-afternoon, cramped and sore. He eased himself up from the hard bottom of the skiff and moved back to take the rudder from Ambril. He was hungry and thirsty, but there was Dot-Hing to eat or drink. They had lost everything in their flight through the Pycon. A short time later, the channel began to narrow, and the limbs of the trees on either bank closed above them like a canopy. Shadows lengthened across the spread of the river. In the west the sun dropped low above the wall of the rock spur, its golden light turning red with the coming of dusk. A stretch of rapids bounced the skiff wildly along the channel, but Will kept their little boat free of the rocks and straight on her course until they were clear. When the river again began to swing south on its long journey back toward the grasslands of Calahorn, the Veilman brought the skiff ashore and they disembarked. They spent the night at the base of a massive old willow several hundred yards back from the river's edge. Concealing the skiff in the brush beside the riverbank, they gathered fruit and vegetables for an evening meal and set out in search of drinking water. There was none to be found, however, and they were forced to make do with the food. They ate, conversed briefly and fell asleep. Morning dawned bright and pleasant, and Veilman and Elven Girl began the hike westward to the rock spur. They walked briskly, enjoying the warmth of the early morning, consuming as they went the remainder of the fruit they had gathered the previous evening. The hours passed quickly, and the stiffness they had experienced on first awakening disappeared as they wound their way steadily ahead. By mid-morning, they had discovered a small stream where rapids emptied down into a pond and the water was suitable for drinking. They drank their fill, but, having no containers, they could take Dot-Hing with them. As the day wore on, the mountains of the rock spur loomed closer above the wall of the forest in a massive, humped line of peaks that stretched away across the whole of the western horizon. Only to the far south, where lay the vast impenetrable mire of the Shroudslip, were the mountains absent, and there the skyline was filled with thick, grey mist that rose out of the swamp like heavy smoke. For the first time since they had escaped the Pycon, Will began to worry about where they were going. Their decision to follow the Myrmidon down to the forests bordering the mountains had seemed obvious enough. But now that they were there, he found himself wondering how they were ever going to manage a crossing of these monstrous peaks. Neither of them was familiar with this range, neither knew if there were passes that would take them safely through. Without the elven hunters to guide them, how were they to keep from becoming hopelessly lost? By sunset, they were right up against the rock spur, staring upward thousands of feet at a maze of peaks that loomed one above the next and offered no sign of passage nor hint of break. Veilman and Elven Girl climbed out of the forest until they had reached the lower slopes of the nearest mountain. Broad, grassy pastures there were covered with brilliant bluebells and red centaurs. The sun was almost gone, and they looked for a campsite. They quickly found a stream that emptied down out of the rocks. At a small pool within a grove of pine, they settled in for the night. Her meal of fresh fruit and vegetables was consumed, but Will found himself hungry for meat and bread and ate what they had without much interest. A new moon and a spectacular display of stars filled the sky. Bidding each other good night, they rolled themselves into their traveling cloaks and closed their eyes. Will was still wondering how they were going to get through the mountains when sleep came to him. When he awoke, a boy was sitting there, looking at him. It was dawn, and the sun was rising out of the distant forestland in a hazy, golden burst of light that scattered night in fleeting bits of gray. On the broad, open slopes of the mountain which rose above them, the wildflowers were just opening and the dew glistened damply on the grass.
Will blinked in surprise.
At first he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, and he waited expectantly for the boy to disappear back into his imagination. But the boy remained where he was, seated on the grass, legs crossed before him, silently contemplating Will. This was no illusion, the veil man decided, and pushed himself up on one elbow. "Good morning," he said.
"Good morning," the boy replied solemnly. Will brushed the sleep from his eyes and took a moment to study the boy.
He was an elf, rather small, his tousled, sand-colored hair falling down about a rather ordinary face that displayed a light sprinkling of freckles. Leather pants and tunic fitted close on his small frame, and a number of assorted pouches and bags hung about his neck and from his waist. He was very young, certainly much younger than either Will or Ambril.
"I didn't want to wake you," the boy announced. Will nodded.
"You were very quiet."
"I know.
I can walk through a stretch of dry pine without making a single sound."
"You can?"
"Yes.
"And I can hunt to a fox lair without starting him." "I did that once."
"That's very good." The boy looked at him curiously.
"What are you doing out here?"
Will grinned in spite of himself.
"I was just wondering the same thing about you. Do you live here?"
The boy shook his head.
"No. I live to the south, below the Ellcrys. In the Wing Hove."
Will did
have the faintest idea what a wing hove might be.
Behind him, he heard Ambril stir awake. "She is very pretty," the boy ventured quietly.
"Are you married?" No, just traveling together," the veilman managed, a bit taken back.
"How did you get here?"
"I flew," the boy answered. "I'm a wing rider."
Will stared at him speechlessly. The boy glanced past him to Ambril, who was just sitting up, still wrapped in her cloak.
"Good morning, lady," he greeted. "Good morning," Ambril replied.
Amusement mixed with puzzlement in her green eyes.
"What is your name?"
"Perk."
"My name is Ambril." The elven girl smiled.
"This is Will." The boy got to his feet and came over to grip Will's hand in greeting. The veilman was surprised to find the youngster's palm heavily calloused. The boy seemed conscious of the fact and drew his hand back quickly.
He did offer it to Ambril, but simply nodded. "Would you like some breakfast?" he asked.
Will shrugged.
"What do you have in mind, Perk?" "Milk, nuts, cheese, and bread. That is all I have with me." "That will do nicely."
The veilman grinned, glancing back quickly at Ambril. He had no idea what Perk was doing here, but the food sounded delicious. "We would be very happy to share breakfast with you."
They seated themselves in a circle.
From one of the pouches he carried, the young elf produced the promised nuts, cheese, and bread together with 3 small cups. The cups he filled with milk he carried in his second pouch.
Veilman and elven girl consumed the small meal ravenously.
"Where did you get the milk?"
Ambril asked after a moment.
"Goats," the boy mumbled, his mouth full. "A goatherd keeps a small flock in a meadow several miles north."
"I milked one earlier this morning."
Ambril glanced questioningly at Will, who shrugged. "He tells me that he is a wing rider."
"He flies." "I'm really a wing rider dash." "Yet," the boy interrupted. "I'm too young. But one day I will be."
There was an awkward moment of silence as the 3 stared wordlessly at one another. "You didn't say what you were doing out here," Perk said finally.
"Are you running away from something?"
"Why do you ask that, Perk?"
Ambril wanted to know immediately. "Because you look like you are running away from something. Your clothes are torn and dirty. You carry no weapons and no food and no blankets. You build no fire. And you look like something has frightened you."
"Perk, you are a bright boy," Will responded quickly, deciding at once how he was going to handle this.
"Will you promise to keep it secret if I tell you something?" The boy nodded, anticipation showing in his fare. "I promise."
"Good." Will leaned forward confidentially. "This Lady Ambril is very special. She is a princess, a granddaughter of Aventine Lesidil, the king of the elves." "King of the land elves," Perk corrected.
When Will hesitated, confused by the distinction, the boy edged forward anxiously. "Do you go in quest of treasure? Or is the lady enchanted? Is she bewitched?" Yes. No.
The veil man stopped.
What had he gotten himself into?
We go in search of a talisman, Perk.
Only the lady can wield it. There is a very great evil that threatens the elven people. Only the talisman can protect against that evil, and we must find it quickly. Would you be willing to help us?
Perk's eyes were wide with excitement.
An adventure? A real adventure? Well, I don't know about this. Ambril interrupted, frowning. Trust me, please. Will held up his hands placatingly. He turned back to Perk.
This is a very dangerous business, Perk. The things that hunt us have already killed a number of elves.
This will be a game.
You must do exactly as I ask, and when I tell you that it is finished, you must leave us at once.
Agreed? The boy nodded quickly. What do you want me to do?
The veil man pointed toward the rock spur. I want you to show me a way through those mountains.
Do you know one?
Of course. Perk sounded very indignant.
Where is it that you are going?
Will hesitated.
He was certain that he wanted the boy to have that information. Does that matter? He asked finally.
Certainly it matters, Perk replied at once.
How can I show you how to get to where you want to go if I don't know where it is that you are going?
That sounds very sensible, Ambril offered, giving Will a knowing glance that suggested that he should have foreseen all this.
I think you had better tell him, Will. The veil man nodded. All right. We are going into the Wild Run. The Wild Run?
Perk shook his head solemnly, some of the enthusiasm fading from his eyes.
The Wild Run is forbidden to me.
It is very dangerous.
We know, Ambril agreed. But we have no choice. We have to go there. Can you help us? I can help you, the boy declared firmly. But you can go through the mountains. That would take days. Well, if we don't go through the mountains, then how do we get there? Will demanded. Is there her way? Perk grinned. Sure. We can fly. Will looked over at Ambril for help. Perk, we can
really fly, she said gently.
We can fly, he insisted. I told you, I'm a wing rider, almost a wing rider, anyway. Some imagination, thought Will.
Look, Perk, you have to have wings to fly and we don't have wings.
Wings? The boy looked confused.
Then he grinned.
Oh, you thought. Oh, I see. No. Us. We have genuine.
Here, come with me. He rose quickly and moved out of the shelter of the pine grove. Mystified, Will and Ambril trailed after, exchanging confused glances as they went. When they were all beyond the trees and standing on the open slope, Perk reached into a leather pouch tied about his neck and produced a small, silver whistle. Putting the whistle to his lips, the boy blew into it. There was no sound. Will looked at Ambril a second time and shook his head slowly. This was working out the way he had intended it. Perk dipped the silver whistle back into its pouch and turned to scan the skyline. Mechanically, the veil man and the elven girl looked with him. Suddenly a great, golden-hued form soared out of the rock spur, shimmering brightly in the warm morning sunlight as it dipped downward through the mountains and came toward them. Will and Ambril started wildly. It was the biggest bird they had ever seen in their lives, a huge creature with a wingspan of fully 30 feet, a sleek, crested head the color of fire tinged with flecks of black, a great hooked beak, and powerful talons that extended forward as it approached. For just an instant, both were reminded of the winged black thing that had very nearly caught them in their flight through the Valley of Ren, but then they realized that this was the same creature. It dropped to the meadow. A dozen feet in front of them, wings folding close against its golden, feathered body, crested head, arching upward as it came to roost. Its piercing cry split the morning stillness, and it dipped its head sharply toward Perk. The boy gave a quick, odd call in reply, then turned again to his astonished companions. This is genuine, he announced brightly. Then he grinned. You see? I told you we could fly. Seeing genuine made Will and Ambril more willing to accept the story that Perk then proceeded to tell them. Before the time of Jurl Shannara and the advent of the Second War of the Races, a small community of elves migrated south from their traditional homeland for reasons which had long since been forgotten to settle below the Yerubis along a rugged, uncharted stretch of mountainous forest land that bordered a vast body of water known to the races as the Blue Divide. These elves were Perk's ancestors. Over the years, they became hunters and fishermen, their small villages built back upon a string of shoreline cliffs that abutted the Blue Divide west of the Mirian. The elves quickly discovered that they were sharing the cliffs with a rookery of massive hunting birds that nested within caves opening out over the waters of the divide. They called the birds rocks after a legendary bird from the old world. The rocks and the elves kept a respectable distance from one another at first, but in time it became apparent to the elves that the giant birds would be useful to the men if they could be trained to serve as carriers. The elves were resourceful and determined, and they set out to accomplish this end. After numerous failures, they managed to discover a means of communication with the birds, which in turn led to harnessing several of the young and finally to mastery of the entire rookery. The birds became carriers of the elves, who were now able to expand their hunting and fishing grounds. The birds became protectors as well, trained to do battle against the enemies of the community. The elves, in their turn, kept the rock safe from creatures that sought to invade their rookery or to encroach upon their feeding grounds. They learned to care for the great birds, to treat them for sickness and injury, to heal them, and to keep them well. With the passage of the years, the bond between the two grew stronger. The community they shared they called the Wing Hove. It was small and isolated in a wilderness only sparsely settled by men and rarely traveled. All contact between the Wing Hove and the larger elven communities that lay north of the Wild Run had long since ceased. The elves in the Wing Hove had formed their own government and, although they recognized the sovereignty of the elven kings at Arberlan over the majority of the Westland elves, they considered themselves a separate people. Thus they came to refer to themselves as Sky Elves and to the rest of the Westland elves as Land Elves. Perk was the son and grandson of Wing Riders. Wing Riders were the men who trained and rode the giant rocks, the men who directed the search for food and the defense of the Wing Hove. There were other designations given to the men and women of the Wing Hove, but Wing Rider was the most coveted. Only the Wing Rider was given command over the rock. Only he was given the power of flight, to ride the sky lanes from one corner of the land to the other. The Wing Rider was a man who commanded the honor and trust of his people, who would spend his life in their service, and who would be recognized forever as a symbol of their way of life. Perk was in the second year of his training to become a Wing Rider. The choice of one who would become a Wing Rider was made at an early age, and the training then continued until the boy reached manhood. Often the choice was virtually predetermined, as in the case of Perk, where both his father and his grandfather were Wing Riders, and it was expected that he should follow in their footsteps. Jeanwon was his grandfather's mount, but his grandfather was too old to fly in regular service for the Wing Hove. When Perk reached manhood, Jeanwon would become his. The rocks lived to be very old, their lives spanning 4 and sometimes 5 elven generations. Thus a rock would serve several masters during its lifetime. Jeanwon had seen service first as the carrier of Perk's grandfather, but if her health remained good, she would one day serve Perk's son or grandson as well. For the moment, however, she served Perk as he trained under the supervision of his grandfather to become a Wing Rider. It was a training exercise that had brought the elven boy into the rock spur and to his meeting with Will and Ambril. His development as a Wing Rider required that he make longer and longer flights from the Wing Hove. For each flight, he was given certain tasks to accomplish and rules to follow. On this particular outing, he was required to stay away from the Wing Hove for a period of 7 days, carrying with him only a small ration of bread and cheese and a container of water. He was to find additional food and drink on his own. He was to explore and be able to describe accurately on his return certain portions of the mountainous country surrounding the Wild Run. The Wild Run itself was forbidden to him, as it was to all who were still in training. He might set down upon the land that bounded the Wild Run, but within, he was to avoid all contact with its denizens. The instructions seemed explicit enough, and Perk did question them. But then on the morning of his second day out, while flying south along the eastern edge of the rock spur, he caught sight of Will and Ambril, 2 bundled forms asleep in a pine grove below him. After winging downward for a closer look, he found himself faced with an immediate dilemma. Who were these travelers, elves like himself, a young man and a younger girl, clearly from her part of the land? What were they doing in this rugged country, so poorly equipped? A moment's thought was all that it took and the decision was made. He had been ordered to avoid any contact with the denizens of the Wild Run, but no directions had been given him regarding his contact with anyone else in oversight on the part of his grandfather, perhaps, but a fact nevertheless. Despite the maturity and caution instilled in Perk by the intense demands of his training, he was still a boy with a boy's spirit of adventure. His grandfather had left the door cracked before him, and it was natural enough that he should want to push it open the rest of the way. After all, although he was an obedient boy, he was also a curious one. Sometimes the former must be permitted to give way to the latter. Fortunately for Will and Ambril, this proved to be one such time. Perk finished his story, then patiently answered questions for a moment or two. But his eagerness to begin his new adventure finally got the better of him. With an unmistakable look of anticipation, he asked his new companions if they were ready yet to depart. Jeanwon, although used to carrying more than one rider, could easily do so. She would have them across the mountains of the rock spur before they knew it. Will and Ambril looked doubtfully at the giant bird. Had there been aid out her way, they would have taken it gladly. Even the thought of flying made their stomachs feel queasy. But there was no alternative, and there the boy stood, hands on hips, waiting for matters to get underway. With a shrug of his shoulders to Ambril, Will announced that they were ready. After all, if a mere boy could do this, certainly they could also. With Perk in the lead, they moved over to Jinwen. The giant bird was equipped with a leather harness that was bound tightly about her body. Perk showed them foot loops that would allow them to climb the harness to the center of the rock's feathered back. He held Jinwen steady while they did so, then fitted their boots to toe straps, directed their hands to K.Ted grips, and, as an added precaution, bound them to the harness with safety lines. That way, he informed them, if the wind should blow them loose, they still would fall. Such assurances gave small comfort to the Veilman and the Elven girl, who were scared enough as it was. Perk then gave each a small section of a brownish root which he told them to chew and swallow.
This root, he explained, would ease the discomfort of flying. They ate it hurriedly.
When both were secure, the Elven boy removed a long, leather-bound crop from beneath the harness straps and slapped Jinwen smartly. With a piercing cry, the rock spread her great wings and rose sharply into the morning air. Petrified, Will and Ambril watched the ground drop away beneath them. The trees of the pine grove shrank as Jinwen circled high above the meadowland, catching the wind currents and arcing swiftly west toward the peaks of the mountain range. For the Veilman and the Elven girl, the sensation was indescribable. At first there was a feeling somewhere between sickness and exhilaration, and only the juice of the strange root kept their stomachs from turning over entirely. Then the sickness lessened, and the feeling of exhilaration began to heighten, sweeping through them as they watched the horizons of the land below broaden and stretch wide, a spectacular panorama of forest land, swamp, mountains, and rivers. It was an incredible sight. Before them the black peaks of the rock spur rose up like jagged teeth out of the earth, and the thin, blue ribbon of the Myrmidon wound its way down out of the rock. To the north was the dark smudge of the matted brakes, set deep within the green of the Westland forests. To the east, and now far distant, lay the twin towers of the Pycon. To the south, the haze of the Shroudslip settled against the threshold of the Erebes. It was all there, the whole of the land, spread out below them as if contained in some hidden valley upon whose crest they stood, all sharply revealed by a rising morning sun that burned down out of a cloudless, brilliant blue sky. Jinwen rose to a height of several hundred feet, winging her way steadily into the rock spur, weaving through its maze of peaks, slipping deftly through breaks and splits, dipping downward into valleys, then rising again to clear each new ridgeline. Will and Ambril clung to the harness with grips of iron, yet the ride was smooth. The great bird responded to the motions of the small boy who guided her, his hands and legs nudging and coaxing with a series of movements familiar to the rock. The wind whipped across them in short bursts, yet was light and warm on this summer's day, blowing softly out of the south. Perk glanced quickly over his shoulder at his new companions, a fierce grin splitting his freckled face. The smiles they returned were less than enthusiastic. They flew on for nearly an hour, winging deep within the mountains until the forest land had disappeared from view entirely. From time to time, they could see the haze of the Shroudslip appear through breaks in the peaks to the south, gray and friendless, then even that was gone. The mountains closed in about them, massive towers of rock that rose up across the sunlight and left them in shadow. Will found himself thinking momentarily of what it would have been like for Ambril and him, had they attempted to cross this forbidding range afoot. It was unlikely that they could have done it, particularly without the aid of the slain elven hunters. He wondered if demons still tracked them. Undoubtedly they did, he decided, but he took some small measure of satisfaction in the knowledge that even the Reaper, had it managed somehow to survive the collapse of the catwalk in the Pycon, would find it impossible to follow their trail this time. A short while later, Perk guided Jinwen down to a high, treeless bluff, covered with long grass and wildflowers, which overlooked a mountain lake. The rock settled smoothly back upon the earth and her riders disembarked, Perk springing nimbly from the giant bird's back, Will and Ambril stiff and awkward in their movements, their faces filled with relief. They rested on the bluff for half an hour, then climbed back upon Jinwen and were off once again, winging westward through the massive peaks. Twice more during the morning they landed, resting themselves and Jinwen, and then continued on. Each time Perk offered to share food and drink with his companions, and each time they quickly declined. All they would agree to accept was her piece of the strange root. Perk offered it to them without comment. It had been like this for him, too, when he had first flown. By late morning, they had reached the eastern edge of the wild run. From atop Jinwen, they could see the whole of the valley clearly, a tangled mass of forest ringed by the mountains of the Rockspur and Erebes and the broad, misty sweep of the Shroudslip. It was a forbidding stretch of woodland, heavily overgrown, a jumble of depressions and ridges, spotted with bogs and a scattering of solitary peaks that broke out of the trees like grasping arms. There was no sign of habitation, no villages, nor isolated dwellings, no planted fields nor grazing stock. The whole of the valley was wilderness, dark and friendless. Will and Ambril stared down into it apprehensively. Moments later, Perk guided Jinwen back into the shadow of the mountains and the wild run disappeared behind the peaks. They flew on without stopping until shortly after midday, when Perk turned Jinwen south again. In a slow, gradual arc, the rock slipped through a narrow break in the peaks. Ahead of them, the wild run again came into view. They flew toward it, dropping along a rugged slide that fell away at its lower end into the bowl of the valley. At the edge of the slide, Jinwen banked right, winging downward toward a broad slope that sat back against the base of the peak and overlooked the wild run. Scattered clumps of trees dotted the slope, and Perk brought Jinwen to rest behind a covering of fir. Will and Amberl climbed gingerly from the rock's back, rubbing muscles that had grown stiff and cramped with the long ride. After a quick command to Jinwen, Perk followed them down, his face flushed and excited. "You see? We did it!" He was grinning from ear to ear. "We did, indeed." Will smiled ruefully, massaging his backside. "What do we do next?" The boy wanted to know immediately. Will straightened himself, grimacing. "You don't do anything, Perk. This is as far as you go." "But I want to help," Perk insisted. Amberl stepped forward and put her arm about the boy. "You did help, Perk. We would have gotten this far without you. But I want to go." "No, Perk," Amberl interrupted quickly. "What we must do now is far too dangerous for you to become involved in. Will and I must go down into the wild run. You have said yourself that the wild run is forbidden to you. So you must leave us now. Remember, you promised Will that you would do so when we asked." The boy nodded glumly. "I am afraid," he muttered. "I know." The elven girl smiled. "I don't think much of anything would frighten you." Perk brightened a bit with this compliment, a quick smile lighting his face. "There is one thing more you can do for us." Will put a hand on his shoulder. "We don't know very much about the wild run. Can you tell us anything about what we might find down there?" "Monsters," the boy answered without hesitation. "Monsters?" "All kinds. Witches, too, my grandfather says." The Veil Man could decide whether to believe that or. After all, the grandfather was trying to keep the boy out of the wild run, and that was the kind of warning one would expect him to give. "Have you ever heard of a place called Safehold?" he asked impulsively. Perk shook his head no. "I didn't think so." Will sighed. "Monsters and witches, huh? Are there any roads?" The boy nodded. "I will show you." He led them out of the fir trees to a small rise where they could look down upon the valley. "See that?" he asked, indicating a mass of fallen trees at the base of the slope. Will and Amberl peered downward until they saw where he was pointing. "There is a road beyond those trees that leads to the village of Grimpen Ward. All roads in the wild run lead to Grimpen Ward. You can see anything of it from here, but it's down there, several miles into the forest. My grandfather tells me that it is a bad place, that the people are thieves and cutthroats. Maybe, though, you could find someone there to guide you." "Maybe we can." Will smiled his thanks. At least the thieves and cutthroats were preferable to the monsters and witches, he thought to himself. Still, it wouldn't hurt to be careful. Even if all the thieves and cutthroats and witches and monsters were imaginary, there were demons searching for them, perhaps even waiting for them, who were. Perk was deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up. "What will you do when you find this Safehold?" he asked. Will hesitated. "Well, Perk, when we find Safehold, we find the talisman I told you about. Then we can return to Arborlon." The boy's face lighted. "Then there is something more that I can do," he announced eagerly. He reached into the small pouch that hung about his neck and withdrew the silver whistle, handing it to the Veil Man. "Perk, what?" Will began as the whistle was thrust into his palm. "I have 5 days more before I must return to the Winghove," the boy interrupted quickly. "Each day I will fly once across the valley at noon. If you need me, signal with that whistle and I will come. The sound can be heard by humans only by the rocks. If you can find the talisman within the 5 days that I have left, then Jinwen and I will carry you north again to your homeland." "Perk, I don't think so." Amberl started to object, shaking her head slowly. "Wait a minute," Will interjected. "If Jinwen could fly us north again, we would save days. We would avoid all of the country we had to travel through to get here. Amberl, we have to get back as quickly as we can, you know that." He turned quickly to Perk. "Could Jinwen make such a trip? Could you?" The boy nodded confidently. "But he has said already that the wild run is forbidden to him," Amberl pointed out. "How can he land within it, then?" Perk thought it out. "Well, if I set Jinwen down just long enough to pick you up, that would only take a moment." "I do like this idea one bit," Amberl declared, frowning at Will. "It is entirely too dangerous for Perk, and it is a violation of the trust that he has been given."
I want to help, the boy insisted. Besides, you told me how important this was. He sounded so determined that for a moment Ambril could think of a further argument. Will took this opportunity to step in again. Look, why don't we compromise? I'll make a promise. If there is any danger to Perk, I'll summon him under any circumstances. Fair enough? But will the boy began.
And Perk will agree that at the end of 5 days he will return to the Wing Hove as he has promised his grandfather, whether or I have summoned him, the Veilman finished, cutting short the objections Perk was about to raise. Ambril thought it over for a moment, then nodded reluctantly.
All right.
But I will hold you to your promise, Will. The Veilman's eyes met hers.
Then it is agreed. He turned back to the boy. We have to be going now, Perk. We owe you a lot.
He took the elf's rough hand and gripped it firmly in his own.
Goodbye, Ambril said, bending down to kiss him lightly on the cheek.
Perk flushed, his eyes lowering.
Goodbye, Ambril.
Good luck. With a final wave of farewell, the Valerian and the elven girl turned and started down the long slope toward the forest wilderness. Perk watched them until they were out of sight.
26.
In the late afternoon hours of the second day following the departure of Will and Ambril with the elven hunters who served as their escort from the city of Arberlon, Eventine Lesidil sat alone in the study of his home, maps and charts spread out on the work table in front of him, his head bent close in concentration. Outside, the rain continued to fall in steady, grey sheets, just as it had fallen for 2 days past, drenching the whole of the elven forests. Already dusk was beginning to creep forth, its shadow falling long and dark through the curtained, floor-length windows at the far side of the room. Manx lay curled at his master's feet, grizzled head resting comfortably on his forepaws, his breathing deep and even. The old king lifted his head from his work, rubbing his eyes reddened with fatigue. He stared across the room absently, then pushed his chair back from the table.
Allanan should have been here by now, he thought anxiously.
There was still much to be done, much that could
be done without the aid of the druid.
Eventine had no idea where the big man had gone this time. He had departed early that morning and had
been seen since.
The king stared out into the rain. For 3 days now he had worked with the druid and the members of his council preparing the defense for the elven homeland, a defense that he knew would be necessary.
Time was slipping away from him. The Ellcrys continued to fail, the forbidding to weaken.
With the passage of each day, the king expected to learn that both had crumbled, that the imprisoned demons had broken free, and that the invasion of the Westland had begun. The elven army was mobilized and stood ready: pikemen, swordsmen, archers and lancers, foot soldiers and cavalry, home guard and black watch, regular army and reserve, elven fighting men from one end of the land to the other. The call had gone out, and all who were able had come to serve, leaving homes and families and pouring into the city to be outfitted with arms and equipment. Yet the king knew that even the iron will of the elven army would be enough to withstand an assault of the entire demon horde, once it had broken free and welded itself into a cohesive unit. He knew this because Allanan Lead said that it would be so, and Eventine knew better than to question the druid when he made a pronouncement as dire as this one. The demons were physically stronger than the elves, their numbers were greater. They were savage, maddened creatures driven by a hatred that had begun with the day of their banishment from the earth and had focused in whole upon the people responsible for that banishment. For centuries, there had been nothing else. Now that hatred would be given vent. Eventine harbored no illusions. If the elves did receive help from some quarter, the demons would destroy them all. It was no good depending solely on Ambril and the seat of the Ellcrys. However painful the thought, Eventine knew he must accept the fact that he might never see his granddaughter again. Even before her return to Arberlon, the king had dispatched messengers to the other races, requesting that they stand with the elves against this evil that threatened his land, and evil that would ultimately consume them all. The messengers had been gone more than a week, as yet, none had returned. It was still too early, of course, to expect an answer from any of the other races, for even Calahorn was several days' ride. Even so, it was doubtful that many would come to stand with them. Certainly the dwarves would come, just as they had always come. The dwarves and the elves had stood together against every foe the free peoples of the Four Lands had faced since the time of the first council of the Druids. Yet the dwarves must come all the way from the deep forests of the Anner. And they must come afoot, for they were horsemen. Eventine shook his head. They would come as quickly as they could yet, perhaps. Quickly enough to save the elves. There was Calahorn, of course, but the Calahorn of old. The Calahorn of Balinor. Had Balinor still lived, or the Buckhannas still ruled, the Border Legion would have marched at once. But Balinor was dead, the last of the Buckhannas, and Calahorn's resent ruler, a distant cousin who had ascended the throne more by accident than by acclaim, was an indecisive and overly cautious man who might find it convenient to forget that the elves had come to the aid of Calahorn when last they called. In any case, the combined councils of Tursus and Varfleet and of Kern, rebuilt since its destruction 50 years earlier, wielded more power now than the king. They would be slow to act, even if Aventine's messenger were successful in conveying the urgency of the situation, for they lacked a strong leader to unite them in their thinking. They would debate, and while they debated the Border Legion would sit idle. Ironically, it was their mistrust of their fellow Southlanders and more particularly, their mistrust of the Federation that would be likely to delay action on the part of the men of Calahorn. Following the destruction of the Warlock Lord and the defeat of his armies, the major cities of the deep Southland belatedly realized the extent of the threat that the Dark Lord had posed. Acting in a haste born of fear, they had formed an alliance with one Audiobook, an alliance that began as a loose-knit organization of territories sharing common borders and common fears and quickly grew into the highly structured Federation. The Federation was the first cohesive form of government that the race of man had known in more than 1,000 years. Its professed goal was the final unification of the Southland and the race of man under a single ruling government. That government, of course, was to be the Federation. To that end, they had begun a concerted effort to unite the remaining cities and provinces. In the 4 decades since its formation, the Federation had come to dominate almost the whole of the Southland. Of the major Southland cities, only those of Calahorn had resisted the suggested unification. The decision to do so had resulted in no small amount of friction between the two governments, especially as the Federation continued its steady advance northward toward Calahorn's borders. Aventine folded his arms across his chest, frowning. He had dispatched a messenger to the Federation, yet he had little hope that there would be help forthcoming. The Federation had shown scant interest in the affairs of the other races, and it was doubtful that they would see a demon invasion of the Westland as being of legitimate concern. In fact, it was doubtful that they would even believe that such an invasion was possible. The men of the deep Southland knew little of the sorcery that had troubled the other lands since the time of the first council of the Druids. Theirs had been a closed, introverted existence, and in their new expansion they had yet encountered many of the unpleasant realities that lay beyond their own limited experience. Again the king shook his head. No, the cities of the Federation would come. Just as had been the case when they were warned of the coming of the Warlock Lord, they would believe. No messenger had been sent to the gnomes. It would have been pointless to do so. The gnomes were a tribal race. They did answer to a single ruler or governing council. Their chieftains and their seers were their leaders, and there were different chieftains and seers for each tribe, all constantly feuding with one Audiobook. Bitter and disgruntled since their defeat at Tursus, the gnomes had mixed in the affairs of the other races in the 50 years that had since passed. It was hardly reasonable to expect that they should choose to do so now. There remained the trolls. The trolls, too, were a tribal race, yet since the conclusion of the aborted Third War of the Races, the trolls had begun unifying within the vast stretches of the Northland, tribes banding together within certain territories under council leadership. The closest and one of the largest of these communities lay within the Kershalt territory, at the northern borders of the elven homeland. The Kershalt was occupied principally by rock trolls, though some of the lesser tribes inhabited portions of this region as well. Traditionally, elves and trolls had been enemies. In the last 2 race wars, they had fought bitterly against one Audiobook. But with the fall of the Warlock Lord, the enmity between the two races had lessened appreciably, and for the past 50 years they had lived in comparatively peaceful coexistence. Relations between Arborlon and the Kershalt had been particularly good. Trade had opened up and plans had been made to exchange delegations. There was a chance then that the Kershalt trolls might agree to aid them. The old king checked his thoughts and smiled wanly. A slim chance, he conceded. But he knew he could afford to pass over any chance. The elves would have need of whomever they could find to stand with them if they were to survive. He stood up slowly, stretched, then glanced down again at the array of maps spread out on the worktable. Each depicted a different sector of the Westland, chartings of all the known country that comprised the elven homeland and the territories surrounding it. Aventine had studied them until he thought it possible to trace their configurations in his sleep. Out of one of those sectors the demons would come, and there the elven defenses must be settled. But out of which? Where would the forbidding crumble first? Where would the invasion begin? The king let his eyes wander from one map to the next. Allanan had promised that he would discover where the break would come, and it was for that vital piece of information that the elven army waited. Until then. He sighed and walked to the window doors that opened onto the manor house grounds. As he stared out through the growing dusk he caught sight of Ander coming up the walkway, head bent against the rain, arms laden with the troop registers and supply listings that he had been instructed to collect. The frown that creased the old king's face softened. Ander had been invaluable these past few days. To his younger son had fallen the tedious, if necessary, task of information gathering, thankless work at best and work that Arion would certainly have disdained.
Yet Ander had undertaken the job without a single word of complaint.
The king shook his head. Strange, but even though Arion was crown prince of the elves and the closer of his sons, there were times these past few days when he saw more of himself in Ander. He let his gaze shift then to the leaden evening skies and wondered suddenly if Ander ever felt the same. Fatigue lined Ander Elesidel's face as he pushed through the manor house doors, shed his rain-soaked cloak, and turned down the darkened hallway that led to his father's study, the troop registers and supply listings cradled protectively in his arms. His day had been a difficult one, and it had been helped any by his brother's continuing refusal to have anything to do with him. It had been like that since he had taken Ambrel's part at the High Council. What had always been a rather broad gulf between them had widened into a chasm that he could begin to bridge. Today's encounter with his brother had illustrated just how wide that chasm had grown. Sent by his father to collect the information he now carried, he had gone to Arion for assistance because Arion had been given responsibility for mobilizing and outfitting the elven army. Though Arion could have shortened his work by hours, he had refused even to meet with him, sending a junior supply officer in his stead and keeping himself conveniently absent the entire day. It had angered Ander so much that he had very nearly chosen to force a confrontation. But that might have involved his father, and the old king did need any additional problems to occupy his time. So Ander had kept silent. For as long as the demon hordes threatened the homeland, personal difficulties must be set aside. He shook his head. Such reasoning did make him feel any better, however, about the way things were working out between Arion and him. He reached the study door, nudged it open with his boot, entered and nudged it closed again. He managed an encouraging smile for his father, who crossed to relieve him of the charts and listings. Then he sank down wearily into an empty chair. "That's everything," he said. "Inventoried, recorded, and placed in order." Eventine set the material his son had brought him on the table with the maps and turned back. "You look tired." Ander rose and stretched. "I am." In a rush of wind and rain, the window doors flew open. Father and son whirled as maps and charts scattered to the floor and oil lamps flickered. Allanon stood framed in the entry, black robes glistening wetly in the dusk, trailing water onto the study floor. The angular features were strained, the thin line of his mouth hard. Both hands held firm a slim wooden staff, its surface the color of silver. For an instant Ander's eyes met those of the druid, and the elven prince felt his blood turn to ice. There was something terrible in the druid's expression, glimmerings of fierce determination, power, and death. The druid wheeled and shoved closed the window doors, fastening once again the latch he had somehow managed to loosen from without. When he turned back again, Ander saw clearly the silver staff and his face went deathly pale. "Allanon, what have you done?" The words slipped out before he could think better of them. His father saw it as well and cried out in a horrified whisper. "The Ellcrys! Druid, you have cut a branch from the living tree." "No, Eventine," the tall man replied softly. "Cut. Harmed her who is the life of this land." "Never that." "But the staff." The king began, his hands reaching out as if to touch a thing that would burn. "Cut," the other repeated. "Look closely now." He held forth the staff and turned it slowly so that it could be inspected. Ander and his father bent close. Each end of the staff was smooth and rounded. Nowhere was it splintered or nicked by a blade. Even the bowls that roughened its length were healed and free of markings. Eventine looked bewildered. "Then how?" "The staff was given to me, king of the elves, given by her, given that it might be carried against the enemies who threatened her people and their land." The druid's voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the very air of the small room. "Here, then, is magic that will give strength to the elven army, power to withstand the evil that lives within the demon hordes. This staff shall be our talisman, the right hand of the Ellcrys, carried forth when the armies meet to do battle." He stepped forward, the staff still clenched before him, his dark eyes hard within the shadow of his brow. "Early this morning I went to her, alone, seeking to find a weapon with which we might stand against our enemy. She gave me audience, speaking with the images that are her words, asking why I had come. I told her that the elves had no magic save my own with which to counter the power of the demons. I told her that I feared that this alone might be enough, that I might fail. I told her that I sought something of what she is with which to do battle against the demons, for she is an anathema to them. Then she reached down within herself and stripped away this staff which I hold, this limb of her body. Weakened, knowing that she dies, she yet managed to give to me a part of herself with which to aid the elven people. I did touch her, did not hang but stand in awe of her strength of will. Feel this wood, king of the elves, touch it." He thrust the staff into Eventine's hands, and they closed about it. The king's eyes widened in shock.
The druid took the staff from him then and passed it wordlessly to Ander. The elven prince started.
The wood of the staff was warm, as if the blood of life flowed within. It lives, the druid breathed reverently. Apart and separate from her, yet still filled with her life.
It is the weapon that I sought.
It is the talisman that will protect the elves against the black sorcery of the demon hordes. As long as they bear the staff, the power that lives within the Ellcrys shall watch over them and work to keep them safe.
He took the staff from Ander's hands and once more their eyes met.
The elven prince felt something unspoken pass between them, something he could quite comprehend, just as it had been that night in the High Council when he had gone to stand with Ambril. The druid's eyes shifted to the king.
Now hear me.
His voice was low and quick.
The rains will end this night. Does the army stand ready? Eventine nodded.
Then we march at dawn.
We must move quickly now.
But where are we marching to? The king asked immediately.
Have you discovered where the break will come?
The druid's black eyes glistened.
I have. The Ellcrys told me.
She senses the demons massing at a single point within the forbidding, senses herself weakening where they gather. She knows that it is there that the forbidding will fail first. The rent has been made once already by the ones who crossed through to slay the chosen. The breach was closed, but the wound was healed. There the forbidding will break. It weakens already, straining with the force that pushes against it. The demons are summoned to that place by the one who commands them, and who wields the power of sorcery so near my own. He is called the Dagdamor. With his aid, the breach will be forced once again, and this time it will be closed.
But we will be waiting for them.
His hand tightened on the staff.
We will be waiting.
We will catch them while they stand newly crossed and still disorganized. We will close off their passage to Arborlon for as long as we are able.
We will give Ambril the time she needs to find the Bloodfire and return.
Wordlessly he beckoned Ander and his father forward. Then he reached down and pulled from the floor one of the fallen maps, setting it squarely on the work table. The break will come here, he said softly. His finger pointed to the broad expanse of the Hoar Flats.
XXVII.
That same afternoon, when the daylight had nearly gone and the rain had turned to fine mist, the Legion Free Corps rode into Arborlon. The people of the city who saw the pass paused in the middle of their endeavors and turned to one another with guarded whispers. From high atop the tree lanes to the forest roadways below, hushed voices spoke as one. There was no mistaking the Free Corps. Ander Elecidil was still closeted in the manor house study with his father, and Alanon kept there, oddly enough, at the druid's insistence that he familiarize himself with Westland maps of the Sarandanon and proposed defensive plans when Gale brought word of their arrival. My lord, a cavalry command of the Border Legion has ridden in from Calahorn, the young aide announced, appearing abruptly at the study door.
Our patrols picked them up an hour east of the city and escorted them in. They should be here in a few minutes. The Legion.
A broad smile spread across the old king's weary face.
I hadn't dared to hope. What command, Gale? How many are they?
No word, my lord.
A messenger from the patrol brought the news, but there were no details. No matter.
Eventine was on his feet and moving toward the door.
Any help is welcome, whoever. Elven King. Alanon's deep voice brought Ander's father about sharply.
We have important work to do here, work that should
be interrupted.
Perhaps your son might go in your place if only to give greeting to the bordermen.
Ander stared at Alanon in surprise and turned eagerly to his father.
The king hesitated, then seeing the look in his son's eyes, he nodded.
Very well, Ander.
Extend my compliments to the Legion commander and advise him that I will meet with him personally later this evening.
See that quarters are provided.
Pleased with having been given a responsibility of some importance for a change, Ander hurried from the manor house, an escort of elven hunters, in tow. The surprise he had experienced at Alanon's unexpected suggestion turned quickly to curiosity. It occurred to him that this was the first time that Alanon had gone out of his way to include him when the druid need have done so. There was that first meeting when he had told Eventine of Ambril and the Bloodfire.
There was his admonition to Ander upon leaving for Piranha to assume responsibility for his father's protection.
There was that sense of alliance that had brought him to his feet in the High Council to stand with Ambril when no one else would do so. There was this afternoon's meeting when Alanon had given the Ellcrys staff to his father.
Arion should have been present for these meetings. Why was Arion never there?
He had just passed through the gates fronting the manor house grounds, still pondering the matter, when the foremost ranks of the border cavalry crested the roadway leading in and the entire command wound slowly into view. Ander slowed, frowning. He recognized these riders. Long grey cloaks bordered in crimson billowed from their shoulders, and wide-brimmed hats with a single crimson feather sat cocked upon their heads. Long bows and broadswords jutted from their saddle harness, and short swords were strapped across their backs. Each rider held a lance from which fluttered a small crimson and grey pennant, and the horses wore light armor of leather with metal fastenings. Escorted by the handful of elven hunters who had picked them up while on patrol east of the city, they rode through the rain-soaked streets of Arborlon in their precise, measured lines and glanced neither left nor right at the crowds who gathered to stare after them. The Free Corps, Ander murmured to himself. They have sent us the Free Corps. There were few who had heard of the Free Corps, the most famous and the most controversial command ever attached to the Border Legion of Calahorn. It drew its name from the promise it gave to those who joined its ranks that its soldiers might leave behind without fear of question or need for explanation all that had come before in their lives. For most, there was much to be left. They came from different lands, different histories, and different lives, but they came for similar reasons. There were thieves among them, killers and cheats, soldiers broken from other armies, men of low blood and high, men with honor and men without, some searching, some fleeing, some drifting, but all seeking to escape what they were, to forget what they had been, and to start anew. The Free Corps gave them that chance. No soldier of the Free Corps was ever asked about his past. His life began with the day he joined. What had come before was finished, only the present mattered and what a man might make of himself or the time that he served. For most, that time was short. The Free Corps was the Legion's shock unit. As such, it was considered expendable. Its soldiers were the first into battle and the first to die. Every engagement fought since the inception of the Corps some 30 years earlier, its casualty rate had been the highest. While the past had been left behind by the soldiers of the Free Corps, the future was an even more uncertain prospect. Still, it was a fair exchange, most thought. After all, here was a price for everything, and this price was so unreasonable. If anything, it was a source of pride for the soldiers who paid it. It gave them a sense of importance, an identity that set them apart from any other fighting man in the Four Lands. It was a tradition of the Free Corps that its soldiers should die in battle. It was important to the men of the Corps that they should die. Death was the reality of their existence, and they viewed it as an old acquaintance with whom they had brushed shoulders on more than one occasion. No, it was important that they should die. It was important only that they should die well. They had proven it often enough before, Ander knew. Now it appeared they had been sent to Arborlon to prove it once again. The Legion command drew to a halt before the iron gates, and a tall, grey-cloaked rider in the forefront dismounted. Catching sight of Ander, he passed the reins of his horse to her and strode forward. On reaching the elven prince and his guard, he removed the wide-brimmed hat he wore and inclined his head slightly. I am Steons, commander of the Legion Free Corps. For an instant Ander did respond, so startled was he by the other's appearance. Steons was a big man, seeming to tower over Ander. His weathered, yet still youthful face was crisscrossed with dozens of scars, some of which ran through the light red beard that shaded his jaw, leaving streaks of white. A tangle of rust-colored hair fell to his shoulders, braided and tied. Part of one ear was missing and a single gold ring dangled from the other. Hazel eyes fixed those of the elven prince, so hard that they seemed chiseled from stone. Ander found himself staring and quickly recovered. I am Ander Illesidil Aventine is my father. He extended his hand in greeting. Steon's grip was iron-hard, the brown hands calloused and K.Ted. Ander broke the handshake quickly and glanced down the long lines of grey riders, searching in vain for other units of the Legion. The king has asked me to extend his compliments and to see that you are quartered. How soon can we expect the other commands? A faint smile crossed the big man's scarred visage. There are no other commands, my lord. Only the soldiers of the Free Corps. Only the... Ander hesitated in confusion. How many of you are there, commander? 600. 600. Ander failed to hide his dismay. But what of the Border Legion? How soon will it be sent? Steons paused. My lord, I believe that I should be direct with you. The Legion may be sent at all. The Council of the Cities has yet made a decision. Like most councils, it finds it easier to talk about making a decision than to make it. Your ambassador spoke well, I am told, but there are many voices of caution on the council, some of opposition. The king defers to the council looks south. The Federation is a threat that the council can see. Your demons are little more than a Westland myth. A myth? Ander was appalled. You are fortunate to have even the Free Corps, the big man continued calmly. You would have that if it were. For the councils need to soothe its collective conscience. A token force, at least, must be sent to the aid of their elven allies, they argued. The free corps was the logical choice, just as it always is whenever there is an obvious sacrifice to be made. It was a simple statement of fact, made without rancor or bitterness.
The big man's eyes stayed flat and expressionless. Ander flushed. "I would have thought that the men of Calahorn would be so stupid," he snapped, a sense of anger rushing through him. Stians studied him a moment, as if measuring him.
"I understand that when Calahorn was under attack from the armies of the Warlock Lord, the Borderlands sent a request to the elves for assistance. But Eventine was made prisoner by the Dark Lord, and in his absence the High Council of the Elves found itself unable to act." He paused. "It is much the same with Calahorn now. The Borderlands have no leader, they have had no leader since Balinor."
Ander eyed the other critically, his anger subsiding. "You are an outspoken man, Commander." "I am an honest man, my lord."
"It helps me to see things more clearly."
"What you have told me might sit so well with some in Calahorn."
The Borderman shrugged.
"Perhaps that is why I am here."
Ander smiled slowly. He liked Stians even without knowing any more about him than he did at this moment.
"Commander, I did mean to seem angry. It has nothing to do with you. Please understand that.
And the Free Corps is most welcome.
Now let me see to your quarters." Stians shook his head.
"No quarters are necessary, I sleep with my soldiers."
"My lord, the Elven army marches in the morning, I am told." Ander nodded.
"Then the Free Corps will march as well.
We need only rest the night.
Please tell this to the king."
"I will tell him," Ander promised.
The Legion commander saluted, then turned and walked back to his horse. Remounting, he nodded briefly to the riders of the Elven patrol who escorted his command, and the long grey column swung left once more down the muddied road.
Ander stared after him with mingled admiration and disbelief. 600 men.
Thinking of the thousands of demons that would come against them, he found himself wondering what possible difference 600 Southlanders would make.
XXVII.
At dawn, the elves marched forth from Arborlawn to the wail of pipes and the roll of drums, voices raised in song, banners flying in splashes of vivid color against a sky still leaden and clouded. Eventine Ellcrys rode at their head, grey hair flowing down chain mail forged of blue iron, his right hand holding firmly the silver-white staff of the Ellcrys. Allanan was at his side, a spectral shadow, tall and black atop a still taller and blacker Artak, and it was as if death had ridden from the pits of the earth to stand watch over the elves. Behind rode the king's sons, Arion, cloaked in white and bearing the elven standard of battle, a war eagle on a field of crimson, Ander, cloaked in green and carrying the banner of the house of the Ellcrys, a crown wreathed in boughs set over a spreading oak. Dardan, Ro, and 36 hardened elven hunters came next, the Ellcrys guard, then the grey and crimson of the Legion Free Corps, 600 strong. Pindanon rode alone at the forefront of his command, a gaunt, bent figure atop his warhorse, his battle-scarred armor lashed about his spare frame as if to hold his bones in place. The army followed him, massive and forbidding, 6 columns wide and 1,000 strong. They numbered 3 companies of cavalry, battle lances hoisted out of their midst in a forest of iron-tipped shafts, 4 companies of foot soldiers with pikes and body shields, and 2 companies of archers bearing the great elven longbows all clad in the traditional manner of the elven warrior, lightly armored with chainmail vests and leather guards to assure mobility and quickness.
It was an awesome procession.
Trappings and weapons creaked and jingled in the early morning stillness, flashed in dull glimmerings through the new light, and cast the elves in half-human forms that whispered of death. Booted feet and iron-shod hoofs thudded and splashed along the muddied earth as the columns of men and horses wound from the parade grounds north of the city to the bluff of the Carolyn and prepared to turn onto the Elfich, the hooked rampway that led down from the heights of Arborlawn to the forestlands beneath. The people of the city had come to watch. Atop the Carolyn, on walls and fences, in fields and gardens, lining the way at every step, they bade farewell with cheers of encouragement and hope and with silences born of emotions that had no voice. Before the gates to the Gardens of Life, the Black Watch stood assembled, present to a man, their lances raised in salute. At the bluff's edge were gathered in review the elven hunters of the Home Guard and the man who would command them in their king's absence, Ellcrys, first minister of the High Council, now the designated defender of the city of Arborlawn. Down out of the Carolyn the elven army wound, following the spiral of the stone block ramp as it dropped along the forested cliffs through 7 walled gates that marked its levels of descent. At its lower end, the army swung south toward the Narrows. A solitary bridge spanned the Rill Song, the lone passage west from the city, its iron struts nearly awash with the swollen waters of the river. Like a metal-backed snake, the army moved onto the bridge, crossed, and passed into the silent woods beyond. The glitter of weapons and armor twinkled into darkness, banners slipped from view, and the strains of song, the wail of pipes, and the roll of drums faded into echoes quickly lost in the leafy canopy of the trees. By the time the morning sun had broken through the clouds of the departing storm to rise above the crest of the Carolyn and light the forest land below, the last remnants of this grand procession had disappeared from view. For 5 days the army journeyed west from Arborlawn, winding its way through the deep forests of the homeland toward the Sarandanon. The rains had moved east into Calahorn, and the sun shone down out of cloudless blue skies to warm the woodland shadows. Travel was measured, the cavalry forced to slow its pace to match that of the soldiers afoot. Evidence of the danger threatening the elves became steadily more apparent as the army passed westward through the outlying provinces. Tales filtered back from elven families on their way eastward to the home city with their possessions bundled in carts and on the backs of oxen and horse. Their homes and their villages were abandoned behind them. Terrifying creatures roamed the land west, their frightened voices warned dark and brutal monsters that killed without reason and disappeared as quickly as they had come. Cottages had been stripped and homes violated, the elves within left torn and broken. Such incidents were scattered, but that merely served to convince the fleeing villagers that there was no longer any place west of Arborlawn that was safe. As the army marched past, the villagers sent up cheers and shouts of encouragement, but their faces remained clouded with doubt. The march west wore on until late in the afternoon of the 5th day. The army passed out of the forest land into the valley of the Sarandanon. The valley lay sandwiched between woodlands on the south and east, the Kensro Mountains on the north, and the broad expanse of the Innispor on the west. A flat, fertile stretch of farmland dotted with small clumps of trees and pockets of spring water, the Sarandanon was the breadbasket of the elven nation. Corn, wheat, and other seed crops were sown and harvested seasonally by the families who lived within the valley, then bartered or sold to the remainder of the homeland. Mild temperatures and a balanced rainfall provided an ideal climate for farming, and for generations the Sarandanon had served as the principal source of food for the elven people. The elven army encamped that night at the eastern end of the valley. At dawn on the following day, it began the journey across. A broad, earthen road wound through the heart of the Sarandanon past fence lines and clusters of small dwellings and sheds, and the army followed it west. In the fields, the families of the valley toiled with quiet determination. Few elves here had yet gone east. Everything that had meaning in their lives lay rooted in the land they farmed, and they would be frightened off easily. By mid-afternoon, the army had reached the western end of the valley in the distance. Beyond the Innispor, the humped ridge of the breakline rose up against the horizon, curving north above the Kensro into the wilderness of the Kershelt territory. The sun already lay atop the crest of the mountains, brilliant golden light spilling down out of the rock. In the growing darkness of the eastern sky, the moon's whiteness glimmered faintly. The army swung north. Between the Innispor and the Kensro, Baindraw opened down out of the rugged hill country below the breakline into the valley of the Sarandanon. It was there that the army of the elves made its camp. At dusk, Allanan came down out of the Kensro as silently and unexpectedly as he had gone into them hours before, his tall form moving into the elven camp like one of night's shadows, dark and solitary as he passed through the maze of cooking fires that dotted the grasslands. He went directly to the tent of the elven king, oblivious to the soldiers who stared after him, his head lowered within the darkness of his cowl. The elven hunters who stood watch before Aventine's quarters stepped aside wordlessly at his approach and let him enter without challenge. Within, he found the king at a small, makeshift table of planks laid crosswise atop logs, his evening meal spread out before him. Dardan and Rose stood silently at the rear of the tent. At a glance from the druid, Aventine dismissed them. When they were gone, Allanan moved to the table and seated himself. "Is all in readiness?" he asked quietly. Aventine nodded. "And the plan of defense?" In the light of the oil lamps, the king could see that the druid's dark face was streaked with sweat. He stared uncertainly at the mystic, then pushed aside his dinner and laid a map of the elven homeland upon the table. "At dawn, we march to the breakline." He traced the route with his finger. "We will secure the passes of Halley's Cut and Whirl Run and hold them against the demons for as long as we are able. If the passes are forced, we will fall back to the Sarandanon. Baindraw will be our second line of defense. Once through the breakline, the demons will have 3 ways to go. If they turn south out of the passes, they must circle below the Innispor through the forests, then come north again. If they turn north first, they must make their way through the rugged hill country above the Kensro and come south. Either route will delay their advance on Arborlawn by at least several days. Their only other choice will be to come through the draw-in through the elven army." Allanon's dark gaze fixed on the king. "They will choose the draw. We should be able to hold it for several days," the king continued. "Longer, perhaps, if they do. Think to flank us. 2 days, no more." The druid's voice was flat, unemotional. Aventine stiffened. "Very well, 2 days. But if the draw is taken, the Sarandanon will be lost. Arborlawn will be our last defense." "So be it." Allanan leaned forward, hands k-ting together before him. "We need to speak now of something else, something that I have kept from you." His voice was soft, almost a whisper. "The demons are no longer with us, those who have crossed already through the forbidding, the Dagda Mor and his followers. They neither watch us nor follow after us. If they did, I would sense it, and I have sensed Hing from the time that we left Arborlon. The Elven King stared back at him wordlessly. I thought it strange that they should take so little interest in us. The druid smiled faintly. This afternoon I went up into the mountains so that I might be alone to discover where it was that they had gone. It is within my power to search out those who are hidden from my eyes. I have that power, but it must be used sparingly, for in using it I reveal to others with powers similar to my own, such as the Dagdamor, both my own presence and the presence of any whom I seek. I could risk using it to follow Wilmsford and your granddaughter on their journey south. If I did, I might tell the demons where they could be found. Yet to search out the Dagdamor himself, that, I felt, was a risk that should be taken. I did seek him then, searching the whole of the surrounding land to discover where he had concealed himself. But he was concealed. I found him beyond the wall of the breakline, within the Hoar Flats, he and those who follow him. Still, I could tell little of what they were about, their thoughts were close to me. I could but sense their presence. The evil that pervades them is so strong that even brushing against it momentarily caused me great pain, and I was forced to withdraw at once. The druid straightened. It is certain that the demons gather within the flats in anticipation of the collapse of the forbidding. It is certain that they work to hasten that collapse. They do this openly and without concern for what the plans of the elves may be. That suggests to me that they already know those plans. Eventine paled. The spy within my house, the spy who warned the demons that you would be at Piranha. That would explain why it is the demons show such an obvious lack of interest in our movements, Alanon agreed. If they already know that we intend to stop them at the breakline, they have little need to follow after us to see what we are about. They have only to await our coming. The implication of that statement was lost on Eventine. Then the breakline may be a trap. The druid nodded. The question is, what kind of trap do the demons set? There are enough of them yet to withstand an army of this size. They have need of those still imprisoned within the forbidding. If we are quick enough. He left the sentence unfinished and rose. One thing more, Eventine. Be cautious. The spy is still with us. He may be within this camp, among those you trust. If the opportunity presents itself, he may seek your death. He turned and moved back toward the entry, the shadow of his dark form rising up against the tent wall like some giant in the flickering light of the oil lamps. The king stared after him wordlessly for a moment, then lurched sharply to his feet. Alanon. The druid looked back. If the demons know why we march to the breakline, if they know that, then they may also know that Ambril carries the Ellcrys seed into the Wild Run. There was an unpleasant silence. The two men faced each other. Then, without replying, the druid turned and disappeared through the tent flap into the night. At that same moment, Ander was picking his way through the crowded elven encampment in search of the Legion Free Corps in Steance. Ostensibly his mission was to inquire into the needs of the Legion soldiers, but underlying this was his personal interest in their commander. He had spoken again with Jans since the Free Corps had arrived in Arborlon, and he was admittedly curious to know more about the enigmatic Southlander. With Hing else immediate to occupy his time, he had decided to take this opportunity to seek him out and talk further with him. He found the Free Corps camp at the southern edge of the Kensro, their watch already posted, their horses tethered and fed. No one challenged him as he wandered into their midst. When he could immediately locate the Free Corps commander's quarters, he stopped a number of soldiers to ask if they knew where Jans could be found, and was directed finally to a Legion captain. Him? The captain was a burly fellow with a heavy beard and a laugh that rang deep and hollow. Who knows? He's in his tent, I can tell you that much. He left almost as soon as we pitched camp. Went out into the hills. Scouting? Ander was incredulous. The captain shrugged. He's like that. Wants to know everything about a place where he might die. He laughed roughly. Never leaves that kind of checking to her likes to do it himself. Ander nodded uncomfortably. I suppose that's why he's still alive. Still alive? Why, that one will never die. You know what they call him? The Iron Man, that's him. That's the commander. He looks hard enough, Ander agreed, his curiosity piqued. The captain motioned him closer, and for a moment each forgot whom he was addressing. You know about Rybeck? The borderman asked. Ander shook his head, and a glint of satisfaction leaped into the other's hard eyes. You listen then. 10 years ago a band of gnome raiders was burning and killing the people at the eastern edge of the borderlands. Vicious little rats, and a bunch of them at that. The Legion tried everything to trap them, but Hing worked. Finally the king sent the Free Corps after them with orders to track them down and destroy them, even if it took the rest of the year. I remember that hunt, I was with the Corps even then. He squatted down next to a cooking fire, and Ander hunched down beside him.
Others began drifting in to listen.
5 weeks the hunt went on, and the Corps tracked those gnomes all the way east into the Upper Anner. Then one day, when we were getting close, a patrol of our men, only 23 of them, stumbled into a rear guard of several hundred raiders.
The patrol could have fallen back, but it didn't.
These were Free Corps soldiers and they chose to fight. One man was sent back for reinforcements and the rest made their stand in this little village called Rybeck, just a bunch of hing buildings. For 3 hours those 22 soldiers held out against the raiders, threw back every assault they mounted.
A lieutenant, 3 junior officers, and 18 soldiers. One of those junior officers was just a kid.
Just 7 months with the Corps, but already a corporal.
No one knew much about him.
Like most, he didn't say much about his past. The captain leaned forward. After the first 2 hours, that boy was the only officer still alive.
He rallied the half-dozen soldiers left into a small stone cottage.
Refused surrender, refused quarter. When the relief force broke through finally, there were dead gnomes all over the place.
The man's hand tightened into a fist before Ander's face. More than 100 of them.
All of our men were gone, all but 2, and one of them died later that day.
That left just one.
The boy corporal. He paused and chuckled softly.
That boy was Stians.
That's why they call him the Iron Man.
And Ryback?
He shook his head solemnly. Ryback shows how a soldier of the Free Corps should fight and die. The soldiers gathered about him murmured their assent. Ander paused a moment, then rose. The captain stood up with him, straightening himself as he seemed to remember again who it was that he was conversing with. Anyway, my lord, the commanders.
Here right now.
He paused.
Can I do something for you?
Ander shook his head. I came to ask if there was anything you need.
A bit to drink, someone cried, but the captain waved him off with a quick oath.
We'll be fine, my lord, he responded.
We have what we need.
Ander nodded slowly.
Hard men, these Free Corps soldiers.
They had made the long journey to Arberlon and then, with but a single night's rest, a forced march to the Sarandanon. He doubted that there really was much that they needed. Then I'll say good night, Captain, he said. He turned and walked back toward the Elven camp, mulling over in his mind the tale of the Legion commander they called the Iron Man. Zix. The following morning the army of the Elves and their Legion allies marched north out of the Sarandanon. With the dawn still a faint silver glow above the eastern forest line, the soldiers wound through Banedraw and turned into the hills that lay beyond. Armor and harness jangled and creaked, boots and hooves thudded in rough cadence, and men and horses huffed clouds of white vapor in the frosty morning air. No one spoke or whistled or sang.
A sense of anticipation and wariness pervaded the ranks.
On this morning, Elven hunter and borderman knew they were marching into battle. Up into the hills they circled, hills barren and rugged, their slopes sparse with short grass and scrub, rutted and eroded by wind and rain.
Ahead, still far distant, the dark mass of the breakline stood silhouetted against the dying night. Slowly, as the sun brightened the skyline, the mountains etched themselves out of the blackness, a maze of peaks and crags, drops and slides. The day began to warm.
The morning hours slipped away and the army swung west, columns of riders and men afoot winding through gullies and over ridges, stretching out across the land.
To the south, the waters of the Innispor sparkled in flashes of blue, and above the choppy surface flew a sprinkling of white-backed gulls, their wings tipped with black, their cries shrill and haunting. By noon, the army had reached the breakline, and Aventine signaled a halt. The mountains loomed up against the horizon, a dark and massive wall of rock. Cliffs and spires rose thousands of feet into the sky, massed close as if some giant had gathered them within his hands and squeezed until the stone had broken and split from the pressure. Still and silent, barren and cold, they were filled with emptiness, darkness, and death. 2 passes split the breakline, slender threads that tied the land of the Elves to the Hoar Flats. South lay Halley's Cut. North lay Whirl Run. If the demons were to break through the forbidding within the flats as Allanon had foreseen, then, to reach the city of Arberlon, they would be forced to come east through one or both of these passes. It was there that the Elven army would try to stop them. We part company here, Aventine announced when he had assembled his officers. Ander edged his mount closer to the small circle of men to hear clearly what was being said. The army will divide. Half will march north with Prince Arion and Commander Pindanon to secure Whirl Run. The other half will march south with me to Halley's Cut. Commander Yance?
The bronzed face of the Free Corps commander pushed into view. I would like the Free Corps to march south.
Pindanon, give the order.
The ring of horsemen broke apart as the word was passed down the line. Ander glanced briefly at Arion, who met his gaze coldly and turned away.
"Ander, I want you to ride with me," his father called over to him. Kale Pindanon came galloping back to the king. All was in readiness. The two old comrades bade farewell to each other, hands clasping tightly. Ander looked one time more for his brother, but Arion was already moving to the head of his column. Alanon appeared, dark face impassive. "His anger is misplaced," the druid said quietly, then nudged Artak past. Pindanon's voice rang out. Banners and lances lifted in salute as the army of the elves split apart. Shouts and cheers broke the morning stillness, echoing through the crags and flits of the mountain rock. For long moments the air was filled with sound, reckless and fierce. Then Pindanon's command swept north, winding into the hills in a broad cloud of dust until it was lost from view. The soldiers of the king turned south. For several hours they worked their way along the fringe of the breakline, following the steady rise and fall of the lowland hills. Overhead, the sun passed west across the ridge of the mountains, and shadows began to lengthen in dark swatches. The still, sultry air of midday cooled in a southerly breeze that swept out of the distant forests. Gradually the hills broadened into grasslands. At their edge, straddled by a series of narrow, ragged peaks, the dark mouth of Halley's Cut opened into the rock. Eventine brought his arm to a halt and held a brief conference with his officers. Below the eastern entrance to the pass lay several miles of open plains that ran south to the forest line. If the demons were to find a way to cross the breakline below Halley's Cut, they could slip north through the forest land and trap the elven army within the pass. A rear guard would be necessary to protect against that possibility. A cavalry unit could best handle the assignment. The cavalry would be of little use in any case within the narrow confines of the pass. Ander saw his father's gaze fall briefly on Steon's, then move away. Elven cavalry units would form that guard, the king announced. The order was given. The elven cavalry detached itself from the main body of the army and began to deploy across the length of the grasslands. At a signal from Eventine, the remainder of the army turned into Halley's Cut. Through the broad, shadowed gap the elves marched, rugged cliffs towering up about them. The floor of the pass began to climb almost immediately, and the soldiers trudged upward into the rock. Quickly the air cooled, and the sound of shod hooves and booted feet striking against stone echoed eerily. As the trail continued to rise, the footing grew less sure. Loose rock littered the pathway, and cracks split its surface. Men and horses stumbled and slid with each step, and the pace slowed. Then abruptly it stopped. Before them a huge chasm opened, a massive fissure that dropped away into black emptiness, splitting the length of the pass ahead for hundreds of yards. To the left, the trail sloped down along the mountainside, broad and even as it ran to a defile at the far end of the chasm. To the right, a narrow ledge skirted the fissure, a thin, crumbling pathway that would barely permit the passage of a single rider. All about, sheer cliff walls seemed to bend inward as they rose until all that remained of the sky was a thin, ragged blue line. The army swung left along the broader path, staying well back of the black mouth of the chasm. When it had gained the defile, it found itself entering a canyon bright with afternoon sunlight and grown green with scrub and saw grass. Clusters of boulders dotted the canyon floor, and a thin stream trickled down out of the cliff walls and pooled in a small, brush-grown hollow. Jackrabbits bounded through the brush at the army's approach, and a scattering of birds drinking at the water's edge took sudden flight. The elves crossed to the far end of the canyon. There the pass opened down a broad, winding gorge into the vast emptiness of the hoar flats. Eventine's hand came up sharply, signaling a halt. His eyes swept the length of the gorge, past a maze of jumbled rock pockets and drops angling down through hulking cliffs and long, rugged slides. Wordlessly, he nodded. It was here that the army would make its stand. Dusk crept into the breakline, shadowed gray light chasing toward a sunset that lit the sky above the hoar flats in a blaze of scarlet and gold. Behind the wall of the mountains, the moon's silver disk rose above the forest land and one by one the stars winked into view. Within Hall's Cut, the silence began to deepen. Ander Elecidil stood alone on a small knoll midway, down the gorge that ran to the flats, arms cradling protectively the silver-white staff of the Ellcrys. Wordlessly he surveyed the lines of elven hunters and free corps soldiers, reconstructing in his mind for the 20th time in the past half-hour the strategy his father had devised for the defense of the pass. A broad rise straddled the pass several hundred yards from its mouth, a flat shelf of rock that overlooked a rugged slide strewn thick with loose stone and scrub. It was here that the army would make its initial stand. Archers would line the front of the rise, shooting into the demons as they came out of the flats through the mouth of Hall's Cut to scramble up the slide. When the demons were too close for the longbows to be effective, the archers would be replaced by a phalanx of lancers and pikemen who would bear the brunt of the assault. A second phalanx would be held in reserve to reinforce the first. The defenders would hold the rise for as long as they were able, then fall back several hundred yards to a similar position. If the gorge were lost, they would fall back to the mouth of the canyon. If that, too, were lost, the canyon itself would be defended and so on, until the army was forced entirely from Halley's Cut. It was a good plan. Ander was satisfied on thinking it through that the pass would be easily taken.
The defensive positions had been well chosen. When the attack came, it would find the elves ready. He lifted his gaze and stared out toward the flats.
Hing moved. The land lay silent and empty.
There was still no sign of the demons.
Yet they would come.
His hands moved slowly over the smooth wood of the Ellcrys staff, tracing the grain of the skin. His father had left the staff in his care momentarily while he had descended the slide to make his own inspection of the elven defenses.
Ander breathed the night air deeply. Would the staff truly protect the elves? Would it lend its magic to those who were mortal, men now, no longer the creatures of fairy that their forefathers had been?
He looked down at it, gripping it tightly within his hands, and tried to find his own strength in its firmness. Allanan had said that the power of the Ellcrys over the demons was carried within this staff and that it would weaken the evil and make it vulnerable to elven weapons.
Yet doubt clouded Ander's mind.
The demons were an incomprehensible evil, born of a world long since gone, a world that none but they had ever seen nor could begin to imagine.
He caught himself.
None but Allanan, he corrected himself. And Allanan was himself perhaps a part of that dark, forgotten world. His father appeared suddenly from the darkness, slipping from the shadows to stand beside him. Wordlessly, Ander passed back the Ellcrys staff. Fatigue and worry lined the old man's face, reflected in his eyes, and Ander forced himself to look away.
Is everything all right? He asked after a moment.
The king nodded distantly. All of the defensive positions are established. They were silent again. Ander tried to think of something more that he could say.
There was an uneasiness in him that would
settle, one that gave rise to a need to be close to his father. He wanted Eventine to understand this. Yet it was difficult, somehow, to speak with his father of such things.
Neither of them had ever been very good at expressing feelings to the other.
His mood darkened.
It was that way with Arion as well, particularly with Arion.
There was a distance between them that he had never really understood, a distance that might have been shortened had either of them been able to talk about it.
But neither had tried.
It was worse now, of course. Arion was angered by what had taken place at the High Council, by Ander's refusal to reject Ambril as the rightful bearer of the Ellcrys seed, and by his refusal to demand of her, as Arion thought proper, an accounting of her actions. Now he would
talk with his brother at all.
There was such bitterness in Arion. Still, it was bitterness that Ander understood. When Ambril had left Arborlon those many months ago, abandoning without explanation her responsibilities as one of the chosen, both brothers had experienced that bitterness he as much as Arion because he, too, had loved the child. For too long a time he had let the bitterness blind him to everything that she had once meant to him. Yet seeing her again had allowed him to rediscover something of his old feeling for her.
He would have liked to explain that to Arion, he needed to explain it. But somehow he could seem to find a way to do so.
He started sharply as he realized that Allanan was standing beside him. The druid had materialized from nowhere, without even the faintest whisper of those black, concealing robes. The cowled face studied him momentarily, then looked past him to his father.
You do sleep?
Eventine seemed distracted.
No. Yet. You must rest, Elven King. Soon. Allanan, do you think that Ambril is still alive? Ander caught his breath and glanced, fleetingly at the druid. Allanan was quiet a moment before answering. She is alive. When he said "Hing more," Eventine looked over. How can you know that? I can. No, it is what I think. Then why is it that you think she is alive? The druid's head lifted slightly, deep-set eyes studying the sky.
Because Wilomsford has
yet used the elfstones.
If Ambril's life were threatened, the Veilman would use the stones.
Ander frowned. Elfstones? Wilomsford? What was all this about?
Then he remembered the second cloaked figure at the High Council, the one whom Allanan had brought into the chamber with Ambril, and who had never shown himself.
That would be Wilomsford.
He turned quickly to Allanan, questions forming on his lips, then caught himself and turned away again.
Perhaps this was something he should be asking about, he thought.
After all, Hing had been said before. If Allanan had wanted him to know more, he would have told him.
But then why had the druid said anything at all?
Confused, he stared out across the flats as the sun slipped beneath the horizon, the colors of the sunset fading slowly into the night. There are watchfires laid across the mouth of the pass, his father murmured after a moment.
I must order them lighted. He walked down into the gorge, and Ander was left alone with Allanan.
The two stood wordlessly, motionless statues in the growing dark, looking after the stooped figure of the old king as he wound his way down along the broken rock.
The minutes slipped away. Ander thought himself forgotten when the druid's voice floated up suddenly out of the silence. Would you know something more of Will Olmsford, Elven Prince?
Ander stared at the big man in astonishment, then managed a startled nod.
Then so you shall. Olanon never even glanced at him. Listen. Quietly he told Ander of Will Olmsford, of his heritage and of his mission to the elves. Memories came back then to the Elven Prince of his father's stories of the Valemen, Shay, and Flick Olmsford, and of their search for the legendary Sword of Shannara.
And now Shay's grandson, heir to the power of a magic that no elf had wielded since the destruction of the old world, had been made Amberyl's protector. When the druid finished, Ander was silent for a moment. He stared down into the shadows where his father had disappeared, thinking. Then he glanced once more at the druid. Why have you told me this, Olanon? It is something you should know. Ander shook his head slowly.
No, I mean, why me?
Then at last the druid turned to look at him, hawk face barely visible within the shadows of the cowl. For many reasons, Ander, he said softly and paused. Perhaps because when no one else would come forward to stand with Amberyl that night in the High Council, you did. Perhaps because of that. His black eyes remained fixed on Ander for a moment, and then he turned away again. You should rest now. You should sleep. Ander nodded, his mind elsewhere. Had the druid really answered his question? He glanced briefly at Olanon, then looked away again, puzzled. Moments later, when he glanced back once more, the druid was gone.
Triple X.